15 years ago, on the western slopes of the Taihang Mountains, the Dongwon Pavilion was annihilated in a single night. Over 200 souls were mercilessly slaughtered. Staining the autumn with blood, even infants in swaddling clothes could not escape the clutches of death. Only a beam of white light whisked away the cries of a baby, vanishing into the eastern night. 15 years later, on a cold autumn night, a white figure fell like a shooting star upon the ruins. Clad in white, with tearful tiger-like eyes, he unleashed his inner strength that echoed through the valleys. "Father, Mother, your child has returned." In the next moment, a roar shattered the stillness of the sky. "Gai Tianli, where are you? I shall tear you to shreds." At merely 15 or 16, he had already attained the true teachings of celestial beings, bearing the name of a prodigy destined to right the world's wrongs. Once the young master of Dongwon Pavilion, he now emerged reborn from the flames, a white-clad sword cultivator, not for mere survival, but for blood to be repaid with blood, not to seek dominance, but to eradicate evil and promote virtue. With a spirit of chivalry and tenderness, a heart for beauty, strategies of war, and a swagger through the martial world. In this life, he would wield his curved sword as a quill, using the blood of his enemies as ink to rewrite his own path in the righteous way of cultivation. Chapter 1. Rebirth from the Flames. In a secluded mountain, there resided a household, renowned for over a century. It was the rise of a youthful hero that brought forth the calamity of annihilation. Mournful cries echoed, with gold and silver buried nowhere. Regret for past misdeeds came too late, as blood stained the ground. A few idle words unraveled a tale, much like a wisp of smoke gradually spreading. Though it may not stir the heavens or move the spirits, it is intricately woven with familial bonds, friendships, and romantic affections, filled with humor and wit, and vast strategies of war. To grasp its subtleties, one must delve into its pages. On this quiet, cold autumn night, the sky was adorned with stars of varying brightness, resembling myriad eyes, each harboring secrets, all fixated on a singular target. This target remained eerily silent, devoid of life under the watchful gaze of the stars. The lifeless target appeared increasingly sinister, shrouded in the shadows of towering pines and verdant cypress, exuding an air of solemnity. What a grand estate! This estate, nestled on the western slopes of the Taihang Mountains, was constructed by the affluent Dongwon family, known as Dongwon Pavilion. Dongwon was a prominent family in the area, with only one daughter betrothed to the wandering swordsman, who Huyen, esteemed for his chivalry, earned the admiration of the Dongwon couple, who left their entire fortune to him upon their passing. Look, opposite the grand entrance, a tall wall stood, adorned with green-tiled eaves and a striking inverted red character for fortune at its center. The black steel steps led directly to the two crimson doors, which, though slightly faded, retained their former splendor. The orderly arrangement of purple gold studs on the doors shimmered under the starlight, while a pair of gilded door rings, set in silver, stood out prominently. As one gazed upward, a plaque bestowed by the emperor hung above the door, bearing the three gilded characters Dongwon Pavilion, still discernible despite the fading gold. The courtyard, with its 3 tiers, displayed a cluster of buildings, intricate eaves, and glistening glazed tiles, all remnants of past opulence. Alas! Once a flourishing estate bustling with life, it now lay behind tightly shut doors, the silence within foreboding. Quiet. Save for the chirps of nocturnal insects, the courtyard was eerily still, a chilling sight that pierced the soul. Within the depths of the grand courtyard, apart from the resplendent structures, wild grass grew in disarray. No, there seemed to be many restless spirits, touching, weeping, searching for their lost limbs. Indeed, the estate still existed, yet it had lost its vitality. Each year, wild grass sprawled across the ground, pressing down the tender greens of the season, sending forth a fragrant warmth for the departed souls, while the insects sang different notes, lamenting the misfortunes of this place, echoing its decline. "Mother!" A heart-wrenching cry shattered the stillness of the night. The earth trembled, the air seemed to freeze, the scent of grass vanished, and the sounds of insects ceased, as if all were momentarily paralyzed, searching for the source of that anguished call. Indeed, from afar, a white shadow darted through the sky, resembling a shooting star, as swift as a lightning bolt. Like a majestic eagle with bright, jewel-like eyes, it circled and surveyed the desolate estate. The white figure descended swiftly, revealing a young man in white, landing silently atop the estate, his eyes glistening as they surveyed the desolation. Tears streamed down his face as he trembled, clutching his chest. "Father! Mother! Your child has returned. Where are you?" Suddenly, in a frenzy, he shouted, "Gai Tianli, where are you? I shall rend you to pieces." At just 15 or 16, He wept and cried out, his lamentations echoing through the heavens, his voice hoarse from the sheer force of his emotions. What could a mere child do? What could he achieve? He, however, was unlike any other. He had received the teachings of celestial beings, a prodigy destined to save the world. His cries of tears and blood resonated for miles, the depth of his inner strength reverberating through the valleys. After some time, he gazed through tear-filled eyes at his ancestral home, sighed deeply, and pondered the horrors of that fateful day, his teeth grinding as he envisioned the tragic fate of his family. The tragedy of Dongwen Pavilion. 15 years ago, on a murky, rain-soaked day, as the howling mountain winds stripped the yellowing leaves from the trees and the wilting weeds bowed under the sporadic autumn rain, the inhabitants of Dongwen Pavilion lay peacefully asleep, seemingly at ease. Yet, surrounding the walls were cloaked figures clad in black. These unknown assailants held their breath, gripping their murderous weapons, their wolf-like eyes glinting with malice, silently watching the unsuspecting residents of Dongwen Pavilion kill. Leave no one alive. The chilling howl of inhumanity pierced the night, as the cloaked figures, like trained beasts, leaped into the courtyard, igniting torches to commence their merciless slaughter. The unsuspecting residents of Dongwen Pavilion were awakened in chaos, rushing outside only to be besieged and felled one by the masked executioners. Kill. Leave not a single one alive. A towering figure among them, cloaked in black, shouted furiously, "Kill! We cannot let anyone escape." Under the command of this dark figure, the masked assailants wielded their weapons with abandon, screaming, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" This band of assailants surged from the front yard to the back, then back to the front, their blades flashing like tigers among sheep. The murderers spared neither young nor old, striking down the victims as though they were mere vegetables, the cries of the dying mingling with the chaos. Brutal, vicious, horrific. This massacre was truly beyond comprehension. As the last remnants of the Dongwen family faced extinction, a flash of white light suddenly streaked through. A thunderous shout reverberated through the air, startling the cloaked figures, who stood frozen in terror as if struck by a mighty blow. In their panic, they brandished their blades, ruthlessly dispatching all who dared to breathe within the confines of Dongwen's abode. The interior was left stripped of its precious possessions, a mere shell of its former glory. Like phantoms, the band of masked assailants vanished into the vastness of the night. Chapter 2. A New Beginning. The East Sea Fairy Island is a vibrant paradise, adorned with a myriad of blooming flowers that stand out in their splendor. The resplendent roses sway gracefully in the breeze, while the delicate peonies, in hues of pink, white, black, and green, exhibit their lush beauty. The intoxicating jasmine attracts dancing bees and butterflies, while the entwining morning glories nod in welcome to visitors. Dragon-eye trees and snow peach groves flourish alongside slopes abundant with pears and apricots, complemented by rows of jujubes and chestnuts, as well as clusters of oranges, coconuts, and tangerines. Roses and lilies greet passers-by with smiles, while hibiscus, orchids, and chrysanthemums vie for attention with their exquisite appearances. The ginseng and Chinese knotweed flourish, with amber and poria enduring through the winters. Astragalus and yam thrive beneath the duzhong trees, as serpents of various colors slither gracefully through the landscape. The pomegranate bursts forth with a joyful countenance, and mulberries shine like pearls in the sunlight. Deer and exotic birds roam freely, while white cranes flap their wings and call out into the air. Lions, elephants, tigers, and leopards move lightly through the underbrush, alongside rabbits that hop about in search of tranquility. Gazing into the mirror-like waters of the pond, one can see mandarin ducks nestled together, while waterfowl glide effortlessly by. The vibrant lotus compete for beauty, and dragons and carp leap with vigor. Turtles and soft-shelled turtles bask lazily at the bottom, while yellowfin fish dart about, skirting shrimp. Listen closely, and one can hear the melodious chorus of birds calling to the phoenix, as the dense forest resonates with the sound of pines whispering. The view unfolds like a painting, where ancient trees and rocky cliffs stand in elegant splendor. Winter remains oblivious to the chill, and summer lacks heat, as blossoms smile throughout all four seasons. In the warm embrace of midday sun, rays pierce through the thick canopy, illuminating a captivating scene. An elderly man with hair as white as snow, yet a youthful visage, stands beneath a tall, sturdy pine, clad in simple garments. One hand rests behind his back, while the other strokes his beard, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he observes a boy of about 15 or 16 practicing diligently on the verdant grass. The boy, light as a spring swallow, moves with silent grace, his hands and feet flowing like the wind. With both hands, he navigates the 8 gates, while his feet dance like a dragon soaring high. Each movement arises from the heart, intangible yet powerful. Mastering the celestial skills, he astounds even the divine. With grand aspirations, he aims to leave a legacy worthy of history. The elderly man watches the boy with an approving nod, stroking his beard in contemplation. Suddenly, the boy strikes a pose, mimicking the moon in his embrace, and flashes a cheeky grin at the elder. The elder, with a tender gesture, beckons, "Golden Tiger, come, take a break, and let us converse." "Yes, master," the boy replies, lightly springing forward to stand before the elder. He bows and gently brushes away the dust from the stone behind the elder, his innocent smile radiating as he offers, "Please, master, take a seat." The elder, satisfied, nods and sits down with a smile, saying, "Golden Tiger, do you know how old you are this year, and what surname you bear?" Without hesitation, the boy playfully responds, "Master, how could you forget? I am 16 this year. Surname Jean, and my name is Golden Tiger." The elder smiles and nods, then shakes his head thoughtfully. "Indeed, you are 16, but your surname is not Jean. Golden Tiger is a name I bestowed upon you." The boy is momentarily taken aback by this revelation, then inquires with a laugh, "Master, are you jesting? If I am not Jean, then what is my surname? I have never heard you mention it before." "That is because you are still young, and I have not shared it with you yet," the elder replies. Hearing this, the boy crouches beside the elder, cautiously asking, "Master, what is it? Are you feeling all right today? Your complexion seems rather unusual. Are you feeling unwell?" The old immortal sighed and gently stroked the head of the striped tiger, speaking in a grave tone. "Child, you have grown into adulthood. It is time for you to learn of your origins." "My origins?" The striped tiger listened attentively as the immortal recounted his lineage, each word piercing like a knife, each phrase steeped in sorrow. His heart ached, tears welled in his eyes, and he gazed up at the immortal, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing the immense suffering the striped tiger endured, the immortal, though maintaining a stoic facade, felt profound sorrow for his cherished disciple. He patted the tiger's shoulder and tenderly caressed his head, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "In those days, I arrived too late to prevent that bloodless massacre, a burden I have carried ever since." With tear-filled eyes, the striped tiger shook the immortal's knee and implored, "Master, who were those people, and what grievance did they hold against my family? Why did they seek to annihilate us?" The immortal, appearing weary, coughed softly and replied slowly, "The massacre of your family was orchestrated by the ruthless leader of the bloodshed gang, Gai Tianli. As for the reasons behind their enmity, you will come to understand in due time." The striped tiger, with determination and gritted teeth, declared, "Yes, master, I shall uncover the truth." The immortal gazed at him with deep affection, but said nothing. The tiger, suppressing his fury, asked with teary eyes, "Master, where is Gai Tianli now?" The immortal looked into the distance, stroking his beard as he spoke contemplatively. "The bloodshed gang vanished from the Central Plains a decade ago, rumored to have retreated to the South Sea, never to return. Recently, I learned that Gai Tianli's only beloved daughter has left the South Sea and is now wandering incognito in the Central Plains." The immortal then turned his gaze back to the striped tiger, who, confused, inquired, "Master, what does this have to do with us?" "It has everything to do with you. I wish for you to leave the island at once, to follow the trail and seek out your vengeance in the martial world." Upon hearing this, the striped tiger felt a pang in his heart and shed tears. "Master, I have grown up by your side since childhood, never having left your presence. While my desire for revenge burns fiercely, I cannot bear to part from you. I understand that my skills are still lacking, and I fear that I may not only fail to avenge my family, but become a victim myself." The tiger, with tears streaming down his face, expressed his feelings to the immortal. Hearing this, the immortal raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Child, I am pleased that you think this way. First, you possess a filial heart, unwilling to abandon your master. Second, you have grasped the truth that there are always greater forces beyond one's comprehension. Indeed, in life, one must not overestimate oneself nor underestimate the enemy. Since I have urged you to leave the island, I have utmost confidence in your safety, for should any misfortune arise, assistance will be at hand." The striped tiger, somewhat bewildered by these words, wiped his tears and, eager for clarity, asked, "Master, I have only ever known you in my life. Who else would come to my aid?" The immortal smiled with satisfaction, a sense of pride illuminating his expression. "Your 3 elder brothers." The golden-furred tiger, shrouded in clouds, pointed to his own nose with an eager inquiry, "Master, what of me? I have 3 elder brothers, yet I have never laid eyes upon them. Master, would it not be better for you to summon my 3 brothers now, so we may meet?" "Child, you cannot see them now. They departed 30 years ago to establish their own paths," the master replied. "Enough of this, follow me." Before the words had settled, the immortal sage drifted northward, The golden-furred tiger, realizing the sage had vanished, leapt into the air, pursuing him. Master, wait for your disciple. Yet, the master was already far away, leaving no trace behind. Where had he gone? Please stay tuned. Your support is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 3. The Divine Weapon in Hand. Master, wait for your disciple. The golden-furred tiger called out as he soared through the air, chasing the immortal sage. The sage did not turn back. Instead, he accelerated, and the pair traversed the treetops, swift as a meteor and quick as lightning, their garments rustling in the wind. Trees and rocks vanished before them, revealing the surging sea ahead. The master and disciple landed perfectly on the edge of an island, their feet upon a boulder suspended above the abyss, beneath which lay an endless ocean. The vast sea roared, waves crashing violently against the rock, creating a thunderous sound that sent shivers of fear through the heart. What a magnificent sight! Golden-furred tiger, disciple present. Today, I shall bestow upon you a weapon. Thank you. Master, do not thank me yet. This weapon lies beneath the cliff in the sea, and I wonder if you possess the skill to retrieve it. With a straightened back and a puffed chest, the golden-furred tiger confidently replied, Master, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. The sage, pleased with the disciple's demeanor, nodded and calmly stated, Very well, I shall grant you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to retrieve it. Fail, and you shall return empty-handed. The golden-furred tiger clasped his hands together in respect and assured, All right, Master, please keep time. The sage nodded once more. With the sage's consent, the golden-furred tiger eagerly stepped to the cliff's edge, adjusting his clothing tightly to avoid any hindrance, and bowed once again to the sage. The sage nodded again, and the golden-furred tiger approached the precipice. Gazing at the tumultuous waves below, unafraid, he leapt from the cliff. What a remarkable golden-furred tiger! After jumping, he executed a somersault, plunging headfirst like a mighty steel pestle, hurtling towards the sea with incredible speed. Just before reaching the waves, his descent suddenly slowed, and he entered the water without a splash, as if the steel pestle had gently settled beneath the surface. The sage stood atop the cliff, watching the golden-furred tiger's graceful entry into the water, his heart swelling with satisfaction, filled with joy and contentment. The roaring river suddenly erupted into a white column of water, spiraling upwards like a dragon emerging from the depths. As it ascended to over 3 meters high, the form of a magnificent tiger appeared atop the water spout. The tiger, akin to a dragon breaking through the surface, soared towards the cliff's summit and gently landed before the immortal sage. With reverence, he drew forth an object from his belt and presented it to the sage, saying, Master, please have a look. Is this the one? The sage nodded approvingly. Indeed. Do you find it satisfactory? Yes, master, the tiger replied, scrutinizing the object in his hands. As he unwrapped the oilcloth, he could not help but exclaim, Oh, master, this is... The sage's eyes sparkled with pride as he smiled. It is a sword, a serpentine, curved sword. The tiger cradled the curved sword with both hands, captivated by its beauty, and exclaimed in astonishment, A sword, a serpentine curved sword? Upon closer inspection, he noticed the hilt shaped like a serpent's head, with a 7-inch guard, crafted by skilled hands of gold, adorned with cat's eye inlays. Each eye glimmered, responsive and intuitive. The serpent's mouth held a gemstone, sparkling enticingly. The scabbard, made of crocodile skin, flowed like waves in the wind. Seeing the tiger entranced, the sage chuckled, Jin Mao Hu, why not give it a try? The tiger, awakening from his reverie, nodded and grasped the sword. With a press of the blade, a crisp sound echoed. And lo and behold, a resounding clang resonated as the blade glimmered with a crimson light. The sound of dragons and tigers harmonized, casting beams of radiant light. The blade's elegant curve shone brightly, reminiscent of a fiery sunrise or a sunset's golden hue. Jin Mao Hu unsheathed the sword and performed a flourish. The interplay of swordlight and sunlight creating a magnificent spectacle, dazzling with a myriad of hues. He could not help but exclaim, Indeed, it is a splendid sword. Just as he finished speaking, he found himself entwined in a blaze of red light, the sword guiding his movements with increasing swiftness. Initially, the grass lay flat against the rocky cliff, branches rustling in the wind. Soon, the tempest swelled, dust swirling and stones tumbling, as tree trunks swayed in rhythm with the sword, and branches as thick as a bowl snapped under the strain. With exhilaration, the tiger danced for the duration of a tea brewing, suddenly halting in a poised stance, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. The fallen leaves and broken branches on the ground appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, languidly writhing in their sorrowful plight, unable to escape the place that haunted them. The grass clinging to the rocky cliff stirred slightly, and, in a languid manner, addressed a nearby stone, Brother Stone, why did today's tempest arrive so unexpectedly? The stone, groaning from its injuries, managed a wry smile and replied, "Ah, times have changed. Once, we could sense an approaching storm and find refuge. But now such suddenness leaves us utterly defenseless." The branch, thick as a bowl, interjected with discontent, "Isn't that true? Who would even pity us?" The stone, massaging its aching waist, retorted angrily, "Who would pity you? You brought this calamity upon yourselves." The branch, feeling aggrieved, protested, "Why do you lack empathy? How can you blame us?" A few stones chimed in unison, "It is you trees that attract trouble. Who should bear the blame for this?" In a casual conversation, the enigmatic figure known as the golden-furred tiger approached the immortal elder, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he exclaimed, "Master, this truly is an exceptional sword, unlike any other." The immortal elder, understanding the sentiment, inquired with a smile, "What makes it so unique? How does it stand apart?" The golden-furred tiger, scrutinizing the serpentine-curved sword in his grasp, replied with astonishment and enthusiasm, "Master, this sword possesses a spirit. It is a rare treasure that one encounters only once in a millennium." The immortal elder, feigning ignorance, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, is that so? In what manner does it possess such spirit?" Cradling the sword as if it were a precious gem, the golden-furred tiger pondered and said, "Master, I feel a connection with this sword. It seems to understand my thoughts. When I contemplate something, it responds in perfect harmony, akin to a flawless work of art." The immortal elder chuckled softly, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is fortuitous that this weapon suits you so well. Very well, I shall bestow this sword upon you." Upon hearing that the immortal elder was gifting him such a magnificent sword, the golden-furred tiger promptly knelt and bowed deeply, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. Thank you." Chapter 4. The bond between master and disciple. Grateful beyond measure for the sword bestowed upon him by the immortal elder, the golden-furred tiger knelt and bowed fervently. The elder, feeling a pang of compassion, gazed at the young man he had nurtured with care, who was both affectionate and wise, devoid of arrogance. Deeply comforted, he gently assisted the golden-furred tiger to his feet, saying, "Child, do not be so. Rise, I have more to say." Obediently, the golden-furred tiger stood, one hand gripping the sword while the other intertwined with the elder's arm. With eyes full of affection, he leaned against the elder's side. The immortal elder tenderly stroked the young man's sturdy shoulder and spoke earnestly, "Child, my sending you away from the island is not solely for the purpose of avenging your family. You must also assist me with a task." Without hesitation, the golden-furred tiger replied, "Master, please instruct me. I shall exert every effort to fulfill your request." The elder nodded in satisfaction, "Excellent. After you leave the island, seek out an extraordinary sword for me." Realizing the gravity of the matter, the golden-furred tiger inquired urgently, "Master, what sword?" The elder explained, "The sword you must seek is called the Blood Spirit Sword. When you find it, bring it back to me on the island. Can you manage that?" "Indeed. As long as it exists in this world, I will find it. Upon discovery, I will present it to you immediately, and I shall not let you down." "Very well. Your assurance brings me peace. Remember, as you depart from the desolate island, you will encounter a myriad of unusual life experiences. Be observant and discerning, act with righteousness, and approach every matter with both heart and intellect. Do not rush into anything. Haste breeds chaos. Avoid acting impulsively, as such behavior can cloud your judgment. And do not succumb to laziness or negligence, for they will lead to failure." As the golden-furred tiger listened intently, nodding in agreement, he contemplated the profound meaning behind the elder's words. The immortal elder continued, observing the young man's expressions, "Child, I have conveyed all that I needed to say. I have faith in you, and you may now take your leave." The old immortal, having finished speaking, was about to turn away when the golden-furred tiger suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. "Master." The immortal halted his steps, fully aware of the situation, and inquired, "What is it you wish to ask?" "Master, there is one matter that still eludes my understanding." "Speak, then." "My 3 senior brothers." "Oh, so it is this matter. Rise, and I shall enlighten you. You need not concern yourself with the particulars of your brothers. Once you arrive in the Central Plains, should you encounter any difficulties or dilemmas, they will reach out to you of their own accord." The golden-furred tiger stood up, gazing at the immortal with lingering apprehension. "Master, I merely wish to know the names of my 3 senior brothers." Understanding the tiger's temperament, the immortal interrupted. "Listen closely. Your eldest brother is known as, across the boundless eastern sea, a journey of one day encompasses both shores. As swift as the wind and lightning, he leads the way, feet untainted by dust, unhurried in his pace. Your second brother is, in the immortal isle, flowers bloom with fragrant allure through all seasons, with rain and sunlight gracing the verdant branches. He welcomes the affectionate guest with a gentle smile, enchanting the immortal and captivating the maiden. Your third brother is plucking blossoms without a tremor, entering the house without a sound, faster than a cat. He mimics the mouse's call in the midnight hour. Do you remember all this? The golden-furred tiger committed it to memory, joyfully replying, I remember, master. But I am unsure how my 3 senior brothers will recognize me. The immortal, with a sense of pride, chuckled, because you wield the serpentine curved sword. The tiger, with a dawning realization, exclaimed softly, clutching the immortal's arm, tears glistening in his eyes, Master, as I depart from you for the first time, I am unaware of the tribulations of the world. I worry for your well-being, fearing you will have no one to care for you. I am also uncertain when I shall return to the immortal isle. My heart feels heavy. The immortal patted the tiger's shoulder, reassuring him, Child, do not fret. My health is robust. Look at me, as strong as an ox, and I am far from needing assistance. Yet, while he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon the golden-furred tiger. Clearing his throat, he shifted the conversation, expressing concern. Child, I am genuinely worried for you. You have lived with me in this desolate place for many years, isolated from humanity, unaware of how to interact with strangers. You know not the complexities of good and evil, nor the trials and tribulations of the world. Once you leave me, you must learn to survive independently, to adapt to changing circumstances, and to assess situations wisely. Do not allow yourself to be deceived, nor should you bully the weak out of fear of the strong. When confronted by malevolence, you must act decisively. If possible, show mercy. Those who can lay down the sword for their own benefit shall be your allies, while those who hide daggers behind smiles should be avoided, for they bring harm. Always take care of yourself, protect yourself, and know when to advance or retreat. Never act out of pride or gamble on fleeting emotions. Remember this well. Listening to the immortal's heartfelt counsel, the golden-furred tiger was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he vowed, Master's teaching shall be etched in my heart. I shall never forget. I implore you to take care of yourself, so that I may not worry. The immortal, observing the tiger's expression and heartfelt words, felt a warmth in his heart. He gazed westward and declared, Well then, words repeated 1,000 times cannot compare to a single decisive stroke. Our discourse ends here, golden-furred tiger. The tiger, seizing the moment with a spark of inspiration, replied without hesitation, I am here. As the dusk approached, there remained 3 hours before nightfall. Within this time frame, you must reach the opposite shore. First, visit Wenge to observe the happenings there, for it shall inspire you. Do you remember? Yes. Good. You may now embark on your journey. The voice of the immortal elder lingered in the air, yet the figure had vanished without a trace. Chapter 5. Unfamiliar with the world, Jinmahu understood that his master had departed, and after bowing several times in reverence, he murmured blessings under his breath. He glanced at his beloved curved sword, sheathing it at his waist, adjusted his garments, and then leaped into the air. Jinmahu soared above the treetops, light as a swallow and swift as a spirit eagle, and within moments reached the western edge of the celestial island, descending upon the vast and tumultuous sea. Contemplating his imminent departure from the island he had called home for 16 years, and from his ever-present mentor, he pondered the myriad experiences that awaited him in life. A surge of passion welled within him as he gazed fondly at the surroundings, the flora and fauna that had accompanied him throughout his life. Overcome by nostalgia, he bent down to gather a handful of sand and stones, bringing them to his face for a long kiss before holding them close to his heart, murmuring, Farewell, Master. Farewell, Celestial Island. After a moment of reminiscence, he stared out at the endless ocean, where waves crashed and roared, the wind howling fiercely around him. The sea surged violently against the rocky cliffs, producing a thunderous sound. The sun, positioned at a slant, illuminated the crests of the waves, enhancing the beauty of the sea and awakening Jinmahu's thoughts of the distant shore and the vast sea of humanity there, particularly of his nemesis, Gai Tianli. The mere thought of Gai Tianli ignited a fire within him, and he felt a surge of boundless strength coursing through his veins. He tightened his heroic belt and grasped the curved sword at his waist, calming his tumultuous emotions, reciting, 5 spirits gather to the heavens, transforming energy into a gentle breeze. The winds rise silently, as misty rain falls without sound. As Jinmahu reached this point in his incantation, his distractions faded away, and he felt as light as air, almost ready to take flight. He steadied his mind and focused on his destination. Then with a swift motion, he leapt into the air, stepping into the expanse above the ocean, executing his extraordinary skill, flying across the sky. Ah, what a magnificent display of martial prowess. Jinmahu had acquired the true teachings of the immortals, mastering the art of transforming wind and energy to an unparalleled zenith. He soared freely above the ocean, like a great bird extending its powerful wings, deftly balancing himself as he sped towards the setting sun. Excellent. Very well. The immortal elder stood atop the celestial island, observing Jinmahu as he glided into the sky above the sea, stroking his beard in admiration, a satisfied smile gracing his face, filled with both comfort and delight. As Jinmahu flew over the ocean, he gazed down at the seagulls battling the waves, and within him stirred a profound realization. He suddenly understood that those who walk upon the crests of the waves must not entertain frivolous thoughts. He quelled any unworthy notions and focused intently on his path ahead. Striving forward with vigor, he beheld the horizon of the sea, gazing upon the golden expanse of land and the shimmering sands. In a moment of joy and relief, he celebrated his crossing of 1,000 miles of ocean at the time of the golden sun's descent. The vibrant creature, known as the golden-haired tiger, stepped onto the soft, yielding sands, standing upon the fertile earth that nurtures all life. His exhilaration propelled him to leap and cheer upon the beach. He dashed forward, the resounding roar of the waves fading into the distance. As he ran, he occasionally bent down to collect seashells and conch shells, frolicking innocently as he played. Crossing the beach, he spotted a distant, dilapidated village, where the houses were haphazardly connected, varying in size, and the trees were mingled, yet lacked the grace of an ethereal paradise. As he ventured closer, he noticed numerous figures moving about, piquing his curiosity. Abandoning the shells in his hands, he sprinted towards the village. Upon reaching the village's threshold, he abruptly halted, for he discerned the scene before him. The villagers, adorned in reds and greens, appeared markedly different from himself, gesturing and whispering about him. He felt their disparity, which struck him as discordant and unnatural. Nonetheless, he took a step forward into the village. The surroundings were starkly different from the ethereal island he had known, evoking a sense of both curiosity and alienation within him. He frequently glanced around, occasionally meeting the gaze of others, always responding with a smile, believing the villagers to be kind-hearted and devoid of malice. As he walked, observing and pondering, a tantalizing aroma wafted into his nostrils. The allure of this scent overwhelmed him, causing him to forget the stares of the villagers, his own awkwardness, and the murmurs surrounding him. As he followed the fragrance eagerly, his stomach growled incessantly, a chorus of hunger that could no longer be ignored. As drool trickled from the corners of his mouth, the enticing aroma beckoning him forward. He paid little heed to the details and strode purposefully toward the source of the scent. It emanated from a humble eatery, its sign swaying in the breeze, positioned in front of 3 crumbling straw huts. Beneath the swaying sign were a few rickety tables, surrounded by long benches with missing legs and slats. At one of the eastern tables sat 5 robust locals, devouring their meals with fervor, their belongings piled high before them. In front of the straw hut, steam rose from a bamboo steamer, releasing an inviting fragrance, while the fire in the stove crackled and popped, sending forth bursts of sound. The golden-haired tiger hurried towards the source of the aroma, confirming it was emanating from the steamer. Approaching it, he reached out to lift the lid when a voice suddenly called out, "Wait, dear guest." Startled, he withdrew his hand and turned to see an attendant, young, perhaps in his 20s, with striking features and bright eyes. Dressed in a blue and black apron, he deftly waved a towel while moving with the agility of the wind. "Please, young sir, do not take matters into your own hands. Such service is my duty to provide." As Jinmahu heard the shout, he turned his head and saw a waiter rushing towards him. He withdrew his outstretched hand, swallowed the saliva that had nearly escaped his lips, and took a few steps back, offering the waiter an apologetic smile. Upon reaching the bamboo steamer, the waiter casually tossed the towel over his shoulder, raised his eyebrows, and cheerfully said to Jinmahu, "Young master, such rough work is for us servants. Please find a seat and sit down. I shall bring you some fragrant buns right away." Reluctantly, Jinmahu walked to another table by the eastern side. Just as he was about to sit down, he noticed 5 diners observing him intently while they ate. Feeling somewhat awkward and speechless, he lowered his head, directing his gaze toward his own toes. "Young master, your buns have arrived. Please enjoy," the waiter exclaimed as he dashed over, skillfully placing the buns before Jinmahu. Upon hearing this, Jinmahu quickly lifted his gaze to see the waiter presenting 5 buns held aloft on a lotus leaf. The waiter wore a broad smile, his restless eyes continuously appraising Jinmahu. Jinmahu returned the waiter's smile, but refrained from further scrutiny, reaching for a bun and bringing it to his mouth. Delicious, truly delightful. Indeed, anyone who has gone a long time without food would feel such elation. As the saying goes, a drop of water feels like nectar to the thirsty. An extra cup after drunkenness is worse than none. When hungry, even chaff tastes sweet. When not hungry, honey is not sweet. Jinmahu, having traversed the East Sea for several hours without sustenance, was certainly hungry enough to eat anything. As he savored the bun, he pondered how it could be so delectable. He felt that this was among the most fragrant and delightful food he had ever tasted. In the blink of an eye, the 5 buns had vanished. He smacked his lips, instinctively rubbing his belly, and let out a satisfied burp, feeling much more comfortable and invigorated. Licking the remnants from the corners of his mouth, he glanced up to find the waiter staring at him intently. Moreover, he noticed the 5 diners also observing him with varying expressions. Feeling discomfort at their scrutiny, Jimahu thought to himself, what is with these people? Little did he know that curiosity is a universal trait. They were intrigued by the unfamiliar sights, sounds, tastes, and experiences that he represented. Jimahu was perplexed by their reactions, having previously encountered only his master. Now, with a dozen eyes fixed upon him, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Not comprehending the reason behind their gazes, he found it overwhelming. Abruptly, he raised his head, stood up, and made to leave, but was halted in his tracks by the unwavering waiter, who blocked his path with an outstretched arm. The waiter, seemingly with a hint of provocation, inquired, "Young master, are you leaving already? Have you finished eating? Would you like a few more from the steamer?" Jinmahu suddenly felt embarrassed and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, my good fellow. I am already quite full. Why do you prevent me from leaving?" The waiter grinned widely and replied, "You may leave, but first, you must pay 5 coins. Puzzled, Jimahu asked, "What are 5 coins for? What exactly are 5 coins? The waiter smirked and replied in a peculiar manner, "What is money? Money is as bright as silver and as resplendent as gold. In other words, dining at our humble establishment necessitates the exchange of silver and gold." The young man, Jin Mao Hu, curiously inquired, "Can silver and gold be consumed as food?" The irate attendant retorted, "You impudent child, if I do not teach you a lesson, you shall remain unaware that the king of horses possesses 3 eyes. At this, the attendant rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sinewy arms, indicating impending trouble. Chapter 6. Striking out the attendant, taken aback by Jin Mao Hu's question, stammered and pouted, one hand on his hip and the other pointing accusatorily at Jin Mao Hu, declaring with feigned bravado, You little rascal, do you genuinely lack understanding, or are you merely pretending to be ignorant to escape accountability?" Jin Mao Hu shook his head and quietly asked, "Why must I pay silver and gold for a mere meal? What kind of rule is this?" The other patrons, overhearing this exchange, stifled their laughter, while the attendant, incensed, shifted his features in irritation, pointing at Jin Mao Hu and exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? How amusing! I had not realized that despite your youth, you are quite the cunning one. To eat without paying and then question the rules, how audacious! Regardless of what you may think, it is only natural and just to pay for one's meal, just as one pays for passage across a river. This rule, established by the heavens, is immutable. If you possess the audacity, go seek the Jade Emperor for judgment. I doubt you would dare. Therefore, you shall pay for your meal before departing. Do you all concur?" The attendant gestured animatedly as the diners echoed their agreement, and the onlookers eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Sensing the support of the crowd, the attendant straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, and looked down at Jin Mao Hu with a sense of superiority. He thought to himself, despite the child's tender years, his appearance was certainly striking. Though his plain white attire was not ostentatious, it was beyond the means of ordinary families, and the object he bore was no ordinary possession. With this realization, the attendant donned a facade of friendliness, grinning insincerely as he said, "Dear young patron, if you lack silver, fear not. You may leave your precious item here as collateral, and I shall safeguard it until you return with the payment. In the natural order of things, people may go to great lengths for wealth," as demonstrated by the attendant's sudden interest in the jeweled hilt of Jin Mao Hu's sword. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to snatch the weapon from the child. Upon witnessing an attempt to seize his treasured sword, Jin Mao Hu instinctively raised his arm to block the attendant's hand. A sudden crack echoed as the attendant was sent sprawling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, crying out in distress. This unexpected turn of events left the 5 diners nearby in shock. They had only seen the attendant's attempt to seize Jin Mao Hu's sword, unaware of the child's defensive action or how the attendant had been flung away. The onlookers were equally bewildered, rendered speechless by the unfolding chaos. The proprietor of the establishment, upon hearing the commotion, rushed out to find the villagers outside, bewildered. Hearing the shouts from a nearby attendant, he surveyed the scene and noticed the peculiar creature. A striped tiger. He turned to his companions and exclaimed, "Quickly, what are you standing around for? Go see what is the matter with young Li, who is lying there wailing." The 3 attendants, confused and dazed, hurried towards the lamenting young Li. The proprietor's gaze fell upon the 5 patrons dining at the table, and with his hands clasped in a gesture of feigned hostility, he inquired, "Dear friends, what on earth is happening here?" Just as the striped tiger was about to elucidate the situation, a burly man interjected, bowing his head and stating, "Boss Duan, allow me to explain. This gentleman dined at your establishment and, upon finishing his meal, attempted to leave without settling the bill. Young Li approached him for payment, but perhaps he truly had no money or was unaware that meals required payment. Thus, Young Li insisted that the gentleman leave behind his belongings. I was close by, but I cannot fathom how Young Li was flung so far away. Could it be he possesses some skill in martial arts?" The burly man turned to another companion, asking, "Old Fan, did you witness how Young Li was propelled away?" Old Fan, a fellow townsman and regular at the tavern, stepped forward and clasped his fists in apology, saying, "Boss Duan, I regret to say that although I was nearby, I did not clearly see what transpired. To clarify the matter, we should inquire of the one involved." As Old Fan spoke, his gaze fell upon the striped tiger. While listening, the tiger pondered why his mere touch had sent the attendant flying, reflecting, "A true hero should bear the burdens of others without causing them harm." With this thought, he stepped forward to address Boss Duan, ready to explain the situation, but was halted by a gesture from the proprietor. After scrutinizing the tiger, he remarked, "Young one, while it is true that meals should be paid for, it is also inappropriate for an attendant to demand payment from a guest. Given your youth, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, I am curious, might you share your name and place of residence?" Realizing he was at fault, the tiger's eyes welled with tears at the mention of his hometown, sorrow overwhelming him. Observing the tiger's sudden distress, Boss Duan felt a surge of compassion and placed his warm, sturdy hand on the tiger's shoulder, gently asking, "Dear child, what troubles you? Has there been some misfortune at home?" Realizing the inappropriateness of his inquiry, he quickly amended his words, "Forgive me, young one. I should not pry into your origins. Yet, I feel an inexplicable kinship with you. I merely wish to know where you hail from, in hopes that I might assist you in some way. If it is inconvenient, I shall not press further. You are free to leave." Upon hearing these words, the tiger suddenly revealed a shocking secret, leaving Boss Duan pale with fear. Chapter 7. A family reunion. Listening to Boss Duan's words and observing his expression, the young man, Jin Mao Hu, felt a tumult of emotions rising within him, and he choked out, "Uncle, I truly regret what happened earlier. It was not intentional, and I am sincerely sorry. A man of honor does not change his name or his lineage. I am a person of Dong Wenge." As he uttered the name Dong Wenge, an uncontainable fury ignited within him, rendering him speechless. Upon hearing those fateful words, Boss Duan's expression transformed as if a thunderclap had struck from a clear sky. Alarmed, he asked, "Young one, what did you just say? You claim to be connected to Dong Wenge." Jin Mao Hu, taken aback by Boss Duan's alarmed and concerned demeanor, responded in bewilderment, "Yes, uncle. Are you familiar with Dong Wenge?" Boss Duan's surprise deepened, and with a sorrowful sigh, he shook his head, his voice laden with grief as he said, "Indeed, I know of Dong Wenge, but that place was mercilessly slaughtered 15 years ago, and it is said that not a single soul survived. How can you claim to be one of them?" At this juncture, Boss Duan fixed his gaze upon Jin Mao Hu, urgency and skepticism mingling in his inquiry, "Young one, if you assert that you are of Dong Wenge, what exactly is your connection to them?" Jin Mao Hu, observing the unease etched on Boss Duan's face, felt an inexplicable sense of kinship, prompting him to ask without reservation, "Elder, your knowledge of Dong Wenge is profound. Might I inquire if you have some connection to them?" Boss Duan's eyes brightened at the question, and with a weighty tone, he replied, "Indeed, I have ties to Dong Wenge. Can you enlighten me about your relation to them?" His gaze remained unwavering upon Jin Mao Hu, for the eyes are the windows to the soul, and words are opportunities for connection. Jin Mao Hu returned the gaze with equal intensity, unable to discern the emotions swirling within him. With a piercing glance surveying those around him, he declared, "I am the son of Hu Shi, Hu Wei." The onlookers, unfamiliar with the name Hu Shi, paid no heed to his proclamation. However, Boss Duan was different. Upon hearing the name Hu Shi, it struck him like lightning, sending shockwaves through his being. Trembling uncontrollably, tears welled in his eyes as he cried out, "Hu Wei, my child." As Boss Duan staggered forward, reaching out toward Jin Mao Hu, the latter instinctively recoiled, bewildered by the man's fervent reaction. Yet, Boss Duan pressed on, tears streaming down his face as he wept, "Child, I am your uncle. I am your uncle Duan Kemming. I am your uncle." Jin Mao Hu, increasingly perplexed, felt as lost as a monk in a fog, unable to grasp the unfolding reality. However, he dared not deny whether Boss Duan was indeed his uncle. He scrutinized Boss Duan's expression, discerning no hint of insincerity therein. He stood in astonishment as Duan Kemming swiftly approached, clasping the hand of Jinmahu, exclaiming joyfully to the surrounding villagers, "Dear neighbors, this is my nephew, my long-lost nephew. Please welcome him. In due time, I shall treat you all to drinks. Go on, go on." After uttering these words, Duan Kemming turned and called out loudly into the shop, "Madam, madam." At that moment, Duan Kemming's heart ignited like 9 blossoming lotus lamps, and his aging visage seemed to rejuvenate, appearing remarkably younger. The onlookers and diners, delighted by the reunion, conversed amongst themselves and gradually departed. The patrons, undeterred by the commotion, did not forget to settle their bills, leaving the payment on the table while gathering their belongings, bidding farewell to Boss Duan as they stepped into the twilight, sharing laughter. Duan Kemming tugged at the bewildered Jinmahu, shouting "Madam," as they entered the establishment. Inside, the madam was tending to the injured young Li alongside 3 assistants. Startled by Duan Kemming's loud call, she abruptly dropped her tasks and rushed towards the door, breathlessly responding, "Coming, coming." Although she hurried, her delicate footwork was hindered, and in her haste, her body swayed precariously. Upon exiting, she spotted Duan Kemming leading Jinmahu into the courtyard and indignantly exclaimed, "Oh, you old rascal. Have you lost your mind? Your shouting nearly scared me to death." The madam, upon catching sight of Jinmahu, faltered and trembled as she stammered, You. What are you doing with him? Have you captured the one who injured young Li?" What do you mean?" Duan Kemming chuckled heartily, holding Jinmahu's hand and moving closer to the madam, interrupting her incessant chatter with laughter. The madam, taken aback by his mirth, playfully slapped him and asked with annoyance, "You old fool, what is so amusing?" She then pointed a trembling finger at Boss Duan. "Look at the poor lad in such a state, and you're laughing incessantly. I think you must be mad." Despite the madam's scolding, Duan Kemming continued to chuckle. "Ah, my dear madam, this is what we call a fortuitous encounter. Do you know what child struck him?" The madam, puzzled, inquired which one. Duan Kemming stifled his laughter, pushing Jinmahu closer to her, and solemnly declared, "He is none other than the descendant of Dong Wenge, the son of Hu Shi." Upon hearing the news, the lady was taken aback, quickly turning to survey her surroundings. Noticing a servant eavesdropping on their conversation, she waved him away with a hint of fear and stepped closer to Duan Kemming. Gently touching his forehead, she lowered her voice and said, "You old fool, you don't have a fever, so why are you speaking such nonsense? Such treasonous words are not to be taken lightly." Duan Kemming interrupted her, repeating her words with emphasis. The lady gazed at the Jinmahu in shock, her mouth opening several times as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Jinmahu, overhearing the dialogue between the couple, pondered their connection to Dong Wenge and scrutinized the lady. She appeared to be around 46 or 47 years old, with a fair complexion befitting her status, her hair elegantly styled and adorned. She wore a purple floral robe with intricate gold and silver thread embroidery, showcasing longevity motifs, complemented by soft embroidered shoes and trousers that gracefully fell to her heels. As she stood there, transfixed, tears began to flow uncontrollably, cascading down like pearls that had broken free from a string. This was the call of the heart, a manifestation of familial affection. The lady approached Jinmahu, silently assessing the unfortunate child who had lost his mother. She took his other hand, overwhelmed with emotion. As if they were long-lost kin reunited, the connection palpable and profound. This moment encapsulated the essence of their bond, though they were strangers at first glance. The depths of their shared history intertwined them. The branches of their lineage spread far and wide, yet the roots remained forever connected. Thank you for your attention and support. It is deeply appreciated. Chapter 8. The continuation of heartfelt connections. Duan Kemming, witnessing the lady's acceptance of Jinmahu, joyfully urged, "Madam, please take the child to the back to rest." She nodded silently in agreement. Releasing Jinmahu's hand, Duan Kemming called out, "Servant, light the lamps, close the shop, prepare the dishes, and set the wine." In response to his commands, the couple embraced Jinmahu and entered the back room, where Duan Kemming warmly gestured for them to sit while lighting the candles, instantly illuminating the dim space. With the newfound light, Jinmahu surveyed the simple furnishings of the room. A table across the way held drinking vessels, flanked by 2 unvarnished armchairs, while 2 long benches lay scattered on the floor. The walls were adorned with 4 scrolls depicting plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. Their artistry faded and worn from years of exposure to smoke and fire. Each side of the room contained a set of adjoining quarters, their doors draped with curtains, one embroidered with cranes and deer symbolizing spring, the other with magpies perched upon plum blossoms. Observing the modest decor, Jinmahu pondered the nature of their relationship with him. The couple gazed fondly at Jinmahu, who began to feel slightly uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Elders, may I ask what connection you have with Wenge?" Duan Keming, startled as if awakening from a dream, quickly replied, "Please, take a seat and let us converse." Jinmahu politely settled onto the long bench while the elderly couple took their places in the armchairs. Duan Keming gazed at Jinmahu, letting out a few sighs, and with a heavy heart, he lamented, "Child, you are unaware of these past events. Your father and I are cousins. To put it simply, when you were just a month old, I, along with your aunt, took your sister Duan Han Yu to Dongwang to celebrate a joyous occasion. That is how I came to know your name. However, not long after, tragedy struck Dongwang. Alas, fortunately, the tiger family has continued its lineage." As Duan Keming spoke, he trembled and rose unsteadily, making his way closer to Jinmahu. Jinmahu hurriedly stood as well, and the two clasped hands together. Duan Keming implored, "Child, how did you manage to escape? Quickly tell your uncle who your benefactor is. I wish to express my gratitude in person. Please, do not hesitate." Jinmahu sensed the underlying urgency and, unable to contain himself, knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Uncle, Aunt, I am overwhelmed with tears. Quickly assist the child," cried Mrs. Duan. As she rushed towards Jinmahu, the three of them were engulfed in tears. While weeping, Jinmahu recounted how his master had rescued him, nurtured him, and imparted skills, as well as his journey back to Dongwang to honor his ancestors and seek vengeance. The Duan couple, moved by his story, felt a mixture of emotions and prayed for divine intervention. With a heavy heart, Jinmahu wiped his tears and, choked with emotion, said, "Uncle, Aunt, my heart yearns to return. I must head to Dongwang now to pay respects to those who have passed." As he spoke, he inclined to leave, causing the elderly couple to gasp in surprise. "Mrs. Duan interjected, "Child, there is no need to rush into anything. Look, it is already dark outside, and the moon is absent. Moreover, you are unfamiliar with the path. It is at least 1,000 miles to Dongwang. In this darkness, where would you find your way? It would be better to wait until tomorrow morning when your uncle can prepare a carriage to accompany you." "Indeed, indeed. What your aunt says is wise," echoed Duan Keming. But before he could finish, Jinmahu stubbornly shook his head and replied, "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your kindness, but my heart is set on returning, and I cannot bear any delay. I am swift of foot and adept at traveling by night. Please do not try to dissuade me. I must leave tonight." Seeing Jinmahu's resolute determination, Duan Keming felt a deep sorrow, recalling the tragic fate of Dongwang. He stepped forward, grasping Jinmahu's hand, and wept, "Child, although you possess great skill, you are still young. The world is treacherous, and human hearts are inscrutable. Allow your uncle to accompany you." Jinmahu, deeply touched, held Duan Keming's warm hand and said, "Thank you, uncle. You are advanced in years, and traveling with me through the elements would only cause you unrest. Do not worry. I shall return promptly to visit you after I have completed my task. Please take care of yourselves. I must take my leave now." Just as Jinmahu prepared to depart, a voice called from outside, "Boss, the meal is ready. When shall we dine?" Upon hearing this, Duan Keming felt a sense of relief and quickly replied, "Please bring it over at once." With a mixture of joy and concern, he turned to Jinmahu and said, "Child, even the busiest of schedules should allow for a meal. The food is ready. Let us eat before you leave." Jinmahu, recognizing Duan Keming's genuine invitation, had no objections and nodded, "Very well." In the inner hall, though the feast lacked exquisite delicacies and fine wines, the table was nevertheless adorned with an array of dishes. 3 individuals, young and old, gathered around the table, yet none possessed the appetite for indulgence. Jinmahu, having never tasted alcohol and feeling no affinity for spicy fare, nibbled on a few morsels before rising to take his leave, urging them to treat the injured companions with utmost care. Duan Keming, seeing that Jinmahu was determined to depart, hurried to fetch 50 taels of silver from the inner room. Although Jinmahu understood the necessity of paying for his meal, he only accepted a portion, slipping a single piece into his pouch while firmly refusing the remainder. The Duan couple, with one on either side, grasped Jinmahu's hands, escorting him to the village's edge, their eyes glistening with tears as they bid farewell. "Uncle, Aunt, please return home. The child must leave," Jinmahu declared, and before his words had fully settled, he vanished from sight. The elderly couple exchanged glances, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. This moment captured the essence of parting, tears dampening the collars of kin, and the heartache of separation akin to severing flesh and bone. "When shall we meet again without a promise?" Leaning against the door, weeping, we await the dawn. Chapter 9, Rituals for the Departed Spirits. With tears in his eyes, Jinmahu articulated heartfelt sentiments of farewell, unable to bear the sorrow etched on the faces of the Duans. Steeling himself, he propelled off the ground, soaring into the sky. Duankeming and the lamp-holding companion were left in astonishment, witnessing Jinmahu vanish before their eyes. They looked up, but the white figure in the night sky had already faded. Cup-shaped hands cupped around their mouths. They called out to the direction in which Jinmahu had flown. "Take care, child." From the heavens, Jinmahu's voice echoed back. "Uncle, aunt, take care." The couple continued to call out for a while, but as silence enveloped them, they returned to the inn, the details of which need not be elaborated further. Meanwhile, Jinmahu unfolded his extraordinary skills, gliding effortlessly through the air, his eyes gleaming like pearls as he zeroed in on Dongwen Pavilion. He calculated his flight time, and upon spotting his homeland, he gently descended upon the highest ridge of the pavilion. After weeping for a considerable time, he surveyed the desolate scene of Dongwen Pavilion, recalling the tragic state of his parents in their final moments, contemplating the purpose of his departure from the island, and pondering how to locate his nemesis amidst the vast sea of humanity. Overcome with sorrow, tears streamed down his face as he called upon the spirits of his parents. Gracefully landing in the courtyard, he intended to stroll about the yard, yet the wild grass was so overgrown that movement was nearly impossible. Struggling through the weeds for a few steps, he resolved to leap onto the rooftop instead, soaring above Dongwen Pavilion in 3 circles before settling back in the same spot. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he folded his legs and sat cross-legged on the roof, resembling an old monk in meditation. Days passed. 1, 2, 3, 5. Yet he remained there, motionless like a mountain, for a full 7 days and nights, steadfast in his vigil over Dongwen Pavilion. On the 7th morning, as the sun rose slowly above the horizon, Jinmahu suddenly opened his lustrous eyes, surveying the desolation of his home. Gazing at the remnants of bricks and tiles scattered across the yard and the wild grass leaning in disarray, he sprang to his feet, his teeth clenching audibly, hands tightly balled into fists as he muttered with fierce conviction, "Heaven and earth, I shall not share the same fate as you. I shall demand retribution for the blood that has been spilled." After a lengthy contemplation, Jinmahu assessed his belongings and swiftly took flight, leaving Dongwen Pavilion behind. On a summer day in the 56th year of the Qianlong era, the picturesque West Lake is renowned far and wide, universally appreciated by all, from the highest officials to the common folk. During the spring and autumn seasons, the throngs of visitors are simply innumerable, each speaking in diverse dialects, gesturing as they extol the beauty of the lake. The vast world encompasses a myriad of wonders, yet it also harbors places of filth and decay. Much like refuse drawn together by a foul stench, these unsightly elements congregate, fermenting harmful substances that seek opportunities to spread and proliferate. Indeed, at the end of the winding corridor of Pingachioyu, a few dubious tourists huddle closely, their gazes not upon the splendid scenery, but rather, they watch for the arrival of the agents of cleanliness. As they observe, they exchange their nefarious tricks, imparting methods more insidious and inhumane. Their concerns are not unfounded. Not far from their furtive whispers lingers a young lad of 18 or 19. This youth, clad in tattered garments with patches galore, barefoot and unkempt, occupies a less frequented spot, gesturing wildly. One hand digs into the muck between his toes while the other clutches a dog's stick, wrapped in colorful rags. As he laughs heartily to himself, occasionally muttering under his breath, he perpetually ambles and pauses, exhibiting peculiar behavior, always appearing at various angles to the conspirators. It is evident that his ears are uniquely attuned, vibrating irregularly, as if alive. Indeed, one might say that despite his bizarre demeanor, his ears are never idle. He begs for food while reveling in the scenery, yet more significantly, he listens intently to the whispers of those wretched souls. His mind functions as a meticulous analyzer, discerning the voices that reach him, identifying their sources, the subjects at hand, and whether they bear any relevance or conflict with his own existence. Thus, he listens, wandering without a fixed abode, both day and night. It matters not where one resides, be it in grand estates or dilapidated ruins, as long as whispers abound. He deems them worthy of his attention, and they are surreptitiously absorbed. Not only does he listen, but he does so with great care, fearful of misinterpretation that might unjustly implicate another. Consequently, he tirelessly follows, mirroring your movements. Wherever you go, he goes. When you stop, he halts. It can be said that he has gleaned countless clandestine secrets, yet strangely, none have ever noted the presence of this filthy little beggar eavesdropping on their confessions, those sordid secrets best left unspoken. Therefore, it is certain that he is indeed exceptional, his methods distinctly unconventional. His originality is evident in the colorful rags he has wrapped around his dog's stick, a peculiar adornment that is both eye-catching and somewhat unseemly. Why does he not discard those cumbersome strips of cloth? He believes the time has yet to come. He knows all too well that it is not yet appropriate to do so. Why is that? Due to the presence of numerous dogs, they regard humans with disdain, merely assessing whether the worn stick in your hand possesses any lethal capability. If it lacks such power, they will scoff at you and may indeed bite. Indeed, he has contemplated that if he were to never remove those strips of cloth, the contemptuous dogs would never dare to attack him. Is this within his capability? Not entirely. When necessary, he would not hesitate to tear away the cloth strips, for he yearns for the dogs to come at him, believing that striking a dog can be quite exhilarating. Indeed, it is true, striking a dog can be a swift endeavor, as some dogs are exceedingly irksome. Thus, he resolutely decided not only to strike dogs, but to eliminate them. A novel idea took root in his mind. Only by exterminating them could one avoid their vexation. Certainly, those wretched dogs should not be allowed to exist and disturb the peace of the world. In this vast realm, where many dogs are prone to biting, and with the presence of numerous rabid canines, when else could one strike if not now? With unwavering determination, he tore away the strips that had bound him for 3 long years, revealing the lethal instrument for dog extermination. This encapsulates the essence of being unwittingly observed, setting a trap for one to leap into. Chapter 10. The Emergence of the Curved Sword. Goodness. The martial world is in an uproar. A young man clad in white, wielding a serpentine curved sword with unparalleled agility, has claimed the lives of over 100 rabid dogs in just 1 month. Who could be so merciless? The white-clad curved sword hero, Jin Maohu. Why is Jin Maohu so ruthless? Does he not understand that taking a life requires paying a price, and that debts must be repaid? What drives him to kill? Is it revenge or conflict within the martial realm? He acts as an agent of justice, targeting not humans, but the dogs that roam and bite indiscriminately. These are dogs, some of which are wicked, endangering lives. Any dog that bites is not a good dog, and such dogs ought to be eliminated. Alas, it is said that in Chong'an, Fujian, there exists an old dog that no one dares to provoke. Though it may not bare its teeth, it is a creature that endangers lives, utterly despicable. Indeed, the curved sword hero, Jin Maohu, has already uncovered its lair. Its doom is imminent. In Fujian, Chong'an, beyond the city, mountains connect with mountains, an unending chain of hills. One cannot recognize the familiar amidst the vast and hazy landscape. Resembling a dragon that reveals its head but conceals its tail, towering peaks stand in contrast to diminutive summits, each resembling a sword or an axe. The front ridge connects with the back, with undulating hills winding around. The mountains are adorned with tea trees, resembling a green ocean, exuding a fragrance that refreshes the spirit. Look, amidst the dense tea bushes, a white figure flits by, clad in pure white, as immaculate as fresh snow, untouched by dust. A handsome face glows with a rosy hue, akin to the legendary Neza, yet he is but flesh and blood. His black hair cascades down, adorned with a golden hairpin. His eyes gleam like lightning, captivating the soul. As he calms the tempest, a curved sword rests at his waist. This individual is none other than the charming and dashing white-clad curved sword hero, Jin Maohu. In pursuit of gathering evidence against the notorious old dog Wu Yi, Jin Maohu has traversed the vast expanse of the land, arriving at the domain where Wu Yi lurks. The golden-furred tiger traversed the tea bushes when he suddenly heard the sounds of a scuffle, quickly halting his steps to discern the source. He accurately detected the sounds of combat over 100 paces to the east, pondering who could be fighting, especially noting the presence of a woman's voice. Alarmed, he thought, "This is not good." With a swift push from his toes, he shot into the air, arriving at the scene of the fray in a mere heartbeat. Within the fray, 4 burly men surrounded a delicate young woman, attacking her while hurling lewd taunts. Despite her valiant swordplay and fierce determination to break free from their clutches, she found herself outmatched by these 4 ruthless adversaries, notorious for their merciless deeds. Although she harbored thoughts of escape, the odds were decidedly against her. It was evident that these 4 brutish men had no intention of taking her life. Rather, they aimed to ensnare her for a more sinister purpose. They awaited the moment she would exhaust her strength, at which point they would easily seize what they desired. Unbeknownst to the 5 combatants, the golden-furred tiger had arrived. Standing casually a mere yard away, arms crossed, and wearing a contemptuous smirk, the sound of his laughter reverberated through the air like thunder on a clear day, sending chills down their spines. In a state of sheer panic, the 5 combatants leaped from the fray, their collective gaze fixed upon the golden-furred tiger. Observing the 4 men before him, he quickly surmised they were a nefarious gang. Who were these men? It was abundantly clear they were no paragons of virtue. They were among the infamous 4 oddities of Jiangnan. Truly, they were beyond the reach of both heaven and earth, having spent years indulging in their lawless ways. murdering, pillaging, and committing unspeakable acts without remorse. They believed themselves to be formidable due to their unique and deadly skills, capable of defeating 2 men, or even 3, in combat. Thus, they operated as a tight-knit unit, their camaraderie forged in their shared depravity. Indeed, when these 4 joined forces, they became a force to be reckoned with. Otherwise, they would not have survived for 3 or 4 decades. It was undeniable that their combined prowess was beyond the capability of ordinary fighters to contend with, each being a master in their own right. Alas, misfortune had befallen them. Perhaps they had not dreamt well the night before. For today they encountered an adversary they were ill-fated to meet. Were they not fearful? Not in the least. They had crossed paths with their nemesis, the valiant and righteous swordsman of the curved blade, who was resolute in eradicating evil. Thus, the 4 oddities of Jiangnan faced their reckoning. Let it not be said that one should feel pity for them. For those who retreat in the face of adversity often display the greatest wisdom. Yet, how challenging it is. Their vanity compelled them all to aspire to heroism, refusing to be seen as fools. They forgot the age-old wisdom that great generals are not immune to death on the battlefield, and that fragile vessels are doomed to shatter at the edge of the well. They foolishly chose to walk into danger, fully aware of the lurking tigers. Indeed, these 4 were heroes, though their heroism was readily apparent for all to see. Remember, those of the Jianghu must remain vigilant, with eyes wide and ears attuned to the world around them. However, they, upon approaching, remained utterly oblivious. Akin to being stabbed without foreknowledge, only realizing the severity of their situation once the blade had been withdrawn. They were all individuals of the martial world, well aware that they had transgressed a significant taboo. 5 men, with 9 eyes wide with terror, fixated on the composed figure of the golden-furred tiger. The golden-furred tiger, with a disdainful gaze, surveyed the 4 fierce men before him. Upon receiving the icy glare from the golden-furred tiger, the 4 warriors could not help but tremble, a chill creeping down their spines. Yet, one among the formidable quartet, a stout fellow oblivious to his peril, stepped forward. His physique resembled a garlic mortar. With a head like a bulb, a belly round as a drum, and limbs short and stout like a catfish. His bulging eyes glared menacingly, ready to provoke trouble. He shook his garlic mortar-like head, one hand clutching a thunderous chain forged of black gold, while the other wielded a silver hammer, 3 times the size of his own head. With his remaining bulging eye fixed upon the golden-furred tiger, he lumbered forward, his duck-like feet slapping against the ground. Bellowing with a voice akin to a male duck, exposing a mouthful of large yellow teeth, more brazen than a hairless mutt, he shouted at the golden-furred tiger, "Hey, where do you hail from, you reckless wild bird, obstructing my view? If you have any sense, get lost. Go find a PL." As the one-eyed insect wielded his renowned weapon, he initially believed his strike would find its mark. However, a fleeting shadow revealed his grave misjudgment. The legends of the martial world echoed in his mind, of the white-robed figure with a sword as swift as lightning. Regret washed over him as he realized his once celebrated blow had been deftly evaded. In his desperation to escape, he was unprepared for the astonishing speed of his adversary, which surpassed even the limits of his own vision. A sudden chill enveloped his heart as he felt an unexpected sensation of pain and comfort simultaneously. Glancing down, he beheld the crimson-glowing curved blade withdrawing from his body. Confounded, he pondered why he remained oblivious to the sword's entry and exit. His bulging eye widened in horror as blood gushed forth like a surging spring. The remaining eye strained wider still. He had intended to bellow and assert his prowess, perhaps even to play the fool, but it was too late. No opportunity remained. Before he could utter a sound, his life extinguished in an instant. How remarkable! Even in death, he stood unwavering. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 figures, paralyzed with shock, managed to exclaim, "He wields the curved sword." The striped tiger, with his blood-streaked serpentine blade, pointed its tip menacingly at them, exuding an aura of authority without a trace of anger, and inquired, "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is how you wish to meet your demise. Or shall you choose to turn from your wicked ways and start anew?" Among the 4 oddities of Jiangnan, only 3 remained. These peculiar beings cast wary glances at the white-clad striped tiger, then at his glistening blade, confirming the tales that circulated in the martial world, causing them to tremble in fear. Just as their dread peaked, one of the oddities, brandishing 2 bone-picking knives, summoned his courage to call out, "Hey, you! You are the fabled curved sword, aren't you? Humph. Others may fear you, but we do not. I see you are merely a figure of empty renown. We 4 brothers are unafraid of you, relying on the guise of a tiger." Despite his bravado, a chill crept down his spine, and he involuntarily retreated, hoping to evade this calamity. The striped tiger, observing his pitiful demeanor, erupted into laughter and mockingly replied, "Four of you? Pray tell, which four? Is the one who met his end with regrets counted among you? Humph, it appears you are one short. Alas, I suggest you gather on the road to the underworld." The one wielding the short dagger, stung by the tiger's taunts, found himself at a loss for words, yet stubbornly retorted, "Though you may have fortuitously slain one of our own, that was merely a consequence of his fleeting fate. Are you aware of our names?" The striped tiger scoffed. "Your names? Huh. You lot consider yourselves worthy of recognition? Truly shameless. Your daily reign of terror, your relentless acts of murder and arson, and your insidious plots reflect your utter depravity." The trio of oddities, chastised by the tiger's scorn, appeared utterly dejected, yet the delicate lady among them radiated an unusual excitement. Leaning on her sword with one hand and resting the other on her waist, perspiration glistening upon her brow, she gazed at the striped tiger with an air of arrogance. A poem reflects, "The cool breeze dances gently, turning with ease. Though we part this year, we shall meet again next. Meeting is preferable to parting, without absence." How could we savor this moment? A man, wielding a paper fan and donning a snow-capped blue shirt, stepped forward from the trio, reciting the verses of the soup song with a playful grin. With a mock bow to the golden-haired tiger, he said, "My friend, when the mountains do not turn, the waters shall flow. When the monk does not approach, the hat shall draw near. We are both practitioners of the martial arts. Yesterday, we bore no grudge, and today, no enmity exists. I did not cast your child into the well, nor did you seize my wife. Let us coexist in peace. Liang Bujing, shut your foul mouth." The golden-haired tiger pointed his sword menacingly at Liang Bujing, who trembled in fear, instinctively retreating and hiding his head. With a face aflame with fury, the golden-haired tiger remarked, "Liang Bujing, you present a facade of respectability, resembling a learned gentleman, yet your heart is filled with the wickedness of male thieves and female harlots. Each day, you flaunt your tattered fan, deceiving and harming the innocent without a trace, truly deserving of your fate. Listen well, fragrant fan, today at noon, the king of hell has summoned you. The so-called four eccentrics of Jiang and must be eradicated. The hammer has struck. Tang Sanlai has registered your names, awaiting you on the road to the underworld." The golden-haired tiger, with the tip of his glimmering sword, pointed at Zhou Bulin, saying, "Your dagger will pierce your own belly. So take your bone knife to the netherworld and serve the king." Upon gazing at the enchanting maiden, who resembled a celestial being, her heart became tumultuous as she witnessed the three assailants wielding their knives and fans, intent on threatening the life of Jin Maohu. Torn between indignation and concern for her savior's peril, her delicate brows furrowed with fury, and she swiftly drew her sword, prepared for any eventuality. Meanwhile, the three ruffians, like wild beasts, leaped forth with raucous cries, seeking to exploit any opportunity to strike Jin Maohu, each unleashing their renowned skills in a desperate assault against one who remained unperturbed. Jin Maohu, perceiving their futile attempts, could not suppress a scornful sneer. Anger ignited within him as he reflected on their actions, leading him to resolve that to kill was not enough. One must eradicate the threat entirely to prevent future calamities. With a murderous intent, he awaited their approach, and when they drew within 5 paces, he deftly evaded and unleashed his extraordinary skills, moving like a dragon beneath the waves. Drawing his sword with precision, he executed the technique Spirit Serpent enters the hole, driving the blade into the chest of Zhou Bulin. With a swift flick of his wrist, he performed the black dragon wags its tail, rendering Zhou's chest a gaping wound, from which his heart and lungs tumbled to the ground, his lifeless body crashing down silently. 2 daggers flying several paces away. Having dispatched Zhou Bulin, Jin Maohu too, the golden-furred tiger gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the 4 monsters, devoid of any pride in victory, and let out a melancholic sigh before turning to leave. "Brother, Tiger Wei." The sudden call startled the golden-furred tiger, and he wondered, "Are they calling me? Who is it that calls me Tiger Wei?" He swiftly turned around to locate the source of the voice and beheld a delicate figure who had previously fought alongside him against the 4 monsters. In that moment, he thought, "Is she calling me? How could she possibly know my name is Tiger Wei?" The woman, gazing intently at the golden-furred tiger, called out once more with unwavering certainty. She held her long sword sheathed in her left hand, while her right hand lifted her crimson cloak, wiping away the mingled tears and sweat from her exquisite face. Her expression was one of surprise as she elegantly approached him, her movements graceful and unhurried. As she called him brother again, her unwavering gaze fixed upon him, he felt a tumult of emotions within him, like a bucket being drawn from a well. He was utterly perplexed. He rifled through the depths of his memories, but could not recall this woman's presence. Who was she? The golden-furred tiger felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. observing the gentle figure drawing nearer, adorned with cascading hair, a butterfly bow, and delicate floral accents that shimmered like jewels. Her beauty was captivating, her eyes reflecting wisdom and spirit, her brows gracefully arched, and her lips like cherries, untouched by rouge. Clad in a red cloak, a pink skirt, and crimson shoes, she radiated warmth and vibrancy, reminiscent of autumn leaves gathered in a fiery display. The sincerity of her gaze was disarming, evoking a sense of comfort and connection, dispelling loneliness. It is a universal truth that the desire for beauty resides in every heart. A beautiful woman is akin to a flawless work of art, while a handsome man resembles an impeccable antique. These treasures are universally adored, and there is no reason to deny such affection. The golden-furred tiger, captivated by the radiant figure drawing closer, could not help but admire her exquisite beauty. A deep bond of kinship, friendship, and admiration blossomed within him, compelling his gaze to remain fixed upon her enchanting form. She approached him slowly, halting just 3 feet away. Her face illuminated with a warm smile as she regarded him with uncontainable passion spilling from her expressive eyes. As she circled him in a trance-like admiration, he felt a rush of heat coursing through him, akin to being pricked by thorns. Though uncomfortable, it could not mask his true feelings. Flushed and astonished, he finally asked, "My lady, were you calling me?" The woman, her eyes sparkling like jewels, parted her cherry-red lips and nodded with gentle affirmation. "Yes." He inquired, "Pray tell, who are you? And how do you know my name?" To which she replied, "Because, dear brother, I am your sister." "You are my sister?" The young woman spoke earnestly and with conviction. "Indeed, I am your sister. Although you may not recognize me, I have identified you. You are the brother I have long sought." "Hu Wei?" Jin Mao Hu, still perplexed, questioned, "You truly cannot be mistaken?" The young woman, with a playful smile, replied, "No, I am quite certain. Tell me, do you go by the name Hu Wei?" "Yes," he responded. "Do you reside at Dongwen Pavilion?" "Indeed." The beauty, having received further confirmation from Jin Mao Hu's answers, asked with a radiant smile, "Did you learn your skills on Donghai Fairy Island?" Jin Mao Hu, taken aback by how well she knew him, could only respond sincerely, "That is absolutely correct." In a daze, Jin Mao Hu assented to all her inquiries. As the young woman recounted his background with great familiarity, he felt a flicker of understanding and thus inquired, "Since you are so well acquainted with my origins, might you reveal your identity?" The young woman, smiling sweetly, replied, "Brother, you need not refer to me as Mississippi. My surname is Duan, and my given name is Hongyu. I reside on the western shore of Donghai. The Huiqing snack shop is my family establishment. Surely, you have not forgotten?" Jin Mao Hu, slapping his forehead in realization, exclaimed, "Ah, I should have known you are the daughter of Uncle Duan." Duan Hongyu clapped her hands in delight, saying, "Indeed, it is I." The siblings recognized each other, their joyous laughter echoing. After some time spent in mirth, Jin Mao Hu's handsome face turned crimson, and he stammered, "Back then, I. Hongyu continued to giggle, teasing, "What about back then? Did you not leave without paying for your meal and injure a servant?" Jin Mao Hu, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, thought to himself that was not quite his intention and hastily interjected, "True, my uncle had mentioned you. I was so eager to return to Dongwen Pavilion that I failed to inquire about my sister's whereabouts. This was my oversight, and I sincerely apologize, dear sister, for my negligence." Duan Hongyu, being a person of genuine nature, upon unexpectedly encountering the brother she had longed for, was too overwhelmed with joy to dwell on trivial matters. She graciously remarked, "Brother, there is no need to revisit the past. It matters not whether you inquired about me or not. What truly counts is that I have found you today. That is of utmost significance. Everything else pales in comparison. We have a long journey ahead of us." "Oh," Jin Mao Hu exclaimed, suddenly anxious, "Sister, why did I not see you when I visited your home?" Hongyu looked up at the sky and then glanced at the lifeless bodies of the 4 oddities of Jiangnan sprawled about. With a smile, she said, "Brother, it is a long story. Let us leave this troublesome place and find a more suitable environment." Thus, the narrative unfolds. Having traversed countless mountains and rivers, and having run tirelessly, they found themselves in a most fortuitous situation. Chapter 13. The delightful and apart from the 4 oddities of Jiangnan. Jin Mao Hu became acquainted with his cousin Duan Hongyu. She was instantly overjoyed and eager to depart the scene of the crime. Jin Mao Hu buried the bodies of the 4 oddities, adjusted his attire, and with a knowing smile, said, "Sister, let us be on our way." Upon the mention of leaving, Hongyu appeared somewhat lost. She gazed at Jin Mao Hu and, with a hint of melancholy, asked, "Brother, in this vast world, where shall we go now?" With a calm smile, Jin Mao Hu remarked, "Sister, why such melancholy? The world belongs to everyone, not just one. Why should we worry unnecessarily? Let us return to Chong'an City and devise our plans there. At that moment, Duan Hongyu felt devoid of any ideas. Listening to Jinmahu's confident and grandiose words, she responded sincerely, "No objections, I shall follow your lead." Hearing this, Jinmahu felt a twinge of discomfort and, scratching his head, chuckled, "It's still up to you, sister." Duan Hongyu, radiantly smiling at her brother, chose not to respond further and strode purposefully towards Chong'an City. The southern summer is typically humid and rainy. A single cloud drifting across the clear sky can unleash a sudden downpour, unpredictable in duration and intensity. As Jinmahu and his sister traversed the tea bushes, they were engaged in light-hearted banter when large raindrops began to plummet. Both instinctively looked skyward, noticing a mass of dark clouds looming above, partially obscuring the midday sun. The stubborn rays of sunlight struggled to pierce through the clouds, intensifying in brilliance. "Brother, we must hurry. This rain is bound to intensify," Duan Hongyu warned. No sooner had she spoken than the rain indeed began to fall with greater ferocity, the stuffy air rapidly losing its oppressive heat. The siblings executed their land-sky flying technique and swiftly arrived at the entrance of Chong'an City, seamlessly merging with the throng of incoming townspeople. Inside the city, the bustling streets were teeming with life. Some wielded umbrellas, others sported bald heads, and some even balanced basins atop their heads, an array of eccentricities. Bereft of any protection, Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu were left to brave the downpour, becoming thoroughly drenched. As Duan Hongyu hurried to catch up with her brother, she inquired, "Do you reside in the city, brother?" "Indeed, sister, I usually stay at the Wenge Inn," Jinmahu replied. As he spoke, he turned to see Duan Hongyu's face glistening with raindrops, adorned with a charming smile. A wave of unfamiliar joy surged within him. Though he could not pinpoint its origin, his usually calm demeanor rippled with excitement, and his tone softened. "Sister, allow me to pave the way for you. Stay close behind." With renewed speed, Jinmahu called out, "We've arrived, we've arrived." Leading the way, he and Duan Hongyu navigated through turns until they finally spotted the Yuelian sign, fluttering in the wind as if beckoning the drenched patrons seeking refuge from the rain. The rain continued to pelt the ground, transforming it into miniature rivers. Colorful umbrellas added vibrancy to the bustling street, where throngs of people sought shelter in the shop fronts, engaging in laughter and merriment during their brief respite. In contrast, Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu pressed on through the rain, perhaps driven by their reluctance to rely on others for shelter. young master, you have returned," greeted a staff member from the Wenge Inn, holding a yellow oilcloth umbrella, as he stood at the entrance with a welcoming smile. He bowed respectfully to the hastening siblings, quickly advancing to shield them with the umbrella from the rain. Jinmahu chuckled at the staff members standing in the rain and replied, "Aren't you afraid of getting wet?" The attendant wiped the rain from his face and cheerfully remarked, "Sir, you are akin to a deity. Your presence is a privilege for our establishment. Please, do come in." The nimble-furred tiger, in turn, patted the attendant's shoulder with a gesture of camaraderie before addressing Hongyu. "Sister, do you find this place suitable?" Duan Hongyu surveyed the surroundings, noting that the Wenge Inn, constructed with its northern aspect facing south, was situated in a bustling area. Though not expansive, the building was adorned with intricate carvings and painted beams, its architectural style unique with its upturned eaves and bracket sets. She nodded in approval. "This is quite splendid." The attendant, eager to please, quickly chimed in, Indeed. The heroine speaks true. This place is excellent. Please, step inside, sir." The nimble-furred tiger responded with delight. "As long as my sister approves, that is sufficient. Let us proceed." The attendant, eyeing Duan Hongyu, remarked, "Heroine, we offer a comprehensive service here, dining and lodging combined, with superior conditions and an elegant environment, ensuring you feel at home." Upon hearing the mention of feeling at home, Duan Hongyu was momentarily reminded of her solitary wanderings and felt a pang of longing for home. Yet, catching sight of the nimble-furred tiger beside her, she swiftly quelled that yearning and instead leaned closer to him as they entered the inn. The attendant held an umbrella for them, carefully trailing behind and chattering away. Upon reaching the inn's grand hall, he set the umbrella aside at the entrance and turned to face the nimble-furred tiger, bowing slightly, "Sir, please." As they followed the attendant upstairs, Duan Hongyu cast a glance around the hall. Perhaps due to the rain or the bustling business, it was filled to capacity. With no vacant chairs to be found, the attendant guided them to the third floor, halting before the door on the east side. He pushed the door open, revealing a tidy interior. A large round table adorned with a snow-white embroidered tablecloth occupied the center, with lantern tassels gracefully drooping around its edges. On the table lay a set of exquisite Yixing purple clay tea utensils, with 4 redwood chairs uniformly arranged around it. On the western wall, a vivid painting of a spring outing hung, depicting a striking beauty with an alluring expression, almost as if she were about to step forth from the canvas. Against the eastern wall stood a single rattan bed, draped with moon-white lace sheets. A quilt of exquisite brocade was neatly folded at the corners, with a well-ordered pair of pillows embroidered with mandarin ducks frolicking in water placed atop the quilt. The pristine white walls were complemented by a soft green skirt, and the reddish-brown floorboards appeared immaculate, exuding brightness and comfort, utterly devoid of any disarray. With a smile, the attendant said, "Sir, this is your usual room. Should it be insufficient, there is another available nearby for your consideration. No need to look further, we shall take these 2 rooms. You may leave for now. I will summon you later," the nimble-furred tiger replied. "Certainly, sir. Please, take your rest. I shall take my leave," the attendant responded with a bow before exiting. "Sister, please enter," the nimble-furred tiger said, opening the door to the second room and gesturing for her to proceed. Duong Hongyu's cheeks flushed as she gracefully approached the entrance of the inner room, saying with a smile, "Brother, you should enter. I will stay in the room you occupy." With that, she flashed a radiant smile at the nimble-furred tiger and stepped inside, gently closing the door behind her. As the illustrious Jinmahu observed Hongyu enter the room, he greeted her with a knowing smile before stepping inside himself. He unfastened his curved sword, placing it upon the table, loosened his hero's belt, and draped his outer garment over the back of a chair. Turning to the basin stand behind the door, he retrieved a towel, wiping away the raindrops from his face before setting it down. He casually pulled a chair closer, settling into it, feeling the warmth of the teapot. Pouring himself a cup of water, he lifted it to his nose for a fragrant whiff, savoring a sip while pondering. Meanwhile, Hongyu entered the room, closing the door securely behind her. She surveyed the space once inhabited by Jinmahu, feeling an odd mix of familiarity and strangeness that made her chuckle softly. She removed her vibrant red cloak, twisting it in her hands to rid it of excess water, and tossed her sword onto the bed. As she approached the prism hanging on the wall, she opened a drawer while glancing at her reflection. She couldn't help but stifle a giggle as she admired her delicate beauty, noting how the rain-soaked fabric clung to her proud figure. Lowering her gaze to her pronounced curves and slender waist, she instinctively raised her soft hand to touch the uneven contours, her heart racing uncontrollably, and her handsome face suddenly ablaze with heat. Bashfully, she tugged at her damp clothing, anxiously pacing the room, hoping for her attire to dry quickly. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight pierced through the window, prompting her to rush to it. She watched as the sun dispelled the clouds, which in turn carried away the drizzling rain, leaving the sky clear and bright. Observing the pedestrians who had sought refuge from the rain now dispersing, she noticed the street bustling with life once more. She dragged the chair, which had held her cloak, into the sunlit area. Peering through the window into Jinmahu's quarters, she exhaled deeply before sighing. Recalling the arduous journey she had endured, traversing the vast lands, and narrowly escaping death on several occasions, which brought tears to her eyes. Yet, a sudden joy enveloped her as thoughts of Jinmahu emerged, along with dreams of a blissful future that washed away her troubles and sorrows, allowing her to assume a charming demeanor, blissfully lost in the beautiful prospects ahead. Hongyu contemplated her aspirations, the dreams she had woven countless times. Her lovely face once again flushed with warmth. She abruptly scolded herself. "Oh, Hongyu, why are you so foolish? Don't you realize that the one who shaves heads is always hot-headed? Silly, utterly silly." As she rebuked herself, a sense of gratitude surfaced, causing her to erupt into a fit of giggles. However, recalling something, she quickly covered her laughter with her hand, hesitant to let it escape through the window for fear of embarrassment. Recognizing this, her youthful modesty illuminated her countenance, exemplifying the grace of a refined lady. The dampness of her attire, invigorated by her own warmth, began to dry, smoothing out the uneven protrusions, and her mood settled considerably. She deftly gathered her flowing hair, showcasing her elegance before the mirror. With a satisfied smile, she lightly stepped to the door, cautiously unlatched it. As the door swung open, sunlight silently bathed her fiery red attire, while the wind playfully lifted her fitted garments, scattering her alluring tresses. She was reluctant to reveal her delicate beauty, even less so to present herself in disarray to the one she longed to meet. Instinctively, she adjusted the hair at her forehead, gently closed the door behind her, and hastened to the threshold of Jinmahu's room. This was epitomized in the phrase, "Beauty cannot be concealed. The gentle breeze brings warmth to the cheeks." All for the one she cherished, while the flow of time remains indifferent. Thank you for your kind attention, support, and reviews. It is deeply appreciated. Chapter 14. a deep sibling bond. The door to Jinmeihu's room was slightly ajar, and the interior was devoid of life. Outside, Duan Hongyu paused in surprise and called out urgently, "Brother, are you there?" The door opened silently, revealing Jinmeihu before her. She felt a tinge of embarrassment, her heart racing at her own impulsiveness, her sparkling eyes brimming with a hint of shyness as she hesitated to speak to Jinmeihu. Jinmeihu, noticing the bashful expression on Duan Hongyu's face, felt his own cheeks flush involuntarily. He spoke awkwardly, "Sister, what is the matter? Is something wrong?" Duan Hongyu, caught off guard by Jinmeihu's question, stammered, What do you mean? Can I just drop by if nothing is wrong?" Jinmeihu, feeling that he had inadvertently caused a misunderstanding, hurriedly replied, "Sister, you've misunderstood. I meant to say that His words became tangled," and he regretted speaking before he could articulate his thoughts. Duan Hongyu, perplexed by his response, wondered if her attire was inappropriate or too revealing. She dared not ponder further, gazing at Jinmeihu with tender eyes and shyly inquiring, "Brother, are you blocking the doorway to prevent me from entering? Is this how one welcomes a guest?" Feeling even more embarrassed, Jinmeihu quickly stepped aside with a smile, saying, "I apologize, sister. Please, do guide me in the future." Duan Hongyu smiled radiantly, her youthful shyness evident as she lowered her head slightly, her pearly teeth biting her crimson lip as she shyly entered Jinmeihu's room. She casually pulled out a chair, sat down, and glanced at the flustered Jinmeihu, playfully remarking, "Brother, you're being too polite. We're siblings. There's no need for such formality. Please, take a seat as well." The two siblings exchanged smiles and settled down. Just as Jinmeihu was about to pour a cup of tea for Hongyu, she stood up to take the teapot from him, filling a cup for both herself and Jinmeihu. After placing the tea set down and preparing to sit, she heard Jinmeihu call out, "Sister." Hongyu immediately straightened, asking, "What is it?" Jinmeihu cheerfully replied upon hearing the question posed by the golden-furred tiger regarding a matter that deeply saddened her. Duan Hongyu let out a long sigh and replied slowly, "Alas. The tale of a child without a mother is a lengthy one, and it all traces back to you." After uttering this statement, Duan Hongyu felt somewhat uneasy, halting her words and gazing affectionately at the golden-furred tiger. Sensing an underlying meaning, the golden-furred tiger, filled with unease, inquired, "Sister, what is this all about? How does it concern me?" Duan Hongyu offered a faint, bittersweet smile and replied, "Indeed, it does concern you." The golden-furred tiger, observing the seriousness in Duan Hongyu's expression, gasped and urged, "Sister, please tell me what it is." Duan Hongyu, adjusting her hair with a hint of reproach, remarked, "It is all because of you disappearing without a word. Do you have any idea how anxious your uncle and aunt have been?" Upon hearing this, the golden-furred tiger felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning, and with a heavy heart, he lamented, "Oh dear, it is my fault, a consequence of my thoughtlessness. I became so consumed with my own affairs that I completely neglected my dear uncle and aunt. I sincerely apologize. Sister, I have wronged them." Seeing the remorseful expression on the golden-furred tiger's face, Duan Hongyu's previous grievances vanished, and she smiled brightly, interrupting his words with a playful glint in her eyes. "Oh my, brother, your tongue is as sweet as honey. Whatever you say now is merely an afterthought. Well, it is all in the past. Today, I have found you, and your uncle and aunt will soon be at ease." The golden-furred tiger nodded anxiously, puzzled, and asked, "Sister, how did you know I was here?" Duan Hongyu offered a wry smile, and, with a tone of reproach, replied, "How could I possibly know you were here? I felt like a headless fly, wandering aimlessly. It was merely a stroke of luck that led me to you." As the golden-furred tiger listened to Duan Hongyu's account, he reflected on his own restless travels, living without a fixed abode, and he sighed, asking, "Sister, it has been years since I last saw uncle and aunt. How are they now?" Duan Hongyu lowered her head in guilt, nervously wringing the edges of her garment, and murmured, "It has been over 2 years since I last saw them." Upon hearing this, the golden-furred tiger immediately pressed, "Sister, what exactly is going on?" Duan Hongyu, noticing his anxious tone, raised her elegant face to his and explained, "Since your departure from the little shop, although your uncle and aunt are aware of your remarkable skills, they have been exceedingly worried about you. They sent people to inquire about your whereabouts, but all reports returned without news. The two of them began to blame each other, and it was just at that moment I returned home. I took it upon myself to search for you. I first went to Wenge to look for you, inquiring in the vicinity about your location. Those I questioned claimed to have never seen you. Yet some said they heard the familiar sounds of a child calling out for a father and mother, emanating from the direction of Wenge. However, no one dared to investigate further, and the matter fell into obscurity. Afterward, I searched high and low, but alas, there was still no sign of you. You are like a stone sinking into the sea, a bird lost in the wilderness." At this point, Duan Hongyu appeared weary, her smile fading. After a moment, a look of surprise crossed her face as she glanced at the silent Jinmahu and said, 3 months ago. The martial world was abuzz with rumors of a white-clad swordsman wielding a curved blade, championing justice. Upon hearing about it, I was ecstatic, and I immediately surmised it must be your doing, Jinmahu. From that moment on, I disregarded everything, rushing to any location where I heard of a significant crime or incident. Alas, I was always a step behind. By the time I arrived at the scene, everything had returned to normal, leaving only wondrous tales in its wake. Each time I set out with high hopes, I returned disappointed. Duan Hongyu gazed at the taciturn Jinmahu, unable to continue her sorrowful words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The resolute Jinmahu, witnessing Duan Hongyu's tear-streaked face, felt a pang of unease in his heart. He tenderly looked at Hongyu and said, Sister, please do not be distressed. It is I who have failed, disappointing uncle and aunt, causing you all to worry for my well-being. I owe you an apology. With this, Jinmahu stood and bowed deeply to Duan Hongyu. Startled by his gesture, she rose to allow him to take his leave, a smile breaking through her tears as she said, Brother, please do not be so formal. Those past events are behind us, and we have many days ahead. Look, we are safe and sound now, and that is the greatest comfort to uncle and aunt. Please, sit down. I shall send a message home to inform my parents of our safety. They will be overjoyed. Jinmahu felt a sense of relief upon hearing Hongyu's words and clasped his hands with a smile, saying, What you say is true. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. And I must also apologize to you. Duan Hongyu laughed and asked, Why do you need to apologize to me? Jinmahu replied earnestly, Uncle and aunt have always cared for me, but you, dear sister, have endured hardships for over 3 years, braving the wind and rain, your clothes soaked through, your feet calloused from running. You have worried Fengrong and waited anxiously for my return. Duan Hongyu's laughter interrupted Jinmahu's words, leaving him momentarily stunned. There is a saying, in the joy of a first meeting, leave some words unspoken. For our next reunion, let us not provoke envy in others. Thank you for your kind attention, collections, and reviews. I am immensely grateful. Chapter 15. Enduring hardships. Duan Hongyu did not wait for Jinmahu to finish and burst into laughter. Her heart lightened, her lips pouting in playful jest. Brother, are you praising me or scolding me? Jinmahu, feeling a bit shy, chuckled and replied, I am indeed praising you. Sister, I meant no disrespect. By the way, may I inquire about your master? Upon hearing the question, Duan Hongyu quickly arose to bow, saying, How could I forget to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance? My apologies for the oversight. No, sister, if you hadn't been searching for me, you wouldn't have encountered any villains. We are family, so there is no need for such formalities. Did you not say that the past is the past? Why dwell on it? Let us discuss why your family resides in such a remote area. And who is your esteemed master? Duan Hongyu's smile faded as Jinmahu broached a painful topic, and she sighed, alas. How should I put it? When my family relocated here, I was still too young to recall the event, and that was over 20 years ago. Let us not dwell on those sorrowful memories. Jinmahu, filled with eagerness, implored, Sister, please tell me more about our past. Upon seeing his relentless inquiries, Duan Hongyu felt tears of bitterness welling up in her eyes, and with a choked voice, she recounted. I heard from your uncle that our family originally resided at the southern foothills of the Taihang Mountains in Shaanxi, a mere 50 miles from your home at Dongwenge. Unfortunately, our family suffered a tragic calamity, with friends and relatives falling victim to persecution. Your uncle, along with your aunt and me, who was barely a year old at the time, fought their way through bloodshed, fleeing day and night until we reached the sparsely populated shores of the East China Sea. With no further escape routes available, we had no choice but to live in hiding, operating a small shop to survive until now, in the midst of misfortune. This is the fortunate outcome of our past. After hearing Duan Hongyu's poignant narrative, Jinmahu's teeth clenched tightly, his fury boiling over as he exclaimed, Gai Tianli, you deserve every bit of your fate. Observing the intensity of Jinmahu's expression and the terrifying words he uttered, Duan Hongyu quickly interjected, Brother, doesn't the weather seem peculiar? It was just pouring rain, and now the sun is blazing down. Isn't that so? Upon hearing her words, Jinmahu realized that this was not the appropriate place for such outbursts, and he slowly exhaled, saying, Sister, I sincerely apologize on behalf of all those at Dongwenge to you and to our friends and relatives who suffered because of my family. Duan Hongyu, equally stirred by emotion, offered words of comfort mixed with encouragement, saying, Brother, this is not your fault. Perhaps it is merely fate's cruel design. So, do not burden yourself with guilt or sorrow. Generations come and go. With a hero of your caliber, Dongwenge's glory will soon be restored. I firmly believe that the prestige of Dong Wenge will rise higher, and prosperity will abound for generations to come. Don't you agree with what I say, brother? Jinmu, invigorated by her words, clenched his strong fists, affirming, indeed, I shall restore the former glory of Dong Wenge and avenge the spirits of the fallen by dealing with Gai Tianli. Duan Hongyu clapped her hands in excitement and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, well said. You possess great ambition. You are truly a man of iron will. Gradually, under Duan Hongyu's guidance, Jinmu's emotions settled. As he surveyed the bustling people in the courtyard and on the street, he turned to Hongyu, saying, Sister, you still haven't told me who your master is. Upon hearing the question, Hongyu took a few sips of fragrant tea, gently placing her cup down as she reminisced. My esteemed teacher is the meditation master from the Hengshan sect. I recall it was in the spring of my 7th year when I was playing with neighborhood children in front of a snack shop. A woman dressed as a Taoist priest approached, observing us for a while before sitting down at a table. As she dined, she watched us play. Intrigued, I found myself inadvertently meeting her gaze. To my surprise, she did not leave immediately after finishing her meal. Instead, she summoned your uncle to her side. Curiosity piqued. I edged closer to hear their conversation. I listened intently and remember quite clearly when my master pointed at me and asked your uncle, revered one, whose child is this little girl? Upon seeing me, your uncle casually inquired, Master, do you find this child displeasing? My master smiled and replied, Ba? Don't misunderstand. My dear benefactor, it is not that this child annoys me, but rather I hold a fondness for her, as there exists a bond between us. Your uncle, delighted by this, clapped me on the shoulder and exclaimed, Master, how fortuitous. This child is my daughter. Upon hearing your uncle's words, my master uttered another Ba, and bowing, joyfully proclaimed, Congratulations, benefactor. You have a wonderful daughter. Your uncle's face lit up with joy, and seeing the adults so pleased made me smile as well. However, in the midst of my laughter, I noticed the profound depth in my master's gaze, an inscrutable intensity that sent shivers down my spine. I dared not continue laughing, retreating behind your uncle in fear that my master might whisk me away. Sensing something amiss, your uncle noticed the tension, and the children present scattered in fright. My master, perceiving the shift in atmosphere and understanding the concerns of both your uncle and me, smiled reassuringly. Dear benefactor, please do not be alarmed. I harbor no malice and would never harm you. Leaning closer, she kindly asked me, Little girl, what is your name, and how old are you? Though fear gripped me, I responded fully. My master beamed with happiness and, rising, bowed once more to your uncle, saying, Benefactor, I wish to take this child as my disciple. Before she could finish, your uncle abruptly embraced me and firmly declared, No, this child lacks the fortune for such a path. He pulled me away towards the shop, his tone unfriendly. At this juncture, Jinmu, overhearing, sighed deeply, expressing, Alas, the heart of a parent is indeed pitiful. I am not as fortunate as you. Sister, what of your master? Hongyu took a sip of fragrant tea to moisten her throat and continued, Your uncle tightly grasped my arm, drawing me into the small shop. Once in the back room, he thrust me into your aunt's embrace, exclaiming, Watch over her. Do not let her wander. Your aunt, filled with concern, held me close and anxiously asked your uncle, Kimming, has this child caused trouble? Without a word, your uncle turned and closed the back door behind him. Your aunt pulled me to the door's crack to peek outside, and I saw that my master had already departed. So did the nun leave? What happened afterward? Even though my master was gone, my father remained unsettled, sighing in the back room. My mother, having learned of the events, held me tightly, weeping profusely. As the curtain fell, a servant called for your uncle from the courtyard. Hearing this, your uncle burst from the back room, and your aunt and I clearly saw my master enter the courtyard, humbly greeting us. Ba, I mean no harm. Why do you refuse me this child? Your uncle shouted. Who knows your true intentions? Master, please spare us. We have but this one child, my master solemnly replied. Benefactor, I am the abbot of the Lotus Temple on Mount Hung, and having traveled here, I have taken a liking to your little girl. She possesses a rare talent for martial arts. Why would you jeopardize her future? My master enlightened me with reason and moved me with emotion, promising to allow me to descend from the mountains after a decade of training. Your uncle, a practitioner of martial arts himself, keenly aware of the intricacies of the world, reluctantly entrusted me to my master. A decade has passed in the blink of an eye, and my master honored his promise, permitting me to reunite with my parents. Upon my return home, I discovered that you had departed from my life 6 months prior. Hence, we did not meet. Listening intently, Jinmu felt an indescribable emotion within him, reminiscing about his once grand estate, now overrun with weeds, and was unable to restrain his tears. A sudden knock echoed through the air. prompting Jimahu and Duan Hongyu to hastily wipe their tears. They exchanged glances, tidied their appearances, and turned to face the door. Who is it? A saying goes, let not your thoughts be known to outsiders, lest the delicate flower be scorched by the sun. The spring swallow builds its nest beneath the eaves, and the sorrowful words dissolve into laughter that takes flight. Thank you for your heartfelt attention, collections, and constructive reviews. I am immensely grateful. Thank you. Chapter 16. The initial plan. Esteemed guest, your meal has been served, a servant announced from outside the door. Jinmahu relaxed his guard and replied, please come in. As the door opened, 3 attendants entered in succession, carrying dishes and rice, while another bore wine. Once the table was set and everything was in place, the lead attendant, wearing a broad smile, inquired, esteemed guest, do you have any further requests? Jinmahu waved his hand politely, saying, thank you, this will suffice for now. I will call upon you if needed. Yes, esteemed guest, please enjoy your meal, the attendant replied, bowing respectfully before exiting and closing the door behind him. Once the attendants had departed, Jinmahu picked up the wine jar, removed the seal, and poured a cup of wine, offering it to Hongyu. She smiled and replied, brother, I do not partake in wine. Please drink it yourself while I keep you company at the meal. Jinmahu chuckled, responding, sister, feel free. He did not insist, and instead drank by himself, while Hongyu observed him intently. Although he wore a smile, his brow was furrowed with concern. She asked gently, brother, what are your plans moving forward? Jinmahu took a hearty gulp of wine, tilted his head back, and swallowed with a heavy thud, placing the cup down forcefully as he declared, to avenge and settle the score. Hongyu scrutinized Jinmahu's expression with earnest concern and asked, do you have a target in mind? He took another sip of wine, his demeanor calm as he replied, not yet. It is said that Gai Tianli has vanished into the South Sea, his movements exceedingly secretive, which is why their whereabouts have eluded us all these years. With a contemplative look, Hongyu hesitantly said, brother, I have an idea. Without much thought, Jinmahu responded, sister, please, share your thoughts. Duan Hongyu timidly suggested, I wish to venture into the martial world alongside you. Jinmahu was taken aback, setting down his cup and gazing at her with a troubled expression, saying, this may not be appropriate. Perceiving his reluctance, Hongyu fixed her gaze on him and insisted, brother, is it that you are unwilling? Are you afraid I will be a burden to you? Jinmahu, still conflicted, replied, sister, you must understand that is not my intention. You know the martial world is fraught with peril, and fortune is unpredictable. It suffices for me to face the risks alone. I cannot allow you to share in such dangers. Furthermore, Duan Hongyu interjected, brother, as long as you do not find me a burden, I assure you that I will manage things with uncle and aunt. I am as capable of enduring hardships as you are. All I ask is for you to allow me to accompany you, no matter how great the challenges or adversities. I shall face them without fear and will not retreat a single step. Jimaoli found himself at a loss for words, feeling helpless as he responded, sister, you cannot follow me. Little did he know, before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Duan Hongyu's unwavering gaze, filled with a pleading expression directed at him, causing a shiver to run through him. The indomitable spirit exuding from Duan Hongyu profoundly stirred his heart. Indeed, since his debut, he had never locked eyes with a woman until this very moment, standing merely inches apart. The union of the opposite sexes can yield incalculable primal effects, creating an undeniable bond between them. Who could argue otherwise? Duan Hongyu's fiery gaze intertwined familial affection, friendship, and admiration, radiating from her exquisite, fairy-like visage, graceful yet fierce, tender yet resolute. For the youthful and passionate Jimaoli, this was akin to adding fuel to the fire, though he remained somewhat naive regarding love and romance. The primal instincts bestowed upon him were no less potent than those of any other man, and his fervor soared to unfathomable heights. Indeed, a woman's beauty, her gaze, her form, and her fragrance, combined with a man's spirit, strength, and fortitude, constitute the most powerful and effective weapons in the conquest of the opposite sex. Who would dispute this? A mere trial would reveal the ineffable joys that lie within, though one should not embark upon such trials lightly. Sister, you are truly beautiful. Jimaoli suddenly shifted the topic, uttering words he scarcely believed himself. As soon as he spoke, he felt his ears flush and his heart race, leaving him momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say next. Upon hearing Jimaoli's bold and reckless declaration, Duan Hongyu's heart blossomed with joy, yet she found herself at a loss for words to respond. Exchanging a silent glance filled with unbridled passion, Jimaoli, not hearing Hongyu's reply, assumed his words had been inappropriate and, feeling shy, stammered, sister, I just wanted to say, how could someone as beautiful as you endure hardships alongside me, sleeping outdoors and suffering? It simply will not do. I cannot agree to it. Duan Hongyu, hearing Jimawali's remarks, grew anxious. Brother, what do you mean by that? As long as I can be with you, I am not afraid of hardship. Even if there are trials to endure, I would willingly embrace them. Upon hearing Hongyu's words, Jimawali reflected on the years she had traversed the vast lands in search of him. Enduring numerous hardships and unexpected humiliations, his heart ached with guilt and affection, unwilling to see her suffer any longer. He thought to himself that the desire to send her back alone filled him with unease. Since she was willing to stay by his side, having each other for support would surely be a mutually beneficial arrangement. He altered his perspective and, with concern, said, Sister, thank you. Thank you for your unwavering search for me all these years. Your kindness is greater than the heavens, and I shall forever cherish it in my heart. Since you wish to endure hardships with me, I shall gladly accept your assistance. Upon hearing the agreement of the striped tiger to her thoughts, Duan Hongyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she regarded him with a unique gaze. The striped tiger, witnessing Hongyu's exuberance, felt a surge of joy himself. Unflinchingly meeting her enchanting and radiant eyes, his heart soaring with elation. Indeed, he had every reason to be happy. He had gained a sister, an extraordinary one at that. Not only was she elegantly beautiful, but she also possessed formidable skills. Though their exchange was wordless, it painted an exquisite tableau. Brother, what troubles you? Duan Hongyu inquired. Her handsome face flushed as she gazed at the entranced striped tiger, shyly uttering half a sentence. The striped tiger, awakening from his reverie, ruffled his hair and absent-mindedly lifted an empty cup from the table to take a sip. A soft giggle escaped Hongyu's lips, prompting a shared smile between them. He poured himself a drink, savoring the beauty of the moment. Hongyu, sharing his sentiment, playfully shifted the conversation, asking, Brother, I have heard of a man named Wu Yi, reputed to be the wealthiest in this region. It is said he once ruled the martial world with an iron fist, instilling fear in all. I wonder why he has retreated from that life to engage in trade, amassing a fortune beyond compare. Are you aware of this matter? The striped tiger set down his cup, contemplating her words. You speak truly, sister. I too have learned that Wu Yi not only excels in commerce, but also keeps a multitude of martial experts at his residence, which is indeed peculiar. Duan Hongyu continued. Brother, I hear he plans to host a grand birthday banquet on the 15th of August. With over 2 months to go, many figures from the martial world have already begun to arrive. Isn't that strange? The striped tiger nodded, affirming, It is indeed strange. I am investigating this matter. And there is certainly something amiss. Perhaps their motives are less than honorable. With a twinkle in her eye, Duan Hongyu asked, What are your thoughts, brother? Please share them with me. Taking a small sip of his drink, the striped tiger replied, somewhat indignantly, from my inquiries. I have discovered that the martial figures associated with Wu Yi are either notorious for their misdeeds or have committed grievous crimes. To eliminate them would be just. Yet some do not deserve death. However, if left unchecked, they will surely conspire to cause havoc. Duan Hongyu nodded, I see. Brother, is it not true that since you have taken up the mantle of justice, some villains have indeed been deterred? Could it be that these individuals are seeking Wu Yi for their own gain? The striped tiger nodded thoughtfully. Your insights are not without merit, sister. This is indeed a possibility. How about we proceed in this manner? Duan Hongyu praised, Excellent. We shall act as you suggest. She added, I have had my fill and will not disturb you further. I shall retire to my room to contemplate the specifics. You may deliberate on the matter further. With that, Hongyu gracefully excused herself, casting a sweet smile at the striped tiger as she glided out of the room. The striped tiger summoned a servant to clear away the remnants of their meal and, still clothed, lay down to rest, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. This is akin to digging a deep pit to await the tiger and leopard, casting fragrant bait to lure in the golden turtle. In a state of dreamy confusion, he pondered the unfolding events, aware that fate's net is vast and ever watchful. Thank you for your kind attention and support. Your appreciation, collections, and reviews are deeply valued. Thank you. Chapter 17. An initial exploration of the abyss. The weather in the southern region has always been sweltering, and with June now upon us, the heat is particularly oppressive. Although a few light showers have graced the daytime, the night unfolds under a vast, clear sky. Even in the absence of the moon, the ground does not appear entirely shrouded in darkness, for the myriad stars exert their utmost to emit their radiant light, each twinkling as if observing the world around them. They bear witness to the events unfolding every moment, recording both virtue and vice, beauty and ugliness. Indeed, these luminous eyes are fixated upon this extraordinary mansion. Under the shimmering starlight, while the layout of the grand estate may not be entirely discernible, one can glean its general form. It comprises 5 courtyards, with accompanying structures to the east and west, showcasing an intriguing architectural style with no less than 100 rooms. Who among us is unaware that 1,000 rooms may house 8-foot slumbers, yet few ponder the owner's intentions behind constructing such an elaborate abode. Within the estate, a throng of martial artists traverses the grounds, tending to this unusual residence. A particularly conspicuous, towering structure commands attention. Its bright interior lights streaming through the open doors and windows into the expansive courtyard. Flanking the entrance stand 4 brawny men, bare-chested and imposing, with eyes like brass bells. Their faces adorned with robust features. Each wields a weapon with ease, ever poised for combat. Examining the structure further, it stretches 10 zhang in length, 5 zhang in width, and rises an impressive 2.5 zhang in height. The craftsmanship is remarkable, with eaves and brackets that exude grandeur, while the vermilion doors and windows glimmer under the flickering candlelight. Above the entrance hangs a horizontal plaque, upon which the words "Comfortable Abode" are intricately inlaid with seashells. Peering inside through the entrance, one can see a finely carved 8 table made from golden silk nanmu, positioned centrally against the rear wall. On either side of the table rest elaborately carved chairs of purple sandalwood. Seated upon the left chair is a man resembling Amitabha, his eyes narrowed in a smile as he regards the 7 burly warriors standing to his right. These men gesture animatedly as they recount the troubling tales that have robbed them of their peace. As the Amitabha listens to their clamorous accounts, he appears somewhat agitated, as though his mind is elsewhere. Above the 8 table hangs an artwork depicting a tiger roaring in the mountains. The fierce beast poised to pounce upon a frantically fleeing elk, which seems to be racing towards the warriors to the right, seeking escape from the perilous scene. "Dear sister, remain vigilant. Do not act recklessly lest you alarm the serpent," whispers the Jinmahu into Duan Hongyu's ear. "Yes, I understand the gravity of the situation," Duan Hongyu replies obediently. Their conversation is hushed, yet their words are distinctly audible. Who are they? Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu, a brother and sister duo concealed within the dense foliage of a towering banyan tree, its height surpassing the more than 10-foot wall. Hidden within the thick branches, they are nearly undetectable, yet from their elevated vantage point, they can observe everything happening below with clarity. Duan Hongyu observed the martial artist traversing the courtyard, her concern palpable as she addressed the golden-furred tiger. "Brother, the defenses here are formidable. You must exercise utmost caution. Individuals like Wu Yi should never be underestimated." "I understand. Rest assured, nothing will happen," the golden-furred tiger confidently declared. Hongyu nodded, albeit with lingering worry. The golden-furred tiger examined his belongings and, with a smile directed at Hongyu, vanished in an instant, as swift as a shooting star. Quick, fleeting beyond perception. Faster than a fleeting shadow. Indeed, Hongyu was momentarily taken aback by his disappearance, unsure whether to feel joy or trepidation. On one hand, she was elated by the mastery he had attained in his skills. On the other, she was troubled by the astonishing swiftness of his movements, leaving her to question whether he was truly human, unable to believe such agility existed in the world. Dazed, she remained hidden beneath the banyan tree, afraid to move lest her presence disrupt the tranquility and bring trouble to the golden-furred tiger. Meanwhile, he had left the confines of the banyan tree by the wall and, with a flicker of motion, ascended to the illuminated rooftop. Light as a feather, he landed silently on the ridge, curling into a ball like a tuft of cotton, quietly listening as the conversations within unfolded. Historically, eavesdroppers have relied on traditional methods, peering through papered windows or straining to listen with bated breath. Yet, the golden-furred tiger was distinct. He required no such antiquated techniques. Gifted with the ability to listen from a distance, he could discern conversations within 30 paces, accurately identifying the number of individuals present and their genders. Was it truly so? Indeed, there was no error. He was extraordinary, capable of feats beyond the reach of ordinary men. As he lay on the roof, he overheard a voice within, gruff and assertive. "Boss, this fellow has already reached Chong'an and has slain numerous brothers of ours. Thus far, we have been unable to ascertain his whereabouts or residence. Damn it. He is as elusive as a dragon, appearing and disappearing without a trace, slippery as an eel in a vat." "Indeed, indeed," came a shrill voice. "Rumor has it that at noon today, he killed the 4 oddities of Jiangnan, which speaks volumes of his formidable prowess." "Humph, humph," a stutterer interjected. "This fellow is far it is indeed curious. He dares to slay anyone, disregarding even the esteemed Shaolin and Wudong sections. Who knows his origins? Whether he walks the righteous path or dwells in darkness?" The voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, timidly inquired. "Allow me to clarify. Those who fell at the hands of Shaolin and Wudong were merely purged individuals, not truly representatives of those venerable schools." "What do you mean?" Thunderous Hand? You, Scorpion King. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely... Enough. I concur with the assertion of Bloodhand Beggar. That wretched brat is undoubtedly evil. He must be a little demon. All right. This is utter nonsense. A voice, resonant like thunder, bellowed with a deep echo. How is it that you conduct yourselves? Each of you is a martial arts master, a prominent figure in the realm. Why has this matter been handled with such cowardice? Have you come merely to voice grievances, or to sing praises for that young rascal? Humph. Look at yourselves, when it comes to talk. You all rush to outdo one another, yet when action is required, you falter and hesitate. He has slain this one and butchered that one. Perhaps tomorrow it will be you and me. Truly, reflect on how you have survived these years, indulging in the comforts of life, reveling in pleasures. What else do you know? Awaken, my friends. If this continues, you shall lose the very wits that sustain you. Yes. What nonsense. After such a lengthy investigation. Do you have not a single lead? The crowd fell silent. This is indeed true. A heroic man is aided by three, while three scoundrels are but chaff. Since ancient times, those who seek righteousness have received assistance, while the treacherous and malevolent are thwarted by fate. Thank you for your heartfelt attention, collections, and critiques. I am deeply grateful. Chapter 18. Following the trail, a man who dominated his locality, unchallenged and bold, encountered an even mightier adversary and received an unrelenting scolding. Unable to match the other, he could only wear a smile and endure the humiliation. Within the comfort of Wu Yi's residence, the heroes, drenched in verbal rebuke from Wu Yi, hung their heads in despair, none daring to respond or resist. Wu Yi's thunderous voice resounded once more. It infuriates me. I recall you all. Each of you is a master of killing. Yet when did you become mere gluttons, fit only for the privy? You do not even know what he looks like or what weapon he wields, yet you run like frightened dogs. A high-pitched voice, cautious, replied, Boss, I have gathered intelligence. He is a young man in white, wielding a serpentine curved sword. What? A serpentine curved sword? Indeed, it is said that this sword glimmers with a red light. I have also heard that it can emit sounds like a dragon's roar or a tiger's howl. Its sharpness is unparalleled. And it kills without shedding blood. No one can evade it. Silence. You have all merely heard tales. This is nothing but chaos. Humph. The shrill-voiced individual spoke, Master. Please do not be angered. We have survived thus far only through hearsay. Those who have encountered his brethren have already perished. It is the incompetence of the subordinates that has led to your disappointment. I beseech you to render your judgment. Wu Yi, whose voice resonated like a thunderclap, listened to the impatient remarks of those addressing him. Angrily, he retorted, Judgment? What good will that do? Here's what you shall do. Each of you return to your posts, exercise utmost caution, and do not expose yourselves to danger. Conceal your tracks. Let not a single trace be revealed. Remember, if anyone betrays the secrets of our sect, you know well what awaits you. I shall say no more. Upon your return, conduct thorough investigations, no omissions or fabrications. Is that understood? They replied affirmatively. Master, I have something else to enough. Discussing matters here is futile. Let us disperse. Each to your duties. Wu Yi thundered in exasperation. Upon hearing this, no one dared utter another word. They nodded respectfully and exited the residence. The eavesdropping Jin Mao Hu, upon hearing the commotion dissipate, swiftly returned to the banyan tree where Hong Yu was concealed and mischievously called out, Sister. Startled, Duan Hong Yu exclaimed, You nearly frightened me to death. Why do you flit about like a ghost, appearing and vanishing without a trace? With a smile, Jin Mao Hu replied, Surely not, sister. Let us not conjure up any terrifying tales. He gestured towards the courtyard and said, Look, they are all emerging. Let us follow one and see what mischief they are up to. Hong Yu nodded obediently. All right, I shall heed your lead. Jin Mao Hu grinned, made a downward gesture, and the siblings silently leapt from the tree, stealthily making their way towards Wu Yi's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found a suitable hiding spot, their eyes keenly fixed on the doorway. With a creak, the side gate swung open, and a group of individuals filed out. Thanks to the illumination, the siblings could discern their features distinctly. After a few pleasantries, the group dispersed. Jin Mao Hu pointed to a robust man clad in blue attire and said, Sister, that man is certainly not of noble character. We must follow him. Hong Yu nodded in agreement. Very well. The man parted ways with the group, exited Wu Yi's home, turned westward, and swiftly navigated northward, displaying remarkable agility. Jin Mao Hu exchanged a knowing glance with Hong Yu and trailed closely behind the man. As he quickened his pace, leaping and bounding with the grace of an agile hare, Jin Mao Hu led the charge while Hong Yu followed. However, after a brief chase of less than 100 miles, Hong Yu began to tire, her breath becoming labored and her brow slick with perspiration, noticing her uneven breaths. Jin Mao who turned back, their eyes locking momentarily. A blush crept across Hong Yu's fair cheeks, her heart racing. In her moment of anxiety, her speed diminished. She felt that her disheveled state, drenched in sweat, should not be witnessed by her brother. A strong woman, she was determined to maintain her dignity. Jimahu had not anticipated this aspect. He assumed that a girl's physical strength would naturally be inferior to that of a boy's. Out of concern, he inquired, "Sister, how are you faring?" Duan Hongyu, eager to demonstrate her equal capabilities, propelled herself forward, declaring, "I am perfectly well." Jinmahu, astute as he was, discerned her bravado but could not bear to see her struggle. He extended his right hand towards her, suggesting, "Sister, shall we hold hands?" Such words, laden with warmth, resonated with Hongyu, bringing her joy amidst her exertion. As she ran with all her might, upon seeing Jinmahu's outstretched hand and hearing his comforting words, a wave of elation surged within her. Though slightly embarrassed, she shyly grasped his hand. In that instant, a soothing warmth enveloped her entire being. Whether it was merely a psychological effect or a newfound strength, she felt considerably lighter, as if buoyed by an ethereal force. As dawn gradually broke, the once indistinct scenery became clearer, the timid stars retreating as the brilliant star in the east blinked knowingly, heralding the arrival of the sun. Jinmahu, hand in hand with Hongyu, trod upon the dewy grass of morning, gazing ahead at the distant city. The man who had been running ahead also caught sight of the city, slowing his pace, yet continuing to advance. Observing the man as reduced speed, Jinmahu, too, decelerated. Turning to Hongyu with concern, he asked, "Sister, are you weary?" Duan Hongyu's face flushed, and with a smile, she replied, "With my brother holding my hand, how could I possibly be tired? It is you who bears the burden." Jinmahu, gazing at his cousin Duan Hongyu, who had not slept a wink throughout the night, said with genuine concern, "Sister, how can you say you are not tired? After running all night, it is only natural to feel exhaustion." With a beaming smile, Duan Hongyu responded, "Brother, being with you makes both the bitter and sweet experiences delightful. Look, when two understanding souls come together, there is no discord." Jinmahu felt a warmth in his heart as he squeezed her hand gently, exclaiming, "Sister, your words are truly enchanting. Ah, look, that man is bypassing the city gate. He intends to scale the wall to enter." Hongyu looked up and, indeed, saw the man quickening his pace, leaping over the moat with agility, scaling the towering city wall with ease, and vanishing from sight. His act of vaulting was not for show. The city gates had yet to open, and he sought to avoid trouble. As Jinmahu and his sister approached the moat, he glanced at Hongyu, who, with a blush of confidence, remarked, "Almost there. Perhaps I can manage it." After Hongyu spoke, she cast a warm glance at Jinmahu, withdrew her delicate hand from his grasp, and gracefully extended her arms. With a vigorous push from her feet, her lithe form ascended into the air. Utilizing the swiftness akin to that of a swallow, she leaped over the city moat. And with a swift point of her toes, she propelled herself upward again, executing a stunning move that startled the cold birds as she soared toward the heavens. She landed steadily upon the city wall and felt a surge of joy in her heart, quickly turning to admire Jinmahu's prowess. However, to her astonishment, he had vanished without a trace, leaving her in a state of alarm. Where could he be? This was indeed a moment of contemplation. Beneath the vast sky and upon the earth, amidst the wintry white snow adorned with fur, conscience naturally flourishes in the center. Yet the perverse actions disrupt the harmony of virtue. Thank you for your heartfelt attention, collections, and critiques. Your kindness is immensely appreciated. Chapter 19. The bonds of affection. As Duan Hongyu ascended the city wall, intending to tease Jinmahu, she was taken aback to find him missing upon turning around. A wave of surprise washed over her, causing her to perspire and momentarily lose her voice. "Sister, what are you looking for?" Jinmahu inquired from the other side of Duan Hongyu. Hearing his voice, she spun around to see him standing right beside her. Filled with both joy and a touch of embarrassment as she pouted, "I was looking for you. You appear and vanish like a ghost." Jinmahu chuckled mischievously. "Oh, I see. Sister is worried I might fall into the moat and flounder like a dog, right?" With a playful tone, Hongyu replied, "Indeed, I cannot swim. And if you were to fall in, I would be unable to save you. Then would I not be in dire straits?" He joked. "I realize my concerns are unwarranted. I merely wished to observe your graceful agility, yet I was taken by surprise." Jinmahu smiled and inquired, "Taken by surprise at what, dear sister?" "Taken by surprise that you stood right beside me, and I was utterly unaware. It is truly perplexing," she retorted, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Jinmahu gazed at Hongyu's exquisite figure, playfully responding, "Sister, you flatter me. I am but a humble man. A humble man compared to what? She asked. The sun rising in the east, blazing like fire, while the beautiful maiden adorns herself with elegance. Outside the city, the green mountains draped in colorful brocade, while within, the gray tiles rise like waves of mist. As Jinmahu spoke, he caught sight of a man he had been tracking, pointing towards him at the street corner. Sister, look at that man, bustling about like a bird that has just escaped its cage, hurrying like a fish that has evaded the net. We cannot allow him to slip into the thicket or the vast sea. Come, let us follow him and discover where his lair lies. Duan Hongyu, captivated by Jinmahu's words, felt as if she were floating in a dream. The sound of his voice was soothing to her ears, and every movement he made caught her attentive gaze. In her eyes, Jinmahu was impeccable, a trustworthy gentleman worthy of admiration. With affectionate eyes, Hongyu observed Jinmahu as he gracefully leaped down from the city wall. She immediately swayed her form and descended beside him. The two siblings exchanged glances, stepping forward with large strides to evade the gaze of the man ahead. As they pursued him, the streets lay eerily quiet, not due to desolation, but rather because of the sweltering heat that kept people nestled in their slumber. As night fell, they found it difficult to rise with the dawn, resulting in the deserted streets, as those sweetly dreaming enjoyed the warmth of their reveries. Little did anyone know that Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu had tirelessly roamed the night for the sake of another's safety and happiness. Sister, look. He has entered the Xuanfu escort agency. We need not pursue him any longer. Shall we find a place to rest? Jinmahu suggested to Hongyu in a tone of consultation. Hongyu, glancing around, replied, It is indeed good. But look at this city. Doors are closed and windows shuttered. Where shall we go? Indeed. It is customary to seek lodging at night. There are no inns that open at dawn. We might as well. Jinmahu paused, suddenly sensing something, and urgently said, Sister, quickly hand me your cloak. As he spoke, Jinmahu removed his curved sword and white outer garment, rolling it up and tucking it under his arm, revealing a snug-fitting blue outfit, with the sword secured at his waist. Seeing Jinmahu's actions, Hongyu felt a surge of emotion and hurriedly removed her cloak, handing it to him. Upon receiving it, Jinmahu's face lit up with delight as he skillfully draped it over himself, exclaiming, Thank you for your cloak, sister. Hongyu raised an eyebrow in praise, saying, This will serve merely to divert attention for the moment. Let us go, for dawn has broken, and we can find an inn to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Removing her cloak, she revealed her graceful figure and shyly urged, Then let us not linger. Understanding her cue, Jinmahu stepped forward, with Hongyu trailing closely behind, reluctant to showcase her beauty to passers-by. As they walked, the streets began to fill with pedestrians, who cast curious and envious glances at the brother-sister duo. Jinmahu and Hongyu had grown accustomed to the incredulous stares and continued walking nonchalantly, their minds set on finding a guest house soon. Jinmahu exclaimed, surveying the surroundings until he spotted an inn's sign. He exchanged a knowing glance with Hongyu, who understood and made her way toward the establishment. The shops lining the street gradually opened, shafts of light spilling into their interiors. Shopkeepers, still half asleep, yawned and greeted familiar faces, signaling the start of a new day. The sign of the Weli Xin swayed gently in the breeze, and the staff busily prepared the entrance. Upon noticing Jinmahu and Hongyu, they paused their tasks and greeted them with smiles. Welcome. Are you here for lodging? Yes. Do you have rooms available? Jinmahu inquired. Indeed, we do, came the enthusiastic reply. Excellent. Then please lead us. Right this way, esteemed guests. The attendant smiled widely as he guided them inside. The inn was modest, arranged in a courtyard style. The front rooms served meals and entertained guests, while the side rooms accommodated regular visitors. The upper rooms appeared distinctly different. The attendant led Jinmahu and Hongyu to a door at the far end of the upper level, pausing to retrieve a key. He unlocked the door and pushed it open with both hands. Esteemed guests, will this room suffice? Jinmahu peered inside, noting the two neatly made beds, and nodded in satisfaction. It will do. Is this the only room available? The attendant, sensing a bit of difficulty, replied, Indeed, esteemed guest. The current lodgers have yet to vacate. However, we do have this clean and tidy room available, and there is another room at the back as well. Hongyu, noticing the influx of guests entering and exiting the inn, tugged at Jinmahu's sleeve, her anxiety palpable. Jinmahu immediately understood her unspoken concern. Very well, we shall take this room. You may attend to your duties, and should anything arise, I will summon you. Certainly, esteemed guest, the attendant said with a cheerful bow, retreating with a smile. Jinmahu stepped into the room, followed closely by Hongyu, who closed the door behind them. Upon reaching the bedside, she plopped down onto the bed with a long, exasperated sigh. Observing her weariness, Jinmahu felt a pang of guilt and remarked, Sister, I apologize for the inconvenience. Upon hearing his words, Hong Yu's spirits lifted, and she smiled softly. Brother, do not speak of it. I willingly accompany you. I understand your feelings. Our bond is clear. I am your sister, and you are my brother. It is entirely natural for siblings to share a space. Besides, we are children of the rivers and lakes, unbound by mundane conventions. So please, do not dwell on such matters, all right? Indeed, sister, your words bring me much comfort. After a long night of travel, you must rest, Jinmahu suggested. The mention of fatigue prompted Hong Yu to yawn involuntarily, a bashful smile gracing her lips as she settled onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. As the saying goes, with a tranquil heart, the world feels vast. In dreams, joy brings forth smiles. Chapter 20. The escape plan. Seeing Hong Yu succumb to sleep, Jinmahu felt a pang of tenderness. He gently lifted her legs onto the bed and then, kneeling at the bedside, removed his curved sword, placing it beneath the pillow. Leaning back, he listened to the clamor of footsteps and the mingling of voices outside, letting out a long sigh. He closed his eyes, reflecting on recent events. The city Jinmahu pursued the large man into was called Fenshuiguan, characterized by its towering walls and dense population. Within the city limits, spanning over 10 miles, commerce thrived, bustling with life. The streets and alleys teemed with vibrancy. To the east, in a small alley, vendors shouted their wares, porters, thread sellers, pot menders, and various merchants clamoring for attention. To the south, a crowd of over 100 gathered, the air filled with applause. Within the throng, a troop showcased their martial prowess, swords and spears clashing rhythmically. As he looked ahead, the crowd surged, with fortune tellers and lottery sellers abounding, an eclectic mix of all walks of life. Amidst this lively scene, Hong Yu strolled leisurely through the crowd. Though her pace was unhurried, her gaze remained fixed on a clothing store. She entered one shop after another, her expression consistently displeased. As the sun climbed higher, the temperature rose, beads of sweat forming on her elegant face. She wiped her forehead as she walked. Suddenly her face lit up with excitement as she hastened into a clothing store. Hanging in the doorway was a water blue long gown that caught Hong Yu's eye. She admired it closely, her fingers lightly brushing the fabric, nodding in satisfaction. She purchased a long tunic, and the shopkeeper graciously wrapped it for her, requesting her continued patronage in the future. Hong Yu nodded in agreement as she exited the shop. Miss, would you care to buy some fruit? A middle-aged man dressed in rustic attire called out to her. Feeling somewhat parched, Hong Yu glanced at the gleaming, fresh fruits and was tempted to buy some to share with Jinmahu. As she bent down to pick 2 fruits, intending to place them on the scale, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure that was both familiar and strange. She set down the fruits and quickly turned to look, only to see a man seated atop a tall, dark green horse, wielding a whip that struck the horse's hindquarters repeatedly. The horse, stung by the blows, reared and kicked, its mane bristling, letting out a series of long whinnies as it charged through the crowd towards the eastern city gate. Hong Yu recognized him as the night traveler they had been pursuing. A sudden realization struck her. It is he. What is he planning? Oh no. Hong Yu hastily left the fruit stand, rushing back to the inn in a flurry. As she reached for the door, it swung open, revealing Jinmahu, who, upon noticing her anxious expression, inquired, Sister, what's wrong? What has happened? Interrupting Jinmahu, Hong Yu entered the room and declared, Brother, our target is riding eastward. What shall we do? Jinmahu paused, contemplating, and thought, could this be his lair? Coming to a decisive conclusion, he said, we must pursue him. However, upon uttering those words, he reconsidered and added, Sister, you should stay here and rest. I will go after him alone, and once he settles, I will return to fetch you. Hong Yu felt a surge of anxiety and questioned, Brother, why must you leave me behind? Is it because, Sister, please do not misunderstand. Tracking him during the day is too conspicuous, and he is riding a swift horse. Rest assured, I will return before nightfall, he reassured her. Reluctantly, Hong Yu nodded in agreement, unfolding the long tunic she had bought for him and helping Jinmahu into it. Ah, it fits perfectly, she remarked. As Jinmahu gathered his belongings, he chuckled, Sister, your thoughtfulness is commendable, and this garment suits me well. Did you take my measurements? Hong Yu blushed and shyly replied, Indeed. But do not delay, hurry back, for I await your return with bated breath. Understood, Jinmahu exclaimed, stepping out of the room and disappearing into the bustling crowd. Once outside the eastern city gate, Jinmahu examined the traces left by the horse's hooves and set off in pursuit. After covering more than a mile, he arrived at a fork in the road, where he observed a chaotic array of hoofprints. After discerning the imprints, he chose the northern path and quickened his pace. When he reached a secluded area, he leapt into the air, his body suspended momentarily as he searched for his target. There he spotted him, the man in the blue attire riding the green horse. The distance between them was now over 20 miles. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he swiftly descended, landing a mile away from the rider. Utilizing his agility, he remained close yet elusive behind the man. By midday, the scorching sun baked the ground like a searing iron plate, causing the crops and roadside grasses to curl up under the relentless heat. The man, clad in a blue robe, mounted upon his steed, was drenched in perspiration, while the spirited blue horse emitted snorts and tossed its head, reluctant to serve any longer. In resignation, the man sought a verdant patch of grass, dismounted, removed the bit from the horse's mouth, loosened the girth, and deftly wrapped the reins around the horse's neck. He gave the horse a gentle slap on its hindquarters, eliciting a few grateful whinnies as it stretched and lowered its head to graze. The persistent figure of the striped tiger, hot on his trail, observed the man's momentary respite and was compelled to halt, seeking a vantage point that offered both concealment and observation. The rhythmic sound of hooves and the horse's calls disturbed the resting striped tiger. Cautiously peering at his quarry, he witnessed the man in blue reinstate the bit, tighten the girth with 3 firm pulls, and mount once more. With a flick of the reins and a couple of swift kicks, the powerful blue horse leapt forward, galloping northward with great speed. The striped tiger mused to himself, truly a magnificent steed, ensuring he had not left anything behind. He sprang from his hiding place to pursue the robust figure ahead. After 2 hours of relentless pursuit, a city loomed in the distance, and the man urged his horse into the southern gate. The gate swung wide, revealing a bustling thoroughfare alive with the ebb and flow of people and carts. The striped tiger watched as the man deftly navigated the streets, arriving at the entrance of the Shunguang escort agency. Flanking the entrance stood 4 imposing figures, who, upon spotting the man on the blue horse, hurried to greet him with utmost respect, calling in unison, "Third Master." The so-called Third Master, perched imperiously atop his mount, responded with a haughty snort. One of the men extended a hand to take the reins from the Third Master, carefully leading the blue horse through the agency's doors. Inside, banners of the escort agency fluttered along the corridor, and beneath these vibrant flags stood several more formidable men. Upon seeing the rider on the blue steed, they erupted in chorus, "Third Master, Third Master." The Third Master nodded in satisfaction, and amidst the din of his title being called, he was enveloped within the agency's confines. Chapter 21. The experience of flight. The striped tiger trailed the horseman to the Shunguang escort agency, standing at a distance to observe the layout and geography of the establishment, watching as the Third Master vanished from sight. He glanced at the sun, now past its zenith, then turned and retraced his steps out of the southern gate. Once beyond the gate, in a secluded area, he leapt into the air, soaring towards the Fenshui Pass. In merely half an hour, he arrived at the city of Fenshui, landing gracefully and striding into the town, returning to the Yu Liexine Inn. With nimble steps, the striped tiger approached the door of Duan Hongyu's room. He called out, "Sister." Upon hearing his voice, Duan Hongyu, filled with surprise, swiftly rose and rushed to the door. Pulling it open, she found him standing there, and after a long day of anxious waiting, her tone was tinged with a hint of grievance. "Brother, you have returned. Why did you take so long? At noon, where did you have your meal?" Jin Maohu, witnessing the delightful expression on Hongyu's face and listening to her barrage of questions, was elated by the sight of the delectable dishes laid out on the table behind her, which included daughter's red wine and Buddha jumps over the wall. He stammered, "Yes. Sister, I have returned. In fact, Fearful that the impulsive Jin Mao who might utter something embarrassing, Hongyu swiftly changed the subject, smiling as she said, "You must be hungry. Come in quickly, wash up, and let us eat." Jin Mao who was pulled into the room by Hongyu, and the aroma of the food heightened his appetite. It occurred to him that he had not eaten or drunk anything since morning. He hurriedly placed his belongings on the bed, hung his outer garment on a hanger, and rushed to wash his face, eager to say, "Sister, let us eat." Seeing Jin Mao who suddenly acted like a child, Hongyu felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Let us eat, shall we? Are you absolutely starving?" "I am indeed starving. Let us eat." Jin Mao who exclaimed as he sat down at the table. The siblings instinctively picked up their chopsticks, exchanging glances without words as they devoured their meal with fervor, akin to leaves swept away by autumn winds. Jin Mao who, letting out a satisfied burp, chuckled, "Oh, it feels as if I haven't had a full meal in years." Hongyu nearly choked on her food at Jin Mao who's unexpected remark, hastily covering her mouth and swallowing hard, her face breaking into a smile as she replied, "Surely not, my dear brother." Jin Mao who, captivated by Hongyu's radiant beauty, teased, "I've had my fill, yet never such a delightful feast. Why was it not so splendid before? Is it because you lacked money?" Hearing the mention of money stirred feelings of guilt within Jin Mao who, as the saying goes, the startled horse rears. He quickly corrected himself and exclaimed, "No, no. It is simply because today is a feast for the eyes." Hong Yu felt a wave of joy at Jin Mao Hu's flattering words. Though she tried to conceal her delight, she coyly responded, "Well, as long as you're satisfied, that's what matters." "Ah, brother. I've been so preoccupied with eating that I forgot to ask about the person you were pursuing. Where have they gone?" Realizing his words were inappropriate, Jin Mao Hu adjusted his response, smiling as he said, "Indeed, you forgot to ask while engrossed in your meal. That person has entered Shangrao City and is at the Shun Guang escort agency, where they refer to him as Third Master. From my analysis, he is likely a messenger who will head north tomorrow. Therefore, I return to fetch you. Sister, please pack your belongings. We must reach Shangrao City before nightfall." Hong Yu wiped her mouth and casually inquired, "Brother, how far is it to Shangrao?" Jin Mao Hu replied absent-mindedly, "About 500, maybe 800 miles. Upon hearing such a long distance to cover before nightfall, Hong Yu was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, to reach there before nightfall is but a dream. Perhaps we could make it by tomorrow evening. Though she pondered this, she did not voice her concerns, fearing it might dishearten Jin Mao Hu. As she packed her things, she tentatively remarked, "Such a long distance? Greetings, dear brother. Have you noticed how late it is? Let us reassure our sister that we shall arrive before darkness descends." Jimahu earnestly declared. "Very well, let us be on our way," Hong Yu replied, draping Jimahu's long robe over her shoulder and stepping out of the room first. The siblings, Jimahu and Hong Yu, settled their bill at the counter and exited the inn, merging with the throng towards the northern city gate. By the time they departed the city, the hour had already turned to the later part of the Shen hour. Oh my! Upon exiting the city gate, Hong Yu gazed at the sun setting in the west, contemplating the long journey ahead, and could not help but exclaim inwardly. Conversely, Jinmahu, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "Sister, there remains an hour and a half until nightfall. I wonder how far you can travel in an hour." With a wry smile, Hong Yu replied, "I might claim I could cover 100 miles. But with a journey of such distance, I can only gaze longingly before nightfall." Jinmahu chuckled heartily. "Sister, do not lose heart. When I say it is feasible, it is nearly so. Hand me your satchel, and hold my hand. Remember, do not be anxious, nor fear, and certainly do not let your thoughts wander." With a charming smile, Duan Hong Yu playfully queried, "Oh dear brother, is it truly necessary to impose so many conditions?" "These are not conditions, dear sister, but essential guidelines. Failing to adhere to them could lead to peril." Jinmahu, as she understood the reality of her situation, suspended in the air where she held no dominion. She resolutely cast aside her errant thoughts, calming her spirit and focusing her gaze ahead. Indeed, it proved effective. Hong Yu felt a remarkable lightness enveloping her, the tension within her gradually ebbing away. The fabric of her garments clung closely to her form, accentuating her silhouette, while her hair danced in the breeze. Each strand infused with a refreshing vitality that resonated with a symphony of gentle melodies. The sky was a vibrant azure, the clouds pure white, and under the golden embrace of the setting sun, the scene was further adorned with splendor. Oh, how invigorating the air felt as it filled her lungs. Her mind was astonishingly clear, invigorated and refreshed. She reveled in her delight, as if she were immersed in an endless ocean of azure waves, or perhaps in a fantastical realm of dreams. Hong Yu had successfully achieved tranquility, her body and soul enveloped in comfort. She extended her arms, momentarily hesitant, mimicking the flight of a magnificent tiger, soaring through the vastness like an eagle, savoring the unparalleled joy of flight, a wondrous experience like no other. Jinmahu glanced at Hong Yu, and in an instant, she became alert, their eyes locking in a serendipitous encounter that evoked spontaneous laughter. Jinmahu, with a smile, nodded and redirected his gaze forward, peering into the distance. The affectionate Hong Yu returned his smile demurely, feeling a powerful current of warmth coursing through her eyes, permeating her entire being. She could not discern whether it was a tingling sensation or a heat. Distraction could lead to a lapse in focus, and a lapse could result in error. Yet, Hong Yu found herself momentarily distracted. As her mind wandered, she felt an unsettling lightness, her body swaying precariously. Jinmahu, sensing her unease, channeled a surge of energy through his palms into Hong Yu's body. The unsteady Hong Yu felt her body regain its buoyancy, gratitude swelling within her as she shyly stole a glance at Jinmo, calming her anxious heart and resolutely returning her focus. With her mindset restored, she flew steadily alongside Jinmo, an indescribable joy illuminating her face, a joy that was undeniably enchanting, yet solitary, for no one witnessed this moment of allure. Perhaps Jinmahu could sense it. intuitively connecting with her in a way that transcended words. Indeed, human aspirations are manifold. Some yearn for a life free from want, others aspire to wealth, while some desire power and influence. Yet, Hongyu harbored a different dream. She longed to soar through the skies like a bird, unrestrained and free. Today, she had realized her dream. She had flown in her dreams before, awakening reluctant to confront reality, often closing her eyes to relive the joy of soaring in her slumber. That elusive dream, once unattainable, had become her reality today, as she genuinely flew through the air. From the depths of her heart, she was grateful to Jinmahu, for he had helped her fulfill her long-held yearning. She sincerely thanked him, for it was Jinmahu who had allowed her to truly experience the exhilaration of flight. She believed that the exquisite taste of the golden tiger was hers alone, and that others should not even think about it. But was that right? How could she be so selfish, so narrow-minded? What was he to her? As Hongyu pondered this, she instinctively shook her head, admonishing herself. Oh, Hongyu, what are you thinking? Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, she warned herself, do not indulge in wild fantasies. Such distractions can lead to peril. Indeed, it was understandable that Duan Hongyu had so many thoughts. A young woman encountering a dashing figure, one she had admired for so long, who could soar through the skies. How could she not be lost in contemplation? Suddenly, as she was lost in her reverie, she gasped in surprise, for in adjusting her thoughts, she realized how high and far she was from the ground. It truly was a marvel. She passed over trees and soared above mountains. The ground below was devoid of any pedestrians, and the great river wound around the mountains like a flowing silk ribbon. Her heart swelled with joy. Wow, I'm flying so high. Duan Hongyu secretly delighted in her soaring adventure, wishing fervently that she and her brother, the golden tiger, could fly hand in hand forever, even if it meant never touching the ground or needing sustenance. Yet, this was merely a fanciful wish, for she soon beheld something she dreaded, a city. A faint silhouette of a city. With each passing moment, the city grew closer, larger, and clearer in her sight. She exclaimed, both in surprise and slight irritation, so fast. Wenge arrived. As she spoke, she felt a force lifting her, prompting her to glance at the golden tiger. He was looking at her with a smile. Sister? Find a flat place to land. I must let go. Duan Hongyu, slightly panicked, replied, Brother, it's too high. I'm afraid. The golden tiger smiled encouragingly, saying, Sister, you need not fear. Who are you? You are a heroine. You can do this. As he spoke, he gently loosened his grip on her hand. Feeling his hand slip away, Duan Hongyu reluctantly withdrew her own, and propelled by inertia and his encouragement, she cautiously continued to fly forward. Although she lacked the extraordinary skills of the golden tiger, she was indeed a master in her own right within the martial realm. At that moment, she wished to showcase her abilities, to demonstrate her prowess. She dared not be careless. Channeling her inner energy, she descended gradually, inch by inch. As she approached the ground, her body began to straighten, and with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, she delicately landed upon a rock, stepping lightly on the dewdrops atop the grass. But where was the golden tiger? The first thought that crossed her mind upon landing was to seek him out. She looked ahead, but saw no one. Glancing left and right, there was no sign of him. Turning around in haste, she still found no trace of her brother. Amidst her frantic search, she suddenly felt a flush of warmth rush to her cheeks, thinking, You foolish girl, perhaps he is merely indisposed. Why search so desperately? If I were to see something I shouldn't, it would be most embarrassing. With that thought, Hongyu swiftly turned back, brushing aside the loose strands of hair from her forehead. Her flushed face and fiery eyes fixed upon the distant city. Sister, your skills are remarkable, your movements as light as a feather, leaving no trace upon the ground. Truly, you live up to the title of the red swallow that astonishes the heavens. The golden-furred tiger, with an almost ethereal grace, stood before the blushing Hongyu and said with a smile, Sister, you flatter me. Today, I have truly opened my eyes and grasped the profound meaning of the saying that there are always greater people beyond us, and skies beyond the heavens. You, dear brother, are indeed an extraordinary talent. I am utterly in awe of you. Hearing such high praise from Duan Hongyu, the golden-furred tiger felt a hint of bashfulness and replied, Sister, you are being too kind. I am not as remarkable as you say. We are merely equals. Hongyu, gazing at the golden-furred tiger and bowing in gratitude, suddenly blushed and inquired, Brother, how is it that I did not see you when I landed just now? What were you doing? Realizing her inquiry might be inappropriate, she quickly adjusted her tone, continuing, No, it's not that. What I meant to ask was where you had gone. I simply wanted to say, oh, it's nothing really. The golden-furred tiger, looking at the flustered Hongyu, felt his own face heat up and chuckled, Sister, I went nowhere at all. I was right beside you, never leaving your side. Upon hearing that he had been so close, Hong Yu's face burned even hotter, feeling not only her neck but also her chest flush with warmth, pondering, if I were to change position, would he catch sight of me? Embarrassed, she reproached him. It is your fault for remaining silent while standing beside me. Did you mean to make me feel awkward? The golden-furred tiger, not comprehending Hong Yu's true meaning, laughed and said, Surely not. I did not intend anything of the sort. I merely hid a little surprise for you, and truly, it is nothing to worry about. Looking at the innocent and naive golden-furred tiger, Hong Yu's displeasure evaporated, realizing it was her own overthinking. Calming her racing heart, she smiled and said, Brother, please do not tease me like that in the future. I would feel quite embarrassed. The golden-furred tiger paused, inquiring why not. Hong Yu, attempting to sound firm, replied, Because it would. With a grin, the golden-furred tiger deeply bowed, saying, I understand now, my apologies, sister. Hong Yu chuckled lightly. All right then, enough of the banter. What shall we do next? What shall we do is quite simple. Let us enter the city, find an inn to stay, feast heartily, and when the clock strikes midnight, we shall venture out for that, shall we? The golden-furred tiger gestured as he spoke, and Hong Yu nodded repeatedly. Once he finished, she said earnestly, Brother, you are quite right. I had the same thought. If we wish to attain that, we must indeed go for it. This perfectly illustrates, the mandarin ducks are inseparable, and the fish cannot part from the water. When the water is removed, the fish cannot survive. Chapter 23. Whether rich or poor, it is said, the poor live in bustling markets where no one inquires, while the rich dwell in remote mountains with distant kin. The white horse with its crimson tassels is vibrant in hue, drawing crowds of guests, both known and unknown. In the previous lines, the golden-furred tiger and Duan Hongyu whispered to one another in a language that others found difficult to comprehend. The golden-furred tiger gazed at Duan Hongyu with an air of mystery, as she animatedly gestured and spoke without pause. He clapped and laughed, exclaiming, Excellent. Sister, your reasoning is impeccable, and I have been thinking the same. What is this called? It is called a meeting of heroic minds. Come, sister. Let us enter the city and enjoy ourselves before we delve into further discussions. You are humble and courteous, dear brother. It brings me great joy, Hong Yu replied. The siblings, Jimahu and Duan Hongyu, walked along the official road leading to the city, engaged in light-hearted banter. As dusk descended, the thoroughfare was sparsely populated. Some travelers hurried in small groups, while others strolled leisurely, exuding an air of tranquility. Among them were individuals bearing the pallor of despair, their tattered garments and meager belongings indicating a flight from misfortune. Though they moved hastily, their steps lacked stability, creating an unsteady silhouette that danced upon the ground. Observing this dismal scene, Jinmahu, disheartened, turned to Hong Yu and lamented, Sister, what will become of these people? When will they experience better days? Duan Hongyu shook her head as she gazed at the destitute travelers, her voice tinged with empathy. Indeed, during the prosperous reign of Qianlong, it is well known that even petty theft exists. The affluent grow wealthier, while the impoverished increase in number. The rich depend on the impoverished to sustain their lavish lifestyles, while the poor survive on the meager crumbs that fall from the tables of the wealthy. This aligns with the notion of redistributing wealth. Yet not all affluent individuals deserve punishment, nor do all impoverished souls warrant salvation. Jinmahu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasonableness of her words. You speak truly, sister. Wealth is distributed unevenly. The immensely rich, corrupt officials, and those who exploit others contrast sharply with the modestly wealthy, who labor tirelessly from dawn until dusk, living frugally and earning their modest fortunes through sheer diligence. The heartless rich deserve retribution, while the industrious poor should be safeguarded. However, the poor also fall into various categories. Those who suffer misfortune or are wronged deserve assistance. Yet, there exists a segment of the impoverished that lacks ambition, waiting idly for fortune to bestow its favors upon them. Such individuals indulge in excess, embracing a hedonistic lifestyle without regard for the consequences. Furthermore, there are those who, blinded by their lofty aspirations, embark on ventures fraught with delusion, only to find themselves empty-handed and desolate. They fail to introspect or learn from their missteps, instead blaming others for their plight, resulting in disputes and losses that are all too common. Thus, determining who deserves punishment and who merits aid is indeed a complex dilemma. As Hong Yu listened to Jimo, she occasionally stole glances at his contemplative expression, pondering, this young man, despite his tender years, possesses a remarkably astute mind. He appears nonchalant, yet is wise beyond his years. One cannot judge a person merely by their appearance, as the depths of the sea cannot be gauged with a mere ladle. Engrossed in his meticulous dissection of the dynamics between the wealthy and the poor, Han Yu was captivated by Jinmahu's discourse when it was suddenly interrupted. She turned to find him gazing intently at her. Flustered, she averted her gaze, her heart racing, and playfully inquired, "Brother, what are you looking at?" Jinmahu chuckled. "I was wondering what thoughts occupy your mind, as you seem so engrossed." Duan Hongyu felt a blush creep upon her lovely visage. Casting a sidelong glance at him before smiling, "Oh, nothing at all. I was simply listening to your insightful analysis of wealth and poverty. Your observations are truly remarkable, profound, and unembellished. The mindset of the rich and the poor is vividly articulated, portrayed with exquisite detail. Brother, your keen observations and empathetic nature make you the rightful candidate for this noble task of alleviating the burdens of the affluent to aid the impoverished." Jinmahu, upon hearing this, could not suppress a chuckle and replied, "Sister, you jest. Who am I? Merely a commoner, feeble in strength, lacking such capability. Dear brother, I have faith in you." The sister responded, "As the saying goes, one should not bear burdens beyond their means, nor should words be delivered lightly. I must humbly concede that you are indeed the most suitable choice." Duan Hongyu, upon hearing Jinmahu's self-deprecating remarks, smiled knowingly and said, "Brother, I speak from the heart. Just consider this moment. Your choice to set aside personal vendettas and pursue the machinations of Wu Yi demonstrates what? It illustrates your willingness to risk life and limb for the greater good of humanity. Such selflessness is a rarity, achievable only by those with a chivalrous spirit. By undertaking this noble endeavor, you become the hero in the hearts of the people, a true knight." Jinmahu clasped his hands in salute and laughed heartily, saying, "Sister, spare me the accolades. I am no great knight, nor a hero. I merely detest Wu Yi's contemptible actions. If we speak of chivalry, it is you who truly deserves the title." Hong Yu smiled with satisfaction and replied, "Dear brother, you are mistaken. My actions are merely in service to a noble cause, supporting you in this endeavor." Jinmahu, perplexed by her sentiment, applauded and laughed. History is replete with tales of women who do not yield to men. From the primordial Pangu to the goddess Niwa, even Empress Wu Zetian claimed the throne. The talents of women are as profound as the treasures they hold, and their valor is unmatched. Duan Hongyu, slightly bewildered by Jinmahu's words, nonetheless felt a surge of joy as she gazed at him affectionately. With her crimson lips parting, she hesitantly inquired, "Brother, does your statement imply?" Jinmahu, understanding her unspoken thoughts, pointed ahead and smiled. "We have arrived at the city's gates. Sister, what shall we indulge in once we enter?" Duan Hongyu raised her delicate face, and the towering city walls obstructed her sharp gaze. The somber archway concealed two massive gates. As the heavy doors parted, for soldiers armed with long spears and swords stood guard on either side, their uniforms stark against the white inscription above. The bustling throng of pedestrians flowed in and out without hindrance, creating a lively atmosphere within the city. Redirecting her gaze to Jinmahu, she smiled and asked, "Shall we enter now?" "Ah, what purpose would we have here if not to enter the city? Do not speak foolishly. As the proverb states, discretion is the better part of valor. Who knows the secrets within? One cannot underestimate the distance ahead, fraught with obstacles and thorny paths." Chapter 24. The painful truth. Jinmahu nodded in agreement, and the siblings leisurely made their way into the city. The interior presented a starkly different scene. Behold, vendors with their wares, laboring under the weight of their burdens, staggered about. Listen, the calls of those selling scallions and garlic echoed continuously. The streets were choked with carts as if a torrent of water had surged forth, while horses became ensnared in the shallow mire. The throngs of people jostled against one another, a cacophony of movement and sound. Amidst laughter and conversation, Zhang San and Li Si found themselves navigating through the bustling streets. Guided by Jin Mao Hu and Duan Hongyu, who were pushing through the crowd towards the Shun Guang escort agency, which was situated facing south. Jin Mao Hu pointed to the inn across from the agency and glanced at Duan Hongyu, saying, "Sister, what do you think of that inn up ahead?" Following his gesture, Duan Hongyu looked towards the inn, its sign, Kalai Ju, shimmering under the fading sunlight, resembling the blushing face of a maiden, both alluring and inviting. She casually remarked, "That place looks splendid. Being diagonally opposite the escort agency, it would be an idyllic choice for our stay." With her approval, Jin Mao Hu nodded in agreement. "You are right, sister. I share the same sentiment. Let us settle in first. Good sir, please, come in for lodging and dining." Before they reached the inn, an enthusiastic attendant welcomed them, eager to entice the pair. Having intended to stay at this establishment, they accepted the invitation and followed the attendant inside. The inn was illuminated, and although the patrons dining and drinking were not numerous, The atmosphere was lively and far from quiet. Jin Mao, who raised his hand to signal the leading attendant. Is there a clean room available upstairs? Preferably one with a window for ventilation? The attendant turned with steady steps, replying, yes, indeed. We have just the place you desire. Follow me. After leading them through the hall, the attendant brought them to the staircase, where they ascended to the second floor and arrived at the door of the easternmost room. He opened the door and cheerfully inquired, how does this room suit you, honored guests? The rear window offers a splendid view, allowing you to observe the happenings on the street below. Approaching the back window, Jin Mao, who observed the scene outside, confirming it matched his expectations. He turned back to the attendant and nonchalantly remarked, very well. Travelers seldom demand excessive comfort, as long as it is adequate. He gestured towards the west side of the room, continuing, is the adjacent room still vacant? The attendant, suddenly realizing, eagerly responded, yes, yes. The room on the west side is available. You may take a look, it features identical arrangements. Rest assured, our inn guarantees utmost safety. Jin Mao, who interrupted, we shall take both rooms. Please arrange a sumptuous feast for us to be delivered here. Is that a problem? With a broad smile, the attendant assured him, not at all. Meeting the needs of our guests is our utmost priority. Please, make yourselves comfortable while I attend to your request. After entering the room, the attendant retrieved a lighter to ignite the large candles within, beaming as he exited and hurried downstairs. Once inside, Jin Mao Hu and Duan Hongyu each began to unwind. Duan Hongyu, appearing somewhat weary, sat upon the bed, while Jin Mao Hu, more invigorated, approached the rear window and pushed it open, gaining a full view of the Shun Guang escort agency. Inside, lamps and torches flickered to life, and the weary workers, still engaged in their tasks, were bustling about, pushing, shouldering, and lifting with fervor. Observing this, Jin Mao, who let out a grunt and turned to the contemplative Duan Hongyu, saying, sister, take a look. Their business seems quite prosperous, does it not? They labor with such vigor, yet Hongyu withdrew her thoughts and turned away from the bed, casually glancing at the escort agency. She posed a question that seemed to wander off topic. Brother, why, despite your lavish spending on fine wine and exquisite dishes, did you injure my servant over a mere 5 cash coin? Upon hearing this, Jimahu's handsome face flushed red. He left the window and took a seat at the table, laughing in disbelief. Sister, there's an old saying, do not strike a person's face, nor expose their flaws. Why do you insist on bringing up such matters? Hongyu chuckled. Taking a seat opposite Jimahu, one often ponders what is not present, and when one lacks something, they yearn for it. My curiosity drives me, it sharpens the mind. Furthermore, a constant alarm keeps one vigilant, instilling a sense of caution. Although Jinmahu felt somewhat embarrassed, he replied candidly, a single coin has never thwarted a hero. While I shan't dwell on who uttered this phrase, it rings true. Indeed, I was penniless at that time and unaware that sustenance came with a price. Whenever I recall this incident, I feel a twinge of guilt. By the way, is that injured young lad still at your home? Hongyu laughed heartily, casting a playful glance at Jinmahu. Do you think he is still here? Jinmahu scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. I suppose he is no longer around. With mischievous curiosity, Hongyu inquired further, what leads you to believe he is gone? Still scratching his head, Jinmahu responded, well, after years of experience, I've come to see that someone like Xiao Li is rather self-serving and cunning. As for myself, I wouldn't conspire with him. That's merely my opinion. Please don't fault me for my candidness. Hongyu erupted in laughter once more, her voice melodious and her demeanor enticing. Jinmahu, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, stammered, sister, what amuses you? Did I say something wrong? Hongyu suppressed her laughter and spoke warmly, brother. My laughter isn't at your expense, it's for your insightful perspective. I've heard such wisdom from your uncle, and to hear it from you today brings me joy. Jinmahu, encouraged by her words, exclaimed, sister, my uncle is indeed wise. Hongyu nodded in agreement, then playfully asked, brother, when you left your master, didn't he mention that one must pay for meals and lodging? Didn't he provide you with travel funds? Upon sensing a hint of reproach towards his master, Jinmahu quickly replied, sister, please don't say that. I bear no ill will towards my master. On the contrary, I am grateful to him. Hongyu, puzzled, queried, brother, I don't quite follow your reasoning. Without allowing her to finish, Jinmahu interjected, there is a profound mystery here. I can assert that everything was anticipated by my master. Had he clarified the costs of meals and lodging, how could I have injured a servant or met your uncle? If I hadn't met your uncle, how could we recognize each other as siblings? Was all this mere coincidence? No, it is a clever orchestration by my master. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but I remain steadfast in my conviction. Oh, as Hongyu listened, she nodded repeatedly before candidly stating, I understand. Your master must be an extraordinary person, indeed a master capable of divination. However, as she spoke, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, prompting her to inquire, but brother, if your master knows everything about this matter, why did he not speak plainly to you? Why the elaborate roundabout? Jinmahu, with a sly smile, replied, the hearts of men are not what they used to be. Upon hearing Jinmahu's words, Hong Yu, stirred by an unexplainable sentiment, lavished praise upon his master, voicing unexpectedly profound remarks. Was there a hidden intention behind her words? As the saying goes, when the magpie arrives at your door, it signifies good fortune. Yet beware of flattery that arises from nothing. The mantis focuses only on immediate gain, unaware that the yellow bird lurks behind. Chapter 25. Indirect approach. Jinmahu did not delve into the implications of Hong Yu's statements, but rather spoke openly and sincerely. Sister, you are absolutely correct. My master is indeed a remarkable figure, a true recluse. Observing Jinmahu's earnest demeanor, Hong Yu wholeheartedly believed every word he uttered. For she held him as a deity in her heart, irreplaceable and divine. She admired him deeply, recognizing his sincere nature and the unparalleled skills he possessed. She had experienced firsthand the legendary ability of transcending the air. The art of soaring through the skies, as her master had explained, is attainable only when a martial artist reaches a profound state of mastery, where their consciousness becomes ethereal. Furthermore, only those with celestial qualities can be guided by the immortal to achieve such feats. When she had inquired of her master, he had told her that she lacked the requisite fortune to master this skill, yet Jinmahu could. In which category did Jinmahu belong? Had he reached a level of mastery beyond comprehension, or did he possess those ethereal qualities? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Hong Yu suddenly raised her brows in excitement and exclaimed, Brother, I completely believe what you say. From your accomplishments, it is evident that your master must be a high-caliber individual. How could he produce such a remarkable disciple like yourself? Brother, let us discuss this. Will you teach me how to fly? Hong Yu's unrestrained words were akin to a thunderclap to Jinmahu, presenting an insurmountable challenge. Whether her declarations were sincere or not, once spoken, they resonated like nails driven into wood, leaving an indelible impact on Jinmahu's heart. With unwavering confidence, she gazed intently at his flushed countenance, filled with hope that he would acquiesce, considering their familial bond. Yet, she discerned the complexity of Jinmahu's expression, which clearly indicated his reluctance. Just as she was about to clarify, Jinmahu, appearing somewhat embarrassed, spoke first. Sister, it is not that I am lacking in compassion or wish to monopolize my skills, but this matter cannot be fulfilled without my master's explicit consent. I truly cannot comply. Having uttered these words, Jinmahu found himself in a predicament, his resolute refusal having been made without consideration of Hong Yu's feelings. Surprisingly, Hong Yu did not react with anger or embarrassment at his dismissal. She merely responded with a soft "oh." At that moment, she came to the realization that she should not impose upon others nor harbor unreasonable aspirations. She recalled the rules of her sect and immediately felt a stiffness in her facial muscles, her heart racing with unease. Attempting to ease the tension, she adopted a playful demeanor, rubbing her stiffened cheeks, and turned the situation from passive to active, smiling at the golden-furred tiger. Brother, I was merely jesting. Did you take me seriously? What use is it for me to learn to fly? Whether I can soar or not matters not. For having you by my side is 1,000 times better than any flight. Duan Hong Yu's witty remarks cleared away the clouds of confusion from the golden-furred tiger's face. Lifting the weight from his heart, he burst into an uninhibited laughter. Hearing his joyous laughter, Hong Yu, with her thoughts unclouded, joined in with a delightful giggle. Their laughter resonated as a connection between their hearts, a testament to the bond of their spirits. A series of knocks at the door brought their laughter to a halt. Esteemed guest, your food and wine have been prepared and are ready to be served, announced the attendant, who stood at the door holding a jar of daughter's red wine. The golden-furred tiger exchanged a glance with Duan Hong Yu and opened the door. Please bring it in. Several attendants entered in succession, carrying food boxes, wiping down the table, and meticulously arranging the dishes, plates and bowls, until everything was in order. The wine jar was uncorked and placed near the golden-furred tiger, who smiled and inquired, Do you have any further instructions, esteemed guest? Casting a glance at the exquisite dishes, the golden-furred tiger waved his hand dismissively. For now, there is nothing. Why not sit down and share a drink? Thank you for your kindness, esteemed guest. We shall take our leave, the attendants replied before exiting, closing the door behind them. As the attendants departed, the golden-furred tiger turned his gaze back to the table laden with food, his appetite awakened. He seized the wine jar and filled a cup with a flourish, while with his other hand, he reached for the chopsticks. Sister, please enjoy your meal. Duan Hong Yu smiled brightly, adopting a teasing tone. Brother, isn't there's something you should do before we eat? The golden-furred tiger paused, casting a glance at the mischievous Duan Hongyu, unsure of her meaning. He chuckled awkwardly and replied, Sister, what's in the gourd? Let us take a look. Really? We should just eat. What else is there to do? This little brother does not understand. Hongyu smirked, playfully retorting, Not understanding, are we? Shouldn't you wash your hands first? Upon hearing this, the golden-furred tiger instinctively hid his hands behind his back, casually rubbing them against his clothing as he laughed. Sister, my hands are not dirty. I merely held yours. Duan Hongyu felt that his words were inappropriate, her elegant face flushing with color, not allowing him to finish. She hurriedly interjected, You mustn't speak like that. My hands are not dirty at all. Just look. As she spoke, she extended her delicate, tender hands from her sleeve for the golden-furred tiger to inspect. He looked at her hands with a playful grin and said, Sister, why are you so eager? I never said your hands were dirty. I merely wanted to comment on how lovely they are. The golden-furred tiger deliberately paused, enjoying the sight of Duan Hongyu's anxious anticipation. Her cheeks growing warmer under his gaze, Duan Hongyu pressed, Quickly tell me. What about Duan Hongyu's ears were filled with joy, while her heart danced with delight. Pretending to be angry, she exclaimed, You talk too much. I shall no longer play with you. With that, she rose from her seat, turned her back to him, and strode towards the door, pulling it open and stepping out of Jin Maohu's chamber. Jin Maohu gazed at the graceful and enchanting Duan Hongyu as she exited, a smile spreading across his face. He stood and walked towards the wash area, removed his outer garment, hung it on a rack, and washed his hands with a splash. After drying his hands and face, he returned to his seat. Beholding the table laden with exquisite delicacies, he joyfully lifted a filled cup to his nose and inhaled deeply. What a fragrant wine! He took a hearty sip, smacked his lips, and praised, What splendid wine! As he spoke, Jin Mao, who grasped the wine jar with his right hand, poured another cup, and called out with enthusiasm, Sister, come quickly. Sister, do come. Hearing Jin Maohu's astonished call, Duan Hongyu dashed to the door, flung it open, and found herself at the threshold of his chamber, where his comical expression made her both laugh and cry. Suppressing her amusement, she approached while chuckling, Brother, why do you gaze at the delicacies in a daze? Are they giving you a hard time? Jin Maohu furrowed his brow and replied dramatically, Oh no, it is not they who are a challenge for me. Rather, I intend to conquer them. I am contemplating how to vanquish them all at once. Duan Hongyu, with a knowing smile, interjected, Begin with what is before you. Eliminate the hidden dangers. Jin Mao, who seemed to grasp her meaning, responding with enthusiasm, Indeed. Let us cease our idle chatter and act when the moment is ripe. One cannot extract oil from a broken gourd. Look at this splendid spread. The chicken, duck, and fish all beckon enticingly. Regardless, the precious game from the mountains will only turn to waste within. Away with such thoughts. Good words do not lead to good outcomes. They only spoil one's appetite. I shall heed your advice, sister, and refrain from discussing it during our meal. Be silent. Swallow your words and take a sip of wine to cleanse your palate. The delicacies are cooling and losing their charm. Your words, sister, are like nectar, intoxicating and enchanting. Please, sister, sit and enjoy the feast, while I humbly raise my cup in apology. Upon hearing this, Duan Hongyu beamed with delight, seated herself, lifted her chopsticks, and deftly picked up a piece of meat, placing it on her brother's plate. Am I not a modest girl? My temperament is generous, and I bear no ill will. Brother, when you drink, take care to avoid inebriation, sing loudly, but mind your words. Though these delicacies are before us, they are hard-won. Jin Mao, who drank from his cup, looking at Hongyu with admiration, Sister, you are indeed a heroine. In both speech and action, I fall short. Henceforth, I shall be attentive to your guidance. As Duan Hongyu savored her meal, she set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and grinned. Brother, do not merely speak. Eating and drinking are the true essentials. Jin Mao, who, upon hearing this, drank from his cup and seized his chopsticks to dive into the feast. This illustrates that one should not speak idly while dining. Do not treat sacred teachings lightly. One must be cautious in revelry and not allow oneself to be misled by the petty. Chapter 26. The second exploration of the demon cave is previously noted. Jin Mao, who chattered incessantly before the wine, but upon witnessing Duan Hongyu's prowess, he became silent, his chopsticks moving rapidly. With his left hand, he lifted the wine cup, and with his right, he wielded his chopsticks, alternating between sips of wine and bites of food, launching a vigorous assault on the feast before him. Before long, the spoils of victory filled the pouch. With his left hand, he set down his cup, while his right hand discarded the chopsticks. He picked up a napkin from the table to wipe the grease from his mouth, his face beaming with joy as he looked at Duan Hongyu. Sister, What do you think of my strategic tactics? Duan Hongyu laid down her chopsticks, drawing her gaze away from the remnants of their meal. With a napkin in hand, she smiled and replied, quite commendable. Indeed, one might say, unyielding in advance, sweeping away all obstacles like the wind clearing the clouds. Ha ha! Jinmahu erupted into laughter. Sister, your metaphor is perfectly apt. From now on, we shall proceed in this manner. Invincible in our endeavors, let us see who can stand against us. Duan Hongyu, amused by Jinmahu's exuberance, joined him in laughter. The two siblings shared a hearty laugh, and as the candlelight flickered, it burst forth like a flower, dancing merrily, seemingly inspired by their mirth. A servant entered to clear away the remnants of their meal, bringing with him fragrant tea, and then politely exited the room. Jinmahu, still in high spirits, glanced at the gentle yet captivating Duan Hongyu and said, Sister, now that the battle is concluded, you must be weary after a day of toil. Please, go rest in your room. We shall reconvene in an hour. It will not be too late. Duan Hongyu, understanding his intent, nodded in agreement and stood up, warmly expressing, Brother, you have worked hard. Take care and rest well. I shall take my leave. Jinmahu nodded, and with reluctance, Duan Hongyu departed from his room, gently closing the door behind her. As Jinmahu watched her figure disappear beyond the door, he rose and approached the rear window, opening it to peer towards the escort agency. Inside, the lights shone brightly and shadows flitted about. He quietly closed the window, retreating in silence, extinguishing the tallow candle, and seated himself at the edge of the bed. Removing his boots, he crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and focused on his navel, placing his hands upon his knees to introspect. Silently, he chanted, the primordial energy converges in the Dantian. The 3 meridians and 7 wheels open in order. The cycle of the heavens turns without obstruction. The energy flows through the 100 vessels, bringing health and vitality. As Jinmahu followed the rhythm of his breathing, an hour felt merely like sipping a cup of tea. Upon completing his meditation, he felt rejuvenated, stretching before descending from the bed, donning his boots, and returning to the rear window to peer outside. The majority of the lights had been extinguished. He leaned out to observe the night sky, which appeared dark and foreboding, evoking a sense of mystery and oppression. Jinmahu thought to himself, it is time. With this thought, he closed the rear window, equipped himself with his curved sword, and tidied his belongings. Quietly making his way to the door, he opened it slightly and stepped outside, noticing the dim lights within the inn. He slipped out, closing the door behind him, and approached the entrance to Hongyu's room, gently knocking twice and whispering, Sister, it is I. The door opened soundlessly, revealing Duan Hongyu, fully armed, standing within. Jinmahu gestured to her, then, with a nimble leap, ascended to the rooftop. Duan Hongyu, equally undeterred, swiftly followed suit. Exchanging glances, the siblings moved in tandem, leaping across the rooftops until they settled silently upon the eastern wall of the escort agency, concealing themselves. Jinmahu scanned the courtyard and softly instructed Hongyu, Sister, remain here and do not act recklessly. Take care to protect yourself. I shall investigate further. Duan Hongyu nodded in response, saying, Understood, brother. Do take care of your own safety as well. With a nonchalant smile, the golden-furred tiger reassured, Sister, do not worry. I shall exercise utmost caution. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of white light darted away. The golden-furred tiger, lighter than a cat, alighted upon the opulent, well-lit hall. He concealed himself in the shadows of the roof, observing his surroundings and listening to the commotion within the hall. The sounds of disordered conversation permeated the air. Third Master, why are you so eager to depart? Though this place may be small, it offers ample wild delicacies. If you stay for a year, you shall surely savor a different flavor each day. Ha ha ha, you rascal, that won't do. The Third Master lacks such fortune. The upper echelons are pressing urgently. We cannot afford to jeopardize the chief's affairs. I must leave by tomorrow. Third Master, will you take some local specialties with you? Nothing at all. I have other places to attend to, and carrying items would be inconvenient. Third Master, this is a small token from us for your travel expenses. We hope you will accept it. Oh dear, truly, you need not go to such lengths. I am humbled to receive it. Do not be modest, Third Master. What you receive is our heartfelt intention, a sign of respect towards you. Indeed, you must accept it. Our elder brother is right. This is our sincere regard. Very well, I shall not be polite and will accept your goodwill, but let this be the last time. One person inwardly cursed, damn it, next time? This is never-ending. You might as well meet an early demise at the hands of a curved sword. Third Master, when do you depart tomorrow? At the hour of the dragon. Oh dear. Look at you, Third Master. You come and go in haste, allowing us little opportunity to grow closer. We hope you can share the elder's specific instructions once more, so we may exert our utmost efforts. Did I not say? There are no specific instructions. Merely a directive to inform all branches to stand ready, avoiding any rash actions. We must heed unified commands to prevent any lapses at critical moments. The elder has repeatedly emphasized that whoever causes trouble must bear the consequences. We must remain vigilant. Third Master, why has the elder grown increasingly timid? Who dares to provoke our all-consuming faction in the martial world? Who fears? Now, an ignorant young fool emerges from who knows where. Isn't he simply courting death? What has happened to the elder? Are we not allowed to strike back? This clearly suggests we are afraid of him. Silence. Do not presume to interpret the elder's intentions. Do you not know that the new waves of the Yangtze River push the old aside, and new generations replace the old? Do not underestimate this young fool. He is a fearsome figure, a harbinger of death. If you wish to avoid an early grave, heed orders and act accordingly. When the time comes for you to charge into battle, you must do so. When ordered to remain on standby, you must remain still. Enough. Let this conversation cease. Remember my words, and return to your rest. Yes, yes. Third Master, your lodging has been prepared for you. We wish you great success and hope you enjoy it to the fullest. Ha ha ha, the laughter of devils is chilling in the dead of night. As the saying goes, in the midst of yellow sands and dark clouds, travelers lose their way in hardship. Reining in the horse, one often gazes back, as the gate is gently closed to welcome guests. Chapter 27. The Devil's Fright. Upon hearing this, the golden-furred tiger felt an overwhelming urge to enter and sweep away these remnants of the past. He managed to suppress the fury boiling within him, thinking to himself, "Cursed fool, I shall lend you my life for a few more days, but you are nothing more than a grasshopper after autumn, barely able to leap for long." As Jean Mao, who contemplated further, he heard a cacophony of footsteps erupting from the hall, followed by the departure of a group from the grand chamber. The individual known as San Yi was escorted to the rear courtyard by a man carrying a lantern. The courtyard was expansive and spacious, featuring a two-story pavilion at its center, illuminated from within. The light streamed through crimson curtains, exuding a jubilant atmosphere. Upon reaching the entrance of the pavilion, the lantern-bearer wished San Yi a good night and turned to leave. At the doorway, two maidens approached with courtesy, and San Yi, feigning the demeanor of a gentleman, waved them off and strode confidently into the pavilion, his gaze unwavering. Inside, the illumination was bright as day, and the decor was exquisite, adorned with sets of rosewood furniture, calligraphy, and paintings by renowned figures throughout history, and countless antiques and porcelain from various dynasties. Truly a dazzling array, any single piece capable of fetching a fortune. Yet, for San Yi, these riches were of little significance. He dismissed them with disdain and ascended the staircase. At the second floor's entrance, two maidens awaited, not quite celestial beauties, but certainly remarkable in their own right. Upon noticing San Yi's arrival, their eyes met, and they greeted him in a coy, melodious tone. Hearing their syrupy voices, San Yi inwardly cursed. Bah! A pair of lustful hounds, how tiresome! Although scorn simmered within him, he displayed a cheerful facade, smiling at the two maidens. This smile was enough for the maidens to feel victorious, their charming figures swaying as they approached him with smiles, saying, "We are here to serve you, San Yi." San Yi, a seasoned connoisseur of romantic pursuits, recognized that these maidens had been trained for such encounters, and if he were to remain here, he would not let this pair of vixens escape his grasp. However, today was an exception. Why? Because a delicate flower yet to bloom awaited his attention, rendering him indifferent to the two maidens. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "You may both leave. I require no service from you today." "Yes, San Yi," the maidens replied. Deflated like punctured balloons, their spirits dampened as they descended the staircase, casting one last disdainful glance upwards. How dare he? They silently cursed, each inwardly seething. Fool! Do you truly believe you are of worth? The two maidens exchanged glances as they exited, beckoning to two others outside before departing to their designated places. In the second-floor chamber, San Yi pushed open the slightly ajar door and beheld a small woman seated by the bedside, weeping profusely. Her silky black hair framed her delicate visage, her fragrant shoulders quivering, and her slender waist cinched by two fingers, a petite beauty rivaling celestial beings. Ensnared by the allure of this enchanting creature, San Yi, oblivious to the tribulations of his adopted daughter, shamelessly called out, "My sweet darling, I have kept you waiting far too long. Do not weep, for I have arrived." As the third master walked forward, he inwardly praised his servant's competence, his face beaming with delight, and brazenly tore off his upper garment. The third master's dark chest hair was as curly as steel wool, and his glossy black pubic hair gleamed. The third master opened his two large, steel-like hands and reached for the trembling, frail woman. The woman screamed in terror and retreated against the wall, unable to move further. The third master chuckled lewdly, leaped forward like a cat spotting a fish, and grabbed the woman's tender wrist with his sharp claws. Ah! The young woman trembled with fear, her beautiful face deathly pale. She struggled desperately, clawing and scratching at herself, pleading pitifully, "Master, Lord Long, great master, please, please have mercy and let me go. I promise you, in my next life I'll be your slave, I beg you." The third master, like an eagle snatching a sparrow, lifted the young woman from behind the wall and pulled her into his arms, shamelessly saying, "What are you saying, beauty? I don't understand. Let you go? Sure, but you have to agree to one condition." Thinking there was a chance of survival, the young woman struggled frantically in the third master's arms, asking in a panic, "What condition? As long as you let me go, I'll agree to any condition." "Ha, that's right. There's only one condition. If you please me tonight, I'll let you go home at dawn. How about it?" Upon hearing this, the young woman's last shred of hope vanished. She desperately cried out in the third master's arms, "Master, no. Master, you can't. I'm already betrothed. Please, let me go." The third master, somewhat annoyed, snapped, "No? What do you mean no? It's not up to you now." Then, the third master softened considerably, smoothing the young woman's dark hair. With a forced smile, he said, "Beauty, think it over. How about we cooperate? You won't lose out. We'll both be equally carefree. Even if you do it, no one will notice. What's there to be ashamed of? You've waited 1,000 years for this. Who do you want to save it for? Even if you save it for someone else, it'll just be another bullet through your body." While saying this, his hands were already busy, greedily groping and grabbing at the young woman's body. "You're filthy. You're not human. You're a beast." Smack. A resounding slap landed on the young woman's face. "Damn it. You're so shameless. You want to resist? Are you blind? You think you can resist?" Third master said, shoving the young woman onto the bed. As he pulled down his pants, he said, "You damned brat. You won't eat fresh fish. You insist on having your grandpa do it to you. Humph. A slut is a slut. You won't try my thing until you do. Then you'll be looking for me everywhere, pants down. See? Understood?" Third master spoke, until he was down to his shorts. The young woman was terrified and desperately tried to push herself against the wall. Yes, the young woman was helpless. Her chastity was in danger. Was she a virtuous woman? Virtuous women wouldn't tolerate such humiliation. They would protect their purity with their lives. She wanted to resist, but third master had said it was useless. Yes, it was indeed useless. Even if she were a weak woman unable to protect herself, 10 strong young men would be nothing more than a few damned insects in third master's hands. Indeed, regardless of whether the young woman is virtuous or not. Let us speak of the esteemed third master. "My dear, have you made up your mind?" "I can hardly contain myself." "Good sir, please do not." "What is this, sir, and second master? Speak plainly. Will you comply or not?" "Do not resist, good sir. Enough of your pretense. I have encountered many like you. Shameless and deceitful. If you refuse, do not provoke my anger further. Undress yourself. Do not. By my grandmother, if you refuse my toast, I shall take it upon myself to assist you." Upon uttering these words, the third master bent low and seized the fabric of the young woman's attire, about to tear it away with force. A sudden crisp sound echoed, startling in its sharpness, as if fate itself had intervened at this critical juncture. Not only the third master, but even celestial beings would be rendered speechless by such a turn of events. It is said that the line between good and evil is but a fleeting thought, and the balance of life and death hangs precariously upon the lips. One should not indulge in the vices of wine, lust, and wealth, for such entanglements may lead one to the depths of despair. Chapter 28. The weak woman's salvation. The series of ominous cracking sounds echoed from below, startling the third master who was above, intent on harming an innocent woman. His wicked grasp relinquished its hold on the young woman's garment, and in a flurry of panic, he haphazardly donned his trousers. His mind raced with fear. What is this commotion? An earthquake? No, it must be a human act. Who possesses such audacity, daring to disturb my domain? I shall unearth the ancestral graves of your lineage. Fury surged within him, his teeth clenched in silent rage as he prepared himself for confrontation. He donned his upper garment with precision, fastening it securely, and with a determined stride, he exited the room, leaping into the grand hall below. The hall lay in eerie silence, illuminated by flickering lights that cast shadows upon the wreckage. Overturned mahogany furniture and shattered ancient relics scattered across the floor. The third master, once dismissive of these possessions, now regarded their ruin with palpable anger. As he was about to step outside to investigate, yet another series of alarming sounds erupted from above, striking him like thunder from the heavens. He understood this was no mere coincidence. It was a deliberate act of defiance from an adversary. Who could it be? Who dares to challenge him at this moment? Surely, it must be an enemy, someone willing to risk everything. In a fit of rage, The third master ascended the stairs to the second floor, peering into the room only to be met with a shocking sight. The bed, once a place of indulgence, lay split in two at the entrance. He felt on the brink of madness. The young woman had vanished, and even her attire had disappeared without a trace. The self-assured third master, faced with this unforeseen reality, gasped in disbelief, his eyes burning with fury akin to a raging inferno. Clenching his fists, he surveyed his surroundings, steeling himself for whatever confrontation lay ahead. Ah, humanity, why must you engage in such heinous acts? Having committed heinous acts, what merit is there in living in perpetual fear? Is it not far more desirable to enjoy a peaceful life, filled with familial joy? As the saying goes, before undertaking any endeavor, one must deliberate carefully, lest one finds oneself in a precarious situation. While fortune and misfortune may be difficult to predict, with a righteous heart, calamities dissipate and blessings flourish, bringing peace and health. Those who are lost and do not know the way back, who will care for them? The elderly mother, wife, and children plead in the streets. Luck is rarely on the side of those who ride high, and they often find themselves abandoned, their corpses left to the wilderness, unheeded. On the walls of the escort agency, the agile Jin Mao who urged, "Sister, we must leave quickly." The anxious Duan Hongyu turned to see Jin Mao, who standing close, carrying a person, a woman whose shameful state left her barely clothed. Though doubts clouded her heart, she refrained from asking further questions, understanding that in such a precarious situation, it was unwise to inquire too deeply. Following closely behind Jin Mao Hu, she traversed rooftops and returned to the inn's upper floor. Jin Mao Hu gestured for Hongyu to open the door. Although displeased, Hongyu dared not defy him. She gracefully descended, landing at her room's entrance, gently pushing the door open and beckoning Jin Mao Hu to enter. Understanding her signal, he gracefully leaped, a streak of light illuminating the room as he entered. Observing Jin Mao Hu's elegant movements, Hongyu couldn't help but admire him silently before she followed him inside, closing the door softly behind her. Jin Mao Hu placed the woman on the bed and stepped to the rear window, pushing it open to gaze into the escort agency. Inside, silence reigned, and tranquility enveloped the place, as though nothing untoward had transpired. Inside the inn, the room was shrouded in darkness. It could not be said that one could not see their hand before their face, yet clarity was elusive. Filled with apprehension, Duan Hongyu approached the bed, where the woman lay, her body exposed and her features twisted in distress. She hurried to Jin Mao Hu's side and tugged at his garment, whispering, "Brother, who is she? How did you come to carry her here? What is her identity?" Jin Mao Hu closed the window and turned to Hongyu, saying, "I do not know who she is. I witnessed that master Sen attempting to violate her, and I devised a ruse to rescue her. Sister, you must check on her. She is likely faint from fear. Call to her and see if she can awaken." Upon hearing this, Hongyu's doubts vanished. She obediently approached the bed and gently shook the frightened woman, applying pressure to her back to stimulate her circulation. The woman emitted a faint sound, and then, in a fit of panic, she began to thrash about wildly. Just as she was about to scream, Hongyu swiftly subdued her pressure point. "Do not be afraid, young lady. You have escaped the clutches of evil and are safe here." In the darkness, the woman saw a man and a woman but could not discern whether she was in a place of safety or peril. Tears streamed down her face, and her entire body trembled, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. "Please, do not be afraid. I wish to ask you a few questions. Do not scream or cause a commotion, lest we disturb others. Can you manage that?" The frightened woman nodded, still shaken. With a gentle twist of her wrist, Hongyu released the pressure point and compassionately inquired, "Dear sister, where is your home? What is your name, and how did you come to the escort agency? Speak the truth, so we may assist you in returning home." Upon hearing hope in Hongyu's voice, the young woman teared up, her voice breaking as she replied, "Esteemed heroes, my name is Lu Yutsue, and I live at Shirley Pa in the western part of the city. Please, speak a little softer." Hongyu reminded Yutsue, who nodded and lowered her voice, saying, "It's just past dinner time. My parents and I were having our meal when the door was suddenly kicked open. Two masked men appeared, exuding an imposing aura that brooked no dissent. One seized my parents, while the other lunged at me. In that moment of sheer terror, I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself trapped in a den of iniquity. Fortunately, two valiant heroes came to my rescue, or else this poor girl would have fallen victim to a heinous crime." Yutsue was interrupted, her voice breaking into sobs. Duan Hongyu, while comforting Yutsue to cease her tears, turned to Jimmu, who stood by the back window, and inquired, "Brother, what do you propose we do about this matter?" Jimmu turned back, contemplating for a brief moment before resolutely declaring, "Sister, we must proceed in this manner. I wonder how you feel about it." Hongyu nodded in agreement, recalling the adage, Who can escape the trials of fate? In adversity, life may find a way to flourish. Should one encounter peril, forsaking family and children, heaven shows no mercy. Chapter 29. The weak woman returns home. Guests arrive at the inn. Duan Hongyu, imbued with an ethereal spirit akin to a mischievous sprite, readily concurred with Jinmahu's suggestion. She assisted Yutsue in donning her attire, then raised her delicate hand to swiftly pinpoint the acupoint on Lu Yutsue's slumbering form. Lu Yutsue's body slumped softly onto the bed, oblivious to her surroundings. "Brother, you carry her while I open the door," Hongyu stated briskly as she approached the entrance. Upon reaching the door, she listened intently to the sounds outside, then cautiously opened it a crack before slipping out. Jinmahu, seizing the opportunity, hoisted the unconscious Lu Yutsue over his shoulder and nimbly stepped out, leaping onto the rooftop. Seeing Jinmahu ascend to the rooftop, Hongyu gently closed the door behind her and floated to her brother's side. They exchanged a knowing glance, with Jinmahu leading the way and Hongyu following closely as they traversed rooftops towards the western city wall. The siblings remained silent, each focusing intently until they reached the base of the wall. Utilizing their strength, they ascended the structure. Jinmahu scanned the surroundings with keen eyes before turning to the ever-present Duan Hongyu and smiling. "Sister, relax, it's all clear. No one has detected our movements. You need not be anxious. Your courage has been well forged." "Indeed." Jinmahu pointed ahead. "Sister, we should head in this direction." "I shall follow your lead," Hongyu replied, smiling at her brother. "But I must admit, I lack your prowess. My modest skills pale in comparison to your brilliance." Jinmahu chuckled gently. "Sister, you are far too humble. Let us proceed." With a smile, Hongyu chose not to respond further. Instead, she summoned her extraordinary skill, the purple swallow's sky-shattering technique. And her crimson attire billowed as she shot forth like a red thread, disappearing from sight. Jinmahu nodded, internally marveling at her remarkable technique. After acknowledging her prowess, he harnessed his own strength to pursue Hongyu. As she soared through the air, the sound of her garments fluttering in the wind alerted her to Jinmahu closing in. With a swift push off her left foot and a powerful thrust from her right, she propelled herself forward. In the wild, untamed countryside, the disparity in speed between Duan Hongyu and Jinmahu was striking. Soon, beads of perspiration gathered at the corners of Hongyu's brow. The fragrant sweat clung the close-fitting garments to her skin, prompting her to turn back and say to Jinmahu, "Brother, I cannot go on any longer." Duan Hongyu, while expressing her fatigue, had already planted her feet firmly on the ground, taking a few steps forward to steady herself. She brushed her disheveled bangs aside, adjusted the sword hanging at her waist, and fanned herself with her garment, exhaling in a mix of sighs and gasps. Jinmahu, however, appeared unfazed. Despite carrying someone on his shoulder, he effortlessly settled beside Duan Hongyu and remarked, "Sister, your agility is quite remarkable." Duan Hongyu felt her cheeks flush with warmth at the compliment, halting her fanning to smile and say, "I hope I did not embarrass you." She then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Brother, how far do you think we are from the city walls?" Jinmahu turned his gaze, and, through the dim light, could still discern the flickering lights atop the battlements. He smiled and replied, "At least 7 or 8 miles. Having said this, he remembered the person he was carrying and quickly added, "Sister, should we ask Lu Yuchui if her home lies to the northwest?" Duan Hongyu agreed. "Yes. Let us hasten to inquire." As she worked to unbind Lu Yuchui's acupoints, she curiously asked, "Brother, how did you deduce that it is indeed to the northwest?" Jinmahu, gently placing Lu Yuchui down, explained, "I heard the distant barking of dogs coming from that direction." Duan Hongyu supported the trembling Lu Yuchui as she strained to listen, indeed catching faint, indistinct sounds of barking. She thought to herself, his hearing is exceptional. How did I not notice this sooner? While her mind raced, her hands worked diligently, patting Lu Yuchui's back to relieve the pressure on her acupoints. Once freed, Lu Yuchui opened her dry, weary eyes to find herself surrounded by darkness and was startled to see 2 figures before her. "Oh my goodness!" she exclaimed, instinctively recoiling in fear. Duan Hongyu, witnessing Lu Yuchui's panic, reassured her with a gentle smile. "Do not be alarmed, dear Lu Chui. We have rescued you from the city, and you are safe now. Please, take a moment to discern the direction of your home." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuchui recognized her saviors and, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt before them, repeatedly bowing her head and crying out, "Thank you, kind benefactors. I can never repay your immense kindness." Duan Hongyu stepped forward to assist her, smiling as she said, "There is no need for such formalities. Quickly, tell us which way to your home." Lu Yuchui, still trembling from the shock, stood unsteadily with Duan Hongyu's support. Glancing around, she finally pointed decisively to the northwest and stated, Kind benefactors, my home lies not far ahead in that direction. Duan Hongyu, impressed by Lu Yuchui's words, cast an admiring glance at Jin Mao Hu and remarked with a sincere smile, "Brother, you were indeed correct. It is as you predicted, to the northwest." Jin Mao Hu, oblivious to her admiration, simply responded, "That is good. In that case, I shall rely on you, sister." Duan Hongyu, understanding his meaning, smiled knowingly and asked the still trembling Lu Yuchui, "Can you walk on your own?" Lu Yuchui, a child from a destitute family, was not a pampered young lady. Despite having endured a fright, she was eager to return home and reunite with her loved ones to express her heartfelt emotions. Unbeknownst to her, an inexhaustible strength had surged within her. With confidence, she nodded at Duan Hongyu and stepped forward. As she approached the village of Shirley Pu on the western outskirts, the increasingly close barks of dogs resonated in the air, revealing the modest settlement before her. The familiar sight of her wooden gate urged Lu Yuchui to quicken her pace, and she rushed towards it, flinging it open and calling out, "Father, Mother, your daughter has returned." This cry, tinged with sorrow and humiliation, pierced through the night, startling both her parents and the neighbors nearby. Her parents, who had been weeping helplessly around an oil lamp flickering with a tiny flame, were jolted by what felt like a thunderbolt from the heavens. In astonishment, they exclaimed simultaneously, "It's Yutsue, it's our Yutsue's voice." The couple, having shed their tears, dashed toward the slightly ajar door and flung it open with a loud bang, calling out, "Yutsue!" They fell upon their daughter, who was rushing toward them, weeping uncontrollably as they cried out, "Yutsue, Yutsue, my child, is that really you?" It is I, father and mother. I was saved by a kind-hearted person," she replied. Neighbors gathered around, some weeping alongside them, others inquiring about her well-being. When they asked how she had returned, Yutsue, overcome with grief, suddenly remembered her savior and ceased her cries, turning back to search for the figure who had rescued her. Yet, in the vastness of the night, there was no sign of her benefactor. Upon realizing her savior was nowhere in sight, Lu Yutsue pushed past her parents and rushed back along the path she had come, calling out, "Benefactor, benefactor, where are you?" Her frantic running left the onlookers momentarily stunned, but one quick-thinking individual urged, "Hurry, chase after Yutsue. Is she losing her mind?" This remark awakened the crowd from their stupor, and they all pursued Lu Yutsue. Among them was a young man, swift as the wind, who soon caught up with the frantically running Lu Yutsue. Overcome with emotion and fatigue from her sprint, she collapsed to the ground as he grasped her. Breathlessly, she implored, "Benefactor, benefactor, you saved my life, yet I do not know your esteemed name or even what you look like. How can I ever repay you in this lifetime?" Witnessing Lu Yutsue's state and hearing her lamentations, her parents and neighbors began to comprehend the situation. Many were moved to tears. Half of those tears stemmed from sympathy for Lu Yutsue's unfortunate plight, while the other half expressed joy at her miraculous return. Alas, the person who had helped her had vanished without a trace. Kind-hearted individuals often bear the burdens of others' misfortunes, while those with malicious intent find joy in the suffering of others. The cycle of cause and effect is relentless, revealing itself with each passing day. Lu's family, encouraged by compassionate neighbors, returned home. Under the dim light, a group of good-hearted souls shared stories of injustice, all hoping for more selfless heroes to lend them strength and support. As for Lu Yutsue's family reunion, we shall now turn our attention to the siblings, Jimahu Duan Hongyu and his sister. The two siblings, upon witnessing the joyous reunion of Lu Yutsue's family, were graced with smiles. Duan Hongyu playfully tugged at Jin Maohua's sleeve and remarked, "Come, brother, do you truly expect them to provide you with a meal?" Understanding her jest, Jin Maohua turned with a smile, choosing silence as he gracefully retraced their steps. The journey of several miles was but a fleeting moment for the siblings. Upon arriving at the city, they ascended the walls and returned to the inn where they were lodging. "Good night, sister." This is aptly summarized as one treads the path of virtue, prosperity blooms, joy and fortune grace the doorstep. Yet, those who harbor deceit and disquiet shall find their homes in ruin and their lives in poverty. Chapter 30. Convincing oneself as guests at the inn, Jin Maohua and Duan Hongyu made their way to the rooftop. Jin Maohua softly addressed Hongyu, "Sister, the hour is late. Let us retire to our quarters. Tomorrow shall take care of itself. Do not squander this night in slumber." Wishing her sweet dreams, he bid her good night. With a smile, Hongyu was about to respond, but before she could utter a word, Jin Maohua gracefully descended the stairs. Disheartened, Duan Hongyu followed suit. Arriving at Jin Maohua's door only to find it shut, the interior cloaked in darkness and silence. With no recourse, she returned to her own room. Gently pushing the door open and settling in for a quiet night, her thoughts lingering on Jean Malwa. Meanwhile, Jean Malwa entered his own chamber, pushing open the rear window to cast a cautious glance at the escort agency. The interior was eerily quiet. He closed the window, unfastened his cherished curved sword, and tenderly laid it beneath his pillow. He hung his outer garment on a rack and sat on the edge of the bed, leisurely reclining to adjust the height of his pillow for comfort. Stretching his limbs, he reflected on the events that had transpired, musing, alas, what have I done? Over 3 years have slipped by, and the 2 tasks I set for myself remain unfulfilled. Yet, I have interfered in the affairs of others, resulting in the deaths of so many. Was it right or wrong? Gazing into the dimness of his room, he fell into contemplation. To take a life is undoubtedly wrong. Yet it was never my intention. The fate of those I have slain bears no significant connection to me. However, those wretches, merciless and unscrupulous, would continue their villainy regardless of my actions. Would my hand be guided by impulse or by a sense of justice? What does it matter? The deed is done, and they were hardly innocent souls. He pondered the moral quandaries surrounding the actions of the so-called third master, who, while projecting an air of righteousness, perpetrated heinous acts. Should one intervene in the affairs of such a villain? Absolutely. Should those who serve him, like the despicable Wu Yi, be dealt with? Indeed, Wu Yi, the true instigator, the harbinger of doom, deserved the severest of fates. Yet, as Jean Malwa contemplated Wu Yi, he deliberated. Though he is arrogant and conspiring to unleash chaos upon the realm, what connection do I truly have to him? Without any grievances or enmity, why should I oppose him? Why should I take his life? Wu Yi, a formidable figure, possesses skills unmatched and secrets unknown. Am I truly his rival? If not, why engage? My life hangs precariously in the balance, while my own demise would be bearable. What of my cousin Hongyu? I cannot allow her to bear the burden of my fate, nor can I inflict harm upon my uncle and aunt. If I were to take his life and escape unscathed, would that be an act of righteousness? The thought of my father's murder comes flooding back, along with the horror of my family's annihilation. I cannot help but remember the misfortunes that befell Dong Wenge and seethe with hatred towards the bloodthirsty leader, Gai Tianli, who brought ruin upon his family. I ponder my father's actions. Was he a man of justice or merely a tyrant like Wu Yi? If he were indeed a champion of righteousness, then I must avenge my fallen kin. But should he have acted as Wu Yi did, what significance would vengeance hold? Divine retribution is one thing, but the sins of man are inexcusable. If my father wielded his power to oppress the weak like Wu Yi, then that would be his own nemesis, and revenge would be futile. Yet, if my father were truly wicked, my master would surely know. He possesses the wisdom to discern right from wrong, and would never permit me to defy the heavens. Yes, my father was just. Gai Tianli deserves to die? I must seek out Gai Tianli to uncover the truth. There can be no ambiguity, and he must not perish before revealing the facts. If he is reasonable, I shall spare him. If he is unjust and oppressive, I must exact my vengeance upon him. Gai Tianli did not only slay my parents, he obliterated my entire family. But what of Wu Yi's kin? If I take their lives, will not their children seek retribution against me? Surely they will. What then? When will this cycle of vengeance cease? The murder of one's father is a grudge that cannot be overlooked. I cannot dwell on it any longer. I must take one step at a time. As these thoughts swirl within me, I feel an overwhelming tumult of emotions. Regardless of the circumstances, I must locate Gai Tianli. Where could he be? Am I his equal? Can I trust the rumors from Nanhai? What if I arrive there and find him absent? No, I must pursue him now. What of Wu Yi? I shall not concern myself with him. A fierce internal struggle ensues. Wu Yi's affairs seem trivial, a matter of indifference. Yet I cannot dismiss them so lightly. For a villain like Wu Yi, should he rise to power, how many others will find themselves homeless and destitute as I am? Therefore, I resolve to eliminate Wu Yi first before avenging my family. This is an act of chivalry, a deed that only a noble heart can undertake. In contemplating Gai Tianli, Wu Yi, my biological parents, and my revered mentor, a wave of emotion surges within me. Master, you have taught your disciple to uphold righteousness and vanquish evil. I shall not let you down. I will wholeheartedly pursue this path. Even if it leads to my demise at the hands of others, I will have no regrets. Father, though you have departed, I believe you, too, would have no regrets. You fought against Gai Tianli, a merciless fiend who kills without a second thought. Your struggle demonstrates your courage, your willingness to stand for the weak. You have set an admirable example for me. I, too, shall seek to slay Wu Yi, pouring forth my last drop of blood for the sake of the people. Father, rest assured, I shall undoubtedly avenge you by slaying Gai Tianli, dismembering him to exact retribution for our family's grievances. Father, do you believe your son can accomplish this? Have no doubt, dear father, I shall see it through, without fail. Jinmahu's soliloquy resembled a solemn vow. No, he was engaged in a psychological warfare, motivating himself with unique thoughts, fortifying his resolve to become an indomitable force. Indeed, even the strong possess vulnerabilities, and only by reinforcing these weaknesses can one truly transform into an unwavering powerhouse. Jinmahu harbored intentions of paramount importance, yet he was acutely aware of his solitary plight. Notwithstanding the company of his cousin, Duan Hongyu, he felt profoundly alone. In a moment of inspiration, he contemplated the necessity of forging friendships and gathering talents. Yes, where there are allies, there is strength, and with strength, one can shoulder heavy burdens. However, he reflected, forming cliques for personal gain. How does that differ from the likes of Wu Yi and Gai Tianli? No, I cannot descend to such depths. I must rely on my own strength to conquer all. Yet, as he pondered further, he recognized that a single person can only guard one front. What of the myriad others? To address all angles requires a multitude. Indeed, a single hand cannot clap, and a solitary tree cannot form a forest. Employing others for personal advantage is commendable, yet I am not akin to Wu Yi, who orchestrates schemes that are not merely underhanded, but fundamentally immoral. Yes, I must thwart his sinister machinations, otherwise, peace will elude the world. What course of action shall I take? I must confront Wu Yi with fervor. However, this is imprudent, although he conspires for a bloody upheaval in the realm. Who would believe him? If I am to gain the trust of others, I must unveil his treacherous facade, exposing his true nature and rallying a collective assault to obliterate him. Yes, this is the strategy, splendid indeed. Jinmahu's deep contemplation culminated in a decisive conclusion, to leverage others to achieve his aims. With joy, he nodded to himself, murmuring, "Let us unite in our efforts, indeed. Let us come together." With this thought, he devised his plan, firmly believing in his capability to succeed. This was not mere arrogance. Rather, it was an unwavering conviction, one that none could undermine or refute. With this belief, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment, realizing he had matured, that his path ahead was expansive, and his vision was clear. Indeed, the dawn had arrived. The morning light dispelled the night's darkness, casting its gentle glow upon the earth, illuminating all living things. Jinmahu opened his contemplative eyes, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the cracks of the door, reflecting, "The day has broken, a new beginning is upon us. And new plans must be set in motion. Old hound Wu Yi, I shall seize your tail, gripping it tightly, dragging you from your seemingly impregnable den, feasting upon your flesh and blood, smashing your bones for drink. Regardless of how many subordinates you possess, I shall flay each one systematically." With this determination, Jinmahu rose and approached the window, pushing it open to behold the earth adorned in vibrant hues, the fresh morning air filling his senses, prompting him to exclaim, "It is beautiful, so delightful." Amidst his admiration, he remained vigilant, observing the activities of the Shun Guang escort agency, which continued its operations as usual. The cleaning staff wielded their brooms in a rhythmic manner, sweeping with purpose, in a place where smoke wafted gently upwards. The kitchen was abuzz with the hurried and meticulous preparation of vegetables. The servants, diligently carrying tea and water, moved through the rooms with an air of organization and purpose. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Something was amiss. Was his third uncle truly a slothful sleeper, unbothered by the chill of the floor? Could it be that he had slipped away like a golden cicada shedding its shell, leaving him to fret in vain? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jinmahu thought, "Alas, my uncle has made his escape." He turned towards the bed, retrieving a curved sword from beneath the pillow to fasten at his waist. Donning his outer garments with care, he approached the basin to wash his hands and face, hastily drying himself with a towel before tossing it onto the basin stand. He then opened the door and stepped outside. Standing at the threshold, he could hear commotion emanating from Hongyu's room, but chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting her emergence. He observed the guests in the courtyard, cheerfully greeting one another as they packed their belongings. Their tall silhouettes cast shadows upon the western wall, obscuring the enticing red glow of the sun, basking in the warm embrace of the crimson sunlight from the balcony. Jinmahu felt a profound sense of comfort and joy. He was acutely aware that the light reflecting off his sword was also red. Yet that hue bore a chilling severity. The sun's rays were warm and nurturing, a light of transformation, whereas the glint of his sword was a harbinger of harsh justice. "Good morning, brother." "Good morning, sister." Chapter 31. The hearts fluttered just as Jinmahu savored the sun's warmth. The cheerful greeting of "Good morning, brother," interrupted his reverie. Turning, he beheld his cousin, Duan Hongyu, impeccably attired at the doorway. He smiled and replied, "Good morning, sister." Duan Hongyu, with a smile as refreshing as spring, nodded before approaching him. Brother, what is your wish? Jin Mao who, amused, said, I cannot presume to command. But I would like to invite you downstairs for a meal and perhaps seek your counsel on a matter. Duan Hongyu's face flushed with a delicate hue as she replied softly, Surely, brother, you jest. Seeking advice is my specialty. With a hearty laugh, Jin Mao who displayed his pearly white teeth against his vibrant red lips, a visage reminiscent of the illustrious Panin, imbued with an aura of gallantry. Duan Hongyu, enchanted by his laughter, found her heart racing, her thoughts unmoored. She mused silently that despite having encountered numerous handsome men during her travels, none could compare to him. He was indeed a dragon among men, a celestial being descended to earth. Observing Duan Hongyu's mesmerized gaze, Jin Mao who teasingly inquired, Sister, what ails you? Why do you look at me so? I wash my face today, do I have something unsightly? Startled from her reverie, Duan Hongyu blushed deeply and lowered her gaze, stammering, No, it's just. At that moment, Jin Mao who felt a warmth rising to his own cheeks. Noticing her flushed visage and her incomplete words, he asked with concern, Sister, are you unwell? Do you need to see a doctor? Duan Hongyu, heart fluttering at his concern, looked up with a smile and said, Silly, do I look ill to you? By the way, brother, you mentioned inviting me to dine. Let us go. With a faint smile, Jin Mao who enigmatically remarked, It is indeed pleasant to invite my sister to dine, yet you seem to have forgotten another saying. Duan Hongyu believed Jin Mao who was merely teasing, and with a charming smile, she replied, That saying does not count. Jin Mao who, somewhat taken aback, inquired, Does not count? How can such an important matter be disregarded? Observing Jin Mao whose serious demeanor, Duan Hongyu chuckled, An important matter? My dear brother, what pressing issue could arise so early in the morning? Surely you did not dream of a beautiful lady last night. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Mao who affirmed, Indeed. Duan Hongyu exclaimed, What? That is not a matter at all. I refuse to entertain it. Seeing her flustered expression, Jin Mao who playfully replied, How can it not be a matter? This is a significant affair of my life. A significant affair? What sort of affair could that be? The exchange continued, filled with playful banter. In dreams, is there truly a need for words? Do dreams sometimes manifest in reality? Enough of this. What dreams? Is fate kind or not? Fate is indeed kind. Come now. Let us find a seat downstairs, and I shall recount the details of the beauty. Duan Hongyu, feeling slightly awkward, conceded, Very well. I am curious to see whether she is a beauty or an enchantress. With that, she bypassed Jin Mao who and strode downstairs without a backward glance, while he followed closely behind, relishing the moment. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were greeted by the attendant. Jin Mao who chose a table by the window facing the street, and the attendant hurried over to clean the table and chairs, beaming as he asked, What would you like to eat, esteemed guests? Jin Mao who withdrew his gaze from the outside and smiled at the attendant, 2 servings of breakfast, please. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. The attendant then called out to the kitchen, 2 breakfasts for table 6, before attending to other patrons. Jin Mao who gestured for Hongyu to take a seat, and they settled across from each other. Jin Mao who inquired, Sister, why do you appear so displeased? Duan Hongyu, in a huff, replied, I am quite vexed. Jin Mao who laughed heartily, Sister, at times one sets a trap for oneself only to find oneself ensnared. Does that not seem amusing? Aware of her own shortcomings, Duan Hongyu attempted to ease her irritation, sighing, Fine, you mentioned a significant issue, what is it? Jin Mao who cleared his throat, and, with utmost seriousness, stated, Sister, I wish to inquire about how San Yi slept last night. Duan Hongyu was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical question, thinking, That rascal, how would I know how San Yi slept? But then she realized her misunderstanding. Reflecting on this, she replied, I imagine he must have slept soundly, though not in a bed. Jin Mao who, pleased by her response, asked, Is that truly your belief? Duan Hongyu, now more convinced of her thoughts, affirmed, That is indeed what I think. You are absolutely right, dear sister. I share your sentiment. Then you must have camped out under the stars last night. Jin Mao who, leaning in closer, whispered to Duan Hongyu, Last night. Sen Yi made the ground his bed and the sky his cover, cradled by the stars, while insects and creatures buzzed around, leaving him with quite an array of bites. Duan Hongyu erupted into a peal of laughter upon hearing Jimahut's words, her laughter resonating like silver pearls cascading onto a jade platter, crisp and melodious. Hush, hush. Jimahut quickly gestured for her to tone it down. Duan Hongyu stifled her laughter, realizing that Jimahut spoke with a seriousness that left her with no solid evidence to doubt, and thus inquired, Brother, what do you mean? With a hearty chuckle, Jimahut replied, Sister, do enlighten me. What do you think I mean? Prompted by his question, Duong Hongyu's thoughts whirled, and she guessed with a smile. You mean that third master has taken his leave to the verdant land, slipping away discreetly? Jin Mahut nodded and laughed. Sister, just consider it. A prestigious figure like third master, a man who commands respect and exerts influence, caught unawares in the dead of night, unaware of who had stirred him, and ended up a laughingstock without even confronting the weasel. If it were me, I would be utterly humiliated. Duong Hongyu felt her cheeks flush at his words and replied with a laugh. You cannot use yourself as a comparison. You would never stoop to such disgraceful deeds as he did. A person of his stature must be brought down by someone of your caliber, rendering him as lost and miserable as an abandoned dog. Huh, well said. Evil is always met with evil, Jin Mahut exclaimed. But should the day come when my little brother turns to villainy, sister, do not jest so. Are you intent on upsetting me? You are no villain, and you shall never become one. But sister, what do you mean by that? Villains are not merely good people turned bad. They are born from malevolent thoughts. Oh, how certain you are. Good and evil are but a thought away. Who knows? In the future, I might find myself harboring thoughts that transform me into a great fiend. Do not speak such nonsense. Here comes the breakfast. Before Duong Hongyu could finish her sentence, the attendant delivering breakfast interrupted her, as two waiters approached their table, setting down 2 portions of food before retreating with smiles. Let us eat, my sister, Jin Mahut said, lifting his bowl of 8 treasure porridge and savoring a hearty mouthful. Ah, this porridge is delightful. Duong Hongyu, seemingly lacking appetite, picked up her chopsticks and delicately lifted a strand of kudzu root, casting a shy glance at Jin Mahut as she asked, Brother, what shall we do next? While enjoying his meal, Jin Mahut casually replied, These are merely our speculations. We shall soon know the truth. Eat, eat. Observing Jin Mahut relishing his food, Duong Hongyu murmured to herself, Oh, I see now. You are implying there's no need for you to elaborate. Isn't this proof enough? As they watched Jin Mahut dine at the entrance of the escort agency, suddenly, 3 well-equipped warhorses burst forth from within. On one of the horses sat a burly man, characterized by his youthful visage and robust stature, with a square face, large round eyes, and a prominent, reddish garlic nose. His mouth was wide, revealing black tusks, and his thick beard connected to his hair, with coarse braids tied tightly. Draped in a luxurious robe and sporting lantern-like trousers, he wore war boots, wielding a whip as he urged his steed forward. Following Jin Mahut's direction, Duong Hongyu leaned forward to catch a glimpse, and her heart raced as she observed the man galloping away in a flurry, heading east down the street. A sense of shock enveloped her as she thought, indeed, Third Master has vanished without a trace. This was truly a moment where one's prominence is showcased before others, yet one can be stripped of dignity in silence. A testament to the shifting tides of fortune. Chapter 32. Threads of evidence. With the 3 high-stepping steeds bursting forth from the escort agency, Duong Hongyu confirmed her suspicions. Her mind momentarily clouded. The golden-furred tiger gazed at the bewildered Duong Hongyu and calmly remarked, Sister, why are you lost in thought? This situation is quite ordinary, albeit unexpected. Let us eat. Duong Hongyu, with a hint of concern, set down her chopsticks and anxiously replied, Brother, I believe we should forego our meal. Otherwise, we may face repercussions. Everything will be taken care of by your little brother. If you do not eat, I shall be quite upset, the golden-furred tiger insisted. Upon hearing that her little brother might be displeased, Duong Hongyu quickly picked up her chopsticks again, swiftly raising her bowl to devour her food with earnestness and delight, as though failing to finish her breakfast might genuinely cause her little brother to become angry. The golden-furred tiger, observing Duong Hongyu's fervent eating, felt a surge of amusement rise within him, yet he knew he must suppress his joy. He accompanied Hongyu through her meal until nothing remained, calculated their expenses, gathered their belongings, and exited the inn, hastening eastward along the bustling street. As they traversed the lively thoroughfare of the city, more people began to emerge. Merchants opened their stalls to conduct business. Small vendors clamored for their territory, hawking firewood and rice while shouting incessantly. Only the beggars lounged idly against the walls, gesturing as they engaged in games, drooling and exclaiming, Delicious! So fragrant! The siblings, the golden-furred tiger and Duong Hongyu, navigated through the thronging crowd, neither purchasing goods nor inquiring about prices, solely fixated on their eastern journey. After some time, they caught sight of the east city gate. As they approached, they noticed one gate was open while the other remained shut, with the flow of people entering and exiting in a disordered fashion, creating a chaotic scene. Observing this, Hongyu frowned and turned to her brother, asking, Brother, why don't they open the other large gate with so many people gathered here? The golden-furred tiger, glancing around, replied with a smile, Had you not asked, I would have remained oblivious to the reason. Your inquiry has illuminated my understanding. It is simply not yet time for the gates to open. Oh, how did you come to know that? Duan Hongyu inquired, her gaze darting about. Look there. It is inscribed at the gate, the golden-furred tiger pointed out. Oh, the gates open at the hour of the rabbit, Duan Hongyu exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. I understand now. This gate is meant for that individual. I believe so. Is it not fortuitous that we arrived just as the gate is opening? Indeed. Let us hope that fortune favors us, for that would bring great joy. Absolutely. Dear brother, it shall be as you wish. Thank you. Outside the city, the siblings emerged from the east gate, sharing laughter. From the guards, they learned that the mounted individual had indeed exited through the eastern gate, which allowed them to pursue with confidence. Once they reached a secluded area, the golden-furred tiger said, Sister, please wait a moment. Duan Hongyu, sensing the need for patience, halted her steps. The golden-furred tiger crouched low to the ground, listening intently for a time before standing up to address her. Sister, the rider has traveled along this path for 60 or 70 miles. In my opinion, we should not pursue the rider but instead directly seek out third master. Duan Hongyu, perplexed, inquired, You are indeed correct about the third master. Do you know his current whereabouts? In front of us, replied Jinmahu with a dismissive laugh. Duan Hongyu's fair visage flushed with annoyance as she retorted sharply, Is that even necessary to state? If he were behind us, why would we be pursuing him? We could simply sit here and wait. Upon hearing her words, Jinmahu chuckled playfully. Oh, why the anger, beautiful sister? Am I mistaken, little brother? The third master is indeed ahead of us, though my words may have been somewhat vague. I beg your forgiveness. Jinmahu made a gesture of respect. While Duan Hongyu recognized her own smallness of spirit, with a shift in her tone, she smiled sweetly and admitted, It seems I have overreacted. I was in the wrong. Jinmahu waved his hand with a grin. I surmise that the third master would not take the main road. He is most likely fleeing in haste. Pray, share your reasoning. Firstly, he fears being confronted about his abrupt departure, which would be quite distressing for him. Secondly, taking the main road would require a longer journey, especially since he is without a horse. Thus, the third master's intention is to distance himself as quickly as possible from this wretched place, wishing to linger here no longer. This, indeed, is the true reason for his hasty retreat. I believe he has fled in this direction. Duan Hongyu listened intently as Jinmahu gestured towards the horizon. She gazed ahead, where mountains rose and fell, cloaked in dense trees that obscured the sun, and remarked with a smile, Intriguing. If my guess is correct, we are headed towards Jinan. Indeed, you are correct, Jinmahu affirmed. Are you suggesting that the third master went directly to Jinan? Precisely. But what of delivering Commander Wu Yi's orders? Recall, when one is away from home, the commands of a lord may not apply. Does this not imply disloyalty to Wu Yi? Not entirely. The third master's chosen path is to evade unfavorable rumors. Would he consider that someone might be pursuing him? Certainly. Do you think he anticipates that we, as sisters, are in pursuit? That, perhaps, he did not foresee. Are you so certain he would take this route, compelling us to follow in his wake? Indeed. I suspect the third master hasn't gone too far. Let us verify if my estimation holds true. I too wish to confirm your estimation. Since it is not far, we should hasten our steps. Agreed. Let us set forth. Without further ado, onward. The siblings set off, their legs moving swiftly across the terrain, with Jinmahu keenly observing every detail along the way. After pursuing for over an hour, Jinmahu abruptly halted, exclaiming in surprise. Duan Hongyu, bewildered, stopped as well and asked with concern, What is it, brother? As Jinmahu responded to her inquiry, he scrutinized the ground for clues, his face lighting up with joy as he declared, Even the wisest may err, while the foolish might still stumble upon fortune. The fox leaves its scent, and the musk deer its fragrance. The third master has left behind traces that are subtle, yet discernible. Seeing her brother's elation, Duan Hongyu, breathless and intrigued, asked, What treasure have you discovered? Jinmahu, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, Sister, come quickly and see. Sanyi has left us a clue. Duan Hongyu hurried over, observing intently before shaking her head. A clue. Where is it? Jinmahu pointed at a slightly bent blade of grass on the ground, saying, Sister, look here. This is the clue. Duan Hongyu, with a serious demeanor, scrutinized it closely and, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, Forgive my lack of discernment. I cannot see it. Unperturbed by Hongyu's reaction, Jinmahu continued enthusiastically. For someone like San Yi to leave such traces is indeed remarkable. Facts speak louder than words. Sister, follow me. After speaking, Jinmahu stepped onto the seemingly slanted grass, taking 1, 2, 3 steps before turning to Hongyu. Sister, you can follow my steps and see what you discover. The astute Duan Hongyu soon grasped the situation. After following Jinmahu's lead for a few paces, She halted with a smile, turning to Jinmahu with cupped fists and exclaimed, "Indeed. It is as you said. Brother, you are truly remarkable." Jinmahu returned the compliment. "I am flattered. It is merely a coincidence. Nay, initially, I doubted your estimation. But now I stand corrected," Duan Hongyu remarked. Giving a thumbs up, "You can discern sounds while prone, track in desolate mountains, soar through the air, and land without a sound. A divine being. A remarkable person indeed." Jinmahu, secretly pleased by Hongyu's high praise, maintained a composed demeanor, laughing, "Oh dear sister, what has come over you? You have mastered the art of flattery." Duan Hongyu playfully replied, "I am perfectly normal, not a bit unhinged." Good, good. As long as you are not unwell," Jinmahu said, feeling slightly embarrassed. "All right, wait for me here. I shall ascend to see where San Yi is enjoying the coolness. Go ahead, from a high vantage point. You will see everything clearly. Let us hope so." After saying this, Jinmahu grasped the curved sword hanging at his waist, gathering his internal energy to levitate gracefully from the ground, ascending like a wisp of smoke. When he reached a height of 5 zhong, he suddenly quickened his pace, shooting upwards like an arrow into the azure sky. Duan Hongyu stood amid the knee-high grass, gazing in astonishment at Jinmahu's ascent. "Wow, where has Jinmahu gone? All I see is a shadow like a sparrow." At that moment, Jinmahu hovered in the air, scanning every suspicious area with a rotating body. Suddenly, Duan Hongyu, standing in the grass, let out a series of chilling screams. This was indeed a moment of realization. Do not underestimate the cleverness of others. They possess their own wisdom. While one may evade thunder and lightning, they cannot escape the nightmares that follow. Chapter 33. The Serpent's Aid. With a heart-wrenching scream, Duan Hongyu, lost in despair, did not take the time to glance at the ground, as there was no time to spare. Her instincts told her that she had stepped on something. Without a moment to ponder further, she sprang up over 3 zhong in panic, swiftly drawing the sword concealed at her side while casting a downward glance. Upon seeing what lay beneath, she let out a strange cry of surprise. Her exclamation confirmed her suspicions, relieved by her quick reflexes. Her heart raced as she observed a black-spotted spirit snake peeking out from the grass. In her heart, she thought, "Wretched creature, today is your unlucky day. I shall end your life and assert my dominance henceforth." As Duan Hongyu contemplated, she executed a graceful somersault in midair, her head down and feet up, her hands cradling the sword as she plummeted downward. In the grass below, the black-flowered spirit snake, upon seeing Hongyu poised above with a gleaming sword aimed at it, sprang forth with the agility of a dragon. Its massive head opened wide, resembling a blood-red basin, and it unleashed a forked tongue over 5 feet long, lunging directly at Duan Hongyu. Caught in free fall, Duan Hongyu was utterly unprepared for the serpent's formidable prowess. To her astonishment, the serpent leaped towards her in a fierce confrontation, leaving her paralyzed with fear. As the snake approached within 3 feet, panic surged through her, and in a desperate cry, she shouted, "You shall perish." At the very moment the serpent's tongue lashed out, a flash of red light dazzled her eyes, leading her to mistakenly believe it was the serpent's strike. She swung her sword in defense, but her blade met empty air. In the chaos, Duan Hongyu observed as the black-flowered spirit snake coiled back, its gaping maw snapping shut. It appeared as though it had suddenly succumbed to sleep or had been intoxicated by a potent fragrance, gradually collapsing into the grass. Stunned, Duan Hongyu, only then recalling her precarious situation, realized her feet were but a foot from the ground. Overwhelmed by fear and shock, she found herself incapable of gathering her strength to turn and flee, resigning to her fate with the thought, "It is over." In her moment of peril, the image of the golden-furred tiger surfaced in her mind, igniting a flicker of hope for survival. This was the essence of human instinct, the drive to seek self-preservation in dire circumstances. With all her might, she cried out, "Brother, save me." Before her voice could fade, she felt something wrap around her ankle, sending a jolt of fear through her. What had ensnared her? In the midst of her alarm, her body broke into a cold sweat, only to realize that it was not a binding force, but a warm hand gripping her ankle. A wave of relief washed over her, for the hand belonged to the one she cherished, the golden-furred tiger. Despite her fright and the imminent danger, she felt worthy of this moment, believing that as long as the golden-furred tiger was there, even in death, she would find a way to live again. This was reliance. This was trust. This was the rarest form of spiritual support in life. Duan Hongyu transformed her fear into joy, her racing heart now beating with a rare fervor. There was no reason for her heart to race, as she no longer worried about defeating the black-flowered snake or the possibility of her head colliding with the hard stones below, for she saw herself rising higher from the ground, while the once fearsome snake lay motionless. Her heart blossomed with elation, and her spirit found tranquility. At that moment, the mischievous golden-furred tiger lifted Duan Hongyu 3 yards into the air, only to suddenly release her. Caught off guard, she felt herself drop, and with a startled exclamation, she steadied herself, adjusting her posture and raising her sword to scan for the tiger's presence. Where had he gone? Hongyu questioned herself in astonishment, lowering her gaze to behold the striped tiger standing beside the black flower snake in the grass, its eyes fixed intently on the motionless spirit snake. What could this mean? Hongyu pondered, fearing for the tiger's safety. She cried out, "Brother, step aside." As her voice echoed, she descended with her sword in hand, plunging it into the snake's vulnerable spot. The blade sank 3 inches deep, but halted thereafter, and Hongyu felt as though her sword had struck a substance as hard as iron. In her astonishment, she observed that the black flower snake remained utterly still, leading her to conclude, it must be dead. With this thought, she turned her gaze toward the striped tiger, who was looking at her with delight, causing her to feel a tinge of embarrassment. She withdrew her sword, brushed it against the snake's body, and sheathed it. Her cheeks flushed as she asked the tiger, "Brother, did you slay the snake?" The striped tiger chuckled, replying, "It was the curved sword that vanquished it, not I." As he spoke, he approached the snake's head, bent down to lift it, and pried open its jaws. A glimmer emerged from within, prompting Hongyu to exclaim, "Brother, what is inside the snake's mouth? Why does it emit light?" The tiger, with a grin, gestured to the crocodile skin sheath at his waist, playfully remarking, "Did you not notice what I was missing?" Hongyu blushed and asked, "Is your sword in its mouth?" The tiger nodded, rolled up his sleeves, cradled the snake's head with one hand, and carefully reached into the revolting maw, grasping the hilt of his cherished sword. To his astonishment, the blade bore no trace of blood. Instead, it appeared as though it had been coated in a layer of snake blood, radiating a crimson glow. The striped tiger gazed at his beloved curved sword in wonder, pondering, "Strange, this sword kills without shedding blood, yet why is it coated in the snake's essence?" In confusion, he retrieved a pristine white handkerchief from his pouch to wipe the blade, but to his surprise, the blood-red hue clung stubbornly to the weapon, while the handkerchief remained immaculate. It seemed as if the snake's blood had fused with the sword itself. Admiring the crimson blade, the tiger executed a graceful flourish, and the sword blossomed with vibrant light, reflecting the sun's rays and casting a myriad of colorful glimmers, creating an aura of auspiciousness. This unexpected turn of events filled the striped tiger with joy. He reined in his sword's momentum, his eyes sparkling with delight, and thought to himself, "It must be fate. Heaven has aided my success." With reluctance, he sheathed his sword. "Brother," exclaimed Hongyu, who had been mesmerized, as she called out to the tiger while he was sheathing his sword. The tiger paused in surprise. "Sister, what is it?" Hongyu, her face aglow, replied, "Brother, I wish to see your sword." The tiger laughed, and said, "What a fuss for merely wanting to see the sword. Here." He extended the unsheathed curved sword towards Hongyu. Overwhelmed with excitement, Hongyu wiped her hands on her vibrant red cloak, receiving the sword with trembling hands, marveling aloud. "A treasure, a supreme treasure. Oh brother, from whence did this sword come? What is its name?" The striped tiger, observing the greedy gleam in her eyes, replied with a knowing smile, "It is the serpent-shaped curved sword." "Serpent-shaped curved sword," Hongyu echoed, then added, "Truly fitting of its name. Oh brother, who crafted this remarkable blade? Is curved sword truly its name?" Jinmahu shook his head, responding, "I do not know. My master has never mentioned it, and I never thought to inquire." "Oh dear," Duan Hongyu exclaimed, returning the sword to Jinmahu with great admiration. Jinmahu sheathed the exquisite sword, smiling at Duan Hongyu, saying, "Sister, I have spotted third master." "Oh, where is he?" 50 miles in that direction." Following the direction pointed by Jinmahu, Hongyu stood on tiptoe to gaze ahead. The mountains undulated in a continuous chain, ancient trees towered, and weeds flourished in the desolate land. With a sigh, she remarked, "My cultivation is shallow, rendering me unable to see anything. You merely need to indicate where he is, and I shall pursue." Suddenly, Jinmahu furrowed his brow and said to Hongyu, "Sister, I have altered our plan of pursuit. Oh, it must be a flawless scheme. Do share it with me. I believe it is too arduous to follow him. He walks. We walk. He stops. We stop, and we must also scout his movements. Instead, it would be far more efficient to capture him and extract useful information, rather than tracking him. You are right. Prolonging our pursuit would hinder many of our affairs. Third Master is, at best, a second-rate character. Following him serves little purpose. Very well, let us proceed thus. Ahead lies an uninhabited area, an ideal spot for silencing him. Oh dear brother, if we kill him to silence him, would that not fulfill Third Master's loyalty? A profound shock coursed through him, a shock of such magnitude that he found himself frozen in place, akin to a wooden chicken standing still. Indeed, there was no reason for the esteemed third master to be anything but astonished today. A distinguished figure of the martial realm, who had danced with death and navigated through piles of corpses for decades, had encountered countless formidable adversaries. If he could not defeat them, he would flee, for his swiftness surpassed that of a rabbit. Not only did he possess remarkable speed, but he had also heard every perilous tale, dismissing them as mere fabrications, believing that all legends were nothing more than fanciful myths. Yet today was different. He wished to escape, but escape was impossible. To remain meant certain death. He was reluctant to accept this truth, yet the reality lay starkly before him. He renounced his previous beliefs and actions, concluding that if he could survive this day, he would truly be a man of profound experience and wisdom. He had not lived in vain, for he, the third master, would have the opportunity to broaden his horizons one last time, confirming the age-old adage that there are always greater powers beyond one's own. This immutable truth, which he had previously scoffed at, he now believed, albeit too late. The third master stood there, numb. His legs, which he had once deemed agile, now felt as heavy as lead. He stood in silence, his eyes perhaps squinting against the sunlight, resembling an old monk in deep meditation. How could this be? Was he truly frightened? Surely not. Then it must be sheer astonishment. Yes, he was utterly dumbfounded. Jinmahu observed the third master's vacant expression, finding it both amusing and entertaining. He exchanged a knowing glance with Hongyu, who, understanding his cue, swiftly reached out with her delicate hand, deftly striking the third master's 3 vital acupoints with precision and force. Was the third master truly unwell today? According to his own accounts, he had no ailments nor any history of illness. If he was free of afflictions, why would he willingly submit to others, allowing himself to be at their mercy? This was indeed perplexing and utterly astonishing. It was true, the third master did not boast of his martial prowess without reason. He was indeed a remarkable figure in the martial arts world, capable of conjuring storms with a mere flick of his hand, his reputation resounding far and wide. Yet today, he found himself incapacitated by a frail woman, Duan Hongyu, who had struck his vital points. Perhaps he aimed to showcase his exceptional abilities to those present, believing that even when struck at his most vulnerable, he could still engage in combat with unmatched skill, proving that there are always greater forces at play. The third master, who had meticulously schemed and committed unspeakable deeds, stood there like a wooden chicken, awakening from his slumber only when his 3 vital points were rendered inactive. His squinted eyes suddenly widened, revealing a glint of his usual cunning and treacherous gaze as they fell upon the pair before him, a man and a woman. A sense of indignation surged within him. He thought to himself, how could these two, mere children still in their youth, possess the capability to subdue him? He could not believe, nor dare to accept, that it was indeed these 2 youngsters who had overpowered him. Yet, the truth remained undeniable. It was indeed the frail woman's hand that had brought him to this state. Alas, he found himself utterly defeated, cursing the wretched girl. He refrained from uttering any menacing words, fully aware that he was at the mercy of others. To speak threats would only bring further misfortune upon himself. The suffering would be minor compared to the potential loss of his very life. The thought of his mortality tightened his entire being, and he was consumed with regret, berating himself for not taking the initiative. Surely, if he were to fight to the bitter end, it would be worthwhile, yet he had not even made a move. How absurd. Without a single strike, he had already been rendered powerless, a situation unbecoming of his usual approach. He was typically the one to strike first. So what had transpired today? No, he resolved to fight them with all his might. His reckless determination led him to consider breaking free from the hold that had incapacitated him and engage in a contest with the 2 youngsters. Yet, he knew all too well how difficult that would be. He was acutely aware that he had been caught off guard and immobilized. Such a predicament was beyond his capabilities to escape. He perceived this as a profound humiliation, one that he could not tolerate. If word of this spread, how could he ever face others again? How could he maintain his standing in the world of martial arts? However, he was also painfully conscious that the concept of the future felt exceedingly distant and uncertain, leaving him to wonder if he even had a future at all. Despair washed over him. A deep and profound sense of hopelessness. His despair stemmed not solely from being immobilized, but, more crucially, from the sight of the young man in white attire and the sword at his side. The white-clad youth, wielding a curved sword. Was he not the legendary figure known as the Sword Hero? Yes, indeed. This realization struck him with a sense of disbelief. Although he had not seen the youth grasping the sword, he could not ignore the sight of the elegantly curved scabbard and the sword's hilt, radiating an aura of auspiciousness. While he could not definitively ascertain that this white-clad youth was indeed the Sword Hero, The swiftness exhibited by both him and the woman in red was unparalleled, something the likes of which he had never witnessed before. Consequently, the confidence that once shone in his eyes had vanished entirely. His previously prominent gaze had dulled, his eyes now sunken, resembling those of a lifeless fish. It was over, truly over. If he were indeed the sword hero, then all hope was lost. Alas, his fate was no longer his own. A chill ran through him. He did not wish to die, truly. Even the lowliest of creatures cling to life, and he, once a figure of authority and respect, felt the primal instinct for survival surge within him. Faced with the specter of death, his desire to live intensified. In this moment, he recalled the many unfinished tasks awaiting him, the numerous responsibilities he still needed to fulfill. He could not bear to relinquish everything he had worked for, nor could he allow what he had earned through his life to fall into the hands of others. He genuinely did not wish to die. He understood the implications of death and the terrifying unknown that followed. A shudder coursed through him once more. He had often told others that one must take control of their own destiny. Whether he could seize his fate today, who could say? Nevertheless, he prepared to take a chance, driven by a flicker of hope that compelled him to act. Master San is undeniably astute. As a pleading gaze emerges from his lifeless eyes, this expression would compel even the most unyielding of hearts to generously spare him a few coins. His face is a portrait of pity, infused with a desperate will to survive, more solemn than a rat offering New Year's greetings to a cat. Truly, it is laughable. Brother, behold this wretched creature. His appearance is utterly revolting and vexatious. It would be better to end his misery and put an end to this distressing sight, said Duan Hongyu, her brows furrowed and eyes wide in indignation, addressing the circling Jin Maohu. To her surprise, instead of reacting with anger, Jin Maohu smiled and nodded at Master San. Could it be that he was moved by Master San's pitiful demeanor, contemplating a benevolent release for him? Unlikely. This merely indicated that Jin Maohu had his own schemes. Indeed, he sought knowledge from Master San without employing the art of feigned capture. The cunning Master San would not easily yield. To this end, Jin Maohu employed a psychological tactic, cheerfully saying to Hongyu, "Sister, one cannot speak in such terms. Just a moment ago, my thoughts aligned with yours, but now my perspective has shifted. I no longer wish to take his life." Hongyu, bewildered by Jin Maohu's beaming smile, exclaimed, "No, brother. You cannot allow the tiger to return to the mountain or the bird to return to the forest. A creature like him, a menace to society, must be eradicated. You only think of killing. You are constrained by another's will, reduced to a pitiful supplicant," she continued. Chapter 35. Outwitting Master San. Jin Maohu, observing Duan Hongyu's furious demeanor, feared she might thwart his plan. He covertly signaled her with a glance, maintaining his smile as he said, "He is not to be killed. Have you not seen how pitiable Master San is? Sister, you may not know, but I have a soft heart. Alone, I weep until dawn, unable to bear witness to the hardships of others. When I see someone in distress, my heart aches to assist them. If I do not help, I am filled with sorrow, and my tears flow abundantly." Duan Hongyu had never heard Jin Maohu sing before, and today his off-key melody nearly made her laugh out loud. Listening to his eerie tune and observing his peculiar expressions, she grasped his insinuation, yet she staunchly maintained her stance. "Brother, I know you have a kind heart. But he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, a treacherous creature. Indeed, a wolf raised by humans becomes audacious when empowered. He is not to be aided. Do not be deceived by his pitiable facade." "Is that so?" "Indeed," replied Jin Maohu, his confidence undeterred. "You are correct. They say women are astute. And it appears they are right. However, I cannot bear to kill him. Yet, if you insist he deserves death, how about this? I shall mark Master San. And if he chooses to mend his ways, all will be well. If he remains unrepentant and continues his misdeeds, then we shall deal with him then. Does that sound agreeable?" Master San, of course, listened intently to their exchange, relishing the conversation in his heart, secretly rejoicing. "There is hope. My life shall not end here. You vile wretch, should you release me today, this day shall be etched in my memory. In the future, I shall repay enmities with enmities and grievances with grievances. I shall not allow you to have an easy time. You may appear to be in good spirits, yet what do you truly think?" Duan Hongyu's inquiry interrupted the thoughts of the third master. Upon hearing her pose such a pivotal question, he dared not contemplate further, fearing he might forfeit the hope of survival. "It is quite simple. I desire something from him." "Oh, what is it that you wish to acquire? Can he part with anything of value, given his miserly nature?" "Indeed, he will certainly comply. Consider, what is the worth of an object in exchange for a life?" "Ah, I see, sister, you have grasped the essence. Pray tell, what do you covet from him? His ears, or perhaps his nose? Just utter your desire, and you shall see." As Duan Hongyu spoke, she unsheathed a gleaming sword, brandishing it before the third master, nearly causing him to soil himself in fright. How ludicrous is this third master, who initially presumed they sought mere trinkets of gold and silver. Upon hearing the mention of ears, he instinctively covered them. Upon the mention of a nose, he contemplated fleeing. For he realized that a person devoid of both ears and a nose, while superficially intact, would lack dignity. The third master was indeed audacious, daring to entertain all manner of thoughts, lamenting only his inability to act. These were trifles, yet the cold gleam of the blade grazed his skin, instilling genuine fear within him. He thought to himself, "It is over. They are indeed serious. Oh, I must endure. They may sever his nose, yet I shall remain unscathed." The third master's visage shifted between shades of blue and white, his heart in turmoil. Such expressions did not escape Jin Mao, who observed with delight, gazing at the sword in Hongyu's hand, and declared, "I desire neither of those two things. Rather, I seek something from him that serves no purpose." "Then you must deliberate wisely on your desire. Consider it thoroughly before speaking, lest this third master endure a second bout of suffering, which would be quite unfortunate for him." "Sister, I have indeed made up my mind. Reflect, we have been here for quite some time, and I have not heard him utter a single word. Perhaps he is mute." Duan Hongyu nodded knowingly, a smile gracing her lips. "Perhaps." The third master pondered. He'd not the mention of ears or noses. How did the topic of muteness arise? How bizarre. "Sister, what is it that a mute possesses that is of no use?" Jin Mao's comment disrupted the third master's reverie, uttering a remark that seemed irrelevant. Duan Hongyu, ever astute, responded without hesitation, "The tongue." Upon hearing this, Jin Mao applauded, laughing. "Sister, you are indeed wise. What you say is entirely correct. A mute's tongue is as useless as a deaf person's ears, merely a decoration. The tongue, however, is concealed within the mouth, unseen by others. It does not hinder one's ability to eat, rendering it of little consequence. Sister, do you not agree?" Duan Hongyu clapped in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, dear brother, your thoughts are remarkably astute. Why do you always consider others, neglecting your sister's feelings?" "Yes, indeed. As I have said, my heart is too soft." "Very well, since he cannot speak, I am certain he is a mute with a useless tongue. Sister, let me entrust this task to you, my young brother. Please sever his tongue cleanly and swiftly, from the root with a single stroke, being careful not to damage Senyi's teeth. Hurry, act quickly." Just as Duan Hongyu was about to respond, Senyi interjected loudly, "Young swordsman, I am not mute. I can speak." "Oh, you truly are not mute?" Senyi attempted to smile at Jin Mao, but the effort only contorted his face into an awkward grimace, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. "Sister, he is not mute. Let us refrain from cutting his tongue for now. I shall inquire what words he can utter, to ascertain if they are indeed human speech. Then ask away, but if he does not speak human words, I shall not show mercy in my intent to cut." "Of course. You can speak, can you? Then tell me, what is your name?" Responding to the young swordsman, "I can say anything." "Very well, I ask you, what is your name? Can you articulate that?" Indeed, I am called Yang Fanchuan." "Oh, is it the Fanchuan of capsizing, or the Fanchuan of the boat?" "They are the same, indeed." "Is that all?" "No, there is more. I am also known by the nickname, Fohan." "Fohuyan? What nonsense is this about clouds turning into rain?" "Sister, it would be better to simply sever his tongue and let it dry under the sun." What splendid sunshine. Where are the clouds and rain?" "Cut." "Yes, brother." Duan Hongyu replied, raising her sword and stepping forward, striking a fearsome pose, causing Yang Fanchuan to scream in terror, "Young swordsman, spare my life." "Young swordsman." Jin Mei casually turned his back, while Hongyu held her sword in one hand and grasped Yang Fanchuan's chin with the other, making him howl like a slaughtered pig. "I can speak. I am not mute. I can say anything." Jin Mei abruptly turned around, laughing, "Is that so? I find your words excessively verbose. I shall ask you a question, and you shall respond succinctly. If you cannot comply, I shall not entertain your presence any longer. Sister, you may proceed. Do not hold back. Extract his tongue and sever it from the root." "Yes." After Jin Mao spoke, he turned away again, and in a desperate bid for survival, Yang Fanchuan cried out, "Young swordsman, I am Yang Fanchuan, nicknamed Fuyun. I rank third in the Tongqi sect, known as Sanyi, with a childhood name of Gosheng." "Good. Very well. Does this not bring about peace?" Jin Mao said, turning to Hongyu. "Sister, pause before you act. Step back and calm your temper. I wish to hear if Gosheng speaks the truth." Duan Hongyu shot Yang Fanchuan a sidelong glare before stepping aside. Gosheng squinted his dry, fish-like eyes, using his preserved tongue to moisten his parched mouth and cracked lips, clearing his throat before hastily declaring, "Young swordsman, all that Gosheng speaks is the absolute truth. If there is a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me with thunder." Hearing Gosheng's earnest vow, Jin Mahu erupted into laughter, patting Gosheng's shoulder and saying, well, it is evident you are a loyal and trustworthy individual. Now listen closely. I do not appreciate verbosity. I will ask you a question, and you must respond with 10 sentences. Can you manage that? Responding to the young swordsman, please ask. Gosheng will speak without concealment. Very well, I ask you, what are your intentions? Respond concisely, for I know you have many good days ahead. Do not jeopardize your future, Gosheng. Begin speaking. As the saying goes, the ant, in its greed for life, does not foresee disaster. Small in stature and weak in strength, it cannot escape its fate, though the transient nature of life brings regret. The plight of the widowed, the solitary, and the abandoned evokes even deeper sympathy. Chapter 36. Death and its consequences. Upon hearing Jin Maohu's words, Yang Fanchuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an impending concern. However, he quickly donned a cheerful demeanor, steeling himself as he proclaimed, "In response to your inquiry, young hero, our esteemed leader dispatched a message via carrier pigeon, covering a distance of 2,500 miles. We shall not seek lodging tonight. Yet we shall arrive in merely 5.5 days. Along the way, I encountered Zhang San, who has joined me as a companion to confront the scoundrel." Jin Maohu chuckled at this and patted Yang Fanchuan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Excellent. Your eloquence is commendable, truly befitting your esteemed position within the Tongqi faction. Now, allow me to inquire further. What business does this scoundrel have with you?" Without pausing for breath, Yang Fanchuan replied, "First, he inquires about wealth. Second, about trade. Third, who is loyal. Fourth, who is treacherous. Fifth, the current state of affairs. Sixth, the various sects. Seventh, their exchanges. Eighth, the sword-wielding rogues. Ninth, their origins. And 10th, their intentions. How did you respond?" I answered, "Wealth flows smoothly. Trade remains stable. Zhang San is the most loyal, while Li Si is the most treacherous. Recently, there has been unrest, as sects are forming alliances. There are exchanges involving the sword-wielding maniacs, the origins of whom remain shrouded in mystery. Whoever encounters them seems destined for misfortune." As Jin Mao, who listened to Yang Fanchuan's account, he circled around him, instilling a sense of trepidation in Yang Fanchuan, who feared that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Indeed, you speak wisely. As far as I am aware, while the blade may be sharp, it does not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Those who perish beneath its edge are far from virtuous. You must understand this. Hearsay cannot unveil the truth. Now, I ask you, what is Wu Yi currently engaged in? Is he devising a strategy against the blade wielders?" The hero's words ring true. Your assessment is correct. Wu Yi, the founder of the Tongqi faction, ranks second among the martial artists, reigning supreme in the realm. His actions have wrought havoc and his sins are glaringly evident. Having washed his hands of bloodshed, he harbors ill intentions. After a decade of arduous training, he seeks to rise to glory once more, as the blade wielders emerge to sever his influence. With news of death spreading, panic ensues, for he fears his ambitions may come to naught, collapsing as a fleeting dream. Oh, Jin Mao, who listened intently, confirming the rumors circulating in the martial world. To delve deeper into the matter, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Dog Sheng, what do you mean by Wu Yi's ambitions? What plans does he concoct to confront the blade wielders?" Yang Fanchuan, sensing the authoritative demeanor of Jin Maohu, felt no inclination to resist. In a bid to secure his own survival, he divulged without reservation, "Wu Yi has always been enamored with martial prowess and harbors aspirations to command the martial world, compelling all to bow in submission. He has scheduled the 15th day of the 8th month for a grand gathering, where both North and South shall converge amidst turmoil. And no sect shall dare refuse his command, for even the lowliest will face calamity." As Yang Fanchuan spoke of the blade-wielding rogue, his cunning gaze fixed upon Jin Maohu, who offered a slight smile in response and urged him to continue. Indeed, though the blade-wielding rogue may be audacious, Wu Yi regards him with disdain, not hesitating to summon forces against him when the time is ripe. "Is that so?" Jin Maohu inquired, feigning curiosity while internally pondering. "Ah, you audacious old dog. Wu Yi, I shall allow you your arrogance, but how long can you maintain it?" In response to your query, Wu Yi is merely posturing. Yang Fanchuan sought to extract further information from Jin Maohu, but his attempt was thwarted as Jin Maohu interrupted, steering the conversation in his own direction. "What is the nature of the relationship between Wu Yi and Gai Tianli? Where is Gai Tianli? Do you know anything about Wenge?" Yang Fanchuan listened to this nonsensical inquiry, unsure of Jinmahu's intentions, cautiously replied. He and Gai Tianli are fated to be apart in life and death, sharing neither strategy nor courage. In the past, Wenge, incited by Gai Tianli, did not act against Wu Yi, solely due to a clash of principles. Upon hearing this, Jinmahu seemed to lessen his animosity towards Wu Yi and pressed further. Dogsheng, are you speaking the truth? Wu Yi has no connection to Wenge of your. If you are not honest, the consequences will be dire. Yang Fangchuan assured him. Hero, every word Dogsheng spoke is true. The case of Wenge is a horrific tragedy. The heroes of human are revered by all, although Wu Yi is cunning. He bears no grudge. Gai Shui has stirred up trouble throughout the 9 provinces, provoking discord, and when the tiger roars in discontent, he is torn asunder. Upon hearing the news, Gai Tianli was heartbroken, gathering the bloodthirsty faction to commit murders without burial. Yang Fangchuan, disregarding the situation, continued, infuriating Jinmahu and his sister Duan Hongyu. Jinmahu, his teeth clenched in anger, felt as though they would shatter, his fists dripping with sweat. Hongyu's face paled with rage, her silver teeth biting her lip as her delicate frame trembled. Noticing the change in their demeanor, Yang Fangchuan, uncertain which of his words had struck a nerve, hastily said, Esteemed heroes, every word I speak is the truth. I beg for your forgiveness. Jinmahu, glaring at the flustered Yang Fangchuan, retorted, This is not your concern. I ask again, where is Gai Tianli now? Where has he hidden? Yang Fangchuan, as if comprehending, promptly replied, Gai Tianli has taken refuge in the South Sea, a place seldom visited by people, with islands resembling a thicket of spears. According to Wu Yi, it would be nearly impossible for 1,000 Gai Tianlis to reveal themselves. He hides in the South Sea, fearing the retribution of his enemies. Humph. Jinmahu huffed in anger, feeling his blood surge to his head. He looked up to the heavens, exhaling deeply, and said to Hongyu, Sister, I have finished my inquiries. Do you have anything to ask? Hongyu, sharing Jinmahu's sentiments, nodded in acknowledgement and stepped closer to Yang Fangchuan, her expression as cold as water as she glared at him, demanding, Yang Fangchuan, what is the first character that names your branch and hall? The once lecherous Yang Fangchuan, now stripped of his bravado, stood before the stunning beauty who resembled a flower poised to bloom. Unable to lift his head high, he could only lower it and reply, It is Shun. As in smooth sailing. Upon hearing this, Hongyu could no longer contain her fury, declaring vehemently, Yang Fangchuan, many of your transgressions may be pardoned. Yang Fangchuan, hearing this, abruptly raised his head, joy illuminating his face, his previously dull eyes now filled with vitality as he eagerly gazed at the irate Hongyu. Seeing the flicker of life return to Yang Fangchuan only fueled Hongyu's anger, and she continued, Do you know that one of your heinous crimes is inescapable? Only this one is unforgivable, and it will cost you your life. The momentary spark of hope in Yang Fangchuan's eyes extinguished as he fell into despair. Trembling as he asked, Heroine, which one? Hongyu replied resolutely, You have harmed innocent women. This sin is unforgivable. Upon hearing these words, Yang Fangchuan's face turned purple, and his heart sank. His face was more purple than an eggplant, and his heart felt colder than ice. The pride he once held, now turned upside down, left him trembling with fear as he pondered how they had discovered his secret passions. He thought to himself, It cannot be, but quickly attempted to defend himself, saying, Heroine, please spare my life. I am wronged. The retort came swiftly. So, you imply that I have unjustly accused a good person? Hongyu seized the opportunity to question Yang Fan, leaving him speechless. He stammered, My lady, I do not dare to claim to be a good person, yet I am indeed wronged. With a fierce grip on her sword, Duan Hongyu demanded, If you are wronged, then explain why you left the Shun Guang escort agency in the dead of night, abandoning your comrades and fleeing into the wilderness. Do not presume your actions will remain concealed. The heavens see all, and the net of fate is vast, ensnaring all who trespass. Accept your fate. As Yang Fan heard her mention the escort agency, the mystery of the previous night unraveled completely. He thought, It's over, there is nothing left to say. Just then, he noticed Hongyu, filled with rage, charging at him with her sword aimed directly at his heart. At that moment, with the blade mere inches from him, he realized that he should not perish at the hands of a woman. As the tip of the sword approached, he suddenly broke free from 3 vital pressure points. He leaned back, narrowly escaping the thrust, and propelled him as though he entertained such fortuitous thoughts. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss in that perilous place. Yet, despite this disquiet, there was no pain to be felt, only a chilling sensation within his heart. How could there be such a coolness? He pondered, subsequently reasoning that perhaps feeling a bit cooler amidst the sweltering heat was not entirely undesirable. He busied his mind with a tangle of trivial matters, gazing at the expressionless Jinhua tiger before him, wishing to smile and assure himself that he felt utterly at ease. However, the smile eluded him, leaving behind a sense of regret as he embarked on an irreversible journey alongside the relentless tide of fate. The Jinhua tiger drew a curved sword from the heart of the Yangfan boat, its crimson glow strikingly fresh and remarkably exquisite. It expressed gratitude to its master for vanquishing the wicked and, in return, emitted a soft hum as it sheathed itself once more. Turning to Duan Hongyu, the Jinhua tiger inquired, "Sister, did we execute today's mission splendidly?" Duan Hongyu, reluctantly sheathing the treasured sword, retorted with a hint of irritation, "It was indeed splendid. But I regret not having slain the villain myself." The Jinhua tiger adjusted its attire and patted its chest, proclaiming, "Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? My younger brother has taken on the burden." Duan Hongyu, her anger dissipating into mirth, replied with a smile, "You truly know how to comfort me, brother. I am delighted to have you shoulder the task, but you certainly possess a flair for theatrics. It is only because sister played her part so well." Flawlessly and without a single flaw, the Jinhua tiger replied, "Surely, sister, you are merely a supporting character in this play of ours. I would never dare to compare myself to you. Come now, brother, sometimes the supporting roles are more significant than the leads. We are equally matched." The siblings shared a hearty laugh, but Duan Hongyu soon composed herself. "Brother, the Yangfan boat has capsized. What shall we do next?" The Jinhua tiger, noticing her sudden seriousness, paused before responding. "We will target Wu E's dark helm, shatter his wings, and ensure he remains restless. Furthermore, we shall seek to ally with the forces of justice to amplify our strength. Would that be agreeable, sister?" "Excellent. This way, we shall not be alone," the Jinhua tiger exclaimed, slapping its thigh in excitement. "Indeed, as many hands make light work, to defeat Wu E, our strength alone is insufficient. Thus, we must unite all possible forces, striving for a decisive victory." Duan Hongyu, both excited and apprehensive, remarked, "Who would wish to partner with us? Who would dare to poke a hornet's nest and invite trouble?" With unwavering conviction, the Jinhua tiger responded, "Justice prevails. There are many chivalrous souls who disapprove of Wu Yi's actions. I firmly believe they will not yield to malevolent forces, and like us, they may find themselves isolated. Therefore, we must unite, intertwine our strengths, and strike with unmatched force." Duan Hongyu nodded, albeit with some trepidation. "You articulate your thoughts splendidly, brother, yet human hearts are inscrutable. Who would place their trust in us?" "Indeed, sister, your concerns are valid. We must remain adaptable, allowing events to unfold naturally." "Very well, I shall heed your guidance. Whatever you suggest, we shall proceed accordingly. Let us depart." With a mischievous grin, the Jinhua tiger pointed at the corpse of the Yangfan boat, saying, "It is indeed time to leave. Shall we not collect some spoils of war?" Duan Hongyu listened to Jin Maohu's words and followed the direction he pointed, spotting the lifeless body of Yang Fanchuan lying amidst the weeds. She pouted, expressing her unwillingness to touch his foul corpse. "If you wish to, go ahead," she remarked. Jin Maohu chuckled. "True, he may be repugnant, but the banknotes on him could surely buy us a meal." "Very well, wait here while I clean up the battlefield." Duan Hongyu nodded in silence and turned away. Jin Maohu approached Yang Fanchuan's corpse, bent down to collect what was usable, stuffing the remainder into the deceased's embrace. He then lifted the lifeless body of Yang Fanchuan and cast it into a ravine before returning to Duan Hongyu. "Indeed, the dead have generously provided us with 10,000 taels of silver notes and 50 to 60 pieces of silver. Let us find a place to dine," he suggested. Duan Hongyu smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. The siblings departed from the valley, ascending to a height where they glimpsed a significant town to the northwest. Making their way towards it, upon arriving at the entrance of Soyang town, they noticed a sign bearing the name. Duan Hongyu glanced at Jin Maohu and said, "Brother, let us find an inn to rest for a while. Of course, I imagine you are weary as well." "Come, let us seek an inn," he replied. As they strolled along the street, filled with laughter, the number of pedestrians was sparse, perhaps due to the lunchtime hour or the sweltering heat. The blazing sun overhead radiated intensely, causing Duan Hongyu, clad in her fiery red attire, to feel an even greater discomfort than others. Perspiration adorned her delicate face, and she longed to reach the inn and shed her clothing for some relief. Noticing her distress, Jin Maohu, with a heart full of concern, urged, "Sister, bear with it a little longer, the inn is just ahead." Duan Hongyu, touched by her brother's compassion, replied, "I am fine. You are feeling the heat as well, aren't you?" "Ah, we've arrived. Qingfeng Inn. What a delightful name that evokes a sense of coolness." Jin Maohu teased her with a playful glance. "Is that so? In winter, This might not be so inviting. Duan Hongyu, taken aback by his remark, blushed and shot him a playful glare. Oh, you mischievous one. Dare you jest with your sister? Just wait until I catch you. With that, she raised her small fist to strike him. But he nimbly dodged her playful assault and sprinted towards Qin Fengyin, taunting, Missed me, missed me. As Duan Hongyu chased after him, she called out, Brother, wait for me. The siblings playfully pursued one another until they reached the entrance of the inn, where a staff member greeted them with a respectful bow. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, come inside. Jin Mao nodded and gestured for them to enter. The attendant, smiling, led them to the second floor of the small building. While ascending, Jin Mao inquired, Could you arrange a well-ventilated room for us and prepare a feast to be sent to my room? Is that feasible? The attendant, walking ahead, turned back with a grin. No problem. Our inn is famed for its refreshing ambience. I assure you, once you step inside, a gentle breeze will greet you. As for the food, you will find it utterly delectable, leaving you yearning for more. It is indeed preferable that actions align seamlessly with words. As the customer remarked, Please, step inside. The attendant, responding to the words of Jin Mao, gestured toward the room with a cheerful smile. Jin Mao peered into the room and found it relatively tidy, with a refreshing breeze wafting through the back window. Is it acceptable? Is there anyone next door? No one. Esteemed guest, feel free to stay. Very well. You may attend to your duties. Certainly, esteemed guest. There is fresh water available. Should it be insufficient, I shall bring another basin immediately. No need. You may go about your tasks. Very well. Please make yourself comfortable. With that, the attendant turned and descended the stairs. Jin Mao turned to Hongyu and inquired, Sister, which room are you in? Duan Hongyu pointed to a room within and replied with a smile, I am in the one inside. Please, dear brother, enter. Jin Mao chuckled and stepped into the room, while Hongyu gracefully walked into her own, securing the door behind her. She deftly removed her sword and tossed it onto the bed, draping her cloak over a chair. Hurrying to the basin, she rolled up her sleeves, bent slightly, and plunged her delicate hands into the cool water, splashing her face with the refreshing liquid, feeling invigorated. Without further ado, the siblings enjoyed a meal and engaged in light conversation before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. Upon awakening in the early hours of the following day, they had breakfast, calculated their expenses, and exited the Qin Fengyin, inquiring about the personnel at the Shunzi escort agency, offering warnings to those who could abandon their wicked ways, and threatening those who resisted. The siblings tirelessly sought news of Wu's movements, bustling about with great urgency. One evening, they arrived at a dilapidated temple. As the saying goes, when one finds themselves at the end of a weary road, thoughts turn to family and friends in times of hardship. Chapter 38. Betrayal at the Nameless Temple. Upon seeing the crumbling structure, Jin Mao felt as though salt had been poured into his wounds. Turning to his weary cousin, Duan Hongyu, he said, Sister, today I must impose upon you. Do you think this place is suitable? Understanding his plight, Duan Hongyu smiled gently and gazed at the temple, observing that the entrance bore a plaque with faded inscriptions, leaving the temple's name a mystery. The corridor had collapsed, and the main hall leaned precariously, exposing it to the elements. The ghost guarding the door had a ghastly visage, with only half a face remaining, and one eye glaring ominously. The judge within the hall was missing legs and feet, with a distended belly revealing tufts of grass, his clenched fist still gripping tightly. The stone steps leading to the temple were overgrown with grass, while the mice in the altar squeaked as if claiming ownership. The sacred images were either bereft of crowns or faces, their features so distorted they were unrecognizable. The incense burner was devoid of ash, filled instead with remnants of bricks and tiles left from the temple's collapse. A carved offering table, missing legs and beams, lay prostrate on the ground, ensnared by layers of cobwebs accumulated over the years. Hongyu surveyed the interior, her teeth grinding in resentment towards Wu Yi. Though her heart was heavy, she forced a smile and jested, Brother, while this place may be somewhat shabby, it is still a sacred space for quiet reflection. Our ability to reside here today is a testament to our connection with the divine. Let us stay here. I will tidy up a bit. Jin Mao nodded helplessly, offering a wry smile. Then I shall trouble you, dear sister. Duan Hongyu responded dismissively, No need for such formalities. Please rest here while I make the arrangements. After Duan Hongyu finished speaking, she stepped toward the dilapidated grand hall, picking up some mugwort along the way. Once inside, she used the mugwort to sweep away the dust and debris, and before long, the place was tidy. She then found some dry grass to spread on the ground and called to Jin Mao, saying, Brother, you may come in now. Upon hearing Hongyu's call, Jin Mao pushed through the knee-high wild grass and entered the cozy haven that Hongyu had prepared. It is said, As the golden sun sets in the west, birds swoop low, the woodcutter descends the mountain, while travelers seek refuge. In humble abodes, the dim light flickers as parents call their children, and the family gathers with bowls of porridge. In the grand mansions of affluent families, the candlelight illuminates the courtyards, while revelry abounds with gold and silver aplenty. The unfortunate, with only a meager fortune, struggle for sustenance, facing the elements under the open sky, finding rest in crumbling temples. Jean Malois sat down on the hay in the dilapidated temple, gazing at the descending night, and sighed, saying, "Sister, so many distressing events have occurred lately, leaving me speechless." Who could that person be? Duan Hongyu observed Jean Malois' furrowed brows and felt a desire to exhale a sigh of relief, but refrained, fearing it might only heighten his anxiety. Instead, she said, "Brother, do not fret over this matter. Where there is a will, there is a way. Do not burden yourself with the weight of the wheels. Whoever is scheming against us will eventually be revealed. Though the current circumstances are unfavorable, it is in such times that we must maintain a clear mind. We cannot fall into their traps or allow them to lead us astray." "Indeed, sister, please continue," he urged. "Their aim is to tarnish our reputation and render us without a foothold. Their intentions are transparent. Certainly, this situation is perplexing. I dare say it is orchestrated by Wu Yi. Consider, we have disrupted his affiliates. Could he stand idly by? He has devised this insidious plot, ostensibly to trouble me. But in truth, he seeks to eliminate his opposition. It is a case of killing two birds with one stone." "Exactly, that is the reasoning. Moreover, it is quite plausible, as they target only prominent figures and those of esteemed lineage. His method of framing is wickedly cruel, which explains the public's intense hatred towards you. Indeed. Thus we shall not take the long way around nor extend any courtesies to his escort agency. Starting tomorrow, we will head south, demonstrating to the old dog Wu Yi whether he is more ruthless than us. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. If it is indeed Wu Yi's doing, this time he will unwittingly expose himself. Absolutely. I am curious to see how the other party will conclude this matter. Brother, shall we not seek out the other party? Unnecessary. Pursuing him would be arduous. If we chase him, he will flee even faster. Therefore, let us not concern ourselves with him. He will eventually come to us. However, what is it? However, this may harm many innocents, and such cruelty weighs heavily on my conscience. Alas, there is no other choice. This is what they call using violence to counter violence. Brother, do not burden yourself with guilt. Punishing the wicked is a means of promoting virtue, and if innocents are affected, it is their doing. Heaven will blame them, not you or me." Ah, such noble rhetoric. Yet do you not know that in killing 1,000, one may also suffer 3,000 losses? Knowledge is indeed awareness, and not acting upon it leaves one with no better alternatives. The vastness of a nation is exchanged for the lives and blood of its people. This simple truth is not lost on those who sit upon the throne. They profess to love their subjects as one would a child, to empathize with their plight, and to spare them the agony of war. Yet, who has truly fulfilled this promise? The rise of a general often comes at the cost of countless lives, all for personal gain. If one does not follow suit, others will seek to eliminate them. To survive, one must grasp the weapons at hand. To kill one is to break even. To kill two is to profit. When the adversary is rendered powerless, they will submit to your command. From the mightiest king to the most pitiful rogue, those who seek to thrive must tread this path. Ah, dear sister, your insights are profound. Truly, listening to your words is more enlightening than a decade of study. At this moment, I, your younger brother, find clarity, though it burdens you to accompany me through trials and tribulations. Sister, do not utter words that might distress me. It is my greatest honor to be by your side. Your actions are upright and selfless, adhering to the virtues of chivalry, striving to eradicate tyranny and aid the impoverished. Such is the hope of the people. Though you endure hardship, you are 1,000 times better off than those mired in suffering. Thus, you have every reason to rejoice, not to lament. Indeed, your words spring from the depths of your heart. But sister, what do you mean? Merely that I hope you do not view me as a burden. I am immensely grateful for your presence. Sister, how could I ever see you as a burden? Without you by my side, I would truly be at a loss. I speak only the truth. As the sun set, the brother and sister conversed until deep into the night. Red Jade grew weary, leaning unsteadily on the hay and drifting into a confused slumber. The buzzing mosquitoes began to feast upon her fragrant skin, and he, ever protective, pondered how to fend them off. He took out a flint, igniting the dry grass, which sent a plume of thick smoke swirling with crackling flames, consuming the dust on the dilapidated temple's roof, which fell in scattered motes. Jinmahu, observing the fire's glow, noticed the dust settling on his pristine white garment and couldn't help but smile wryly, reflecting, What am I doing here, dwelling in this wretched temple? They say that disputes arise from too much talk, and troubles stem from seeking the limelight. One can be ensnared without intention, and the accusations may seem endless. Chapter 39. Kill to control. A ray of sunlight broke through the prolonged darkness, heralding dawn as it pierced the tranquil sky. The crimson sun slowly ascended from the horizon, illuminating the earth. Gentle, serene sunlight streamed into the windowless, crumbling temple, casting a warm glow upon the dust-covered siblings, Jinmeihu and Red Jade. Awakening to the rosy light, Red Jade noticed the sun's rays filtering in and found Jinmeihu resting at her feet. Her heart stirred with affection, thinking, "Dear brother, you must rest a while longer." Indeed, as the sole heir of the Tiger Gate, he is a rare gem amid a vast field. In terms of emotion, my heart races whenever I think of him. In love, I would willingly sacrifice everything for him. As Red Jade was lost in her reverie, she heard the rustling of Jinmeihu turning over and quickly sat up. Casting a glance at him, unable to suppress her laughter. Upon hearing the melodious laughter of Duan Hongyu, Jinmeihu turned and sat up, gazing at her, and could not help but join in a hearty laugh. The brother and sister shared a moment of unrestrained joy, playfully pointing at each other's painted faces, unable to contain their amusement. After a prolonged bout of laughter, they rose to their feet, brushing off the dust from their clothes. Jinmeihu chuckled, "Sister, let us quickly find some water to wash our faces. Though I cannot see my own visage, yours resembles a blazing golden statue, like a kitchen deity in all her glory." Duan Hongyu, upon hearing his words, bent over in laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, you truly are like a crow perched on a pig, noticing only the darkness in others while blind to your own. You are scarcely better than the kitchen god yourself." Yet another wave of laughter erupted between them as they departed the desolate temple. At the Shunshui escort agency, chaos reigned as two youthful figures, one clad in red, disrupted the establishment. The one in red was none other than the renowned Duan Hongyu, the scarlet swallow of the martial world, now wielding the frostblade, a treasured weapon of the late Master Jing. She engaged in a fierce struggle with several men, soon joined by three more burly figures brandishing blades, and a fierce melee ensued. Jinmeihu, with a stoic expression, swiftly dispatched Jiang Yufeng, the agency's leader, with a single thrust of his sword. Indeed, the saying holds true: without a head, a man cannot walk; without a head, a bird cannot fly. With Jiang Yufeng's demise, the commanding voice fell silent, and those left standing ceased their fighting, dropping their weapons in surrender. The young man in white, Jinmeihu, cast a dark gaze upon the stunned figures who stood motionless, their swords abandoned at their sides. He spoke in a commanding tone, "Listen well. Remember this. I am the one known as the white-clad curved sword. Should you encounter anyone in white wielding a curved sword, do not extend the courtesy of politeness. Regardless of the vile methods you may employ against me, I will hold no grudge. If you do not heed this warning, I shall ensure your demise." The onlookers in the escort agency were struck with terror. The name of the white-clad curved sword was indeed not mere bravado. His speed was unparalleled, and the blood-red sword he wielded glowed ominously. The people stood as if frozen, not daring to breathe or blink, fearful that even the slightest movement might invite the fatal thrust of his gleaming blade. Laughter echoed in the distance. Was it a triumphant cackle or a derisive mockery? Was it a sound of pride or a lament? As the laughter faded into the horizon, the paralyzed figures within the agency gradually returned to life, some looking around anxiously while others strained to listen. The crimson glow had frightened them into submission. Some, upon seeing the blood pooling on the ground, mistook it for the reflection of the sword returning. The once immobile figures began to stir, angrily trampling upon the discarded blades, believing these weapons to be the harbingers of their misfortune. In this, they were correct. It was indeed the swords that had brought them harm, compelling them toward the guillotine and the path of no return. Within the courtyard of the escort agency lay more than 10 dismembered corpses, their bodies grotesquely separated. A swarm of green flies buzzed in, sowing seeds of disgust upon the deceased, which flourished under tea in Shaoxing. The Shuntian escort agency met with a tragic fate, as its head, Tian Miaozhuang, was dismembered, and the perpetrator, clad in white, wielded a curved sword. In Wenzhou, the head of the Shunqing escort agency, Hu Yu, was also slain by the same white-clad swordsman. Likewise, in Changsha, the leader of the Shunqing escort agency, Wen Niaoang, fell victim to this ruthless assassin. Over the course of a month, all escort agencies bearing the character Shun faced extermination, with no leaders spared. This alarming news sent ripples through the martial world, awakening a collective consciousness that resonated with the age-old adage of vengeance and retribution, urging a cessation to the bloodshed. In the midst of this turmoil, One might ponder the agrarian pursuits of the land, as the sun set and the warmth of the day lingered. The Yuxin Inn, a renowned establishment, is nestled in the heart of a bustling town that thrives at the foot of Songshan Mountain, en route to the illustrious Shaolin Temple. This sacred site, situated in Dengfeng, Hunan, is celebrated for its unparalleled martial arts prowess, earning it the esteemed title of the crown jewel of the martial world. The temple's fame draws countless visitors, eager to pay homage and partake in its spiritual offerings. Indeed, the thoroughfare leading to the Shaolin Temple is perpetually bustling with devotees and tourists, all seeking enlightenment amidst the scenic beauty. Astute merchants have seized this opportunity, establishing restaurants and tea houses along the path to the temple, offering incense and religious paraphernalia. Each establishment flourishes, and as the crowds increase, a vibrant town emerges, bustling with an unprecedented prosperity. In the sweltering heat of July, as dusk approaches, the air remains stifling. People, dressed lightly, fan themselves desperately, attempting to summon the rare cool breeze. It seems rather selfish for some to hoard the fleeting comfort of the wind, leaving those without fans to suffer. A spirit of camaraderie could surely enhance everyone's experience. Let us now turn our attention to this thriving town, known as Lian Town, where the esteemed Yisin Inn resides. Centrally located, the inn boasts a facade of 5 rooms, facing south, adorned with a sign that reads Yisin Inn in gold letters against a crimson background. With its red doors and windows, intricately carved beams, and solemn green-glazed roof tiles, the establishment exudes an air of grandeur. Within, the dining area is furnished with neatly arranged tables and chairs, while 3 stories of well-structured rooms encircle a courtyard. All constructed with meticulous care, the inn enjoys a flourishing patronage, with visitors flocking to dine and lodge, further enhancing the proprietor's fortunes. The more patrons it attracts, the more prosperous the business becomes, leading to an impressive establishment that, in turn, fosters even greater success. Is it not peculiar how people gravitate towards bustling places? This phenomenon, while seemingly superficial, hints at deeper intricacies. The Yisin Inn, in particular, possesses its own unique charm. The proprietor, surnamed Guan, affectionately known as Guan the Generous, welcomes all with open arms, regardless of wealth or status. He ensures that every guest, whether affluent or destitute, is treated equally in his establishment, fostering an atmosphere of inclusivity. Surprisingly, even the ruffians who have grown accustomed to exploiting his hospitality find themselves welcomed, as Guan not only tolerates their presence but actively seeks their company. Sharing drinks and enjoying performances together. Do not speak of it. These individuals truly dare not come. That is one aspect. Moreover, if the guests at the inn find their travel expenses limited, he offers assistance. Should any guest fall ill within the establishment, he seeks out a physician and medicine for them. In this manner, he has garnered a commendable reputation. As his reputation flourished, it spread far and wide, attracting visitors from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks who yearn to stay at the Exin Inn. Those who dine and lodge at Exin Inn experience a profound sense of belonging, akin to returning home. Indeed, the patrons are often individuals who have been away from home for an extended period. Such prolonged absences inevitably cultivate a longing for home, and upon entering Exin Inn, one finds that comforting sensation that fulfills their desires. Is it an exaggeration? Skeptical? Worry not. You shall discern the truth through experience. As the saying goes, what is true and what is false, who can distinguish? When the false appears true, the true becomes false. When the true is deemed false, the false becomes true. Chapter 40. Words can bring calamity. The proprietor's acumen is paramount, yet understanding the needs of the guests is of utmost importance. Indeed, the owner of Exin Inn exemplifies this principle. The courtyard is expansive, adorned with evergreens and a grape arbor above. The lofty floors exude elegance and grandeur. Wealthy patrons do not feel out of place, while those with modest means can indulge their desires, experiencing the luxuries typically reserved for the affluent. Many others, driven by their own motives, take up residence here, as it provides a venue to glean information they seek. This is an undeniable reality. Under the grape arbor in the courtyard, groups of people lounge, engaging in conversation about various topics, their chatter a blend of idle gossip and speculation. Several attendants, each bearing a large teapot, dutifully refill the cups of those relaxing in the shade. Despite their perspiration, their faces remain devoid of discontent. Their motto is to present smiles to the guests while concealing their own burdens. The guests seeking respite in the courtyard come in all forms, some smoking, others sipping water. While some fan themselves and crack sunflower seeds, their accents a tapestry of regional dialects. The items they possess vary, as do their attire, some clad in fine silks, others in tattered garments. Regardless of their origins, Conversations flow harmoniously amongst them. Look, a middle-aged man, clad in a shirt adorned with buttons at the side, speaks in Cantonese, gesturing animatedly while seated on a half-brick, exclaiming, "Hey, have you all heard? The shunning escort agency in Kaifeng was challenged again yesterday." A man from Shaanxi interjects, "I have heard. They say it was done by someone named the Hero." The Cantonese man, puffing on his water pipe, pauses to glance at the Shaanxi man, chuckling, "Huh? You call that hearing? You are merely passing on hearsay." The Shaanxi man, tapping his tobacco pipe, retorts with displeasure, "I don't know the details. Enlighten me for the sake of expanding my knowledge." The Cantonese man, still chuckling, replies, "Very well. You are inquisitive. I shall tell you. That person is the curved sword hero, dressed in plain white garments and possessing a strikingly handsome demeanor." A man from Hunan interjects, asking, "Hey, brother, so, have you seen this person?" The people of Guangdong nonchalantly remarked, "Of course. Not only have I met him, but he even treated me to a meal." The Shaanxi man, with a tone of derision, retorted, "Oh, my dear brother, you truly are something else. If the sword of the curved blade invited you to dine, it must have been on human dumplings." Laughter erupted from the guests beneath the grape trellis, and amidst the mirth, another Shaanxi man inquired, "Hey, my esteemed brother, since you have dined with the sword of the curved blade, could you enlighten us about his character?" The Guangdong man, blushing from the laughter of the crowd and drenched in sweat, confidently declared, "He is a good man, of that I can assure you. A true and honorable fellow." The Shandong man, with indignation, interjected, "A good man? Is that so? Humph. If he is such a good man, why has he slaughtered so many righteous sons and virtuous grandsons?" At a loss for words, the Guangdong man raised his teacup and sipped, while his other hand vigorously fanned himself with a banana leaf fan. Where there is commotion, there is bound to be more. As the lively discussions continued, a few eavesdroppers joined in. Once they arrived, the conversation came to a halt, plunging into an awkward silence. Yet, one restless soul, speaking with a Hebei accent, inquired, "What were you all talking about so animatedly? Is it about the sword of the curved blade?" The Shaanxi man, setting down his cup, chimed in, "Indeed. Do you have any intriguing news?" The Hebei man smirked, found a place to sit, placed his small turtle pot on the ground, and gestured animatedly, "Nothing too fresh. But I did hear that in the past month, the sword of the curved blade has killed over 20 individuals from the Shun Character Escort Agency. I find it perplexing. Why are there so many Shun Character Escort Agencies? Could it be that all 20 of them are owned by a single person?" The Shandong man, speaking in a loud voice as if in a quarrel, exclaimed, "What if they are owned by one person? If you have the skill to run 10 or 100, no one would intervene. Are you envious or just angry?" The Hebei man shot a glare at the Shandong man, saying, "What an abrasive way to speak. What do you mean by that? I have no grievances with you in this life or the previous one. I am merely stating the facts. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" The Shandong man, unfazed, clasped his fists and laughed. "Oh dear. Do not misunderstand, my friend. We are merely engaging in light conversation. My tone may have been a bit harsh. Please forgive my lack of eloquence." Upon hearing this, the Hebei man chuckled. "Thank you for your understanding, my friend. No worries. No worries." Another Shaanxi man, seeing the tension ease between the Shandong and Hebei men, interjected, "Why does the sword of the curved blade wish to kill those from the Shun Character Escort Agency? There are grievances, indeed." A stammering individual interjected, only to be silenced by a companion who playfully struck him, exclaiming, "Be quiet. Let others speak. Your gasping only dampens the mood." "Who says it's dampening? If you have the strength, speak." The crowd erupted in laughter. "Wait, I heard that just yesterday morning, the sword of the curved blade went to Shaolin Temple. How could he be in Kaifeng killing people?" The stammering man's words captured everyone's attention, prompting the Guangdong man to lean in and ask, "My friend, if you know, please share it with us." The Shandong man chuckled and sarcastically remarked, "My dear fellow, you seem overly eager. Do you really expect him to speak quickly when he stammers?" The people of Guangdong cast a fleeting glance at the Shandong man, disregarding him as they swayed their stammering arms, and said, "My friend, do not heed the chattering of the mountain-dwelling donkey. Pray, tell us what transpired." The Shandong man stuttered, "Well, it is like this. Yesterday morning, I went to Shaolin Temple to deliver eggs. Before I even reached the mountain gate, I heard that a brawl had erupted within the temple. When I inquired about the details, those outside the mountain gate were utterly oblivious. I had no choice but to wait for over half an hour. And then many people emerged from the temple, each one visibly shaken. By asking around, I learned that a young man in white, wielding a curved sword, had stormed into Shaolin, striking the head monk with a palm to the back. The youth, bleeding profusely, fled in a panic. How could he, after sustaining such grievous injuries, manage to escape from Shaolin and then proceed to Kaifeng to commit murder? The Guangdong man offered a cup of water and mused. Indeed, how could this be? Humph. This young man with the curved sword is truly overestimating his capabilities, daring to challenge Shaolin Temple, interjected the Shandong man. Before he could finish, the man from Shangxi, fuming, replied, indeed, Shaolin Temple is a revered place, home to numerous martial arts masters. To target Shaolin is to invite one's own demise. It is not to be trifled with. The Shandong man, his temper flaring, retorted with clenched teeth, the monks of Shaolin are utterly spineless. The abbot is far too merciful. Someone like that sword-wielding fool deserves to be struck down. Let him die instead of allowing him to escape. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his legs thrashing, his body stiffening, lying motionless. Ah! The onlookers gasped in unison, their minds racing with a singular thought. This man is dead. This is serious. A dead man. The courtyard descended into chaos, voices mingling in a cacophony of dialects. As people pushed and shoved, stumbling over fallen shoes in a frantic attempt to distance themselves from the lifeless body on the ground. This was a matter of life and death. Who would dare approach? It was wiser to flee as far as possible. In times of calamity, each person seeks their own safety. Amidst the shouts and the chaotic throng, two young figures, one clad in white and the other in red, emerged near the corpse. No one could discern from where they had come. They stood, astonished, trying to comprehend the situation. Who were these two? None other than the renowned white-clad swordsman and his sister, Duan Hongyu. Upon their arrival, they meticulously examined the deceased for the cause of death, finding no apparent fatal wounds. However, the observant Duan Hongyu noticed a pinpoint of blood beneath the left ear of the corpse's neck. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a needle, as fine as a hair, glistening darkly at its center. Brother, look here. The nimble Jinmahu approached for a closer inspection, producing a pristine handkerchief to wrap around the dead man's neck. Grasping the needle by its tail and extracting it. It was a poisoned golden needle. A sudden realization struck him, and he abruptly lifted his gaze toward the direction from which the needle had come. On the first floor, the second floor, and the third floor. A figure stood before the balcony railing on the third floor, clad in simple attire, smiling with a look of self-satisfaction. It was she. The moment Jin Mao who caught sight of her, a jolt of lightning struck his heart, and a thunderous crack echoed in his mind. Duan Hongyu. Observing Jin Mao whose expression, also noticed the unexpected guest on the third floor. Jin Mao who had no time to ponder, he dashed toward the staircase. The stunned onlookers in the courtyard witnessed the actions of the young man in white, and concluded that he must be the renowned white-clad swordman. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, both Jin and Hong had already ascended to the third floor. Make way! Make way! A group of officials shouted as they approached the deceased. The coroner examined the body, turning it over but finding no discernible clues. The officials interrogated the patrons lounging in the courtyard, but all claimed ignorance, stating the individual had collapsed unexpectedly. With no witnesses, no physical evidence, and no leads, the officials had no choice but to take the corpse of the Shandong man, along with his belongings, back to the magistrate's office for further investigation. As the officials departed, the owner, with little authority, could only offer kind words of consolation to the guests, urging them to return to their rooms to avoid any harm. Whose life is not given by their parents? Who is not afraid of death? One by one, the guests retreated to their rooms, closing their doors and murmuring, Amit Ba? The once lively courtyard fell eerily silent. Meanwhile, Jin Mao Hu and Duan Hongyu reached the third floor, only to find no trace of her. In the very spot where the figure had stood, Duan Hongyu suddenly discovered a poisoned golden needle identical to the one found on the deceased. Brother, look. Jin Mao Hu approached and, upon inspection, recognized it as the same needle from his handkerchief. He quickly wrapped it up and handed it to Hongyu, saying, Sister, you keep this for now. This needle was deliberately left for us. Why would she do this? Jin Mao Hu pondered aloud. She is demonstrating her prowess. He handed the needle to Duan Hongyu, surveying the courtyard's layout and structure, contemplating, this person is truly formidable, from such a distance, with such precision. To kill without a trace, indeed, a master among masters. As Jin Mao Hu reflected, he withdrew his gaze from the courtyard and glanced at Duan Hongyu with a wry smile. Sister, we must go. The one who threw the needle has vanished, and I suspect this person is the one impersonating me. Duan Hongyu shivered at the thought, glancing around in the moonlight and whispered, Brother, this person is close by. We must remain cautious. Jin Mao Hu smiled lightly and replied, Life has its place. And death too. Caution does not guarantee safety. Sister, let us return to our room and prepare to leave. Duan Hongyu paused, asking where to. Jin Mao Hu articulated each word with intent, Shaolin Temple. Duan Hongyu was taken aback. Shaolin Temple? What do we seek there? Jin Mao, who simply smiled without a response and turned towards his room. Duan Hongyu returned to her quarters, gathered her belongings, and stepped out to find Jin Mao, who waiting at the door. Upon seeing her, he gestured and hurried toward the staircase, with Duan Hongyu following in confusion. Before the Shaolin Temple, the ancient monastery nestled amidst the mountains exuded an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance. At this moment, the gates of the Shaolin Temple stood firmly shut, with a lantern swaying irregularly in the mountain breeze under the shroud of night. The sound of wind chimes echoed within the temple, and standing by the gates, the nimble Jinmahu turned to his cousin, Duan Hongyu, saying, "Sister, remain here while I summon the door." Duan Hongyu nodded silently, and Jinmahu ascended the steps, knocking twice upon the door with a resounding thud. "Who is it?" came a voice from within. "It is I, with urgent matters to discuss with Master Yijing," replied Jinmahu from outside. What business could possibly warrant a visit at such an hour? As the voice spoke, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a bald head peering through the gap. "Speak your mind." Jinmahu, gazing at the bald visage, clasped his hands and said, "Master, I have pressing matters to discuss and must see the head monk." The bald head shook twice in refusal. "I apologize, but the master is already resting. You shall have to return at dawn." As the head withdrew, preparing to close the door, Jinmahu urgently called out, "Wait, master. Allow me to finish speaking before you shut the door." "What is it?" "I am listening," responded the monk. "Very well. I beseech you to relay my heartfelt message to the master. Inform him that I, the curved sword, have come to visit in the dead of night." Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within, akin to a ghostly apparition, and hands hurriedly pushed against the door. In a swift moment, Jinmahu lunged forward, spreading his arms to halt the door's closure. "Do not be alarmed, master. I mean you no harm. Please convey my request for an audience with the master. If he does not grant it, I shall be compelled to force my way in." Upon finishing his plea, Jinmahu withdrew his hands, and with a resounding clang, the door was shut tight. A sound of locking echoed as the monk within secured the latch and called out to the doorkeeper, "Brother, quickly arise to guard the temple gates. I must report to Master Yijing." The monk paid no heed to whether the doorkeeper had heard, sprinting into the courtyard, not daring to glance back. Whether it was the monk's anxious haste or the uneven ground, he stumbled forward, hands hitting the earth as he scrambled back to his feet and continued running, thinking, "I must inform the master. Any subsequent events shall not concern me." With fervent determination, the monk dashed forward, pondering, "It has never felt this far from the front courtyard to the back before. What is happening today?" Jinmahu returned to Duan Hongyu's side, chuckling uncertainly. "Sister, do you think I have become a harbinger of calamity?" Duan Hongyu laughed softly. "Who has ever seen what a harbinger of calamity looks like? But you, the renowned swordsman in white, have indeed become a figure of widespread notoriety. Many tremble at the mere mention of your name. Listen." The bells and drums of the temple resounded in unison, instantly illuminating the entire compound. Steps echoed from afar, approaching like a tidal wave, reminiscent of a stampede. Indeed, the bells and drums served as the temple's communication tools, signaling an urgent matter at hand. With Jinmahu's arrival, the entire Shaolin Temple was now on high alert. The temple gates banged open, creaking as they swung wide, and four bald monks emerged with urgency. Their heads glistened like polished stones, while their broad shoulders bore the weight of gray robes. The center belt was tightly cinched, and their brows furrowed with determination, wielding stout staffs with great resolve. The sound of footsteps echoed as the monks approached, wagering who would prevail. These four monks emerged from the doorway, standing resolutely on either side of the steps, exuding an air of authority akin to that of half-erected black towers. Indeed, they were the four great kings of Shaolin Temple. Once they took their positions, a group of 18 monks, each with shaven heads and elongated physiques, emerged from within the hall, brandishing a pair of ceremonial staffs adorned with bronze rings. They arranged themselves in a formation outside, standing firm like mountains. The 18 arhats, Amitba, resonated the profound chant of the Buddha from within the hall. Following the sound, an elderly monk emerged, his age surpassing 70, his hair and beard entirely white, yet his radiant visage attested to his spiritual cultivation. His crystalline eyes further revealed his robust spirit and vitality. Stepping onto the outer flat ground, the bright red lanterns reflected the vibrant hue of his crimson robe, enhancing his majestic presence. He was none other than Master Yijing, the abbot of Shaolin Temple. It is said, in the pure abode of Buddhism, wisdom flourishes, greed, hatred, ignorance, and arrogance entrap humanity. To attain Buddhahood, one must eradicate stubborn afflictions, allowing the light of wisdom to illuminate all beings. Chapter 42. A forthright revelation. Master Yijing stepped forth from the temple gates, unflinching as he stood upon the steps, gazing at a pair standing below, a man clad in white and a woman in red. He clasped his hands to his chest and intoned, "Ba, esteemed guests. Do you seek this humble monk?" The man, Jinmahu, stepped forward and replied with a bow, "Indeed, I am Jinmahu. I apologize for my sudden intrusion at such a late hour. I hope the master will not take offense. However, the matter at hand is grave and urgent, compelling me to seek your wisdom. Please forgive my impertinence. Ba, I was informed of a curved sword. Are you the one associated with it?" The monk inquired. "Master, I have indeed come concerning the curved sword," Jinmahu affirmed. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" the monk asked. "Whether or not I am the curved sword is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I seek your guidance regarding the matter of the curved sword." "Is that so? Please, continue," the master urged. Jinmahu recounted the events he had heard in the inn, concluding with a bow. "I have come not for any other purpose but to seek your discernment on who the curved sword is, and what the curved sword signifies." "Oh, you are Jinmahu. So, you possess the evidence, I presume?" the master remarked. "Precisely," Jinmahu responded. "Might you present it for the master's inspection?" "Certainly." Jinmahu turned to Duan Hongyu, "Sister, please present the evidence to the master for examination." Duan Hongyu produced a gold needle wrapped in a handkerchief from her garments, deftly tossing the small parcel toward Master Yijing. The master extended 2 fingers to catch the parcel, promptly unwrapping it. His brows furrowed, and he chanted a Buddha's name, reflecting, could these 2 items truly belong to him? If not him, then who could they belong to? Seeing Master Yijing deep in thought, Jinmahu inquired, "Master, have you made a discovery? Who is he?" Master Yijing relaxed his brow and addressed Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu. "This needle is not of our central plains. He has been absent for many years." "Oh, esteemed guest, I must inquire, what weapon do you wield?" "I wield a serpent-shaped curved sword," Jinmahu replied. At this declaration, the monks present fell silent, each preparing for a potential confrontation, adopting a stance of readiness. However, Master Yijing remained composed, saying, "Esteemed guest, might you draw it forth for me to behold?" "Of course." After Jinmahu finished speaking, he pressed the spring and drew forth the glimmering curved sword, which emitted a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl as it left its sheath. Jinmahu held the sword horizontally across his chest. The well-versed Master Yijing, upon seeing the shimmering red blade, gasped in astonishment and asked, "Benefactor, from whence did this sacred artifact originate?" "It was bestowed upon me by my esteemed master." "And who might your master be?" "My master is the Eastern Zhou immortal." "Oh, I see." With that, Master Yijing beckoned, "Gentlemen, please follow me." He turned and walked into the temple. Jinmahu returned the sword to its sheath and walked alongside Hongyu towards the steps. Upon entering the temple doors, they saw rows of monks standing on either side of the courtyard. Following Master Yijing, they proceeded from the front hall to the rear hall, where he waved his hand, signaling the monks to withdraw one by one. Inside the Shaolin Temple's audience hall, Master Yijing led Jinmahu and Hongyu in and courteously said, "Please forgive the humble hospitality of this old monk. Do take a seat." The siblings, unreserved, settled themselves. A young monk brought fragrant tea, placed it down, and gracefully exited the hall. Jinmahu took a sip of the aromatic tea and clasped his hands in salute towards Master Yijing, saying, "Master, I apologize for intruding at such a late hour. I hope you will not take offense. It was truly unavoidable." Master Yijing waved his hand, his face radiating joy, and replied, "Ba, benefactor, I can understand your current feelings. Meeting is a matter of fate. How could this old monk hold it against you? Thank you for your generosity. Master, I have a few more questions, if you would permit me." "Benefactor, you need not be so formal. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. This old monk will answer to the best of my ability and provide you with a satisfactory response." "Indeed. I would like to inquire about the individual who claimed to be the owner of the curved sword. What did they look like? And what type of curved sword did they wield?" "The one who came yesterday sought to challenge the Shaolin under the pretense of martial arts. Clad in white attire, they possessed delicate features, more so than you, in fact, with an air of grace. They wielded a curved sword, which, although not of the finest quality, was wielded with such skill that its power was fully realized in their hands." "Ah, such a remarkable twist of fate. From what you say, could this person be a woman?" "Indeed, you are astute. I deduce that she is indeed a woman. Her resemblance to you, coupled with her reckless acts of violence, aligns with my conjectures. Master, please elucidate the circumstances surrounding this matter." "I first heard rumors in the martial world half a year ago of a white-clad swordswoman who wielded a curved sword to eradicate scoundrels, stirring excitement among the populace. However, recent reports indicate that she has targeted dutiful sons and esteemed disciples, causing turmoil among righteous sections. Amidst the clamor, It was also reported that she had slain over 20 members of the Shunzi escort agency. Some claim her sword to be righteous, others label it as wicked, while some even refer to her as a demon. Yet, I have always sensed that these two incidents were perpetrated by different individuals. I wish to investigate further. Had it not been for the mercy of the Buddha, I would have recognized both wielders of the curved sword in the span of 2 days. Amitabha. Master Yijing revealed that there were indeed 2 wielders of the curved sword. Jinmahu, filled with gratitude, clasped his hands in respect and said, "Thank you, Master, for vindicating me and clearing my name of unfounded accusations." Master Yijing gazed at Jinmahu, exclaiming in admiration, "Amitabha, esteemed benefactor, you are a person of great wisdom and courage, as well as one who possesses a discerning mind, unyielding to coercion. That false swordsman, with nefarious intentions, seeks to sow discord within the martial world, inciting public outrage among the righteous sects against your blade, forcing you into a position of vilification to serve their wicked ends. Their intentions are transparent and unmistakable. You have adeptly unraveled the threads of this intrigue, identifying your target, and have resolved to focus your efforts on the Shunzi escort agency, seemingly assured that Shunzi is a family business." The esteemed Master Jinmahu, upon hearing such sagacity from the master, applauded and exclaimed, "Truly, you are a person of profound insight. Your words convey the essence of first-hand experience. Pray tell, Master, you have not forgotten the Tanchi sect, have you? The Tanchi sect? Is there still a matter concerning them? Is it not common knowledge that they have long since crumbled into dust? Indeed, that is merely the surface appearance. A decade ago, the leader of the Tanchi sect, Wu Yi, publicly renounced his position, a fact well known among the martial fraternity, and retired to Fujian to spend his remaining years. What does this have to do with Wu Yi? It is not only relevant. I have come to believe that the false swordsman is under his manipulation." "Oh, so you have a grievance with Wu Yi?" "Master, it is not I who holds a grievance against Wu Yi. Rather, it is Wu Yi who bears a grievance against the entire martial world, for he harbors sinister schemes." "Sinister schemes? Pray, enlighten me, young hero." "Master, you are too modest. Although Wu Yi's sect has been disbanded, his organization remains intact, and rather than diminish, it has significantly expanded. Though Wu Yi resides in Fujian, the nerve center of his organization is still established in Jinan, Shandong, with the Shunzi escort agencies across the land serving as their communication outposts." "Oh, I truly had no knowledge of this and had not considered it. Wu Yi's actions indicate that his treacherous ambitions persist. Does he still aspire to rise again? Indeed, not only does he wish to make a comeback, but he also desires to unleash a bloodbath upon the martial world and seize dominion over it. What audacious ambition! His treachery persists." The venerable master, incensed by such revelations, expressed his frustration candidly. Jinmahu took a sip of fragrant tea and continued, "Master, I have gleaned that this year's Mid-Autumn Festival will mark the day of Wu Yi's bloodshed in the martial world. What a closely guarded secret. How did you come by such knowledge, young hero?" "Ah, it was a fortunate coincidence. A month ago, while pursuing a vile brigand into the Wuyi Mountains, I chanced upon the 4 eccentrics of Jiangnan. After eliminating the miscreant, I encountered my cousin, Duan Hongyu." Jinmahu glanced at Hongyu, who nodded in acknowledgement to the master. Jinmahu continued, "It was my sister who alerted me. Out of curiosity, I undertook a covert visit to Wu Yi's residence. As fate would have it, that very night, a gathering of bandits convened. Wu Yi was receiving reports from various leaders of his faction, and dissatisfied with their actions, he unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them. I found this quite intriguing and decided to follow one of them, which led me to uncover the truth." "Oh, who was the individual you followed?" "Yang Fanchuan." "Yang Fanchuan. Is he not the one known in the martial world as the Master of Cloud?" "Indeed, that is the very person. We clarified the intricacies of the matter and escorted him on his way. He now serves under the King of Hell. Amitabha. Therefore, my nocturnal visit was to clear my name and to seek your assistance, Master. Young hero, you need not be so formal. Should you find a use for this humble monk, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request and honor your trust. Thank you, Master, for your esteemed wisdom. I wish to request that you enlighten the martial world regarding Wu Yi's treacherous deeds and remain vigilant against the harm posed by his remnants. Young hero, I shall certainly comply with your request. However, may I inquire about your future plans?" "Ah, I intend to journey south to dismantle Wu Yi's stronghold." "Indeed. It is aptly said, in undertaking tasks, one must employ cunning strategies. Keep a needle hidden to guard against loss. When righteousness aligns with divine will, formidable barriers can be effortlessly overcome." Chapter 43. Where shall we send this old master? Please speak your mind. Young hero, as you prepare to confront the peril Wu Yi poses to the martial realm, I feel it is my solemn duty to assist you. Yet, The timing is not yet ripe. I implore you to pause for a moment and venture to Shangxi. To Shangxi? I am uncertain of your intent, master. Amitba. I have heard tales of an extraordinary hero emerging from Shangxi, renowned for his immense strength and remarkable speed. Unfortunately, he has become somewhat unruly, engaging only with formidable opponents, resulting in numerous injuries and fatalities. Young hero, with your intelligence and valor, why not subdue this individual? It would serve as both a valuable ally and a means to quell local unrest, garnering reputation beneficial to both yourself and the community. What say you? Upon hearing this, Jin Mao, who realized the merit in the suggestion. Indeed, he pondered, I am in dire need of assistance. This journey may yield a companion and allow Master Yi Zheng to validate my skills. He glanced at Duan Hongyu, then turned to Master Yi Zheng, respectfully clasping his hands as he said, Your wisdom is undeniable, Master. I shall embark on this journey to Shangxi without confronting this strong man. How can I hope to challenge the formidable Wu Yi? Sister, do you not agree? Duan Hongyu smiled. Her fair visage slightly flushed as she cast a shy glance at Master Yi Zheng before replying to Jin Mao, who, You speak wisely, dear brother. The master's intentions were clear. As you make your way to Shangxi, he aims to rally the martial community against Wu Yi, employing a collective approach to eradicate this threat once and for all. She then turned to Master Yi Zheng, scrutinizing his expression, and gently inquired, Is this not so, Master? Master Yi Zheng laughed heartily, exclaiming, The heroine is astutely perceptive, eloquently articulating her thoughts, which I deeply admire. Since you have made this intention clear, I shall comply with your wishes and ensure this matter is arranged, awaiting your collective strategies. Jin Mao, who felt elated, for their dialogue echoed his own thoughts, and he joyfully remarked, Sister, Master, I extend my gratitude to both of you. With this settled, let us each pursue our paths, and may our reunion herald our triumph. Master, I bid you farewell, along with my sister. I look forward to our next encounter. With that, Jin Mao, who gracefully rose, offering a respectful farewell to Master Yi Zheng as he exited the hall. The master sincerely accompanied him to the gates of Shaolin Temple, exchanging good-night wishes before parting ways. Under the night sky at the Yisan Inn, Jin Mao, who and Duan Hongyu departed from Shaolin Temple. Jin Mao, who oriented himself and said, Sister, it is now the hour of the pig. We should return to the inn and rest before deliberating further. Duan Hongyu, feeling somewhat fatigued, readily agreed. Indeed, we need not rush any matters. Once we return to the inn and assess the situation, we shall be better prepared. Very well, let us make haste. As the golden-furred tiger concluded his words, he grasped the hand of Duan Hongyu and they dashed through the vastness of the night. The hour of the dog is the most tranquil moment of the night, a time when people enjoy the deepest and sweetest slumber. In this moment, they are distanced from the world's myriad conflicts and discontents, transported to a realm of dreams. Within this kingdom, all joyous occurrences, heart-wrenching events, acts of violence, and the specter of mortality are but mere dreams. For in dreams, one finds the utmost happiness and security. Yet, the golden-furred tiger and Duan Hongyu remain awake, traversing the night's veil, serving as guardians for those who dream, dispelling malevolent spirits and demons. They tirelessly wander the night to ensure that each individual may indulge in delightful dreams, unrecognized by many for their arduous efforts. However, those ignorant of their sacrifices will nonetheless express gratitude in their dreams, for it is through their vigilance that nightmares are kept at bay. To the diligent and kind-hearted, rest easy in your pleasant dreams, for a multitude of brave guardians are ever present, serving as your protectors. The night remains enveloped in darkness, with stars scattered across the sky, twinkling with varying brilliance, as if to announce the arrival of the EXIN to the wandering golden-furred tiger and Duan Hongyu. They gracefully landed at their door, exchanging glances, gently opening the door, nodding to bid each other good night before disappearing inside. As the door closed behind them, a pair of eyes from the opposite building fixed upon them, flickering like stars in the night, revealing a mixture of confusion, jealousy, and unease. Her gaze bore no malice, only a flicker of anxious anticipation. She stood there, entranced, with her beautiful eyes wide open, seemingly frozen in place. Though this was not her familiar territory, she had no intention of departing just yet, uncertain of how long she could linger, for she knew that his departure would coincide with her own. What a folly it was to ponder the idea of a rendezvous without any arrangement. She wished to secure an appointment with him, yet felt powerless to do so, yearning for a chance to create that moment together. Alas, who would wait in silent anticipation as she did? Those who mirrored her would be equally foolish. Was it merely because she was a woman? Not all women share her sentiments. Yet, a common thread unites them all. Every woman harbors her own little secret within her heart. Secrets must be safeguarded, lest they fall prey to prying eyes. Yet her secret, though unspoken, was all too apparent. She had unwittingly laid bare her feelings, her vulnerability exposed. Despite this, she clung to her beliefs, concealing her little secret deep within, rendering her rather naive. She is truly foolish. If she were not, why would she stand there like a puppet in the middle of the night, unable to sleep? She remains motionless, her delicate form a statue, fearing that any movement might disturb his sweet dreams. In this moment, she acts as his guardian angel. Devotedly, she stands watch. And aside from the occasional blink, she remains unresponsive to everything else. Who is she? Friend or foe? It is said, the threads of affection bind the delicate body. Yet the depths of enmity and gratitude are as vast as the ocean. One day, when the sea runs dry, the harsh realities will emerge, bringing tears to the heart of the righteous. Chapter 44. The boorish hero emerges. Xi'an, the political and cultural center of Shaanxi, is situated in the northwest, blessed with abundant resources and remarkable individuals. In ancient times, Xi'an was known as Chang'an, one of China's 4 great ancient capitals, established in the 16th century BC. The city is crisscrossed by rivers, famously referred to as the 8 waters surrounding Chang'an. 13 dynasties made Xi'an their capital, making it both an ancient city and a historic capital. The siblings, Jinmaihu and Duan Hongyu, departed from the Yuxin Inn, tirelessly traversing the roads while gathering information. And at noon, they entered the ancient city of Xi'an. Within the city, the streets are intricate, lined with numerous shops, and the thoroughfares bustle with a lively throng of pedestrians and a cacophony of vehicles. Sister, look at the throngs of people in the streets. The heat is unbearable. Shall we not find an inn to settle down first, to eat and drink to our fill? Afterward, we can search for him at our leisure. That sounds good. Look, brother, there is an inn not far ahead. Feel an inn. What a fortuitous name. Let us stay there. Agreed. As the saying goes, a mansion with 1,000 rooms. Yet a bed of only 8 feet. A place to rest is a good place for us. Let us hurry. As the brother and sister strolled and conversed, they arrived at the inn's entrance. The innkeeper greeted them with a broad smile, bowing courteously. Esteemed guests, welcome. Please follow me for meals and lodging. Jinmahu peered inside and noticed a fair number of diners. He cheerfully inquired, Innkeeper, are there rooms available upstairs? Indeed, esteemed guest, the upstairs rooms are vacant, spacious, and well ventilated. Please, allow me to show you. Jinmahu exchanged a glance with Duan Hongyu and said, Lead the way, good sir. Certainly, please follow me. The innkeeper turned and guided them to the 2nd floor, passing through occupied rooms until he opened a vacant door and asked, How does this room suit you? Jinmahu cast a glance within, noting the cleanliness and neatness of the bedding and furniture, and nodded. This will do, although the rear window is a bit small. The innkeeper promptly walked further in, opening another door and cheerfully stating, Esteemed guest, what about this room? Jinmahu approached and nodded again. This room is quite acceptable. What of the other one inside? These rooms are all similar. You may choose whichever you prefer. Very well, we shall take these 2 rooms. Excellent. You 2 esteemed guests may enter and rest while I fetch some cool water for you to wash your hands and faces and relieve the heat. Yes, indeed, hurry back. Do not worry, I shall return shortly. The innkeeper dashed down the stairs. Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu each entered their respective rooms, shedding their outer garments without need for further detail, focusing only on Jinmahu. Standing before the rear window, he let the cool breeze wash over him, turning only when he heard the innkeeper return with the basin of water. Esteemed guest, would you care to dine? Indeed, I wish to inquire about a certain matter. He began. What is it? As long as it is a trivial matter, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. Very well. The matter I wish to inquire about is surely known to you. It concerns the affairs of Chang'an City. It cannot be too difficult, can it? Chang'an is vast and complex. I cannot claim to know everything. You must have heard about the renowned strongman who has emerged in the city. Strongman? There are many here. Yet I cannot ascertain which one you speak of. Yes, it is indeed difficult to specify. I only know this individual possesses a certain brutishness and has recently arrived, eager to demonstrate his prowess. Could it be that you are referring to the 2nd son of the Gao family? Please, continue. The attendant scrutinized Jinmahu, clicking his tongue in contemplation. I must ask, noble sir, why do you seek information about him in particular? Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such inquiries. As the attendant attempted to depart, Jinmahu, with a smile, halted him, exclaiming, Why leave when the conversation has yet to unfold? The attendant, now firmly planted, replied, Dear guest, it is not that I wish to withhold information. Rather, sharing it may not serve your best interests. What do you mean? 5 days prior, a middle-aged man visited our establishment. It was evident he came from a military background. He too, was inquiring about this strong man, and when I shared what I knew, he displayed an explosive temper, rushing downstairs to confront the second son. Alas, he was bested and suffered 4 broken ribs from a single kick. Tell me, have I not incurred misfortune? Jin Mao, who erupted into hearty laughter, responding, my friend, do you truly perceive me as one who delights in brawls? The attendant examined Jin Mao, who once more, remarking, you appear quite refined, resembling a scholar. It is puzzling why you would take an interest in such brutish affairs. Curiosity. My friend, the allure of the extraordinary is irresistible. It promises longevity. The attendant furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jin Mao, who, curiosity is a common trait. Yet I see a sword hanging at your waist. I advise you to refrain from further inquiries. The second son is not one to overlook a man bearing arms, regardless of your prowess. Is that so? Indeed. Thus, I suggest you maintain a safe distance. Seeing the attendant's genuine concern for his well-being, Jin Mao, who chuckled, thank you. My good fellow, let us speak no more of him. Do you know from whom the second son learned his skills? Where does he reside? I shall reward you for your efforts. As he spoke, Jin Mao, who produced 10 taels of silver and placed them upon the table. The attendant, taken aback by the sight of the silver, responded somewhat awkwardly, dear guest, I could share some information, but it is not merely for the sake of your silver. Indeed, it is for the sake of my silver. Speak freely. Very well. The second son of the Gao family resides within this city. His father, Gao Fuqing, is a local official. If you exit our establishment and head north, crossing 3 streets, the Gao family estate lies 50 paces eastward at the 4th intersection. I have heard tales of the second son, who, in his youth, had a penchant for brawling rather than studying. When his family could not keep an eye on him, he would escape to stir up trouble, climbing trees and scaling walls. Every day, the elder gentleman fretted over the second son. When confined indoors, the boy would wreak havoc. And when left free, no one could manage him. A child of merely 5 or 6 years would declare his intent to climb a wall and would do so in an instant, leaping to rooftops with ease. One day, while playing atop the family's gatehouse, the second son ignored all calls to come down. When someone brought a ladder to fetch him, he nimbly jumped onto the wall, running along its edge while his family chased after him, refusing to descend. By chance, a Taoist priest happened upon the scene. Observing the child darting along the wall with a throng of people below, fearing for the child's safety, the priest swiftly ascended and caught the second son, who, startled by the sudden embrace, initially protested, demanding to be released upon realizing he did not recognize the rescuer. Unperturbed, the priest descended gracefully and returned the boy to his anxious family. Just as he was about to take his leave, the elder gentleman spotted him and, upon learning he was the one who had saved his son, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He instructed his family to present the priest with 50 taels of silver. However, the priest graciously declined, attempting to depart, but the second son insisted that he stay, pleading for the priest to play with him. Despite his irritation, the elder gentleman, caring for his son, invited the Taoist to remain. The priest, not one to refuse, agreed and stayed for half a month. During this time, the second son no longer caused mischief or climbed trees and walls, allowing the elder gentleman a moment of peace. However, this tranquility was short-lived. The priest announced his intention to leave, and the second son insisted on following him. The elder gentleman, resigned, inquired where the priest practiced his teachings. The priest revealed that he had taken vows at Mount Hua, going by the name Kong Fan. Considering that Mount Hua was not too distant from Xi'an, the elder gentleman conferred with his wife and entrusted their son to the priest. The second son was away for a decade, and upon his return, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, exhibiting great strength and agility. At times, he wielded a polished copper staff, which gleamed brilliantly and weighed no less than 70 or 80 pounds. Yet in his hands, it felt as light as a feather. Dear guests, this is all I know. I wonder if there are any further inquiries you wish to make? What could one inquire further? This serves as a reminder. A careless word may conceal catastrophe, planting the seeds of peril that are difficult to escape. Only upon awakening does one realize the folly of their actions, and the consequences can be as severe as a mouse falling from a height. Chapter 45. The strategy to ensure safety. Jimahu was enraptured by the tale, and it was only when the attendant inquired if there were any further questions that he returned to his senses. With a smile, he said to the attendant, "Thank you. My friend, I am well informed. Here is some silver for you to purchase a pair of shoes, and please bring me some food and wine." The attendant accepted the 10 taels of silver but awkwardly remarked, "Esteemed guest, let this silver serve as your meal payment. I cannot accept it." Jimahu chuckled, patting the attendant on the shoulder. "Nonsense, my friend. What is given is given. Accept it without hesitation. The cost of food and drink shall be settled. As for the wine, procure the finest local variety, and for the dishes, select the specialties of your esteemed establishment. Thank you for your generosity. I am humbled to accept. The attendant continued. As for the wine, we have the local delicacy, Shifeng wine. Will that suffice? Indeed. Now, be swift in your arrangements. Certainly. Please do not keep waiting. The man, having finished speaking, tucked the silver into his bosom and bowed as he exited the room, descending the stairs with an air of delight. Indeed, money has the power to influence even the most stubborn of individuals. Once one receives another's coin, they are quick to adopt the title of master. Such is the nature of humanity. Throughout history, the fight against corruption and bribery has been advocated, and it is universally acknowledged that these vices bring calamity upon nations and misery to the populace, regardless of how one attempts to suppress it. Corruption proliferates like mushrooms after a rain, continuously adopting new forms and strategies, employing every trick imaginable. Is it the greed that is wrong, or the act of bribery? Both are despicable. The greedy come from all walks of life. Anyone possessing a skill, or holding even a modest title, or possessing slightly more knowledge than others, finds themselves in the ranks of the avaricious. Greed manifests in various forms, whether grand or petty, often unintentional. Regardless of the manner in which one indulges in greed, it is driven by a disregard for ethics in the face of financial gain, a blind pursuit of profit that brings a false sense of righteousness. They do not perceive their actions as greedy. Rather, they justify it as a rightful means to prosperity. If one does not seize the opportunity, who will? They cloak their avarice in noble rhetoric. They fail to realize that the wealth obtained in this manner is a currency paid with their very soul, a truth they remain blissfully unaware of. What value does a soulless existence hold in this world? Those who engage in bribery are even more contemptible. Yet the recipients of such bribes often defend their actions with the adage, without lubrication, there is no movement. Are the greedy aware of this saying? Certainly. They understand the underlying secrets better than anyone else. They know why they continue to pursue ill-gotten gains, allowing themselves to be manipulated by the allure of wealth. In moments of satisfaction derived from monetary gain, do they comprehend the true cost of their actions? One might argue, after all, nothing here truly belongs to me. I cannot take it home, so I might as well enjoy a few benefits while I can, regardless of the consequences. Is the essence of life merely to indulge in pleasure? As long as I live better than you, that is what matters until the end. But one must ponder, are you truly living better than others? The answer is elusive. The greedy suffer from their own inner turmoil, perpetually consumed by anxiety while they eat, drink, and revel. Do they genuinely believe their existence surpasses that of others? To accept gifts is to become indebted. To depend on others' generosity is to compromise oneself. The indulgences and comforts one enjoys will eventually lead to ruin. Those who resort to bribery, in pursuit of personal gain, resort to coercion and manipulation, finding pride in their cunning. They believe themselves capable, spending 2 to gain 5, all while inflicting harm on others for their own benefit. Do they not feel any guilt? With arrogance, they declare, what have I to feel guilty about? If he in his position neglects his duties, it is his own moral failing, not mine. If there were no individuals like them in the world, would anyone be willing to sell their soul to be manipulated? Though corruption and bribery are rightly scorned and criticized, they persist unabated. How can one eradicate such a malignant habit? What methods can resolve this persistent issue? It seems that only a personal awakening of conscience can lead to change, setting an example for others. These musings, while devoid of narrative structure, stem from a place of reflection. Such reflections may not wield substantial influence, yet conscience is a gift bestowed by one's parents, and their teachings serve as the starting line for humanity's progress, stepping stones towards climbing the peaks of virtue. The striped tiger gazed at the delighted fellow who had received 10 taels of silver and shook his head with a wry smile. As he approached the basin to wash his hands and face, Duan Hongyu entered the room, her face beaming with joy as she cheerfully remarked, "Brother, I have gathered all the information." The striped tiger, filled with elation, plunged his hands into the water, laughing as he washed. The fellow was reluctant to speak, but I managed to uncover the truth for 10 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Duan Hongyu raised her eyebrows and smiled. Indeed, the world has changed. Purchasing cattle and horses, acquiring property, are all perfectly reasonable endeavors. Now we must even spend silver to obtain information. How absurd. The striped tiger, still washing his face, replied. Though it may seem unreasonable, it is certainly better than remaining in ignorance. While this is not exactly a secret, it is essential to know the details. In truth, those who speak at length often pay a price. Some individuals, in pursuit of immediate gain, do not consider the consequences that follow. Thus, this could be seen as an equitable exchange, making it worth the cost. You always find a way to justify your perspective. If you deem it worthwhile, then it is worthwhile. Now that we understand our objective, when shall we set out? Sister, do you not observe the position of the sun? That person cannot be so oblivious to the heat and cold, he continued. Look at me, am I not anxious? What is there to be anxious about? Brother, let me tell you, nothing can be accomplished through mere haste. As the saying goes, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Let us enjoy our meal and rest before seeking him. It will not be too late. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. You are indeed the matriarch, ruling with an iron fist. You decide when we shall depart, and we shall follow in your wake. Not so fast. This time, sister should lead the way. Duan Hongyu, greatly puzzled, inquired why? Why must I lead this time? The striped tiger made a playful face and laughed. Because you are anxious. Her brother's jest nearly brought her to tears. She stomped her foot, swayed her shoulders, and playfully protested, You little rascal. It's so hot, and you tease me. I am speechless. Having finished drying his face, the striped tiger placed the towel on the rack and pointed to the chair at the table, grinning as he said, Sister, you possess quite the sense of humor. This is what we call a lack of banter and merriment. Please, take a seat. I have something to discuss. Seeing him, Duan Hongyu could not help but smile through her tears. Sister is not angry. In truth, I should not hold it against the little rascal. He speaks without thinking and has unwittingly upset me. Enough. Are you referring to yourself, or are you scolding me? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that big-chested and mindless refers to you? Oh dear. I apologize, sister. I misspoke. What I meant to say was lacking depth and thoughtless in speech. Please do not take offense. Sister is not angry. You have not exaggerated. Your words still bear a hint of resentment. A person of your caliber is comparable to the renowned Fu Hao of ancient Shang, or even surpasses the legendary Qin Liangyu of the Ming dynasty. Haha. You truly know how to amuse me, brother. I, with long hair and limited knowledge, am unaware of who Fu Hao is. Nor do I know if Qin Liangyu is male or female. Do not attempt to flatter me. Quickly sit down, rest your tongue, drink some water, and gather your thoughts. With a gentle smile, the striped tiger took a seat and drank cup after cup. Upon witnessing this, Duan Hongyu could not help but chuckle, exclaiming with a mix of laughter and exasperation, Do refrain from drinking any further. Save some space for the wine. At this, Jin Mao, who found himself unable to stifle a laugh, resulting in a sudden spray of tea that he had yet to swallow. Ah, what a scene. The mist hangs thickly, shrouding the mountains in an eerie gloom, with a chill in the air and a sinister wind billowing from all directions. Goodness, what is happening? The rain and wind are tumultuous. Amidst the laughter, the waitstaff presented an array of 8 dishes, both hot and cold, alongside a jar of aged Shifeng wine. With a beaming smile, one of the attendants inquired, Esteemed guests, do you have any further requests? Jin Mao, who glanced at the spread before him, and asked Duan Hongyu, Sister, what shall we have for our meal? Meat-filled buns. She replied, Very well. The attendant responded, promptly retrieving the food box and exiting downstairs without further ado. The brother and sister duo stifled their laughter, indulging in their meal and drink, savoring each bite and sip. Their enjoyment was such that it made the act of eating quite the challenge, and drinking brought forth joyous exclamations. Truly, it is said, in the midst of success, one must not forget their roots. The strength of a tree lies in the depth of its foundation. With ingenuity and diligence, one can cultivate a prosperous household for eternity. Chapter 46. The brash hero at Suojiao Tower. As the sun descended past midday, it resembled an unrestrained ball, cascading downwards with such speed that it seemed poised to crash into the great trees of the western hills. Jin Mao Hu and Duan Hongyu, having feasted and enjoyed a restful slumber, tidied themselves and departed from the Feline Inn. Following their preordained path, they traversed bustling streets and narrow alleys until they beheld the Suojiao Tower ahead. This ancient tower, it is said, was erected by the legendary figure Du during his efforts to control the waters, subduing a malevolent dragon that plagued the land. Whether this tale holds truth or not is a matter for another discussion. Before the Suojiao Tower, a lively scene unfolded, with throngs of onlookers densely packed, creating a barrier through which neither wind nor water could penetrate. Cheers, shouts, and applause resonated through the air, filling it with an electric energy. Upon reaching the outskirts of the crowd, Jin Mao Hu and Duan Hongyu found themselves unable to discern the events within due to the sheer number of people. Just as they were about to part the crowd to venture inside, a voice, deep and resonant, rang out, stammering yet commanding attention. Ladies and gentlemen, friends from north and south, since you are all gathered here, why watch me perform alone? Come, let us make this interesting. Who among you dares to strike me? I shall reward you with 10 taels of silver, or a kick for 20. What say you? You there, step forward. You dare not. You are a coward. And you. And you. Yes, all of you are cowards. No one dares. I am the greatest in the land. Disheartened by the nature of the proclamations, Jin Mao, who turned to Hong Yu, remarking, Sister, it seems we have stumbled upon a mere street performer, rather than the individual we seek. Perhaps not. We shall ascertain the truth once we enter, she replied. Very well, we shall proceed inside. Excuse me, friends, coming through. Jin Mao, who called out as he navigated through the crowd, hands pushing aside those blocking his path. The onlookers, already engaged in a shoving match of their own to get a better view, were reluctant to make way for newcomers. Observing that no one would yield, Jin Mao, who exerted a bit more force, causing those in proximity to stagger in response to his push, inadvertently parting the crowd. The individuals caught in the fray felt themselves being jostled by intruders. Just as they were about to express their indignation, they suddenly noticed two figures squeezing through the crowd, one man clad in snow-white robes and a woman dressed in fiery red. Both bore swords at their sides, exuding an extraordinary presence. Each, albeit apprehensive and motivated by differing sentiments, instinctively pushed to the sides, creating a narrow passage in the middle. Before the striking figure known as the golden-furred tiger, a narrow alley materialized, bringing joy to the woman in red, who promptly nudged him forward. Without a moment's hesitation, he effortlessly advanced to the innermost layer. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a robust man hoisting a stone furnace high above his head. The golden-furred tiger mused that this furnace must weigh at least 1,000 pounds, yet the man seemed undeterred by its heft. It appeared he was indeed the individual the golden-furred tiger sought, for this man possessed remarkable strength. Observing him closely, the golden-furred tiger noted his towering stature, exceeding 10 feet. With formidable dimensions, his beard resembled that of the legendary warrior Zhang Fei. His eyes protruded slightly, and his features were broad, with a thick nose and a strong jaw. His neck was stout, and his waist slender, while his long hair cascaded like a horse's tail. Clad in an aura of righteousness, he resembled a guardian spirit. As the golden-furred tiger meticulously scrutinized the man lifting the furnace, that very man turned to face him, their gazes locking in a moment of mutual astonishment. Upon seeing the youth adorned in white, with a uniquely curved sword at his waist, an inexplicable joy surged within him, instantly invigorating his spirit. He tossed the stone furnace behind him, the thud echoing as it struck the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. He discarded the furnace without a thought for the potential harm it might cause, his mind singularly focused on one thought. This person seemed remarkably familiar. He examined the golden-furred tiger closely, pondering what set him apart and why encountering him stirred such a complex mix of emotions. However, despite feeling a twinge of apprehension, his innate courage prevailed. With a fist clasped in greeting, he boomed, "Ah, my friend, you are undoubtedly a practitioner of the martial arts. Since you are skilled, do not linger idly. I am now the strongest in the world, and today, you shall have the opportunity to test your mettle against the best. Losing would not be a disgrace. Come, let us engage in a grand contest of 500 rounds." As the golden-furred tiger listened to the man's exuberant proclamations, he assessed him thoughtfully, recognizing that this individual was indeed extraordinary. Despite the bluster, the man's movements exuded a grounded mastery of martial arts. Having wandered alone for years without forming friendships, not from a lack of desire but rather from a lack of opportunity, he felt a genuine impulse to befriend this formidable figure. Just as he contemplated how to forge this connection, he suddenly perceived a swift movement directed toward him. The man's hand shot toward his chest with astonishing speed. The golden-furred tiger, standing his ground, calmly said, "Slow down." Just as the man's hand was about to grasp the fabric of his garment, it halted abruptly, a testament to his control and skill. The golden-furred tiger felt a mix of delight and admiration at this display. The man, taken aback, rolled his eyes in disbelief and withdrew his hand, his voice tinged with frustration as he exclaimed, "What is happening? Why the sudden surprise? Are you hesitant to engage in a contest? If you lack the courage to compete, what business do you have here? Why can you come, but I cannot? Ah, this is my territory, and you have dared to invade, pretending to be a formidable wolf. I shall refrain from giving you a thorough beating so that you may realize the folly of your arrogance." The Jin Mao, who replied, unperturbed, "How domineering of you. You think that by coming to my home, you can threaten me? Do you truly believe you are my match?" The robust figure felt a twinge of insecurity under Jin Mao, whose scrutiny, and stammered, "Then shall we compare ourselves? One match will reveal who stands above and who falls below." Jin Mao, who circled around the sturdy man, a carefree smile gracing his lips, "Indeed, mere words without action are hollow, and practice without dialogue is foolish. We can certainly compete, but how shall we do so? Shall I strike you once for 10 taels of silver, or kick you for 20 taels?" The brawny man, prideful and resolute, declared. What I say is as good as done. I accept. Accept what? I am not in need of silver. Do you have any other terms? The man grew impatient as conditions were laid bare before him. To life or to death, each according to fate. Jean Mao, who laughed heartily, teasing. I merely wish to toy with you. I have no intention of taking your life. Why take it so seriously? The brawny man, fiery and unyielding, could not tolerate the mockery and retorted. So, you are certain you will win? Absolutely. I am confident of my victory. Jean Mao, who exclaimed. Oh dear. It is precisely as they say, one disagreement breeds chaos, and life and fortune are of little value. Abandoned children forsake their spouses and parents, and a fleeting temper can disrupt the world. Chapter 47. The brash man's fury. The onlookers, captivated by the exchange between Jean Mao Hu and the brawny man, began to murmur among themselves, inciting further anger in the latter. He cast a fierce glare at the crowd, causing them to silence their chatter and avert their gazes from his menacing stare. Once the crowd had quieted, the brawny man turned his ire back to Jean Mao Hu, exclaiming, You are indeed quite audacious. If you can defeat me within 100 strikes, I shall concede to you. Whatever you command, I shall obey. But should you prove no match for me, and I bring you to your end, do not fault me for my ruthlessness. Come, I shall grant you 3 strikes to begin. With that, the brawny man took 3 steps back and assumed a fighting stance. Jean Mao Hu, crossing his arms with an unruffled demeanor, inquired with a smile, You propose a contest, yet I am uncertain of the terms. Shall we compare fists and feet, weapons, endurance? You must clarify the rules of engagement. Let it be decided by our martial prowess. Remember, 100 strikes. Quite so. 100 strikes may be excessive. 10 shall suffice. Jean Mao, who declared proudly, nearly provoking the brawny man to the brink of fury. The brawny man entered a state of readiness, his irritation evident but unspoken. To secure a more advantageous position, he retreated 3 steps. The spectators, observing the 2 men preparing for an imminent clash, retreated cautiously, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of fists and feet, and cleared a spacious arena for their contest. Everyone harbors distinct emotions. Some compassionate souls worry for the golden-haired tiger, fearing that his delicate frame may fall prey to the might of the brutish man. Others believe the brute is destined for defeat, having witnessed the golden-haired tiger's unwavering confidence, and, fueled by irritation at the brute's arrogance, hope to see him humbled. Then there are those who merely seek entertainment, indifferent to the outcome of the clash. Step aside. I shall exact vengeance for my brother. A woman's voice rang out from the outskirts of the crowd, drawing attention as she approached. Clad in a flowing green garment, she leaped into the arena, exuding an aura of lethal intent. With her hair cascading like willow branches and her countenance fierce, she brandished twin blades with determination. Without hesitation, she launched herself into the fray. As the brutish man prepared to engage the golden-haired tiger, he suddenly found himself facing the woman's descending blades. Just in time, he retracted his neck, narrowly avoiding the first strike, but the second thrust caught him off guard, forcing him to retreat swiftly. The green-clad maiden's blades danced perilously close to his neck and heart, leaving him in a state of disarray. While he attempted to counter her ferocity, he exclaimed, By the heavens, what madness is this? Just when I thought I could handle one opponent, another comes charging in. Today, I am in a particularly jovial mood. None of you shall escape unscathed. Indeed, the brute was formidable. Though he spoke with bravado, his movements were swift and precise. After a few exchanges, he began to discern the rhythms of his adversary's technique, evading with grace and agility. Do not be deceived by his seemingly bumbling demeanor. His strikes were as quick as lightning, and his footwork was as stable as a rooted tree. The green-clad woman, equally skilled, wielded her blades with the precision of a master. Each movement was a calculated assault, her attacks flowing seamlessly like a torrent. She unleashed a series of lethal maneuvers. Each strike aimed to claim a life. As the battle progressed, the brute, confident in his understanding of her combat style, found himself at ease. Yet after 20 exchanges, the woman shifted her strategy. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, her strikes became increasingly relentless and rapid. Realization dawned upon him. This woman was not to be underestimated. With the sweat beading at his temples, he instinctively began to defend his vital points. And after 25 exchanges, it was evident that his opponent was no ordinary fighter. Observing from the sidelines, the golden-haired tiger recognized the woman's extraordinary prowess. Suspecting she must have received training from a master. Could she truly be the one? If she truly is who she claims to be, perhaps her own affairs will soon become clear. The maiden. Jean Mao, who was lost in contemplation when the shouts from outside interrupted his thoughts. He turned his gaze towards the commotion and observed a middle-aged man, approximately in his 30s, pushing through the crowd. despite being drenched in sweat. There was an undeniable prowess evident in his demeanor, his eyes gleaming with intensity, though his attire was exceedingly ordinary. This man, who had burst in from the outside, bore a white cloth draped over his shoulder, with his left arm swathed in a blood-stained bandage, suggesting a grievous injury. As Jin Mao, who cast a sidelong glance at the commotion, he heard a delicate exclamation from a woman in green attire, and upon turning his gaze, he saw her in a perilous situation. What could be amiss? Just as the cries of the maidens echoed from outside, she had momentarily lost focus, allowing a burly man within the arena to seize the opportunity and launch a devastating punch aimed directly at her core. Should that blow land, even one forged of iron or bronze would surely meet a dire fate. In that fleeting moment charged with tension, Jin Mao, who cast aside all thoughts, bellowing, "Stop!" Before his voice could fully resonate, he had already approached the two, effortlessly deflecting the man's formidable strike. The man, who had anticipated another triumph, found himself forced back several paces by Jin Mao, whose single maneuver, staring in astonishment, pondering the extraordinary technique that had neutralized his ferocious attack. This individual was indeed formidable. Regardless of the man's bewilderment, the green-clad woman was saved. Overflowing with gratitude, she cast a joyful and heartfelt glance at Jin Mao, who, but without uttering a word of thanks, she swiftly turned to confront the stunned man, her blade raised to strike. "Mate, hold your hand. I have words to share," called the newcomer. The green-clad woman, halted by the voice, turned to the speaker, her teeth clenched in anger as she retorted, "Brother, this man must perish. My heart cannot find peace until I have avenged myself on him. Mate, do not utter such reckless words. My injury is not this brave man's fault. You know well that in the arena, one must not show mercy. It is my own lack of skill that brought about this misfortune. I must bear the consequences of my own inadequacies. There are always stronger opponents. Let us depart. This grudge cannot be settled here." The man from outside, speaking with conviction, reached out with his uninjured right hand to pull the green-clad woman back. Reluctantly, she lowered her weapon, offering a gentle bow to Jin Mao, who, saying, "I owe my life to this gallant hero. You should express your gratitude to him." The middle-aged man cast a cautious glance at Jin Mao, who, his eyes betraying a mix of cunning and fear, before releasing his grip on the green-clad woman. He offered a wry smile and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Thank you, noble hero, for saving my sister. I have nothing to offer in return, but I hope you will not take offense at my humble gesture." Jin Mao, who responded with a smile, his words dripping with subtle meaning, "Such trifling matters are hardly worth mentioning. Our paths shall cross again in due time. You are free to leave now." Upon hearing Jin Mao, whose words, the green-clad woman, her countenance darkening, offered her thanks with a bow. "I am eternally grateful for your kindness, noble sir. As time is plentiful, I shall repay you handsomely. However, I must take my leave for now." The woman in the green attire exchanged a knowing glance with the middle-aged man, and the two of them squeezed through the crowd. The onlookers erupted into a flurry of whispers and murmurs, engaging in hushed discussions. It was said, "A man of ambition does not drink from the poisoned well, and the virtuous do not accept food that is given in disdain. A gentleman stands tall against the wind, while the petty man cannot be compared." Chapter 48. A blow to the brash man. Upon witnessing the green-clad woman leaving, the burly man in the arena stomped his feet and exclaimed, "Damn it! What is this nonsense? A pair of defeated opponents still pretending. What a farce! Losing is losing. If you're not satisfied, come back for a rematch of 300 rounds." The golden-furred tiger, watching the woman and the man exit the throng, turned his gaze back to the uproarious brute and chuckled, "They have departed, yet I remain. Our contest has yet to commence." Hearing the golden-furred tiger's words, the burly man slapped his forehead in realization, laughing, "Oh, I see. You and that woman in green are in cahoots, right? You intend to use a rotating assault to deal with me alone, don't you?" The golden-furred tiger burst into laughter, retorting, "You foolish simpleton, do I need assistance to handle someone like you? That is truly laughable. So, you are not in league with her?" The man inquired. "Are you afraid if we are?" "Afraid? Huh. I, Gao Wanyong, fear nothing. I could pluck the stars from the heavens or dive into the sea to catch a turtle. I am not intimidated by nameless folk like you." "Well said. A true man who stands tall. But I wonder, how skilled are you? Do you possess the courage to back your words?" The burly man, Gao Wanyong, shook his head vigorously, asserting, "I have plenty of skill. Talk is cheap. Let us engage in combat. Come, I challenge you to 300 rounds. No, I shall use only 10 moves. You may attack first." Gao Wanyong, infuriated by the golden-furred tiger's taunts, ground his teeth in frustration, tightening his heroic belt. He positioned himself in a stance, arms spread before his chest, his energy surging through his body. His muscles bulged, and he appeared formidable, exuding an aura of power. As he prepared for battle, he extended his left leg slightly forward, crouched down, and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His left hand formed a claw while his right hand rested like a blade atop his left arm, gazing intently at the unimpressed golden-furred tiger. Though the golden-furred tiger feigned indifference, he was mentally prepared, observing Gao Wanyong's movements with intent. Gao Wanyong adopted a stance reminiscent of opening the gates of Mount Huashan, bellowing, "Let us fight." As he lifted his right foot, his left foot firmly planted on the ground, adrenaline surged through him. He leaped with his right foot, executing a swift kick while simultaneously extending his left claw forward, aiming for the golden-furred tiger, with a hidden right hand striking a fierce blow aimed at the tiger's heart. Excellent. A move with 3 techniques, the golden-furred tiger praised, yet he remained agile. He swiftly stepped to the left, evading Gao Wanyong's sweeping kick. With a swift and decisive motion, he aimed a kick at the vulnerable rib area on the right side of Gao Wanyong. However, Gao Wanyong was quick-witted. Noticing that Jin Mao had redirected his foot towards his own ribs, prompting him to immediately alter his technique. As he twisted his body, his right hand transformed into a hooking motion, attempting to catch Jin Mao's kicking foot with a reverse sweep, while his left hand aimed to strike the acupoint on Jin Mao's inner calf. Confident in his strategy, Gao Wanyong believed victory was assured. Yet little did he anticipate that Jin Mao's move was merely a feint, lacking any real force behind it. As he busily prepared to change his stance, Jin Mao's seemingly harmless kick suddenly became a powerful strike. Realizing the impending danger too late, Gao Wanyong braced himself to absorb the blow. The kick landed squarely on his abdomen. Yet surprisingly, he felt little force behind it. Inwardly, he rejoiced, thinking to himself that this seemingly frail scholar lacked any true strength. With newfound confidence, he gathered his energy and aimed to strike Jin Mao's knee. At that critical moment, a dull thud echoed in Gao Wanyong's ears as Jin Mao unleashed a surprising burst of strength, sending him flying back several steps. Stumbling, Gao Wanyong found himself retreating to the crowd, where he could retreat no further, his pride bruised. The onlookers erupted in cheers, seemingly forgetting that Gao Wanyong was the formidable second son of the Gao family, a figure no one dared to provoke. Despite his robust demeanor, a deep flush crept across Gao Wanyong's face as he glared at the cheering crowd, which fell silent under his imposing presence. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of indignation. This opponent was truly formidable, and how had he not foreseen the strategy of waiting for an opportunity? Resolving to face him earnestly, he thought he must not let himself be defeated. With renewed determination, he clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and leaped forward, executing a series of swift, scissor-like kicks, darting towards Jin Mao like an arrow released from a bow. Jin Mao, witnessing Gao Wanyong's fierce advance, showed no inclination to evade, merely smiling, as if the ferocious Gao Wanyong posed no threat to him. The spectators, taken aback by the unfolding spectacle, gasped in shock, their fear rendering them momentarily speechless. Many urged, "Quick, get out of the way." Gao Wanyong, observing Jin Mao standing his ground without flinching, felt a mix of exhilaration and frustration. He was elated at the thought of delivering a decisive blow to this irritating opponent, yet incensed by Jin Mao's apparent dismissal of his attack. Resolving to strike first, he accelerated his assault with even greater speed and intensity. In contrast, Duan Hongyu held a different perspective from the crowd. She felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing such a scene, yet she was resolute in her belief that the striped tiger would emerge unscathed. Her faith in the tiger's extraordinary abilities was unwavering, for she knew that his skills surpassed those of ordinary men, and such prowess was beyond the imagination of the common folk. Thus, she firmly trusted him, confident that he was indeed a person of remarkable capabilities. A smile adorned her face, radiating charm, even as her heart raced with unease. At that very moment, as Gao Wanyong's right foot was mere inches away from the striped tiger, and as the tension reached a critical point, Gao Wanyong, emboldened by an unshakable conviction, shouted in anticipation of delivering a decisive kick. Yet, the tiger, who should have been struck, vanished from beneath Gao Wanyong's foot. As the saying goes, in the face of imminent danger, uncertainty prevails. Do not claim that death is irreversible. Chapter 49. The reckless brute Gao Wanyong, having kicked nothing but air, lost his balance due to the excessive force of his motion, propelling himself forward like a bolt shot from a bow, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. With a resounding crash, reminiscent of a boulder hitting the ground, dust and debris enveloped the formidable Gao Wanyong. His foot, having struck the solid earth, sank over a foot deep into the ground. Ignoring the pain in his foot, he was astonished and dared not linger even for a moment. Springing forth like a giant onion pulled from the soil, sending a column of dirt soaring into the air. The spectators, including Duan Hongyu, were left in a state of shock, utterly transfixed by the perilous spectacle before them, none daring to cheer for the unfolding drama. The most astonished of all was the brawny Gao Wanyang himself. As he soared into the air, his body spun thrice in mid-flight. Looking up, he saw no sign of the striped tiger. Looking down, he found no trace of his elusive opponent. He scanned left and right, forward and backward. Yet the fearsome figure of the striped tiger eluded him. Had he ascended to the heavens or burrowed into the earth? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of unease washed over him, a premonition of impending misfortune creeping into his heart. His foreboding was not unfounded. The onlookers began to discern the truth, and those who recognized it started to cheer, exclaiming, "Bravo! What skill! Truly, the finest martial arts in the world." The crowd, emerging from their initial terror, regained their composure and erupted into joyful applause and shouts of encouragement. Gao Wanyang, hearing the genuine cheers, was convinced they were celebrating his prowess. The joy of receiving such acclaim was unparalleled, a source of immense pride. Elated, he cast aside his earlier anxiety, feeling his confidence and courage swell. He executed a series of flips in the air, graceful and striking, drawing forth waves of applause and cheers. Yet, Gao Wanyang's acrobatics were not a display of bravado. He was convinced that the striped tiger was still present, diligently searching for his elusive foe. Where could the striped tiger have gone? Had he truly ascended to the heavens or burrowed into the earth? Not at all. He had neither taken flight nor vanished. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had remained close to Gao Wanyang, shadowing him all along, unnoticed. Gao Wanyang remained oblivious, yet the onlookers were acutely aware. Their incessant cheers and applause were not for him, but rather for the illustrious Jinmahu. Only Gao Wanyang found himself ensnared in ignorance. Indeed, the cacophony of cheers surged and receded like the tide. Overwhelmed by the exuberance of the crowd, Gao Wanyang felt a tumultuous storm brewing within him. His heart raced, and anxiety gripped him. He could not fathom the fervent enthusiasm of the spectators. Their applause seemed unfounded, celebrating actions he had not performed. Nor was there anyone else worthy of such accolades. As his mind spiraled into confusion, an unexpected somersault startled him, sending his spirits soaring into disarray. In a moment of utter despair, he exclaimed, You, how could you? Why was this audacious Gao Wanyang stricken with fear and panic? It was because he beheld the lost Jinmahu, who had suddenly reappeared before him. His rival, Jinmahu, stood silently across from him, wearing a serene and carefree smile. Yet, to Gao Wanyang, that smile was a mocking derision, a manifestation of disdain directed at him. Unable to tolerate this perceived insult, he bellowed in rage, launching a barrage of fists and kicks imbued with humiliation and fury towards Jinmahu. Unfazed by the madness of Gao Wanyang, Jinmahu maintained his composure, calmly retorting, "Come at me. You seem weary. Perhaps you should take a rest." As he spoke, Jinmahu deftly sidestepped the onslaught of Gao Wanyang's powerful punch, countering with a precise strike that landed squarely on Gao Wanyang's fist. Despite being struck, Gao Wanyang felt no pain. Instead, he found himself losing control. Akin to a kite severed from its string, spiraling downward with relentless speed, the formidable Gao Wanyang crashed to the ground. Yet, as he hit the earth, he performed a graceful somersault, rising to confront Jinmahu once more, undeterred. He lunged forward, aiming a sweeping attack at Jinmahu's lower body. Jinmahu, unfazed, anticipated the approach of the massive Gao Wanyang. As the latter closed in, Jinmahu leapt aside, effortlessly evading the assault. Just as Gao Wanyang attempted to pivot, Jinmahu swiftly tapped the pressure point on his left foot. In an instant, Gao Wanyang deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground, though he struggled valiantly to rise. His body betrayed him, unresponsive to his will. Struggling with a deep-seated resentment, he managed to prop himself up, his eyes bloodshot and his breath coming in ragged gasps. With a mix of disappointment and confusion, he gazed at the smiling figure of the striped tiger before him, wondering what had befallen him. Could it be that this person possessed sorcery? Was he human or ghost? A celestial being or a demon? Even the most malevolent spirits dared not show themselves by day. Surely, no mere mortal could possess such swift and formidable abilities. While he was lost in these tumultuous thoughts, Gao Wanyang heard the striped tiger inquire, "My friend, what say you? Have you conceded, or shall we continue to spar?" Despite his pride, Gao Wanyang, well aware of his defeat, refused to accept it. He believed the striped tiger's skills were nothing but a ruse, yet he could not fathom the method by which he had been subdued. A tingling sensation coursed through the Yongquan point beneath his feet, leaving him perplexed. In his vexation, he lifted his foot to inspect it, finding no signs of damage to his boots, no punctures, not even the tiniest of holes. This only deepened his bewilderment, leading him to suspect some sinister trickery at play. As he grappled with his confusion, the striped tiger's question hung in the air. Though disheartened, Gao Wanyong remained obstinate, lowering his head in silence, refusing to respond. The onlookers were equally baffled, unable to comprehend how the robust Gao Wanyong had suddenly collapsed, akin to a seizure victim, devoid of any semblance of life. Those unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation found it perplexing, and even Duan Hongyu, who had been closely acquainted with him, could not discern the truth, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, Duan Hongyu felt as though she were enveloped in a fog. Initially, she had been anxious for her brother, the striped tiger, but was now taken aback by Gao Wanyong's sudden fall. A flicker of triumph crossed her mind. She understood that her brother had employed some technique, though the nature of it eluded her entirely. The striped tiger, observing Gao Wanyong's stubbornness and refusal to yield, playfully flicked his fingers, releasing the pressure on the acupuncture point that had restrained him. He stepped closer and remarked, "My friend, it seems you remain unconvinced." Suddenly invigorated, Gao Wanyong sprang to his feet, brimming with indignation. "Why should I concede to you? You have fought unfairly." The striped tiger, undeterred by Gao Wanyong's accusations, maintained his composure, inquiring with a grin, "Oh really? Pray tell, how have I acted unfairly?" Gao Wanyong shook his head defiantly. "You ambushed me, using a concealed weapon to harm me. Such is the act of a coward. I refuse to accept that you are a true hero." Amidst a hearty laugh, the striped tiger noted that despite Gao Wanyong's resilient stance, the vigor he once possessed had waned. At that moment, Gao Wanyong resembled a frostbitten mustard plant, his once fierce demeanor overshadowed by disbelief, leaving him at a loss for words. After another bout of laughter, the striped tiger addressed the recovering Gao Wanyong. "You claim I have used a hidden weapon to harm you. I must ask, what weapon did I employ? What kind of weapon was it? Was it poisonous or not? Can you articulate it clearly?" This? Ha! I know," Gao Wanyong stammered, realizing that he had inadvertently stirred up trouble, only to discover the bitter consequences of his own recklessness. With fury, he broke through the seedlings, only to feel a chill enveloping him. Chapter 50. The Three Defeats of the Reckless Man. At this moment, Gao Wanyong was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why, after encountering this individual today, he felt utterly powerless, as if an old ox had fallen into a well, exerting strength that led nowhere. He could not fathom why he was so restrained, nor did he grasp the reasons behind his immobilization. He pondered. He was inherently strong. Why, then, did he lose his strength so effortlessly? Why did he seem to yield so easily? He mused that even though he was not adept with hidden weapons, he could ascertain where they had struck him by sheer instinct. If the opponent had indeed used hidden weapons, he could blame himself for being careless. Yet how had the opponent retracted the weapon? Shaking his head in confusion, he dismissed the erroneous conclusion that the opponent had employed hidden weaponry. It was acupoint striking. It was a skill of unfathomable depth, striking from a distance. As this realization dawned upon Gao Wanyong, he involuntarily gasped, acknowledging the extraordinary prowess of this individual. Indeed, there were beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms. No wonder he was no match for this person. Could it be that this was truly him? Yes, it was him. Who else possessed such remarkable skills? It must be him, the renowned curved sword. In his heart, Gao Wanyong chanted the name of curved sword, feeling both exhilarated and infuriated. The thrill of finally encountering the legendary figure filled him with joy, while the frustration of being outmatched and humiliated gnawed at him. Losing to curved sword did not feel disgraceful, yet he was reluctant to accept the reality of the situation. With defiance, he retorted, You, in our duel, one must rely on genuine skill with real weapons, real strength. You should not have struck my acupoints. That is where your lack of martial virtue lies." The onlookers were roused from their stupor upon hearing his words. However, Jimehu merely laughed heartily, unconcerned. "Indeed, you are correct. I did strike your acupoints. But you never stipulated that such a tactic was forbidden during the contest. Allow me to remind you, my friend, that in a life-and-death duel, to secure victory over your opponent and ensure your own survival, one would resort to any means necessary, be it acupoint striking, hidden weapons, or poison. There is nothing unjust about that. You may be generous in your dealings, and regardless of how proficient you are with your fists and feet, do you not realize that while a visible blade can be evaded, a hidden arrow is much harder to guard against? If you fail to prepare for the stealthy strike, if you are oblivious to the deceptions that abound, the one who suffers will be you. You claim that my victory is unworthy. Do you think you possess greater wisdom than others?" As Gao Wanyong listened to Jinmehu's admonitions, he found himself not only incapable of retorting in anger, but also surprisingly receptive to the wisdom in each word. He thought to himself that this person could not possibly be malevolent. Otherwise, why would he openly speak such taboo truths in front of a crowd? It seemed he was addressing not just Gao Wanyong, but every individual present. In that moment, Gao Wanyong awoke from his stupor, as if a profound truth had been revealed to him, leading to a sudden and comprehensive understanding of many things. As he began to develop a favorable impression of the agile tiger, his competitive spirit and unwillingness to concede remained difficult to quell. He shot a glare at the agile tiger and, in a huff, declared, "Regardless, you haven't defeated me." The agile tiger, with arms crossed and a smile, retorted clearly, "You are still unconvinced. By your own words, what you have said no longer holds weight, does it not?" Hearing the agile tiger's inquiry, Gao Wanyong, feeling a mix of resignation and indignation, lifted his gaze, poised to respond affirmatively, yet the words caught in his throat as he observed the agile tiger's composed demeanor. The once formidable Gao Wanyong now found his bravado diminished. Casting his eyes around at the onlookers, he discerned the myriad of expressions directed at him. Some criticized him. Others showed concern, while a few, who had previously been his victims, laughed and pointed fingers in mockery. A small faction whispered unflattering remarks. He noted their reactions, and a surge of unnamed fury coursed through him. He longed to retaliate, to break the hands of the finger-pointers and silence the gossipers, even to the point of killing them to alleviate his resentment. Yet today, he refrained, not from a lack of desire, but from sheer intimidation. He understood all too well that the individual standing before him rendered him powerless. He held a deep-seated respect for the one confronting him, yet simultaneously harbored animosity towards them. He did not attribute his predicament to a deficiency in skill, but rather resented the presence of this individual that had led to his humiliation, obliterating his former grandeur. When he heard the agile tiger's question, he found himself devoid of any grounds for rebuttal, muttering with a lowered head, "I suppose what you say holds some truth. But I remain unconvinced. I still wish to challenge you. Do you dare?" Upon hearing Gao Wanyong's words, the agile tiger felt a surge of joy at the man's obstinacy. Responding with a grin, "But I wonder, what shall we compare? If you lose again, will you claim I resorted to trickery? I have no time to indulge you." Gao Wanyong chuckled with delight, relishing the naivety of the young man before him, thinking, "You dare to compete with me in my area of strength? If I win, I shall regain my honor." His heart brimmed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Let us test our strength. If you do not surpass my might, we shall be even. You have not bested me, nor have I fallen to you. Do you dare to compete?" "Ah, even fools possess their own forms of cleverness." Gao Wanyong, fully aware of his immense strength, regarded the agile tiger merely as a frail scholar, adept at cunning tricks. Thus, he resolved to reclaim his lost dignity through a test of strength. The virtuous agile tiger nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at his cousin Duan Hongyu. Though she felt a flutter of anxiety within, her handsome face bore a smile as she nodded in support. With her backing in mind, he turned to Gao Wanyong with a friendly smile, confidently asking, "Very well, let us agree upon the terms, but I am curious about the nature of our competition." Gao Wanyong's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. The earlier discontent vanished, and he rolled up his sleeves, pointing to a nearby stone furnace with an air of arrogance, declaring, "That shall be our challenge. I shall take the initiative. I will act as you do, and if you match my actions, then you shall triumph over me. What do you say?" Jinmahu glanced at the stone furnace, weighing his options internally, and confidently smiled. "This method seems quite fair. Fairness is indeed essential. But I wonder if the outcome of this contest will truly hold value? Of course it will count. A man of honor must stand by his word, once spoken. It is as difficult to retract as to chase after a galloping horse. Watch closely, I shall go first." The robust man Gao Wanyong spoke these words as he boldly approached the stone furnace lying askew on the ground. Drawing upon his inner strength, he summoned his vitality and focused his energy throughout his body. His large hands, veins protruding and joints cracking, gripped the ears of the stone furnace. With a mighty shout, he exclaimed, "Come forth." The stone furnace responded, lifting off the ground. It rose a foot, then two, surpassing his waist, then his chest, finally exceeding the height of Gao Wanyong's head. In that moment, Gao Wanyong was filled with elation, his face flushed with excitement. Though he dared not speak, he nodded towards Jinmahu to affirm his might. Observing Gao Wanyong's expression, Jinmahu raised his finger in commendation, his eyes sparkling with praise. Gao Wanyong, pleased by the acknowledgement, circled the area 3 times while holding the stone furnace aloft before returning to his original position. With a powerful thrust, he hurled the stone furnace away. A resounding thud echoed as the sturdy ground was struck, creating a substantial crater. The furnace buried more than a foot deep, eliciting gasps and applause from the crowd. After casting the furnace, Gao Wanyong straightened his attire, drew in energy to restore his composure, and smiled at Jinmahu, saying, "Now, it is your turn." Jinmahu calmly inquired with a smile, "Shall I also circle the area 3 times as you did?" "Exactly. Very well. You indeed possess great strength. Naturally, should you doubt your own capabilities, do not force yourself. That object is quite heavy, and this is no trivial matter. I, as a man of integrity, would never impose undue challenges. But that would mean I would lose to you. Not at all. You have already bested me once, have you not? Oh, do you truly wish to even the score? Then we would owe nothing to each other, and peace would be maintained. How delightful. Ha ha. As the saying goes, deceiving the innocent with cunning schemes, concealing the truth from the world. In the shadows, guilt weighs heavily upon the heart. The heavens' net is vast, and leaves no one unaccounted for. Chapter 51. The Fourfold Blunders of the Brash Man. With a hearty laugh, Jinmahu stepped towards the stone furnace. The furnace had sunk over a foot into the ground, and the added weight of the heavy stone was evident. While Gao Wanyong had not anticipated this, Jinmahu had already considered it. What more could he say? Approaching the stone furnace, he lifted his right foot and gently tapped the surface, causing it to tremble and create a gap with the ground. He withdrew his foot, adopting a firm stance, inhaled deeply, bent at the waist, and grasped the ears of the furnace with both hands, swiftly pulling it free and lifting it above his head. With the furnace elevated, Jinmahu gauged its weight, adjusted the angle, and withdrew his left hand, supporting it solely with his right arm. The onlookers erupted in applause, their cheers rising in a crescendo of admiration. Duanhong Yu was consumed with excitement. Her palms clapped louder than anyone else's. Her cheers resonated above the crowd, and glistening tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Dahan Gao Wanyong was rendered speechless, unable to believe his eyes. The elegant scholar before him possessed strength that dwarfed his own, immeasurable in its magnitude. He struggled to reconcile disbelief with the undeniable truth. He yearned to cheer, yet his throat felt parched, his tongue heavy, rendering him voiceless. He longed to applaud, but his hands awkwardly fumbled, refusing to meet. It was infuriatingly awkward. Despite this discomfort, his heart raced with exhilaration, leaving Gao Wanyong at a loss for words to describe his emotions. Marvelous. Truly splendid. You are the greatest in the world. Though he did not vocalize these thoughts, they echoed within him, resounding repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, his hands finally met in applause, the sound drowning out the surrounding onlookers. As Gao Wanyong's thunderous claps reverberated, the crowd responded instinctively, their cheers rising in volume. The one-handed performer, Jin Maohu, excelled amidst the cacophony, holding the stone furnace aloft as he completed 2 laps. At the beginning of the 3rd lap, he executed a graceful golden rooster stance on one leg, prompting wild cheers from the audience. Gao Wanyong, who prided himself on his immense strength, could no longer contain his excitement, shouting from the depths of his heart, "Bravo! You are the legendary swordmaster of the curved blade, the greatest in the realm." A voice from the crowd praised, "With unparalleled strength, he is known as the curved blade. Amidst chaos, he finds tranquility and clarity. He is neither rash nor boastful, bold yet meticulous, skilled in technique. With a front kick, he strikes the golden bell, defying gravity with unbounded strength." With a fiery display, the stone furnace soars, astonishing all. The crowd gasped in shock as the furnace descended perilously close to the ground. The brave Jin Maohu caught it with remarkable steadiness, landing it safely. What an extraordinary hero he was. Amidst the crowd's cheers, he remained humble and composed, executing complex maneuvers with finesse. Upon completing his 3 laps, he did not hurl the furnace onto the hard ground, which would have created a pit deeper than Gao Wanyong's. Instead, he returned to his original position, performing a split that brought him to the ground. As gasps of fear swept through the crowd, he slowly rose to his feet. He gazed at his right hand, gripping the furnace. With a bend and stretch of his right arm, the furnace soared upwards. Lo and behold, the furnace ascended to a height of over 3 zhang. While he stood motionless, fixated on its ascent, such a display of skill evoked no applause or cheers, for the spectators were utterly stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Amidst the crowd's terror, some sought to rush forward and catch the furnace, while others instinctively recoiled, fearing the flying furnace might veer off course and strike them, or worse, fall directly onto the extraordinary Jin Maohu. Although Duanhong Yu was aware of Jin Maohu's unfathomable abilities, his actions exceeded her wildest imagination, leaving her pale and stricken with fear. As Gao Wanyong beheld the extraordinary prowess of the golden-furred tiger, he found himself utterly captivated. However, upon witnessing the tiger's sudden and bewildering maneuver, he stood dumbfounded, mouth agape in astonishment. In contrast, the golden-furred tiger remained composed, gazing steadily at the stone furnace that ascended to a considerable height. In an astonishing display, he leapt forth, arms outstretched, and caught the descending furnace with remarkable ease. Truly, it was a spectacle beyond belief. The velocity at which the heavy stone furnace plummeted was unimaginable, a descent akin to a torrential cascade. Most of the onlookers, gripped by fear, closed their eyes in anticipation of disaster. Yet, to their utter amazement, the golden-furred tiger not only prevented the furnace from crashing down, but also suspended it effortlessly in midair. The descent he orchestrated was so steady and deliberate that it gently settled onto the ground without leaving a trace of disturbance, nor raising a cloud of dust. Throughout this remarkable feat, the tiger maintained his composure, his demeanor unwavering, as he stood with the furnace still cradled in his arms. He cast a glance over the crowd and noticed Duan Hongyu, her expression fraught with anxiety and concern. Understanding her feelings, as well as those of the others present, he offered them a reassuring smile. Gradually lowering the furnace to his chest, he elevated his right foot, supporting the furnace delicately upon it. Once he positioned it securely, he withdrew his hands and extended his arms outward, allowing the furnace to descend silently onto the ground. Such an action, such divine strength, and such skill were unprecedented to those gathered. They felt as though they were witnessing a dream. As the golden-furred tiger set the furnace down and prepared to depart, the crowd suddenly regained their senses, erupting into thunderous applause and cheers that resonated throughout the area, showering him with treasures like a rain of gold and silver. Indeed, they were chanting his name, offering blessings, and generously donating their possessions in gratitude. The sound of coins and jewels cascading to the ground moved the tiger deeply. He clasped his hands in gratitude, bowing respectfully to the assembly. The spectators, witnessing his humility and grace, were ever more impressed by his noble spirit and lack of arrogance. This remarkable scene, one that even the most venerable of elders had never encountered, stirred exhilaration within everyone present. Who could remain indifferent to such an extraordinary occurrence? Who could refrain from celebrating this marvel? The onlookers were left in awe, pondering the source of his incredible strength and skill, yet none could fathom the mystery behind it. Duan Hongyu, having spent considerable time by his side, was equally perplexed, only aware of the unfathomable depth of the tigress' abilities. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed towards the golden-furred tiger, tears glistening in her eyes as joy and relief washed over her upon seeing him unharmed. In a moment of pure, heartfelt affection, she called out brother, forgetting the presence of the crowd and her own status, and threw herself into his embrace, her tears cascading like pearls scattered upon the ground. The Jinmahu embraced Duan Hongyu tenderly, catching her delicate form as he comforted her by gently patting her shoulder. Duan Hongyu, obediently stifling her tears, lifted her gaze to meet Jinmahu's, their eyes entwined in a moment that painted an eternal masterpiece. Who could resist such a captivating tableau? Who would not be enamored by such an exquisite scene? The man, charming; the woman, beautiful. Who could fail to applaud the creator's artistry? The joyous onlookers reveled in this shared moment, when Gao Wanyong, filled with urgency, rushed towards Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu, collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud. He bowed deeply, repeatedly striking his forehead against the ground, proclaiming fervently, "You are the legendary swordsman in white, revered by all. I have longed to meet you. Great hero, please accept me. From this day forth, you shall be my master, and I, your humble servant. I shall follow your every command without question. Whether you bid me to the east or the west, to chase dogs or to shoot chickens. In essence, whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Even if it means facing a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I shall not falter. Please, take me under your wing." "Enough, you must not," Jinmahu interjected. "Do not act in such a manner." This scene was a testament to profound reverence, as he who would lay down his life in gratitude for a mere 7 feet of loyalty. Chapter 52. The stalwart's submission. Jinmahu, witnessing Gao Wanyong suddenly kneeling before him, bowing fervently, listened attentively to his heartfelt words. He gently released his cousin Duan Hongyu from his embrace and extended a hand, politely urging, "My friend, please rise. What are you doing? Do not bow in such a way." Gao Wanyong, with a face full of earnestness, continued to bow repeatedly. "Master, please accept me. If you refuse, I shall not rise." His stubbornness was akin to that of a bull. Overwhelmed with joy, Jinmahu reached out to assist Gao Wanyong, but he shook off the support and continued to bow insistently. Jinmahu cast a helpless glance at Duan Hongyu, who appeared speechless. "My friend, please stand. Let us converse standing," Jinmahu urged. "Master, if you grant me the status of servant, I shall heed your words. However, until you accept me, I shall remain here, even if it costs me my life," Gao Wanyong declared. Jinmahu, observing Gao Wanyong's honest and earnest demeanor, inquired with a smile, "Why do you feel compelled to do this? What drives this sentiment?" Gao Wanyong raised his head, sincerity etched upon his face, and replied, I, Gao Wanyong, have never bowed to anyone. But you are the first to earn my respect and admiration. My skills may be lacking, but you shall be my mentor. I may be reckless and unable to achieve greatness, yet I willingly pledge my loyalty to follow you, come what may. Moved by Gao Wanyong's sincerity, Jinmahu leaned closer and asked, You will not have second thoughts about this, will you? Gao Wanyong, with determination, bit his fingertip and swore, If I, Gao Wanyong, ever go back on my word, may I face a wretched fate, trampled by horses, torn apart by chariots, struck by lightning, pierced by 1,000 swords. All right, enough of that. Your sincerity is known to the heavens. Let us discard the titles of master and servant. From this day forth, you shall be my dear brother. I shall be the elder, and you, the younger. Is that agreeable? Gao Wanyong was overjoyed upon hearing Jinmahu's words, expressing his delight by bowing 3 times in quick succession, exclaiming, Younger brother pays homage to elder brother. Younger brother pays homage to elder brother. Jinmahu, equally elated, lifted Gao Wanyong with both hands, laughing, Please rise, Wanyong. Now that we are brothers, there is no need for such formalities. As Gao Wanyong stood, he gazed admiringly at Jinmahu, his joy manifesting in exuberant gestures, as he proclaimed to those present, I, Gao Wanyong, now have an elder brother of unparalleled prowess. I, Gao Wanyong, now have the mightiest elder brother in the world. Duan Hongyu, observing the ecstatic Gao Wanyong, clasped her hands towards Jinmahu and smiled. Congratulations, dear brother, on acquiring a valiant ally. Jinmahu returned the gesture, grinning, Sister, I share in your joy. While joyfully shouting, Gao Wanyong began to gather the coins from the ground, distributing them to the less fortunate. When he noticed Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu engaging in polite conversation, he respectfully approached and inquired, Elder brother, who is this? Jinmahu smiled and glanced at Duan Hongyu. This is my cousin, Duan Hongyu. You may also address her as sister. Upon hearing this, Gao Wanyong promptly knelt, only to be gently assisted back to his feet by Jinmahu, who asked with a chuckle, What do you intend to do? Gao Wanyong, with utmost seriousness, replied, I wish to pay my respects to my sister. Duan Hongyu, amused, laughed, and said, No need for that. We are already acquainted. Gao Wanyong, blushing, clasped his hands and said, Sister, I am well. Younger brother pays respects to you. As Duan Hongyu returned the gesture, she turned to Jinmahu, asking, Brother, have you noticed any changes in Gao Wanyong? Jinmahu paused, smiling. Sister, what have your keen eyes observed? Duan Hongyu beamed. It seems Gao Wanyong's stutter has vanished. Jinmahu, pondering her words, realized he had indeed not detected any stuttering in Gao Wanyong's speech. Gao Wanyong, reflecting on Duan Hongyu's observation, recognized his newfound fluency. Overjoyed, he leaped and danced, his previous troubles and worries dissipating, overwhelming gratitude swelling within him. He fell to his knees, bowing deeply to Jinmahu. Thank you, elder brother, for curing me of this affliction that has plagued me for years. Seeing Gao Wanyong express his gratitude, Jinmahu felt a warmth rise to his cheeks, contemplating how Wanyong's stutter had been healed. The onlookers, witnessing the transformation from strangers to close friends, were filled with delight, cheering with exuberance. Some believed that Gao Wanyong, being taken under the wing of the renowned figure in white, had rid the area of a potential menace, while others thought that aligning with the illustrious sword-wielding hero would lead to a promising future for him. As the travelers on the road cleared a path, the crowd near Suajiao Tower, amidst their jubilant celebration, were suddenly struck into silence by a thunderous shout that echoed through the air. They turned towards the sound to see 5 majestic warhorses galloping down the north-south official road, kicking up clouds of dust as their bells jingled. The pedestrians, alarmed, instinctively veered to the sides of the road. As the sound of thundering hooves grew nearer, the steeds racing towards Suajiao Tower. 5 warhorses formed an impressive array, their galloping rhythm unwavering despite the urgency of the moment. At the center of this equestrian display sat a middle-aged man, clad in the attire of a round-collared elder, his demeanor radiating palpable anxiety. A square cap adorned his head, beneath which his hair gleamed like silver, fluttering gracefully in the wind. His ornate robe clung to him, drenched in perspiration, while he wielded a whip and shouted commands, his breath coming in labored gasps. If one were to inquire about his identity and the reason for his disheveled state, the text discreetly reveals that this man, dressed in the garb of an elder, is none other than the local official, Gao Wanyong's father, Gao Fuqing. Why, one might wonder, is Gao Fuqing not at home enjoying his fortunes? His fervent haste is all for his troublesome son, Gao Wanyong. Ever since Gao Wanyong returned home, he has engaged in daily brawls, enduring beatings without a word. while also causing turmoil for others, compensating with both apologies and money. Consequently, Gao Fuqing has not enjoyed a single day of peace or restful sleep. Today, upon returning from the magistrate's office, he was conversing with his wife over tea regarding Gao Wanyong, when suddenly, a breathless servant burst into the hall, babbling incoherently about Gao Wanyong's duel at Suajiao Tower against a young man in white, detailing how his son had suffered and been beaten. Heart aching with paternal concern, Gao Fuqing's head spun at the news of his son's misfortune, as if he had plummeted from a great height, exclaiming in horror, "My son! My son!" This sentiment encapsulates the essence of human nature. The depths of the heart remain hidden, each harboring their own secret burdens. Should one's schemes be unveiled, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 53. Serendipity. Upon hearing of his beloved son's plight, Gao Fuqing felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart. With a startled cry, he leaped from his chair, calling out his son's name as he rushed out of the hall. "Bring forth the horses. I must go to Suajiao Tower." Gao Fuqing, filled with urgency, paced restlessly outside the hall, while his wife, bewildered, attempted to calm him. For guards led 5 war horses to him, and casting aside his former dignity, Gao Fuqing mounted his steed, accompanied by his loyal guards, galloping through the streets towards Suajiao Tower. As they approached, the crowd gathered to witness the spectacle heard the approaching shouts and the thunder of hooves, recognizing the officials among them, some even knowing Gao Fuqing. The crowd parted eagerly, creating a pathway. Within the arena, Gao Wanyong, accompanied by the siblings Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu, became visible to the anxious gaze of Gao Fuqing, who, disregarding his status, raised his arms and called out, "Wanyong, my son." Gao Wanyong, engaged in a friendly conversation with the Jinmahu siblings, turned to see the crowd parting, revealing his father, disheveled and frantic, rushing towards him. At this moment, Gao Wanyong, feeling the profound affection his father had for him, was reminded of his past acts of disobedience and unfilial behavior. His heart surged with emotion, and in his excitement, he forgot to greet the golden-furred tiger, dashing towards Gao Fuqing with great haste. Upon seeing his son sprinting towards him, Gao Fuqing was first taken aback, then filled with joy. He was astonished that his call had indeed elicited a response, a reaction he had not anticipated. He knew that in the past, not only would a shout go unheard, but even if he had cried out hoarsely, 2 burly men pulling at his arms would not have coaxed him back willingly. What had changed today? Had he suffered some misfortune? Gao Fuqing dismissed this thought almost immediately, reasoning that it was impossible. His son would never admit to being wronged, even if it meant losing an arm or a leg. Gao Fuqing, perplexed, gazed at the approaching Gao Wanyong, pondering what had brought about this transformation. Had he finally realized the earnest intentions of his parents? Had he come to understand that there are always greater forces at play in the world? As Gao Fuqing was lost in his thoughts atop his galloping steed, he distinctly heard Gao Wanyong calling out to him. Looking up, he saw his son beaming with delight. The past disdain completely vanished. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he noticed Gao Wanyong had come close. Whoa! Gao Fuqing urgently reined in his horse, concerned for the safety of his beloved son. Gazing at his unscathed child, he felt an overwhelming joy at hearing him affectionately call out father. He found himself momentarily at a loss and anxiously inquired, "Son, are you all right? What did you just call me?" Gao Wanyong, smiling, approached and grasped the horse's bridle, supporting one of Gao Fuqing's legs as he cheerfully replied, "I called you father. Is there something wrong with that?" "Indeed, indeed," Gao Fuqing exclaimed, dismounting swiftly as a guard stepped forward to take the reins of the horse. He moved closer, seizing Gao Wanyong's arm, scrutinizing his son closely. He thought to himself, "What has come over this child today? It's the first time he has joyfully called me father, and it sounded so sweet. Has he matured, or has something stirred within him? Why so suddenly does he seem to understand? Where has that stammering gone?" Gao Wanyong felt a chill under his father's intense gaze and stammered, "Father, what is wrong with you today? Are you becoming forgetful or bewitched? Why do you keep looking at me with such an eerie expression? It makes me uncomfortable." Hearing his son's rare words today was like the crisp sound of beans frying in a pan. Gao Fuqing, even more astonished by Gao Wanyong's unusual demeanor, hurriedly asked, "My son, what has happened to you today? You've given me so many surprises. You seem so much more sensible and articulate. In the past, you would struggle to find words, but today you speak so fluently. I am delighted." Gao Wanyong, supporting Gao Fuqing, pointed towards the golden-furred tiger and the siblings Duan Hongyu, equally excited, and said, "Yes, father, look over there. It was that white-clad hero who helped cure my stutter. This hero has even accepted me as a brother. You should hurry and thank him. Go on." Gao Fuqing, following the direction indicated by his son's finger, caught sight of the proud and defiant Jinmayu. A stirring sensation welled up within him, as he pondered that having encountered countless individuals throughout his lifetime, this person indeed stood apart from the rest. Quite so, exclaimed Gao Wanyong, elated by his father's acquiescence to his request, as he seized Gao Fuqing's arm and dashed forward. It mattered not that Gao Wanyong was as swift as the wind. Even without such swiftness, Gao Fuqing would find it impossible to keep pace with him. Dragged along like a shooting star by his son, they soon reached the vicinity of Jinmahu. Breathless and fatigued, Gao Fuqing could scarcely speak, merely gasping for air while his eyes roamed incessantly over Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu. Jinmahu, embodying both cleverness and wisdom, had already discerned the situation. He clasped his hands in greeting and said, "You must be Uncle Gao. I trust you are well. Your nephew, Jinmahu, pays his respects." Seeing Jinmahu bow before him, Gao Fuqing felt a surge of respect and quickly returned the gesture, insisting, "I am unworthy. I am unworthy. I am Gao, the father of Wanyong." Upon hearing what transpired, I had yet to express my gratitude, and here you are, extending your courtesy before I could. This truly is a breach of decorum. I humbly reciprocate your gesture, and I hope the esteemed hero will not take offense. As he spoke, Gao Fuqing bowed deeply in return. Jinmahu, noticing this, hastily stepped forward to support him, chuckling, "Uncle, you flatter me undeservedly. I am not worthy of such honor." Observing the endless exchange of pleasantries between the two, Gao Wanyong tugged at his father's sleeve. What need did Gao Fuqing have for such formality? A seasoned player in the political arena, he immediately grasped his son's intent and beamed, addressing both heroes. "I sincerely invite you to my humble abode for a discussion, hoping you will not decline." Upon hearing his father's words, Gao Wanyong took the initiative, seizing Jinmahu's arm and urging, "Elder brother, sister, let us go to my home." Jinmahu exchanged a glance with Duan Hongyu, who, understanding the unspoken agreement, smiled and remarked, "One cannot refuse such warm hospitality. It would be no trouble to pay a visit and familiarize ourselves with your home." With a smile, Jinmahu replied, "Since sister has consented, we shall indeed visit your residence." Quite so, Gao Fuqing responded, genuinely pleased. "Let us intrude." Both Gao Fuqing and Gao Wanyong joyfully exclaimed in unison, "Please." At the entrance of the Gao residence, a pair of large red lanterns hung above, casting a crimson glow upon the ground below. The vivid red hue was due to the crimson carpet that adorned the pathway, a ceremonial welcome for esteemed guests. Indeed, Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu were the honored guests of the Gao household today. The Gao residence was imposing, flanked by 4 guards standing vigilant. 2 attendants, holding lanterns inscribed with the Gao family name, awaited the approaching guests with beaming smiles. Gao Fuqing, casting a glance at the festively adorned Gao residence, warmly invited Jinmahu and Duan Hongyu, "Please, come inside." As Jinmahu gazed upon the expansive courtyard, aglow with brilliance, memories of his own family's dong Wenge flooded his mind. He recalled the overgrown weeds and desolation that marred his home, causing his heart to constrict, his nose to tingle, and tears nearly to spill. He suppressed his sorrow, forcing a smile as he said, "Uncle Gao, please." Gao Fuqing, oblivious to the hidden concerns of the golden-haired tiger, cheerfully declared, "Hero, you are an esteemed guest invited by the Gao residence. You should naturally proceed first. Please." After a moment of contemplation, the golden-haired tiger found merit in his words and refrained from further modesty. With a smile, he nodded at Duan Hongyu, lifted his leg, and ascended the steps. Traversing the expansive courtyard, guided by the housekeeper into the resplendent guest hall. The magnificent hall resembled a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. As the saying goes, in official matters, do not advance. In hospitality, do not retreat. Understanding the opponent ensures victory. Arrogance can lead to downfall. Chapter 54. The leading horse. The guest hall was brilliantly lit, adorned with opulent furnishings of every kind. Red sandalwood tables and chairs, zeton wood flower stands, and ornate cabinets filled with rare flowers and exotic stones, all crafted by renowned artisans. The walls displayed elegant landscapes by Dong Qichong, imbued with grandeur and tranquility. Su Wei's expressive floral ink paintings, rustic yet refined. Tang Bohu's exquisite beauty paintings, capturing perfection, and Zhu Yuming's calligraphy, graceful and unparalleled. The floor was carpeted, a tapestry of intricate designs that seemed to leap to life. The golden-haired tiger and Duan Hongyu, siblings, were shown to their seats in the guest hall, where maids served fragrant tea. Gao Wanyong stood beside the golden-haired tiger like a guardian deity, a steadfast presence. Gao Fuqing took a sip of tea, observing his once unruly son now displaying decorum, and smiled broadly, saying, "Hero Jean, it is an immense honor for my family to host you, and I am profoundly grateful. Not only have you tamed my son's mischievous nature, but you have also cured him of his stuttering affliction that has plagued him for years. This great kindness shall forever remain etched in my heart, never to be forgotten. My dear nephew, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to command. I will fulfill your requests without fail." The golden-haired tiger took a sip of fragrant tea and replied with a smile, "Uncle Gao, you are overly gracious. It is merely that Wanyong and I share a bond. Anything beyond that is mere coincidence and should not be dwelled upon. As for any requests for your assistance, I have none at present, but I appreciate your kindness." Gao Fuching chuckled. "The esteemed hero is humble and courteous. I am deeply impressed. I only hope that both of you do not find my residence distasteful and will stay here. Firstly, it allows us to grow closer, and secondly, you may help me guide Wanyong." The golden-haired tiger smiled faintly and politely responded, "I appreciate your kind offer, uncle, but as one who roams the rivers and lakes, I am unaccustomed to a settled life. Moreover, I have pressing matters at hand, so I cannot accompany you. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Gao Wanyong grew anxious. Swiftly stepping away from the golden-haired tiger to approach Gao Fuching, grasping his arm and pleading, "Father, I wish to travel with the hero, to uphold justice and quell evil." Gao Fuching's smile faltered, his mind ringing as if struck by a blunt force, plunging into a dark abyss. He stared blankly at Gao Wanyong, realizing that all hope had been extinguished. The flickering flame of his aspirations was doused. He felt as if he were a widow bereft of hope. The words spoken by his son were as unyielding as nails driven into wood. This was a decision beyond his power to reverse. What should I do? What can I do? For over a decade, I have devoted myself to mastering the arts on the mountains, leaving me in a state of longing and yearning. While my wife weeps daily, her tears eventually running dry. Now, as I prepare to traverse the rivers and lakes, I am acutely aware that this journey presents far greater risks than my previous studies in the mountains, with no clear end in sight. Gao Fuching, reflecting on this, offered a bittersweet smile and addressed Wanyong, saying, "My child, you must refrain from such reckless talk. You are still young and inexperienced, and to possess only bravery without wisdom is not the material for navigating the world." Upon hearing Gao Fuching's words, Gao Wanyong felt a surge of displeasure and retorted angrily, "Father, do you look down upon me? As your son, you should place your trust in me and my elder brother. If you refuse to allow me to accompany the hero, I shall venture into the world on my own. Life and death are fated. Fortune and wealth are in the heavens. You cannot deter me." Gao Fuching, taken aback by Wanyong's fierce declaration, felt as though he had been struck by a heavy object. His head buzzed, and stars danced before his eyes. Staring blankly at Gao Wanyong, he hesitated to respond, fully aware of his son's temperament, and instead said, "Wanyong, if you wish to go, consult your mother. If she agrees, you may seek the hero's permission. As for me, I cannot allow it." Before Gao Fuching could finish, Gao Wanyong dashed out of the hall. Jin Mao, who, having overheard the exchange between the father and son, reflected on the plight of parents everywhere. Although Gao Wanyong could be of assistance to him, he could not allow his own selfish desires to bring instability to the Gao family. What to do? He glanced at Duan Hongyu, who shook her head in helplessness. Gao Fuching noticed Jin Mao, whose discomfort caught between them, and awkwardly said, "Hero Jin, my son Wanyong is inherently headstrong and resistant to conventional teachings. 10 years ago, he left to learn from the Taoist priests of Mount Hua, and I had hoped he would become a person of merit. However, upon his return, not only did he not amend his ways, but he also engaged in unruly behavior that led to injury and chaos. It is not that I seek to be unreasonable. Rather, it is my deep affection for my son that has led me to spend money on his affairs. Now that Wanyong wishes to accompany the hero on his journey, I know I cannot restrain him. Yet, I fear that his presence will bring you considerable trouble. I wonder what you think, hero?" Listening to Gao Fuching's concerns, Jin Mao who pondered the situation. While it was true that Wanyong was reckless, he believed he possessed the capacity to manage him. Although this was the case, it was not something one could openly express. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, "Uncle, while Wanyong may be somewhat impetuous, he is not devoid of reason. He is not as you describe, possessing only courage without strategy. He has his own methods of handling matters and solutions to challenges he encounters. Ultimately, you cannot oversee his life forever. You must grant him the opportunity to carve out his own path. While wandering the world may not be the foundation for a career, you could offer him a profession that suits him. In doing so, the issues you face regarding him may find resolution." Upon hearing Jin Maohu's words, Gao Fuching nodded appreciatively, acknowledging, "What the hero says is indeed true. I have racked my brain in search of solutions for him. My indulgence and lack of trust have contributed to the current situation, and I have yet to arrive at a resolution for Wanyong's challenges." "Father, mother agrees. interrupted Wan Yong as he rushed back into the hall. Although Gao Fuqing heard his son's exclamation, he understood all too well that his wife was powerless to sway Wan Yong, who was impervious to both coercion and persuasion. With a sense of resignation, he looked to Jin Mao Hu, hoping that he could help resolve this matter. The striped tiger, perceiving the hopeful gaze of Gao Fuqing, understood his intentions without ambiguity. With a smile, he turned his attention to Duan Hongyu. The astute Duan Hongyu immediately grasped the implication of the striped tiger's demeanor. Her fair cheeks flushed as she directed her gaze towards Gao Wanyong. With a gentle parting of her cherry lips and a radiant smile, she inquired, Wanyong, I have a few questions for you, and you must answer truthfully. Upon hearing Hongyu's inquiry, Gao Wanyong scratched his head and, in an uncertain tone, replied, Sister, please feel free to ask whatever you wish. With a serious expression, Hongyu posed her question, Wanyong, why do you choose to wander the world as a hero? Why not assist your father in governing the state? Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Wanyong answered, traveling the world has been my aspiration since childhood. I understand that those of the martial world are not only noble in spirit, but also serve to eradicate evil and rescue the virtuous. Particularly, following someone as capable and magnanimous as my elder brother to undertake great endeavors is the essence of manhood. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Gao Fuqing. Father, what merit is there in holding an official position? Observe those officials within our estate. They squander their days in idleness, and when matters arise, they are ineffectual. The powerful oppress the weak, and the insignificant deceive the mighty. This I cannot abide. Gao Wanyong's words astonished Gao Fuqing, who had not anticipated that the boy he deemed a scoundrel possessed such noble aspirations and unique insight. In a moment of delight, he exclaimed, Ah, my dear son, you have matured. If the esteemed hero Jean is willing to take you on, I shall give my consent. Thus it was that a single utterance stunned the spirits. Concealing intricate schemes within exquisite garb, recognizing the steed racing across 1,000 miles, the world's brilliance would not be buried in obscurity. Chapter 55. A sincere trust. Gao Fuqing's heartfelt remarks left the striped tiger astounded. He had not expected such a rapid transformation in the elder's thoughts. Just as he contemplated a response, Wanyong seized the moment, leaping forward to bow deeply before the striped tiger. Elder brother, my father has granted his approval. I beseech you to accept me swiftly, so I may serve at your side. I promise to be obedient and not vex you. Please, dear brother, grant me this wish. With a heart brimming with excitement, the striped tiger rose, placing a reassuring hand on Wanyong's sturdy shoulder, nodding resolutely at him. He then clasped his hands before his chest and addressed Gao Fuqing. Uncle Gao, I am filled with joy today. Firstly, you harbor no prejudice against those who roam the world, entrusting your son to me with unwavering faith. Secondly, Gao Wanyong is both valiant and perceptive, truly a boon to my endeavors. Before Gao Fuqing could inquire further, Wanyong, impatient, interjected, Elder brother, please, what is it you wish to say? Duan Hongyu, sensing the opportune moment, chimed in with a smile. Wanyong, your elder brother wishes to convey that as the second son of the Gao family, you enjoy a life of delicacies and fine garments. However, wandering the world is a challenging pursuit, often fraught with hardships, where one must endure the elements and go without proper sustenance. Your elder brother is genuinely concerned that you may find it overwhelming and feel wronged. Yet, Gao Wanyong was resolute in his decision, dismissing her concerns with a wave. No, fear not, I can endure. My master has taught me that a true gentleman knows when to act and when to abstain. Enduring hardship elevates one above others. I believe, for me, the more arduous, the better. The others in the hall, witnessing Gao Wanyong's fervent expression, could not help but share a collective smile. Gao Fuqing, suppressing his laughter, remarked, Heroine, do you hear how resolute Wanyong's determination is? As an elder, I wish to share a few words. Wanyong is my own flesh and blood, and I sincerely hope he can follow in his brother's footsteps to become a general, serving the nation and bringing honor to our family. However, his aspirations differ from what I, as a father, envisioned. This does not necessarily signify a negative outcome. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for him to be associated with such a great hero. I am immensely grateful for the guidance of a hero. As the saying goes, mastering both literary and martial arts is a pursuit meant to be bestowed upon emperors. This principle remains unchanged throughout the ages. Yet each person has their own ambitions. As long as he does not resort to villainy, there is potential for success in any endeavor. Earning the respect and admiration of the world, navigating the martial world is also a virtue. And upholding justice for the good of the nation and its people is indeed a noble cause. Esteemed heroes, my words are spoken from the depths of my heart. I wonder if this resonates with your understanding? Jinmahu, moved by Gao Fuqing's heartfelt words, reflected on his own path. He clasped his hands and said, "Nephew has taken to heart Uncle Gao's profound insights. I have come to realize that upholding justice for the good of the nation and its people is a commendable pursuit, which has greatly inspired me and touched my heart. You have entrusted Gao Wanyong to me, and I shall do my utmost to ensure his safety and shield him from harm." Gao Fuqing, touched by Jimahu's words, felt reassured that Gao Wanyong had chosen the right companion. Jimahu's intelligence and strategy far surpassed Wanyong's. He was indeed a man of leadership. Filled with admiration, he stood and clasped his hands, exclaiming, "Hero, your words bring me immense comfort. My gratitude knows no bounds, but it is I who must apologize for troubling you. Wanyong, why do you stand there foolishly? Hurry and express your gratitude to the hero for his kindness." Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Wanyong knelt before Jimahu, ready to bow his head, but was gently stopped by him. "Wanyong, why do you stand on ceremony? We are already brothers. Rise at once." "Yes, brother," Gao Wanyong exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to embrace Gao Fuqing with fervor. Tears of joy welled in Gao Fuqing's eyes as he patted Wanyong's sturdy shoulders. At a loss for words to express his feelings appropriately, the bright candlelight flickered in the hall, creating a warm and lively atmosphere, a scene filled with joy and camaraderie. The table was lavishly set with delicacies and fine wines, a feast of exquisite flavors and aromas. Jimahu and Duan Hongyu, accompanied by Gao Fuqing and his son, indulged in toasting and merrymaking until the hour of the pig approached. Setting down his cup and chopsticks, Jimahu wiped the grease from his mouth and, with a smile, said, "Thank you, Uncle Gao, for your generous hospitality and this splendid feast. I have eaten to my heart's content. We must take our leave for now." As he spoke, he rose from his seat, and Duan Hongyu followed suit. Noticing both of them standing, Gao Fuqing quickly rose to retain them, saying, "Please, do not depart just yet. I have prepared accommodations for you. It would be an honor if you would stay here." Jimahu, resting a hand on the curved sword at his waist, smiled and replied, "I appreciate your kind intentions, uncle. My sister and I have already secured rooms at the Feline Inn. This is where we part ways." As Jimahu spoke, he had already moved to the entrance of the hall, with Gao Wanyong closely following, anxious not to be left behind. Gao Fuqing observed that Jimahu had made up his mind to leave, and thus refrained from insisting on his stay. He courteously escorted them beyond the gates, instructing a servant to carry a lantern for their departure. Gao Wanyong took the lantern from the servant's hands, determined to personally accompany the Jimahu siblings to the Feline Inn. As the clock struck midnight, the shops lining the street had already shuttered, leaving the road devoid of passers-by. The night enveloped the surroundings in darkness and tranquility, with the trio relying on the lantern's flickering glow as they strolled along the street, their laughter occasionally breaking the silence. The street was eerily quiet, the lantern in front of the Feline Inn casting a dim light, while the heavy doors meant for entry were securely shut. From within, the sound of deep, rhythmic snores could be heard. Clumsily, Gao Wanyong approached the inn, reaching out to push the door, but it did not budge. Ignoring the circumstances, he knocked insistently on the door, calling out, "Open up quickly! Open up!" The slumbering innkeeper, disturbed from his pleasant dreams by the incessant knocking and the call to open the door, awoke in a foul mood. He was irked not only by the interruption of his restful slumber, but also by the fear that late-night visitors were either drunken revelers or troublemakers. Thus, he felt both annoyed and apprehensive. However, he had no choice but to muster his courage and open the door. Trembling, he approached the latch, muttering prayers for mercy. As the latch was removed and the door opened, the innkeeper, squinting in the dim light, recognized the intimidating second young master of the Gao family, causing him to exclaim in shock, "Oh dear!" He turned to flee, but just as he attempted to shout for help, a thunderous command to halt echoed from behind. Stopping abruptly, as if a heavy brake had been applied, the innkeeper spun around with a forced smile, bowing low as he greeted, "It is the second young master. Is there something you require?" "Of course. What business would bring me here if there were nothing?" Gao Wanyong retorted. "Why yes." The innkeeper, nearly losing his composure, thought to himself, "Did I inadvertently offend him with my words during the day? What should I do? Trouble arises from careless speech." He dared not ponder further, swinging the door wide open and standing deferentially to the side. Seeing the door ajar, Jimahu and her brother stepped inside. The innkeeper, recognizing them as the noble figures who had offered a handsome sum of 10 taels of silver, quickly approached, beaming with servility. "Ah, it is the esteemed guests returning. Please, rascal, address us properly." "Yes, esteemed guests, I am at your service. Come now, this is unnecessary. Do not make things difficult for the innkeeper." "Indeed, brother." Observing the second young master of the Gao family so submissive before the young man in white, The innkeeper couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Reflecting on the balance of power, the wicked have their own to contend with. Every creature has its match, and even the smallest ant can gnaw through tofu. Humph. You may be formidable, but you do not dare to assert your strength here. As he led the trio upstairs, he addressed Jimahu with a new tone. Please, be cautious of your step, my lady. Feeling uncomfortable with such a formal address, Jimahu promptly replied, Innkeeper, please call me guest. It sounds much more pleasant to my ears. Certainly, esteemed guest. The innkeeper remained ever the servile attendant. Navigating the life of a servant is no small feat. One must be adept at adapting to circumstances and avoid provoking the ire of customers. It requires an instinct akin to a pig climbing the stalks of sorghum to avoid being dismissed by one's employer. The servant, emboldened by the backing of the formidable Jin Mao Hu, felt undaunted by the presence of the second young master of the Gao family. Upon reaching the door, the servant pushed it open, entered first to illuminate the lamp, and turned with a smile, inviting, esteemed guests, please come in. I shall brew a pot of tea for you. With that, he exited the room and descended the stairs. Jin Mao Hu turned to Gao Wanyong and remarked, Wanyong, it is late. You should return to rest. Elder brother, I will escort you both to the manor tomorrow morning. There is no need. We must set off for Jinan at dawn. I shall accompany you. Do not leave me behind. Of course not. As long as you wish to go. We will depart together. When shall we set off? When will you arrive? Very well. See you tomorrow. With that, Gao Wanyong exited, heralding the emergence of Wanyong into the world, stirring a momentous event that echoes the adage. Heroes meet as equals, undeterred by worldly distractions. Foundations are built on vision, and a steadfast realm enjoys peace. Chapter 56. When to kill is to kill in the dense forest along the mountain path, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The trees were painted in hues of dusk. Though the scenery resembled a picturesque landscape, the lingering heat of the late summer was stifling, stirring a sense of restlessness. A gentle breeze swept in, offering a modicum of comfort to those troubled by the oppressive warmth. Indeed, the evening wind brought a refreshing coolness, causing the wilting leaves to stretch out, while the previously silent birds, hidden in the corners, joyfully soared into the trees, filling the air with their melodious voices, singing a sweet refrain of the evening breeze. Other small creatures, harmonizing with the birds' exquisite melodies, danced with exuberance, reveling in their innate grace. Travelers on the road, touched by the evening breeze, wore smiles upon their faces. Jin Mao Hu and his companions rode on horseback, having traversed from Xi'an through Tongguan into the territory of Hunan, following the official road leading to Luoyang. Despite being a main thoroughfare, the road had fallen into disrepair over the years, eroded by relentless natural forces. Strewn with jagged rocks and uneven terrain, weeds flourished along the once wide path, leaving only a narrow, winding trail trodden by travelers. This meandering path, sparse with passers-by, exuded a sense of desolation and an unsettling aura. Perched atop his steed, Jin Mao Hu glanced at Gao Wanyong, who led the way, then turned to the astonished Duan Hongyu and queried, Have you too heard the sound of a scuffle? Duan Hongyu, regarding Jin Mao Hu with amusement, replied, Where? I haven't heard anything. Gao Wanyong, who was riding along with a heavy copper staff resting on his shoulder, turned back at Jin Mao Hu's question and asked, Elder brother, I haven't heard it either. Where is this sound of conflict? Jin Mao Hu pointed ahead with the whip in his hand. It is in the forest up ahead, perhaps 7 or 8 li away. Gao Wanyong, uncertain of the truth, inquired, Elder brother, is that true? That would be splendid. It has been quite dull. Now there is excitement to behold. Jin Mao Hu nodded solemnly, stating, There is no jest in this matter. It is indeed the sound of a struggle between men and women. Gao Wanyong observed the seriousness in Jin Mao's demeanor. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, brandishing his copper staff and charging forward, scanning the surroundings from his elevated position. After a brief moment, he distinctly heard the sounds of combat between a man and a woman emanating from the dense forest ahead. Unable to ignore it, he was startled and impressed by Jin Mao's keen hearing. He propelled himself directly towards the scene of the altercation, shouting, Cease this at once. As he landed amidst the fray, he beheld 2 peculiar men wielding weapons against a woman clad in green. Nearby, a lifeless body lay on the ground, evidently deceased for some time. The trio, 2 men and a woman, regarded Gao Wanyong's arrival with indifference. The green-clad woman, filled with righteous indignation, leaped out of the skirmish, raising her specially crafted willow leaf dagger and accusing Gao Wanyong vehemently, Thief, are you not in league with them? I shall fight you to the death. Seeing her charge without any reasoning, Gao Wanyong felt a surge of anger. He swung his staff to deflect her fierce strike, while exclaiming, Hold your hand. Startled by his command, the green-clad woman retreated, retorting angrily. Why do you persist in haunting me? What do you have to say? Clearly, you are all in collusion. Gao Wanyong, wielding his copper staff, addressed her. Were you not the one who fought me at the Locking Dragon Tower in Xi'an? The woman nodded in reluctant acknowledgement. How can you claim you are not in league with them? What an absurdity. I am a man of honor, not one to associate with thieves and scoundrels. Seeing his resolute demeanor and hearing his righteous words, the green-clad woman fell silent and approached the corpse hidden in the grass, weeping as she mourned over the body. Gao Wanyong, casting a sidelong glance at the deceased, recognized it as the individual he had fought a few days prior. Though the truth of the situation remained unclear, it was evident that the two dubious men before him were no good. Observing the sorrowful woman, tears streaming down her face, he pointed at the two vile men and declared, "You wretched scoundrels! What misdeeds have you committed here?" The man wielding the hammer chuckled mockingly, brandishing his weapon. "Young one, you inquire of us. Allow me to instill fear in your heart. We are the twin demons of Taishan, the harbingers of death. Foul spirits, today marks your reckoning." As Chokwi observed his companions abandon the woman before them, his eyes gleamed with determination. Without uttering a word, he brandished his oversized ghostly blade and lunged forward, aiming a fierce strike at Gao Wanyong. Remarkably, Gao Wanyong evaded the formidable blow and countered with his own weapon. The three combatants engaged in a whirlwind of skillful maneuvers, each demonstrating their unique prowess, unwilling to yield an inch. It was truly a clash of titans. The mountain tiger faced off against the descending tiger. The dragon in the clouds encountered the dragon in the mist. A copper basin met an iron brush, and a hanged ghost confronted the 5 Yama kings. Gao Wanyong, undeterred by the formidable Taishan duo, pressed forward with unwavering resolve. The Taishan duo, seasoned from countless battles, were no mere pushovers. With every swing of his staff, Gao Wanyong grew more formidable, executing a sweeping strike aimed at the hammer-wielding opponent. The hammer user, sensing the impending impact, shouted in exhilaration, intending to parry Gao Wanyong's fierce advance. However, the hammer struck off target, allowing Gao Wanyong's staff to circumvent it with a resounding thud, sending the unfortunate man hurtling through the air, his lifeless body crashing into the nearby grass with a heavy thump. Witnessing his comrade's demise at the hands of Gao Wanyong, Chokwi prepared to flee. Yet, the woman in green cried out fiercely, "Where do you think you're going? Leave your life behind." Without hesitation, she pursued him with fervor. As Chokwi caught sight of the determined woman lunging at him, he swiftly evaded her, diving back into the fray against Gao Wanyong while calling out, "Unfeeling brother, do not rush off. Allow me to avenge you." With those words, Chokwi unleashed his ghostly blade with relentless ferocity against Gao Wanyong. The latter, while engaged in combat, contemplated his opponent's skillful technique, realizing that prolonged entanglement would surely lead to his downfall. He devised a strategy, recalling his own lethal staff techniques. As Chokwi's blade descended towards his head, Gao Wanyong bellowed, "No one will survive." In a split second, he thrust his staff towards Chokwi's chest. Chokwi, hearing the shout, recognized the perilous moment and resolved to confront it head-on. However, his blade was fractionally slow. Gao Wanyong's staff struck his formidable chest with a resounding impact. In his final moments, Chokwi did not relent, directing his ghostly blade towards Gao Wanyong's head with all his remaining strength. Yet, Gao Wanyong, accustomed to such life-and-death exchanges, had already formulated a counter. As the staff met Chokwi's chest, he swiftly redirected it to intercept the blade, resulting in a sharp clash that sent the ghostly blade soaring. Without pausing, Gao Wanyong unleashed a powerful thrust at the staggering Chokwi, the staff striking true beneath the ribcage, propelling him nearly 5 feet into the air before crashing down with a heavy thud against a large tree, the falling leaves burying his lifeless form. "Excellent," Gao Wanyong exclaimed, as he turned to see Jinmahu Duan Hongyu, who stood nearby on horseback, beaming with approval. He approached his brother, wiping the blood from his staff, and said with a smile, "Brother, the Taishan duo has been vanquished." Yet, with their defeat, a new calamity began to unfold. It is said, victory belongs to the noble, while defeat is the fate of the bandit. History will eventually be narrated by others. The act of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse can be attributed to Zhao Gao, who would unjustly brandish his sword to impose guilt. In Chapter 57, turning the tables, the white-clad swordsman Jin Mao, who observed the exuberant Gao Wanyong and glanced at the chaotic scene of the battle, understanding the unfolding events. With a half-smile, he inquired, "Wanyong, who is that young lady?" Before Jin Mao, who could finish his thought, the young lady resumed her weeping over the lifeless body. Gao Wanyong turned his gaze towards the pitiful green-clad woman and said, "Brother, this woman fought against me a few days ago at Suajiao Tower. How did she end up here, engaging in a deadly confrontation? What is her purpose?" Jin Mao, who responded with a calm smile, nodding at Wang Yong. The path of righteousness is vast, and each follows their own course. You pursue your destiny, and she pursues hers. There is no need for suspicion. Both murder and being murdered have their reasons. Let us go and observe further. Yes, brother, Gao Wanyong replied, leading the way, followed closely by Jin Mao Hu and Duan Hongyu. As Duan Hongyu brought her horse closer to Jin Mao Hu's, she whispered, "Younger brother, Gao Wanyong speaks truthfully." "Who is she?" Jin Mao Hu remained unperturbed, casually responding, "Whoever she is holds no significance for us. Our guiding principle is to adapt to circumstances and turn the situation to our advantage. When demons come, let the demons be slain. This ancient method is both simple and efficient. Sister, do not overthink. They say beauty fades with time, and youth is fleeting. Those who fret grow old quickly. Do not become a weary matron, but remain light-hearted and at ease. Such matters are for your younger brother to handle." Duan Hongyu's fair complexion flushed, and she laughed. "What is wrong with being a weary matron? At least she has a stable home." Jin Mao, who gazed earnestly at Duan Hongyu, and said, "Sister, are you considering marriage? What will happen to me if you wed?" Upon hearing Jin Mao Hu's words and observing his expression, Duan Hongyu blushed even more, her heart racing, as she stammered, "Is that so? Indeed, for the sake of my younger brother, I shall never marry. You can rest easy now." Jin Mao Hu, noticing Duan Hongyu's bashful demeanor, burst into hearty laughter. However, as he continued, he suddenly halted, adopting a serious expression, and warned her, "One must not laugh in the presence of the deceased, otherwise the spirit will be reluctant to depart, following you wherever you go, instilling fear." Duan Hongyu, hearing Jin Mao Hu's words and glancing at the darkening sky, felt a chill envelop her, as though restless spirits were swirling nearby, ready to seize the unwary. Goosebumps rose all over her skin, and she shot a glare at Jin Mao Hu, saying, "Enough with your nonsense. It's getting dark, please don't frighten me." Jin Mao Hu made a comical face at her. "Could it be, sister? Is your courage truly so feeble? Of course, I have grace, but lack the bravery. Very well. Please dismount and assist Wan Yong in comforting the grieving." Duan Hongyu smiled broadly, narrowing her eyes playfully as she replied, "I won't go. I'm a bit frightened. It is advisable for women to take the initiative. A single suggestion yields immediate results." The strikingly handsome Jin Mao Hu felt his face flush crimson at a sarcastic remark from Duan Hongyu, prompting him to awkwardly dismount and hand over the reins to her before striding towards the woman in green. As Jin Mao Hu approached, the sound of her weeping grew more pronounced, her sorrow both poignant and peculiar. Upon reaching her, he placed a hand on Gao Wanyong's shoulder and glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, exclaiming, "How did this person meet their end here? Just days ago? They were full of life. And this young lady, with such commendable skills, how could she fail to protect him? Ah, I see now." He lamented with a hint of regret. The assailant must have possessed extraordinary prowess. Otherwise, such a swift demise would be unthinkable. Alas, a life lost cannot be restored. "Dear miss, please accept my condolences." As he spoke, he observed the emotional response of the woman in green. "Oh dear, the individual is already gone. I am unaware of your relationship, but regardless, miss, it is impossible for you to follow him now, is it not? Do cease your tears. The true challenge lies in living on after such a loss. Would you not agree? Speak your heart. Share your future intentions with me, if you will." The woman in green raised her tear-filled eyes to meet the seemingly indifferent Jin Mao Hu's gaze, then helplessly lowered her head, allowing her genuine sorrow to flow forth. Despite her grief, Jin Mao Hu felt no compassion nor pity for her plight. Rather, he held a disdainful contempt, tinged with a hint of resentment. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor, smiling gently as he addressed her. "Miss, if I may be so bold, you surely must remember me. I find it bewildering that our reunion occurs under such uncomfortable circumstances. Let us not place blame solely upon you. It is the three wretched men who have marred our encounter." He continued, "But tell me, miss, what brings you to this desolate place to engage in battle? With your skills, why subject yourself to injury? Surely that is a misstep on your part, is it not? Am I mistaken?" "Incorrect." The woman in green suddenly lifted her gaze, uttering an incomplete thought, staring blankly at Jin Mao Hu, seemingly taken aback by her outburst. Jin Mao Hu replied with a smile, "Dear miss, do not be angry. What is it that I have said that is wrong? Please, enlighten me." Gazing at the man she admired, the woman struggled to find her words, her tear-filled eyes revealing a mix of vulnerability and self-pity. "Young master, I apologize for my lack of courtesy towards my savior. My earlier impulse was born from sorrow, and I humbly seek your forgiveness." Such sincere and pure words. Such a melodious expression. The sweet notes from her lips were especially captivating. Yet her heartfelt sentiments did not sway Jin Maohu, for he harbored a preconceived bias against her. Indeed, if a person harbors doubts or animosity towards another, no matter how admirable or flawless that individual may be, they will be rendered worthless in the eyes and heart of the doubter. Jin Maohu has developed a profound suspicion of the woman in green before him, to such an extent that he has reached a definitive conclusion. Consequently, the words he speaks to her are laced with cruelty. Observe for yourself. Jin Maohu gazes at her with a smile that is anything but sincere, and in a tone devoid of warmth, he states, "Miss, your words are misguided. You implore me for forgiveness, yet why should I grant it? Do we share any profound enmity? No, we are complete strangers. The notion of a savior is even more absurd. Our encounter that day was mere coincidence, and today's meeting is just as fortuitous. You know this better than I." The woman in green listens to Jin Maohu's remarks, her heart heavy with sorrow. She reflects that she has never felt such anguish or heartache in her life. Who could she confide in about this sorrow? There is no one to whom she could speak. It must remain buried deep within her, rotting in silence. Suppressing her inner torment, she casts a dejected glance at Jin Maohu, her heart bleeding, tears streaming down her face as she implores, "Young master, why do you speak to me in such a manner? Why are you so harsh? I find it impossible to articulate the injustices I have endured." At this point, her tears flow anew, a sound emanating from the depths of her heart, unmistakably distinct from any other. Jin Maohu, despite being flesh and blood, possessing his own emotions, remains unmoved by the heartfelt cries that resonate from her soul. Duan Hongyu, unable to bear the sound of the woman's anguished sobs, who had been observing from her mount, swiftly dismounts and approaches her side, bending down to offer comfort. "Sister, do not cry, do not cry. Allow me to inquire, where do you hail from? What is your name? Why are you here? If you explain, I shall assist you. Please, cease your tears and speak." The woman in green gradually suppresses her anguish, wiping her tears as she gazes at the enchanting Duan Hongyu, a faint, bitter smile gracing her lips, one that is difficult for others to perceive, along with an indescribable jealousy. Lowering her head and furrowing her brow, she replies, "I am originally from Lini, Shandong. 3 years ago, my family faced misfortune, and my brother and I have been fleeing ever since. How could it come to this? It is indeed true. Compassionate and loyal are the gallant youths, revered by all who witness their exploits. One must exercise caution. Even the strongest may falter." Chapter 58. The clever investigation of truth and deceit. Duan Hongyu, seeing the woeful countenance of the woman in green, feels a surge of compassion. Momentarily forgetting her own fears, she approaches her with genuine concern and asks, "Sister, do not weep. You seem weary from your travels. Where are you headed?" The woman in green, upon hearing Duan Hongyu's inquiry, relaxes her brow slightly and lifts her gaze to meet hers, her pleading eyes concealing an inner resilience. With a hint of impatience, she replies, "I am returning to my hometown in Shandong." "Oh, returning to your hometown in Shandong? What brings you here?" "My family has faced calamity, and we fled to this place. Alas, we are both wanderers in this vast world. Why must we have met in such circumstances? Can you share the source of your sorrow? Perhaps we can offer our assistance." "Thank you. Thank you so much. Do not mention it." The situation unfolded as follows. My family resides in Jinan, Shandong, where my father holds the esteemed position of governor. One fateful evening 3 years ago, a multitude of soldiers besieged our home, accusing my father of treasonous words in his memorial, threatening to execute our entire family on the spot. Aware that false accusations abound and recognizing the treachery that had ensnared him, my father instructed my brother to lead me to safety, urging us to escape for our lives. At that moment, we refused to abandon him, insisting that we would face life or death together. My father, in a fit of rage, berated us for our filial disobedience, insisting that we preserve our lives to seek justice for our family. Reluctantly, my brother and I fled through a secret passage. Later, we learned that our entire family had been slaughtered, with the authorities seeking to capture my brother and me through portraits and descriptions. My brother took me to seek refuge with relatives and friends, but we soon discovered that relationships are as fragile as paper. Not a single person dared to assist us for fear of retribution. We ultimately fled to the vast deserts of the western regions, initially surviving by begging, and later taking on roles as caretakers of estates. Recently, my brother and I deliberated on the fact that living in exile was not a sustainable solution. It would be wiser to return to our homeland in Shandong, both to gather information and to offer paper money to our deceased kin. Little did we anticipate the extent of our suffering, and I found myself weeping again, though my tears were not born from the depths of my heart. Duan Hongyu, moved by my sorrow, inquired, "Are you not afraid of being captured by the authorities upon your return?" I paused my crying, choking back my words, and replied, "Indeed. We are afraid. Yet, we believe that several years have passed, and perhaps living incognito will allow us to evade trouble. If we must die, it is preferable to perish on the land that nurtured us, rather than in a foreign place." Jin Mao, who offered a faint smile, and sighed. It is far better to cherish the soil of one's homeland than to covet the wealth of distant lands. Despite their picturesque beauty, the heart of a wanderer yearns for home. Such sentiments are both tragic and lamentable, evoking deep sorrow. Upon hearing Jin Maohu's words, the woman in green exhibited a spark of intrigue, her melancholic expression transforming into a shy demeanor as she gazed intently at him. Noticing her gaze, Jin Maohu smiled ambiguously and remarked, "Ah, indeed, it is pitiable. Now that you are without companionship, what are your plans? Do you intend to return to Shandong?" The woman in green lowered her head, frowning as she replied, "I do wish to return to Shandong, but the journey is long, and as a solitary woman, I am uncertain of how to proceed." Jin Maohu, seemingly intrigued, inquired, "We are heading to Shandong. Would you consider accompanying us, miss?" At this, the woman stood up in surprise, looking at him with a hopeful expression. "If you would be so kind, I would gladly follow you." Jin Maohu chuckled softly, turning the matter over in his mind. "But truly, how could one of your stature, a lady of such worth, deign to accompany us on such trivial pursuits? Moreover, given the deep animosities at play, we dare not involve you in our plight. Should misfortune befall us, it would be beyond explanation. Sir, I have little to lose. But what are your thoughts?" she asked. "As for me, I now stand alone, unloved and uncared for. Whether I live or die seems trivial, yet I do not grasp your intentions. Indeed, we share similar fates. The sun sets soon, and this place is rife with danger from mountain beasts. We cannot linger here. Sister, let us depart swiftly." The flamboyant Jinmahu, feigning bravado, discreetly exchanged glances with Duan Hongyu. The mischievous Duan Hongyu immediately comprehended Jinmahu's intent, and, pretending to be terrified, exclaimed, "Oh dear, who are you? You know my sister is timid, yet you choose to frighten me. If you scare me again, I might not survive." As she spoke, Duan Hongyu nimbly approached the horse, leaped onto its back, and urged, "Brother, you should mount the horse as well. It is ill-fated to linger near the dead after dark." Jinmahu readily replied, "Indeed, let us hasten. Onward." He approached the horse, preparing to mount, when a woman in green hastily stepped forward, eagerly imploring, "Young master, may I accompany you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jinmahu responded, "Of course, you may, Wanyong." Wanyong, somewhat perplexed, replied, "I am here." Jinmahu gestured towards the horse that Hongyu had saddled, instructing, "Wanyong, relinquish your horse to this young lady, and you shall accompany me on foot." Wanyong complied, reluctantly leading his horse to the green-clad woman, muttering, "You may ride it." The woman in green glanced at the unwilling Wanyong and softly said, "Thank you." With that, she was soon mounted. Jinmahu cast a glance at her atop the horse, raised his whip, and urged the horse forward. Having ridden for about 20 paces, Jinmahu suddenly pulled on the reins, thumped his thigh, and turned in astonishment towards the woman in green. Startled by his abrupt action, she anxiously inquired, "Young master, what is the matter?" Ignoring her, Jinmahu turned to Duan Hongyu, lamenting, "Alas, sister, this is all your fault. You rushed us to leave, unaware that the deceased must be treated with utmost respect. They should be laid to rest, especially if it is a young lady's kin, a brother from her maternal family. How could we allow him to rot in the wilderness, to meet such a disgraceful end? This simply cannot stand. Oh, how careless I am, so foolish. How could I overlook that the young lady's kin deserves a proper burial?" Duan Hongyu, rather than chastising Jinmahu, readily agreed, "Indeed, brother, you speak the truth. You know I am timid. It is understandable that you are upset. However, we have not ventured far. We can return and bury the body. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Just remember to be mindful in the future, lest you regret making your foolish sister anxious." Jinmahu, with a wry smile, nodded in acknowledgement. "Sister, your words are wise. I shall endeavor to correct this flaw and refrain from provoking your ire." Wanyong. Wanyong promptly responded, "I am here." Elder brother. Jinmahu then turned his gaze to the woman in green, his expression earnest as he asked, "My lady, I acted hastily. I hope you can forgive my oversight regarding your brother." The woman's countenance darkened, her expression akin to a flower wilted by frost, her bloodless lips quivering as she stammered, "Alas, my lord, I bear no grudge, neither great nor small. My only lament is that I, in a moment of folly, was consumed by my own concerns, neglecting the lifeless form of my beloved brother. Alas, I shall return to lay him to rest." The young woman in green uttered these words as she dismounted. Stumbling and lost, she hurried back, tears streaming down her face, a torrent of grief that seemed inexhaustible, a silent debt of resentment. Jin Mao, who watched the green-clad lady rush away and raised his voice, calling out, "Wan Yong, do not linger. Go assist the young lady at once. Pay no heed to those two foul corpses." Gao Wan Yong, while hastening forward, replied, "Yes, yes, of course." Duan Hongyu observed the feigned demeanor of Jin Mao Hu and chuckled softly. "Brother, you truly possess a wickedness that leaves one bewildered. Is this not a compliment?" He retorted, "How could it not be? You have achieved your aim. Do I have an aim? Stop pretending. I can see that this lady is highly suspicious and not an ordinary character. She has developed a fondness for you, one that is quite profound. Do exercise caution." Jin Mao, whose handsome face flushed, and he changed the subject with a smile. "Sister, you jest. What she experiences is merely a case of cleverness gone awry. It is not simply your mischief, but rather the treachery of the world that makes hearts inscrutable," he added. Duan Hongyu, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "Indeed. In this world, one is often not in control of their own fate. Intrigue and deceit are the instincts of those in the realm, essential prerequisites for survival. Otherwise," Jin Mao, who interjected sternly, "there is no otherwise. One must be vigilant against treachery." Duan Hongyu gazed at Jin Mao, whose resolute expression, and laughed. "Brother, you do not seem like someone in their 20s. You resemble a seasoned veteran of the world. Is that so? No, wait." After a moment of contemplation, Jin Mao, who furrowed his brow, "Why do I sense that danger lurks nearby? This is precisely the truth. In times of peace, one must remain vigilant to avoid calamity. The affairs of the world never cease to present challenges." Chapter 59. A preliminary inquiry. Duan Hongyu glanced around, finding no signs of danger. Although she trusted Jin Mao Hu's words, she stubbornly argued, "What nonsense is this? Where is this danger you speak of? Do not frighten me. I have already become a startled bird." Observing her expression, Jin Mao Hu concealed his thoughts and changed the topic, sincerely bowing. "Even if it was a jest, sister, you should refrain from speaking such unfounded words." Duan Hongyu giggled. "When have I ever spoken without reason? One must not eat recklessly nor speak frivolously." She laughed heartily once more. "Do not laugh, do not laugh. The sorrowful heart may misconstrue your words. Do you not know, sister? Who is this sorrowful heart?" she teased. As the brother and sister exchanged playful banter, Gao Wanyong arrived in a whirlwind, leaning close to Jin Mao Hu's ear and whispering a few words. Jin Mao Hu turned to glance in Gao Wanyong's direction and called out loudly, "Oh, you rascal! How can you be so self-absorbed? You left the young lady behind in this dark, eerie place where she might be frightened. Go, quickly, attend to the young lady. My lord is concerned. The young lady has arrived." The green-clad woman gazed affectionately at Jin Mao Hu, sweetly adding her words. Gazing at the woman clad in green, the striped tiger chuckled. Look, look, I am blind as a sparrow, and as night descends, my vision falters. Please do not hold it against me, dear lady." Upon hearing this, the green-clad woman, filled with sorrow and sympathy, replied, "Ah, how unfortunate is my fate. How could I blame you, when it is you who graciously chose to accompany me? My heart overflows with gratitude, leaving no room for resentment. Besides, you too are blind as a sparrow." Unable to suppress his mirth, the striped tiger responded, "Oh dear lady, do not distance yourself from me. As the saying goes, those destined to meet will find each other across 1,000 miles. Those without fate will not meet, even face to face. Another adage states, do good deeds without asking about the future. I am a practitioner of virtue, performing good deeds daily. I do not distance myself, and if you do, it would leave me feeling at a loss." The words of the striped tiger stirred the heart of the green-clad woman, igniting an eager flutter within her. With a bashful expression, she asked, "Why do you speak in such a manner, dear sir? Is there something in your words that brings unease to my heart?" The woman, her skin as delicate as fine jade and her aura as subtle as an orchid, evoked a tumult of emotions within the striped tiger, who found it difficult to articulate the pain reflected on his face. Duan Hongyu perceived this, her heart unwilling to delve deeper, yet tinged with a bittersweet sentiment. The green-clad woman, seemingly caught in a dreamlike state, felt both surprised and puzzled. Her expression reflected a yearning, her eyes glistening with hope intertwined with emotion. The energetic striped tiger, brimming with youthful vigor, spoke with a dry mouth and a jumbled tongue. "Is this so? Had I arrived a moment sooner, perhaps this misfortune would not have befallen us, and your brother would still be alive. Thus, let us keep our words brief. The day wears on, and everyone has gathered. Let us cast aside our sorrows and face the future. What has occurred today belongs to today. Dear lady, do not grieve over your losses. As the saying goes, life has its abode, and death its resting place. Living to 100 years is still to die. So it is better to embrace an early peace." Wan Yong, please assist the lady with her horse. Certainly, Wan Yong replied, handing the reins to the green-clad woman. In a muddled manner, he added, take care of yourself. Mount the horse. The green-clad woman, resigned, accepted the reins from Wan Yong, shooting him an annoyed glance, retorted, thank you for your concern. She then mounted her horse and proceeded onward. Riding atop his steed, the striped tiger, feeling carefree, remarked with a smile. The journey reveals the strength of a horse, and time unveils a person's heart. We have been traveling tirelessly for days, and both man and horse are weary. Once we reach the town ahead, we shall rest, no matter what. Wan Yong, how much farther is it to the town? Leading the striped tiger's horse. Wan Yong replied, I cannot say for certain, but I glimpsed a large town not far ahead. How far is not far? Certainly at least 50 miles from here. Oh, brother, should I venture ahead to scout for accommodations and arrange for a feast? The striped tiger laughed heartily, a splendid idea indeed. It would be unfortunate for us to arrive in darkness with nowhere to rest. Go. Rest assured, dear sister and brother. I promise to find us a comfortable place to sleep, with a sumptuous banquet awaiting. You may proceed at your leisure. I shall take my leave. Gao Wanyong, having finished speaking, hoisted the copper staff onto his shoulder and handed the reins of the horse to the jinmei, leaping into the air with remarkable agility. Vanishing in the blink of an eye. Miss, I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. How shall I address you? My surname is Fan, and my given name is Tsuetsue. Ah, splendid. Tsuetsue, is it not derived from the exquisite jade? Indeed. How delightful. A name that befits its bearer. As the poet Du Fu once penned, two yellow orioles sing amidst the emerald willows, a line of white egrets soars into the azure sky. Oddly enough, you are clad in green. Named Tsuetsue, while my sister is dressed in crimson, named Hong. How amusing. Tsuetsue, should you don a gown of purest white, I believe you would be even more enchanting. Upon hearing Jimahu's remark, Tsuetsue was reminded of the time she wore white while searching for him, her face lighting up with joy as she replied without hesitation. Is that so? What leads you to such a conclusion? Jimahu, harboring a secret, chuckled mischievously indeed. Just look at your figure, Tsuetsue. It is a rarity, a true gem. Were you to adorn yourself in white, and perhaps even disguise yourself as a man, it would be utterly remarkable, and you would resemble me even more. He turned to Duan Hongyu and asked with a smile, isn't that right, sister? Though Duan Hongyu did not appreciate Jinmahu's flattery towards Tsuetsue, she was adept at amplifying his intentions. For the sake of Jinmahu's scheme, she feigned compliance, saying, oh, are you asking me? I am neither beautiful nor clever. If you say so, then it must be true. If you say she resembles you, then so be it. You, my dear, are like a child who speaks freely without restraint, desiring whatever catches your fancy. This time, you are not mistaken. Miss Tsuetsue would indeed resemble you in white. Tsuetsue, upon overhearing the banter between Jimahu and his sister, recalled her past deeds while clad in white, wielding a curved sword, and the gruesome scenes at the inn involving the use of a poisoned golden needle. A chill ran down her spine, and she felt a shiver course through her delicate frame, thinking, this is not good. They suspect me. What shall I do? Jimahu, oblivious to Tsuetsue's expression and her inner turmoil, continued jovially, sister, why do you consistently belittle my intelligence, claiming I lack discernment? It is quite true. I am unable to see through many matters or distinguish the truth. Duan Hongyu, with a hint of mischief, teased, how you love to play the charming fool before women. You need not feign innocence. Your allure is undeniable. You are far more astute than you let on. Nothing can escape your keen perception. Jinmahu turned to the contemplative Tsuetsue, smiling brightly. Tsuetsue, my sister holds such an opinion. What do you think? The joy that had briefly illuminated Tsuetsue's face faded entirely as she pondered her predicament. She defensively retorted, young master, why do you mock me? Why would I disguise myself as a man? Why do you always regard me with suspicion, placing me in such an uncomfortable position for your amusement? Jinmahu shook his head and waved his hands in denial. Miss, how can you say such things? I merely jest. I harbor no doubts about you. You are simply overthinking. However, there is a reason behind my words. Recently, at the Isin Inn at the foot of Mount Song, there was indeed a woman disguised as a man who used a golden needle, a needle laced with deadly poison that cost a life. And she bore a striking resemblance to you. Tsuetsue, upon hearing this, was taken aback, her face drained of color as she feebly protested, that was not me. Suddenly, she exclaimed, that is not me, not me. The Jinmahu, undeterred by her outburst, continued to smile and replied, if it is not you, then so be it. Why take it to heart? There are countless coincidences in this world. What is false cannot become true, and what is true cannot become false. I was merely speaking casually, without implying that it was you. So why the commotion? Cui began to weep softly, stammering, Why? Listening to her feeble defense. Jimahu felt a weight lift from his heart. In high spirits, he gestured forward with his whip and said with a smile, More people is better than fewer. Look. We've been so engrossed in conversation that we hardly noticed the distance we've covered. Behold, we have already arrived at the dining place. Ahead, a sea of lights flickered, accompanied by the occasional disconcerting barks of dogs. As the dogs barked, voices of people rang out, with one heart in reverence, Brothers are well. May the year bring prosperity, and seasons be bountiful. 5 champions, 6 smoothly passing. Let not the doors close on the 7 delicacies and the 8 flavors. Standing amidst the dazzling lights was a figure whose voice was unmistakably that of Gao Wanyong. As he approached Jinmahu's horse, he grasped the reins and said, Brother, I have taken care of everything. Jinmahu chuckled, Excellent. The 3 riders and 4 companions arrived at the entrance of the Hongyu Inn, where a jovial attendant rushed forward, exclaiming, Gentlemen, you have worked hard. Please, allow me to escort you inside. Jinmahu, Duan Hongyu, and Cui dismounted and handed their horses to the attendant, while Gao Wanyong, now half the host, cheerfully said, Brother, follow me. After leading them through the hall, he proceeded straight to the 2nd floor of the back building. The group ascended the stairs and arrived before several well-lit rooms. Gao Wanyong cheerfully announced, This room is mine. This one is for you, brother. This one is for my sister, and this one is for Miss Cui. How does that sound? Duan Hongyu smiled and said, Very well. Let it be noted that Wanyong has accomplished a great feat. Jinmahu burst into hearty laughter. However, Cui did not share in the mirth. Her exquisite face bore a chill as she silently entered her room, closing the door behind her. As Jinmahu and his companions entered the inn, it was evident that they had already set a trap, echoing the saying, One must harbor no ill intentions and be vigilant against fire, theft, and treachery. Chapter 60. The loss of official silver. Observing Cui retreat into her room, Jinmahu could only shake his head in resignation. He gestured for Hongyu to enter, then stepped into his own room, with Gao Wanyong following closely behind. Brother, he said, upon entering the inn, I overheard the locals mention a significant event in Luoyang. Jinmahu, startled, turned sharply to Wanyong and inquired, What significant event? Seeing the anxious expression on Jinmahu's face, Gao Wanyong scratched his head and replied, I'm sorry, brother. I did not inquire further. I thought it had nothing to do with us, so I didn't ask too many questions. Jinmahu, observing Gao Wanyong's earnest demeanor, smiled to reassure him. It is not your concern. I was simply too impulsive. There is nothing to worry about now. Very well then. I shall go see how the meals are prepared, Gao Wanyong said. Jinmahu nodded thoughtfully. All right, you may go. Wanyong stepped out of the room, while Jinmahu unfastened the serpentine sword hanging from his waist, casually hanging it on the bedpost. He loosened his outer garment and placed it on the bed before making his way to the basin, rolling up his sleeves to wash his hands and face. He pondered. Something significant has occurred in Luoyang. What sort of significance? Does it concern me? If it does, what should I do? If it does not, should I still involve myself? Should I inquire? The valiant Jinmahu, who recalled the words of Gao Wanyong's father, Gao Fuqing, to kill the rich and aid the poor, to eradicate violence and promote goodness, is also for the nation and the people. These words had taken root in his heart, often serving as a source of motivation and self-discipline. Upon hearing of the turmoil in Luoyang, an unsettling fervor surged within him. Indeed, the rise and fall of the nation is a shared responsibility. This is a solemn truth, resonating as the voice of patriots. A voice that has salvaged the nation's existence, defended its sovereignty, and protected its territory from foreign invaders. Generations of aspiring individuals have united in this powerful sentiment. A sentiment that will be passed down through the ages, as they shed blood and sweat for their homeland. Reflecting on the fervent duty coursing through his veins, Jinmahu finished washing and casually wiped his hands before approaching the table. He pulled out a chair and sat down, pouring himself a cup of water from the teapot when footsteps and voices emerged from outside. Come, bring it to my elder brother's room. Elder brother, the food and wine have arrived. Gao Wanyong entered the room, and Jinmahu chuckled. Excellent. I was just yearning for some wine. Bring it forth so I may indulge. Upon hearing this, Gao Wanyong swiftly seized the wine jar from the servant's arms and hurriedly presented it to Jinmahu. Jinmahu glanced at it and remarked, Ah, this aged Shaoxing wine has legs indeed, rushing here to make a name for itself. Wonderful. As he spoke, he tore open the seal and, tilting the jar, gulped down several hearty swigs, exclaiming, What fine wine. Truly marvelous. The servant, observing Jinmahu's vigorous drinking, remained silent and efficiently arranged the food and wine. One leading servant inquired, Sir, do you have any further instructions? Jean Mao, who smiled and replied, while I have no specific directives, I do have a few inquiries. How about this? You remain, while the others may return to their duties, if you please. Certainly, certainly. Xiao Anzi, you all may return to your tasks. I shall be back shortly. Go on, and remember, no slacking off in your work. Yes, yes. The servants complied promptly and exited the room. The lead servant chuckled and asked, Sir, what is it you wish to inquire about? Jean Mao, who, still smiling, responded, It's like this. I have heard rumors of trouble in Luoyang. When I asked around, they seemed evasive, so I thought to seek the truth from you. As you surely must know the details. The servant chuckled, shaking his head uncertainly. Sir, why delve into such unfounded matters when you are engaged in trade and farming? I apologize, but I am not privy to the information. The servant's words vexed both men. Who could be blamed? Do not feign cleverness. Only when one faces misfortune do they grasp the gravity of their situation. With a beaming smile, the striped tiger inquired of the shop assistant about matters concerning Luoyang. The assistant shook his head, unable to provide clarity on the subject. Both Gao Wanyong and Jinmahu were taken aback by this response. The fiery Gao Wanyong glared with wide eyes, exclaiming, You wretched cur, why are you so ignorant? If you cannot articulate the details today, I shall ensure you leave here on your back. Upon witnessing Gao Wanyong's fury, the assistant, frightened, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, Spare me, sir. I shall disclose all that I know. The commotion within the room caught the attention of Duan Hongyu from the adjacent quarters. Upon hearing Wanyong's outburst, she hastily seized her treasured sword from the bed and dashed out, entering Jinmahu's room to find the assistant kneeling on the floor. She inquired, What is the matter, Wanyong? Why are you in such a temper? Jinmahu chuckled and replied, Sister, please come in and have a seat. There is nothing of consequence. Assistant, please rise and speak. The assistant, glancing at Gao Wanyong, hesitated to stand. Wanyong glared at him, insisting, My brother commands you to rise. Why do you gaze upon me? Humph, you foolish creature. Too stubborn to heed my words. As he spoke, he mimicked a striking motion, causing the assistant to tremble with fear, as if walking on the edge of a precipice. With great trepidation, he stood up, bowing obsequiously. It is over 300 miles to Luoyang. Whether this is true, I cannot say. I have only heard merchants mention it, claiming that the treasury of the Luoyang government was breached, resulting in the theft of 500,000 taels of silver and over 20,000 taels of gold. Jinmahu furrowed his brow at this revelation and interjected, When did this theft occur? The assistant hastily replied, It is said to have happened last night. The entire city is sealed off, with heavy troops stationed 50 miles outside, scrutinizing anyone entering or leaving. Otherwise, entry into the city is strictly forbidden. Duan Hongyu could not contain herself, exclaiming, Such news travels fast. In just a day, it has spread over 300 miles. Jinmahu smiled and remarked, What is so surprising about that? Walls have ears, and good news seldom travels far while misfortune spreads like wildfire. The theft of government silver is hardly a trivial matter. It is no wonder it has reached such distances. Duan Hongyu laughed heartily, saying, Brother, it is best to remain uninformed about matters that do not concern us. Assistant, my apologies, they were merely jesting with you. You may leave now. Upon hearing her words, the assistant felt as though he had received a royal pardon and bowed deeply, saying, Thank you for your mercy, miss. I take my leave. He retreated to the door, turning to depart, while Duan Hongyu observed him leave and laughed. Wanyong, you truly are formidable. With just a few words, you can frighten someone to their core, unlike your elder brother, who requires silver to extract information. Go. Summon Tsue to join us for a meal. Yes, sister, Wanyong replied, exiting the room. In the blink of an eye, he returned, grinning, I am here. I believe she must be starving. I was just about to fetch her. As Wanyong spoke, Tsue entered, a playful smile on her face, addressing Wanyong. What? Speaking ill of me? You mischievous child, do not think to bully me. If you dare to, I shall ensure you remain unmarried for life. Jinmahu burst into laughter, exclaiming, Wanyong, you ought to be mindful. Your lifelong happiness may very well lie in her hands, and my elder brother is not merely jesting with you. Listening to the words of the charming Jinmahu, Gao Wanyong chuckled. That is improbable. She is herself, and I am myself. If she can dictate my life, I remain unconvinced about the matter of calling her wife. As the saying goes, it is better to take the direct approach than to seek the indirect. When one reaches the end of the water, one can sit and watch the clouds rise. In Chapter 61, The Beauty Drunk, it is subtly revealed that at the moment Gao Wanyong finds himself ensnared by the peril of money, Cui discreetly intervenes to rescue him. Unbeknownst to him, he remains troubled by the identity of his savior, but that is a tale for another time and shall not be elaborated upon here. Jinmahu, playfully tapping the table, exclaimed, "Time to eat, time to eat, time to eat." Duan Hongyu smiled with a teasing grin and, without reserve, beckoned Cui Cui to join her at the table, saying, "Come, sit here with your sister." "Thank you, sister," Cui Cui replied as she settled beside Duan Hongyu. The latter continued, "I hear we are dining. Do not be shy. When dining with my brother, you must not hold back. If you do, you won't even get a taste of the soup." "Sister, what scripture are you reciting? Such embarrassing matters about my brother must not be disclosed. If word gets out, who would dare invite me to dine?" With a light-hearted laugh, Cui Cui's voice flowed like a gentle stream, her enchanting gaze shimmering like autumn waters, perfectly captivating Jinmo's attention. The allure of her eyes ignited a tumult of emotions within him, intertwining love and resentment, leaving him in a state of awkwardness as he chuckled. "What are you doing? Why are we not eating when it is time? Wanyong, come, come. If they are not eating, we shall." "My lord, I did not say I wouldn't eat." "Surely, you are not truly going to deny me even the soup, as your sister suggested? Indeed, you should eat quickly." "Oh." Cui Cui picked up the chopsticks from the table. Jinmo, taking another hearty sip of wine, laughed. "Indeed, to live is to eat. That is the foremost priority. As the saying goes, if you do not eat enough, your sleep will be restless, you will wander aimlessly, and your nose will lead you astray. Come, come, let us dig in. If you do not, you'll find yourselves unable to find a wife or a home." "Well, you are quite the smooth talker. Is Miss Cui Cui partaking in any wine?" Cui Cui smiled warmly at Jinmo, nodding gently. Among the four, only Duan Hongyu abstained from alcohol, while Jinmo boisterously spoke with little coherence, consuming large quantities of wine and meat, soon rendering himself intoxicated. Although Gao Wanyong drank heartily, he remained sober, partly due to his robust tolerance and partly because he refrained from indulging excessively. As he sipped, he recalled his father's words before departing. "Wanyong, when you venture into the world with the hero, never indulge in excessive drinking. If you drink too much, the hero may become upset, and should that happen, finding him again will be a challenge. If he is angered, your attempts to seek him will be in vain. Therefore, if you truly wish to journey with the hero, you must drink sparingly, enough to satisfy your cravings, but no more. Do you understand?" Gao Wanyong truly remembered. He always drank a little, never indulging excessively. And today was no exception, remaining completely sober. Cui Cui, however, had imbibed too much, her eyes heavy with intoxication, a torrent of emotions flooding her mind. In the past, she had exerted great effort to pursue Jin Mao Hu, yet now, confronted face to face, she found herself at a loss for words. The myriad thoughts that swirled within her transformed into two silent streams of tears, cascading into her drink and splattering onto the ground. The tears that fell into the liquor were swallowed down, while those that hit the floor scattered in fragments. Cui Cui had truly drunk too much. It was impossible for her not to, as she was particularly discontent, filled with a sorrow that left her unable to cry or shout. She understood that her tears and cries would yield no solace, nor would they alter her circumstances. Thus she could only drown her sorrows in drink, deepening her melancholy. Her tear-streaked gaze rendering the world unrecognizable. She longed to numb herself with alcohol, to liberate herself through its embrace. Hongyu, untouched by inebriation as she abstained from alcohol altogether, watched as Cui Cui drifted into a state of near unconsciousness. Compassion stirred within her. She rose to assist Cui Cui, who clung desperately to the wine jar, dragging her to her room, pressing her onto the bed with a few comforting words, only to see her succumb to sleep. After ensuring Cui Cui was settled, Hongyu exited the room and made her way to the dining area. Upon reaching the doorway, she overheard Jin Mao Hu conversing with Wanyong and thought to herself, "He is not drunk." Jin Mao Hu, noticing Hongyu enter, smiled and asked, "Sister, is Cui Cui asleep?" Duan Hongyu nodded and took her seat, replying with a smile, "I thought you would be as inebriated as she is." Jin Mao Hu laughed. "How could that be? My younger brother knows not the meaning of intoxication, but Cui Cui is another matter entirely. She attempts to rouse my spirits. Yet she has much further to go. But enough of that. Wanyong, please continue with your earlier tale." Duan Hongyu settled in, listening as Gao Wanyong spoke. "The governor of Luoyang is on friendly terms with my father. He visited our home half a month ago and invited me to join him in Luoyang for some leisure. At that time, I was preoccupied." Jin Mao Hu, observing Wanyong's face flush at this point, jested, "You were busy seeking someone to duel with, vying for the title of the world's greatest, were you not?" Gao Wanyong nodded candidly, unabashedly pointing out, "Brother, you are the true champion of the world." Jin Mao Hu burst into hearty laughter. "Wanyong, your perspective is misguided. Do you not realize that there are always greater talents beyond oneself? Not only I, but even those far more formidable than I. If they dare to declare themselves the best, are destined to be devoured by their own hubris. This demise is self-inflicted, do you understand? Wang Yong nodded, albeit in confusion, while Duan Hongyu applauded, laughing, brother, your insights are profound. From this perspective, you will remain invulnerable, never bringing trouble upon yourself. Jin Mao, who took a sip of his drink, interjecting to halt Hongyu's words, what is this talk of eternity? Life on this earth lasts but a few decades at most. Within these fleeting years, aside from the inevitabilities of aging and mortality, how can we, as wanderers of the world, predict who we may offend or who may secretly plot against us? Therefore, live each day fully. The shoes and socks you remove tonight may or may not be worn again tomorrow. Life and death are realms beyond our dominion. Thus, we do not dwell on them, nor do we seek them. This can be likened to wading through a river while shedding one's shoes and socks, or to the beggar standing at the gate, merely hoping for the charity of others. Wang Yong, continuing the conversation, pondered the words of Jin Mao who, which he grasped only partially. When prompted, he replied, what should I say? When it comes to the prefect of Luoyang, his surname is Liang, and his given name is also Fu Cheng, just like my father. This prefect is of excellent character and shares a deep friendship with my father. Before my departure, my father instructed me that if I were to pass through Luoyang, I must visit him, even writing a letter for me to present upon my arrival at the prefect's residence. Upon hearing this, Jin Mao, who was filled with excitement, and asked with a smile, Wang Yong, where is the letter? Wang Yong retrieved the letter from his bosom and handed it to Jin Mao who. Upon inspection, Jin Mao who noted the inscription to the esteemed Mr. Liang Fu Cheng and exclaimed joyously, the esteemed High Lord has granted us a passport. Excellent. With this letter, we shall proceed as planned tomorrow. Sister, you may retire to your chamber for rest. Wang Yong, please inform the attendants to clear the remnants of our meal. Hongyu responded affirmatively, rising with a smile before departing. Wang Yong bowed in farewell and exited the room. The following day, as dawn broke, Jin Mao who roused Wang Yong and the others, instructing the attendants to prepare the horses and settle the expenses before leaving the inn. Wang Yong led Jin Mao who's horse, while the others mounted their steeds and galloped eastward. As the sun rose, casting its crimson glow upon the earth, the quartet, having traversed approximately 100 miles through the dewy grass, encountered the intoxicated Cui, who, while riding, swayed precariously. With one half opened, bleary eye, she gazed at the distant village and implored, my lord, please, may we rest? I truly cannot endure this any longer. My stomach is in turmoil, and I feel as though I might vomit. Jin Mao who was admiring the picturesque landscape, turned at her plea and chuckled at the sight of Cui swaying like a weeble on her horse. Miss Cui, he responded with a smile. There is no wine in the village ahead. Perhaps we should hurry to the entrance and each enjoy 2 jars. Cui, perceiving his teasing, pouted and declared, I refuse. You are incorrigible. I shall never drink again. Their playful banter continued as the 3 riders surged ahead, leaving Cui behind. Noticing the slowed pace of Cui, who seemed in need of rest, she urgently tightened her grip on her horse. As the trio galloped further ahead, frustration bubbled within her, and she shouted, my lord, why do you not stop? Do you wish for this worthless life of Cui? Jin Mao who, hearing her clearly, turned to his companion Duan Hongyu and laughed. Sister, perhaps we should indeed rest the horses. It would be considerate for everyone. Duan Hongyu, with a knowing smile, replied, brother, is this not a ploy for your own enjoyment? Very well, I shall heed your suggestion. Is that a vendor selling breakfast ahead? We might as well stop. A meal for us is a treat for the horses. Jin Mao who, unfazed, laughed. Sister, you speak wisely. A meal for us is indeed a treat for the horses. Cui, feeling neglected by those ahead, struck her horse's rear with the whip, causing it to leap forward. She soon caught up with the group in front, only to find them dismounting for reasons unknown. As the saying goes, one should not overexert oneself in endeavors, for forcing one's way can lead to personal harm and a lack of freedom. In vain attempts to assert oneself, one may find oneself isolated and withering in a desolate expanse. Chapter 62. The mighty Gao Wanyong entrusted 3 horses to the shop assistant, who provided them with fresh grass to nibble on. After loosening their girths, he dusted off his hands and returned to the modest establishment with a hearty laugh. The shop was quite simple, furnished with a few mismatched tables both inside and out. The breakfast crowd was sparse, and Jin Mahu and his 3 companions settled at a table outside. The assistant served each of them a basic meal consisting of fried dough, porridge, tofu pudding, and 2 types of pickled vegetables. As they ate, they chatted and allowed their horses to rest. An hour passed until the hour of chin arrived. Jin Mahu commanded the preparation of the horses, tossed a piece of silver, and stood up from the table. Gao Wanyong, quick on his feet, brought the horses and tightened the girths. The three mounted their steeds, and Wanyong walked away from the shop. Once outside the village, they urged their horses onward, raising clouds of dust behind them. Although Wanyong bore a heavy stick, he outpaced the horses. As the sun climbed higher, the heat intensified, rendering the treetops still and oppressive. Both the horses and their riders were drenched in sweat, particularly those who were sensitive to the heat, such as Duan Hongyu and Fan Shui. Despite the sweltering conditions, Gao Wanyong, with his rugged constitution, remained unfazed. He pointed ahead and asked Jimahu, "Brother, what do you think those people are doing up ahead?" Jimahu squinted and replied, "Wanyong, hold your horse. There's a checkpoint established by the officials ahead." Gao Wanyong tightened the reins, slowing the horse, and asked anxiously, "Brother, if there are heavy troops guarding it, will they allow us through?" Jimahu, calm and composed, reassured him, "It should be fine. Do not fret. We shall adapt as the situation requires." Duan Hongyu, having noticed the soldiers on the road, urged her horse closer to Jimahu. "Brother, what is happening ahead? Do not worry." "Sister, there is no need for fear. This is merely a minor obstacle," he replied. "I am not afraid." "Who are you?" Jimahu turned to look at Hongyu, his charming smile captivating. "Sister, you speak so well. What do you think of me? I have no wealth, no power, and I hold no official position. I have no relatives in the city. Yet, with your support, I dare to confront any challenge, be it catching jade from the heavens or capturing turtles from the sea. Indeed, this is but a trifling matter. Why fear it?" The astute Duan Hongyu, with her words imbued with sincerity, smiled and continued, "Brother, trust me as you would trust yourself. Our bond is as inseparable as fish and water. I know that ripe melons fall sweet and crisp, while those forced to ripen are bitter. You possess remarkable confidence and unyielding spirit, wielding righteous strength against any malevolence. Do not underestimate the foolishness of a few ruffians. Even the king of hell would show some respect." Jimahu laughed heartily, well aware that Hongyu's flattery was merely a playful jest. Yet, he appreciated her words, knowing they held no malice and reflected her resilient spirit. With newfound courage, he confidently declared, "Wanyong, mount your horse. I shall lead you across the checkpoint into Luoyang without issue." As he spoke, Jimahu dismounted, leaving Gao Wanyong momentarily stunned, who repeatedly protested with denial. The golden-furred tiger, with a stern expression, proclaimed, "Indeed." Gao Wanyong, upon his arrival, mounted his horse and, scratching his ears and rubbing his cheeks, lamented, "Brother, this matter weighs heavily on my heart. How can you expect me to lead the horse and walk alongside it?" The golden-furred tiger chuckled and replied, "Wanyong, this is merely a guise to mislead others, facilitating our task. Sit upright. Who would dare to challenge you? Exude the demeanor of the Gao family's young master, and let the fox borrow the tiger's might without issue. I shall assist you by your side, ensuring a smooth entry into the city for a banquet." Gao Wanyong appeared to grasp the concept, standing tall as if summoned by the king of hell for a grand assembly. "Brother, do you think this will suffice?" "Yes. In this manner, it seems as though you are a general on inspection." Duan Hongyu chuckled, understanding his brother's good intentions, her smile brightening as she remarked, "Wanyong, your brother has appointed you as a general, but do not forget your sister's company." "Sister, please do not mock me. I am merely a machine for carrying meals." "What nonsense, Gao Wanyong. Such self-deprecation is unacceptable. Your brother is valiant, handsome, and possesses keen insight. If you were a coward, would he ever acknowledge you? He speaks of you as a general, undoubtedly destined to parade through the capital." Duan Hongyu's playful remarks brought laughter to Wanyong, while the golden-furred tiger nodded in approval, his spirits lifted by the wine. As they continued their jovial banter, they approached a checkpoint where sentinels barred their passage. "Halt! What business do you have? You cannot proceed. Return whence you came." A junior officer stepped forward to block their path. The golden-furred tiger cast a glance at the imposing Gao Wanyong, signaling reassurance. "Esteemed officer, we have traveled from Xi'an, escorting the second son of Lord Gao to pay respects to Lord Liang of Luoyang. Kindly extend your grace and allow us passage." The junior officer, glancing at the fierce Gao Wanyong, seemed intimidated as he inquired, "You claim to be the second son of Lord Gao. What proof do you have?" The golden-furred tiger bowed and smiled. "We possess a personal letter from Lord Gao addressed to Lord Liang. May we trouble you to verify it?" Gao Wanyong, adopting a commanding demeanor, retorted, "What, do you doubt my authenticity? How dare you question me? Huh, your eyes must be blind. You lack the qualifications to demand proof from me. Subordinate, dispose of him." At this, the golden-furred tiger, Hongyu, and Tsitsing nearly burst into laughter, prompting the golden-furred tiger to suppress his amusement, saying, "Second master, horses do not consume human flesh." Gao Wanyong, his face reddening, awkwardly added, "Indeed, horses eat grass. How could they possibly eat meat?" He then dismounted, brandishing his hefty bronze staff and thrusting it into the ground with a resounding thud, burying it deeply. He pointed menacingly at the junior officer, demanding, "Are you here to interrogate me?" "Yes," the officer stammered, intimidated by the sight of the staff embedded in the earth and the fierce countenance of Gai Tianli. "This is an order from the magistrate. We are merely executing our duties." Upon witnessing their leader confronting an adversary, the Qing soldiers brandished their weapons and advanced, while archers prepared themselves for action. The young leader, emboldened by the support of his men, gazed defiantly at Gai Tianli. Gai Tianli, channeling the vigor of the second young master, scolded, "What do you aim to achieve? You worthless creatures who only consume without contributing? Do you wish to challenge the second master's life? How many of you possess the courage to face death?" Jinmahu observed Gai Tianli, thinking it amusing to let him have his moment, thus refraining from intervening. The young leader, relying on his numbers, hesitated to initiate an attack, for he truly feared the second young master of the Gao family, knowing he would be unable to bear the consequences of offending him. Additionally, they had witnessed Wanyong driving his staff into the ground, a testament to his formidable strength. Moreover, the sight of Jinmahu, Hongyu, and Suitsue, each adorned with fine swords and exuding an air of distinction, instilled no fear in his troops. Rather, they seemed to revel in the spectacle, which only caused his heart to race with trepidation. Finally, he turned his gaze to Wanyong and inquired, "What do you intend to do? Are you not afraid?" Before the young leader could finish, Wanyong interjected vehemently, "Afraid? I fear nothing. The second master seeks nothing from you, but if you wish to see the letter, there is a condition. Fulfill it, and I shall grant you that privilege. Fail, and you shall witness the consequences." As he spoke, Wanyong smote the ground with his staff, driving it over a foot deep into the earth. The young leader, intimidated by this display, stammered, "What is your condition?" In a fit of anger, Wanyong placed his hands on his hips and declared, "If you can remove my staff, we can discuss matters amicably. If you cannot, I shall ensure that your head finds its way into your belly." Thus it is said, the foolish man deceives the naive, yet the naive remain unaware, as the foolish turns into a donkey and is ridden by the foolish. Chapter 63. Wanyong's whimsy. Just as the young leader contemplated retaliation, he beheld the imposing figure of Gai Tianli and thought, "A solitary man must not suffer immediate loss. Enduring temporary humiliation can avert prolonged distress." With this realization, he suppressed his anger. Indeed, he had no choice but to stifle his fury. As a mere junior officer lacking support or influence, he found himself trapped between pressures from above and below, suffering in silence. Thus, one must learn the art of retreat, knowing when to withdraw. The young leader blinked at the splendid figures of 2 men and 2 women before him, their steeds adorned with fine saddles. He was uncertain of their origins and feared they might be bandits attempting to slip past him unnoticed. Faced with this dilemma, he cast a glance at the copper staff partially buried in the ground and thought, "Perhaps I could manage to pull it out with sheer strength. It would be ideal if they possessed a letter from Lord Liang." Sighing, he resolved to take a chance. Steeling himself, he stepped forward and addressed Gai Tianli. "Listen closely. Whether or not you truly are the second son of the Gao family, attempting to defeat me with this cooking stick is utterly impossible." The overly confident Gai Tianli, impatient and not allowing the young leader to finish his statement, retorted, "Enough of your prattle. Will you pull it out or not?" "Pull it out," the young leader declared decisively, striding toward the staff. Gathering his strength, he bent his knees, grasped the copper staff, and with a mighty shout, exclaimed, "Lift!" The copper rod was firmly embedded in the ground, as if it had taken root, remaining utterly still. Sweat streamed down the little chief's face as he pondered, perplexed that a mere rod, once inserted, refused to budge. Fear gripped him. Indeed, he dreaded the thought of the second young master smashing the tool he relied upon for his livelihood. In haste, he lifted his gaze to Gai Tianli, only to find him gazing upwards, seemingly oblivious to his presence. In a moment of self-deprecation, he muttered, "I must not have exerted enough effort. I shall try again." Gai Tianli, reclining with an air of leisure, responded, "Very well, you shall have another chance. However, should you fail this time, you may not be so fortunate as before." The little chief, stifling his frustration, summoned all his strength, bending at the waist and shaking with effort as he pushed and jostled the rod 2 or 3 times, yet it remained stubbornly unmoved. Panic took hold of him, prompting him to release the rod and retreat 4 or 5 steps, halting just before the soldiers behind him. The soldiers whispered among themselves, and he heard their murmurs distinctly. He refrained from retorting or acknowledging them, instead staring blankly at Gai Tianli. Gai Tianli flashed him a peculiar smile, grasping the copper rod with one hand, subtly employing his true strength without a hint of movement in his arms or body as he slowly dislodged the rod from the earth. Bravo! The second young master possesses remarkable strength, praised Jin Maohua, clapping his hands. Cheers erupted from both sides, yet the little chief stood there, dumbfounded, musing to himself, how is it that he could extract it so effortlessly, while I failed? Lost in thought, he was jolted by Gao Wanyong's commanding call, come here. That shout nearly caused the little chief to soil himself in terror. Observing his genuine fright, Jin Maohua quickly stepped forward, smiling, second young master. Do not be too hard on him. He is merely acting under duress. He is not at fault, and should be rewarded. Gao Wanyong, hearing the suggestion of a reward, inquired with confusion, rewarded? For what reason? Jin Maohua, with a smile spreading across his brow, explained, this man is diligent and faithful, striving to avoid offending you while adhering to the orders of his superior. His efforts are commendable and deserve recognition, do they not? What should the reward entail? Gao Wanyong asked. There are two types of rewards. One is spiritual, a form of praise to encourage him to continue his efforts and inspire others to follow suit. The other is material, providing him with financial support for his family, thereby enhancing his motivation to remain loyal and diligent. Hong Yu interjected. But if he becomes accustomed to such favors, might he not indulge in corruption and become a wrongful figure? Sister, you speak with merit. Many issues stem from the accumulation of small matters. Alas, life is truly unpredictable, and existence can be burdensome. Well then, this is not the time for our extensive discussions. It is noon, and the heat is upon us. Second young master, let us cease our games. Oh, no more games? Very well. Gao Wanyong gestured towards the little chief, stating, I shall no longer toy with you. Step forward. The little chief, perceiving Gao Wanyong's demeanor had softened considerably, hesitantly advanced a few steps, fearing what trick he might conjure next. As he contemplated this, he noticed Gao Wanyong reaching into his garment, producing an official letter inscribed with the words, to Liang Fuqing. A personal missive. His heart, previously suspended in anxiety, plummeted to its rightful place, transforming his sullen visage into one of joy. He clasped his hands in a respectful bow, saying, I, Wu Yunbu, have offended the second young master. I do not dare to seek forgiveness, only to plead for your punishment. Gao Wanyong tucked the letter into his bosom and chuckled, well, never mind. I intended to offer you some material rewards, but my sister fears you might go astray in the future. Thus, we shall forego the rewards. When I see Lord Liang, I will have him record a merit for you. Upon hearing his name mentioned in front of Lord Liang, Wu Yunbu hastily bowed and said, then I thank you in advance, second young master. Please. The soldiers parted to create a narrow passage. Jin Maohui, sensing the right moment, said with a smile, second young master, please mount your horse. We shall depart. Gao Wanyong was about to suggest, brother, you should mount first, but before he could utter a word, Jin Maohui silenced him with a glance. Suddenly enlightened, Gao Wanyong refrained from speaking and gracefully mounted the horse. Jin Maohui took the reins, and the horse trotted briskly through the ranks of soldiers, heading eastward. Duan Hongyu and Fan Suetsue closely followed behind. In Furong Town, at the Duolin Inn, the quartet crossed the checkpoint and beheld a large town ahead. They hastened their steeds to the town's outskirts and noticed a boundary stone by the roadside, inscribed with the name Furong Town. Jin Maohui, turning back on horseback, asked Duan Hongyu, sister, may we dine and rest our horses in this town? Duan Hongyu grasped the iron beam of the horse with one hand, shielding her eyes from the blazing sun with the other, and replied with a smile. That would be splendid. I have longed for a respite. Oh, look, there's an inn ahead. Let's not venture inside. We can stop here for a meal, ensuring it remains peaceful. Certainly, certainly. Your word is law. Dear sister, I would never dare to disobey. Wherever you deem fit shall be our choice. Ah, the Duolin Inn aligns perfectly with your thoughts. Surely it will be a cool respite. Indeed, dear sister, but the Linen Duolin does not refer to a forest. If it does not refer to a forest, it must contain exquisite treasures within. Who would place precious jade in plain sight? If we follow your reasoning, does this not suggest that the Duolin Inn is fated for misfortune? Alas, sister, if you speak thus, is this inn not doomed? Not necessarily. How can it not be? The name of this establishment indeed carries ominous connotations. Otherwise, we could have chosen another to avoid potential harm. Cease your nonsense. You speak without thought. Very well, very well. Sister, your reprimands are well taken. May fortune favor the virtuous. Indeed, you, my dear brother, possess the ability to turn calamity into fortune and embrace auspiciousness amidst adversity. Jin Maohui scrutinized the imposing structure of the inn, and a chill gripped his heart. Alas, this inn is perilous. As the saying goes, Fortune and misfortune are known to the divine. Do not treat the spirits lightly. With a heart of goodwill, one may find divine protection and transform misfortune into enlightenment. Chapter 64. The jealousy of beauty. As Jin Maui and his sister engaged in their playful banter, Gao Wanyong grinned foolishly, while Tsetsuei felt a pang of anxiety. The words echoed in her ears, sinking deep into her heart, stirring an unsettling discomfort within her. She pondered, am I in any way inferior to Duan Hongyu? Why does Jin Maui not pay me heed? The more she reflected, the more her heart became entangled in confusion and discontent. Why did she feel this way? Because she harbored feelings for Jin Maui and felt envious of Duan Hongyu. She was consumed by jealousy, specifically over Duan Hongyu. Duan Hongyu, having discerned Tsuetsue's sentiments, sought to showcase herself in front of Jin Maui, flaunting her charms, with the intention of capturing his attention and preventing any undesirable thoughts from arising in his mind. The dashing and astute swordsman Jin Mao, who, naturally perceptive of the intentions of the two beautiful women, harbored a secret affection for his cousin Duan Hongyu. Even if that sentiment were absent, he was not a man easily swayed by emotions. In his heart, he had already concluded that Fan Tsuetsue's behavior was suspect, possibly indicating she was the daughter of his adversary. Though he was firm in his belief, he did not possess absolute certainty. Hence, he maintained a facade of indifference. Arriving at the entrance of the Duolin Inn, Jin Mao Hu and his companions exchanged light-hearted banter. The innkeeper, upon noticing the arrival of 3 steeds and 4 individuals, recognized them as affluent patrons and greeted them with a beaming smile. As he approached to take their horses, he cheerily remarked, esteemed guests, it must have been a taxing journey. Please dismount and step inside for some refreshing air. Our establishment is well kept, with rooms that are spacious and splendid, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Listening to the innkeeper's incessant chatter, Jin Mao Hu formulated his own thoughts. With a playful smile, he replied, good sir, your praises for your establishment are as beautiful as flowers. Surely, you cannot be exaggerating. The innkeeper, maintaining a humble demeanor, countered, esteemed guest, as the saying goes, mere words do not suffice. A pair of trousers cannot serve as a winter coat. Speaking of plumpness does not imply one is indeed plump, just as a monk may not wish to be a priest. Am I not correct, esteemed guest? Jin Mao, who chuckled as he dismounted, adjusted his garments, and said, very well, since you have brought this up, first tend to our horses, while we wash our faces and quench our thirst. If the accommodations meet our standards, we shall stay, otherwise, we shall seek lodgings elsewhere. How does that sound? The innkeeper smiled, took the reins from Gao Wanyong, and replied, certainly. Please, come inside. Xiao Shanzi. Quickly, attend to our guests. A melodious voice echoed from within the inn, followed by the entrance of a striking young lady of 17 or 18, adorned in a gown of apricot yellow, with a pink apron at her waist. Her long braids swayed behind her, and her beautiful face radiated with a blend of shyness and charm. Esteemed guests, please follow me, she said, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Mao, who before playfully reaching for the hands of Duan Hongyu and Fan Tsuetsue. Duan Hongyu remained unresponsive, while Tsuetsue instinctively stepped aside. Sensing danger, the cold gaze of Lung Shuang swept over Xiao Shanzi, causing her to shiver in response. This sudden shift in atmosphere did not escape the keen observation of Jin Mao who, maintaining his composure, turned back with a smile and said to Xiao Shanzi, your colleague just mentioned the coolness of your establishment. It seems you have a fan. Pray tell, how many such fans do you possess? Xiao Shanzi, glancing at the elegant and warm-hearted Jin Mao Hu, felt her initial chill dissipate. Her blushing face blossomed with radiant delight, as she responded with genuine intrigue, dear sir. As for fans like me, Jin Mao Hu, noting her playful tone, pressed further, how many are there? Oh, sir, how many do you wish for? There is but this one humble girl, guaranteed to keep you cool from head to toe. Feigning surprise, Jin Mao Hu exclaimed, my, what kind of fan is so remarkable? Duan Hongyu, chuckling, interjected, what sort of fan, you ask? This is a treasure fan, the Rui banana leaf fan of Princess Iron Fan. If you do not believe me, have her fan you, and I assure you, you shall feel cool and refreshed for the rest of your days. The golden-furred tiger felt a surge of warmth upon hearing the veiled implications in Duan Hongyu's words. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, sister, please spare your little brother. I cannot bear the formidable power of this precious fan. I would rather break a sweat in the warmth. The small fan laughed, and several others joined in varying degrees of mirth. Cui Cui laughed along with the group, though her laughter felt utterly forced. She pondered, why was Duan Hongyu so unabashed in her jesting about the curved sword, and why did the sword not seem angered? Amidst the laughter, they entered the main hall. The small fan attended to them, having washed their faces, and they chose a table by the window to sit down, brewing fragrant tea and engaging in light-hearted banter. Dear patrons, while green tea may invigorate the spirits, it is fine wine that truly enhances the revelry. What would you like to eat? A servant stepped into the room, looking at the golden-furred tiger and the others with a smile. Upon hearing the servant's inquiry, the golden-furred tiger waved and said, "Come here for a moment. I have a question for you." The servant, grinning broadly, approached him and replied, "Patron, feel free to ask anything. I am one who speaks freely and never charges for information." After sipping his fragrant tea, the golden-furred tiger replied, "From your words, it seems some tongues are quite valuable. I would love to use theirs as a delightful side dish for my wine. Might you provide any leads?" The servant, believing himself to be humorous, felt a chill upon hearing the golden-furred tiger's words, which were far from a jest. Stunned for a moment, he feigned a compliment, saying, "Patron, your words are profoundly insightful. Your humor is quite terrifying, yet it is forceful and flavorful, with a particularly unique punchline." The golden-furred tiger, unimpressed, raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Likewise, my friend. By the way, we had planned to dine upon our arrival in Luoyang, but how far is it to Luoyang?" The servant, feigning surprise, exclaimed, "Oh no. Dear patron, the distance from here to Luoyang is but a whip's crack away, yet you must not go." "Why must we not go? Do you truly not know that trouble has befallen Luoyang? It bears great significance for us entering the city." "Why is that?" "Ah, it is of utmost importance. The entire city of Luoyang is under martial law. It is not just the locals who are barred from entering, but even outsiders have been treated as suspects and placed under scrutiny. You are not from Luoyang, are you? If not, do not dare to enter. It would be far easier to conduct your affairs once the storm has settled. So, it seems we must lodge in your establishment." "It would be an honor for our inn," the servant replied. "Very well, please arrange a room for each of us. We shall not be leaving." "Welcome, welcome," the servant exclaimed. "Now, please allow me to arrange a banquet for you. It must be exquisite and delectable." "Certainly, I shall see to it," the servant said, brimming with joy as he departed, having secured business for his employer. He understood that if the owner had no business, he himself would have no food to eat. This was an immutable truth. The golden-furred tiger and his 3 companions feasted heartily, and each returned to their rooms to rest, no further details necessary. Just past the hour of you, the golden-furred tiger sat up in bed, contemplating his thoughts. He leaped down, donned his boots, and was about to open the door to discuss their strategy with his cousin Duan Hongyu when a series of knocks echoed from the door. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he called out, "Sister, please come in." With a creak, the door swung open, and Hongyu entered the room with a cheerful smile. Jinmahu, delighted, exclaimed, "Sister, you have truly become a female Zhuge Liang. I was just thinking of you, yet you arrived ahead of me." Hongyu, with a graceful smile, replied, "What female Zhuge Liang? I merely heard you getting up from next door, so I came over. Am I disturbing you?" "Oh no, sister, how could you say that? Aside from sleeping, I cannot bear not seeing you," Jinmahu said, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Hongyu's fair complexion flushed with warmth. She thought to herself, "Am I not the same?" So she jested, "Oh, you flatter me. Are you trying to charm me into happiness?" Jinmahu felt his face grow warm as well. "No, it's not flattery, it's the truth." "Is it truly?" "Indeed. Is that not permissible? You are now an indispensable part of my life. With you, I feel joy and courage in my endeavors. Without you, I would undoubtedly feel like a deflated balloon, lost in despair." "Is that really so? And what about in the future? Will it remain constant?" "If that is indeed the case, sister, you will never leave my side. When you feel I no longer need you, you shall depart of your own accord." "Is that really true, my sister?" "You shall not speak of separation now. As the saying goes, when undertaking a task, one must ponder carefully. For words once spoken cannot be retracted." Chapter 65. The reveal of tracks in a fluster. Hongyu's face glowed like the rising sun. Although she playfully retorted, her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a frightened little rabbit. A wave of warmth surged within her, leaving her at a loss for words, yet she felt an undeniable sense of delight. A euphoric sensation. Her eyes sparkled with happiness as they met Jinmahu's. She yearned for his words to be genuine, but more so, she wished that the Jinmahu in her heart remained steadfast and true, just as he professed. Their mutual gaze, filled with happiness, ignited excitement in Jinmahu's heart. Though he felt fervent inside, he maintained a calm exterior and sweetly said, "Sister, you are truly wonderful. You are such a good sister." No need for elaborate explanations. The resonance between them was palpable. The brother and sister shared a knowing smile, rich with meaning and depth, leaving much to ponder. "Goodness, what is going on here? Can't you find a more private spot for your display of affection? It's blinding." The teasing voice of Fan Suitsue interrupted from the doorway. one hand resting on the frame and the other on her waist, pouting and casting a sidelong glance at Jimahu. Snapped back to reality. Jimahu looked at the enchanting and charming Fan Tsutsue, replying with a non-committal smile. Miss Fan, you seem quite curious. Are you perhaps an unexpected eavesdropper? Am I really that dull? Of course not. That's great to hear. I simply happened to pass by and did not miss the opportunity. Fan Tsuetsue then descended the stairs. Her laughter ringing lick Fan Tse gracefully descended the stairs, and Jin Meohu withdrew his gaze from her, turning to the ethereal Duan Hongyu with a smile. Sister, my younger brother wishes to discuss a matter with you. The wandering thoughts of Duan Hongyu were momentarily quelled by Jin Meohu's address, allowing her to relax the tension in her facial muscles. She smiled and inquired, what is it? I wish to travel to Luoyang. What do you think? Oh, it is imperative that we pay a visit. Every household is our concern, and with such significant happenings at home, we cannot remain indifferent. Whether we can be of assistance or not, we shall endeavor to do what we can. If our efforts bring joy to the people, sister, I harbor no other thoughts. Your words resonate profoundly, truly a model for us all, a paragon for the world. Ah, you have it all twisted again. Not at all. Sister's words have touched my heart genuinely. Very well. It is settled then. We shall proceed together with Gao Wanyong. You must go inform Tsuetsue to wait here and not leave. Be swift. The narrative subtly indicates that thanks to the departure of the Jin Meohu siblings from the inn, the Duolin Inn was subjected to a bloody massacre that very night, with no survivors among its patrons. At the gates of Luoyang, the white-clad Jin Meohu, wielding a curved sword, led Gao Wanyong and Duan Hongyu eastward from the Duolin Inn. With urgency, they approached a vast city, which appeared boundless under the fading sunlight, showcasing its grand and magnificent architecture. Luoyang, it lay before them, the very heart of the Central Plains, the foundation of the 9 provinces. Luoyang, like Xi'an, it is an ancient city and former capital, nurturing over 5 millennia of culture. Established over 4,000 years ago, it has served as the seat of power for more than 100 emperors in its storied history, but such details are superfluous and require no further elaboration. Though Luoyang is not as expansive as Xi'an, it was still a royal establishment and a bustling center for commerce. Thus, the city thrived, yet today was far from ordinary. The city gates stood firmly shut, heavily guarded by soldiers. On the battlements, a multitude of soldiers stood vigilant, weapons drawn, each person braced for potential conflict. The white-clad Jin Meohu, who had come with high hopes, surveyed the situation and grasped the gravity of their predicament. The trio arrived at the moat, halting their advance. Just as he was about to call out to the city, the guards stationed at the drawbridge preemptively inquired, Hey, what are you 3 doing here? Leave this heavily fortified area immediately, or face the consequences. Jin Meohu respectfully clasped his hands in salute and replied, Sir, we hail from Xi'an, here to escort the second son of Lord Gao into the city to pay our respects to Lord Liang. Here is a letter from Lord Gao. As he spoke, Jin Meohu produced the letter from his robe and waved it. Upon hearing that it was a missive from Lord Gao to Lord Liang, the guards hesitated, sending one of their number into the city. Moments later, the soldier returned with instructions for the drawbridge, which creaked open. A guard hurriedly crossed the bridge and, bowing to Jin Meohu, asked, Which of you is the second son of Gao? Jin Meohu pointed to Gao Wanyong with a smile, saying, This is he. Gao Wanyong nodded at the soldier, who requested, Please hand over the letter to me. Lordly wishes to inspect it. Without hesitation, Jimahu complied, passing the letter to the soldier, who cautioned, Please remain here. Wandering about may lead to trouble. Yes, yes, Jimahu replied. The soldier, clutching the letter, swiftly ascended the drawbridge, which was gradually hoisted up again. Upon reaching the city gate, the soldier called out, Lordly, I have acquired the letter. Please verify it. A basket, suspended by a fine rope, was lowered from the battlements. Once it reached the ground, the soldiers above instructed, Place the letter in the basket. The soldier complied, depositing the letter within and gesturing upward, announcing, The letter is in the basket. Hoisted up, the soldiers on the battlements slowly raised the basket, and one soldier retrieved the letter, presenting it to a 6th-rank official, Lordly. After examining the letter and confirming its authenticity, Lordly noted the official seal and instructed the soldiers to allow the visitors across the drawbridge. The soldiers guarding the moat hurried to the drawbridge, relaying the command to lower it, while calling out to Jinmahu and his companions, Come forth, ascend the drawbridge for questioning. Jinmahu gestured for the 3 to proceed. As they descended the drawbridge, it creaked ominously as it was raised once more. Upon reaching the city gate, they were halted by armed soldiers. At that moment, someone from above called out, Which of you is the second son of the Gao family? Hearing this, Gao Wanyong quickly looked up and replied loudly, That would be me. Before long, The heavy city gates creaked open just enough for a person to squeeze through, and the sixth-rank official, Lord Li, emerged, scrutinizing Gao Wanyong and his companions before inquiring, "And who are these two?" "They are my attendants," Gao Wanyong responded. "Oh, I was informed that the second son of Lord Gao had gone to the mountains to study the arts. However, I was unaware that you had returned a month ago. I have come at the behest of my father to pay my respects to Lord Liang." "Is that so? I was unaware. Please forgive my ignorance," Lord Li replied, returning the letter to Gao Wanyong. He added, "When you return to see Lord Gao, please convey my regards to him. I often think of him." Gao Wanyong, displaying his etiquette, clasped his hands in a bow and said, "Ah, it is Lord Li. My apologies for my lack of respect. Rest assured, I shall not forget your kindness." Lord Li chuckled, surveying the robust Gao Wanyong, then glancing at the bronze staff in his hand, exclaimed, "Indeed. A tiger emerges from a military family." Turning to the soldiers at the city gate, he commanded, "Open the gates and let them through." The heavy gates creaked open wider, and Lord Li smiled, saying to Gao Wanyong, "Please, enter the city." As Jinmahu and his companions stepped into Luoyang, they found the streets crowded with shops, most of which had closed for the night. The few passers-by moved hurriedly, their expressions anxious, as if fearing misfortune might befall them. Understanding their apprehension, Jinmahu approached an elderly woman carrying a basket, clasped his hands, and inquired with a smile, "Madam, may I trouble you for some assistance?" The elderly woman paused, glancing around before urgently asking, "What is it? Speak quickly. I am a traveler from afar and wish to locate the Shunming Escort Agency. Could you kindly guide me?" "Is it the Shunming Escort Agency you seek?" If one were to follow the Shunming Escort Agency northward from here, crossing 3 streets and then turning east, one would arrive at their destination. With no other matters at hand, I must take my leave. Farewell, dear aunt." The elderly lady hurried away, and Jinmahu turned to Duan Hongyu, saying, "Sister, let us first observe the movements of the Shunming Escort Agency before proceeding to the government office. What do you think?" Duan Hongyu smiled shyly and replied, "You decide, dear brother. I trust your judgment, for you are always right in your endeavors." Jinmahu grinned at Hongyu, leading the two through the streets until they arrived at the Shunming Escort Agency. The agency was grandly constructed, distinctly different from other escort agencies. As the three circled the establishment, he suddenly urged Duan Hongyu and Gao Wanyong, "What do you see? Quickly, take a look inside the agency." After a brief examination, both shook their heads. Duan Hongyu anxiously inquired, "Brother, what did you see?" "Where?" A faint glimmer, barely perceptible, emanated from within the agency. This is what one might call clever design and execution, not without its flaws, yet there exists a discerning eye to unravel the cleverness. How can a clever scheme find its rightful user, to triumph with ingenuity over ingenuity, when it falters? Chapter 66. The South Sea's jade flower with secrets weighing heavily on the heart. They exchanged glances, seeking solace in each other's presence. For him, for her, it was inconsequential. Ignorance often holds greater value. A love concealed, tormenting like oil in a frying pan, while hope withers the heart and strains the eyes. The other remains oblivious to your turmoil, as lovers clasp hands, laughing together under the vast sky. Flowers bloom in abundance, yet only one represents the essence. Let us set aside the trio of the white-clad swordsman Jinmahu, Duan Hongyu, and Gao Wanyong as they enter Luoyang, and instead, return our focus to the green-clad maiden. Fan Tsuetsue. Fan Tsuetsue is indeed an extraordinary figure. Her martial prowess is remarkable, and her graceful stature, akin to a delicate flower, captivates many with her enchanting visage. Particularly her grape-like eyes, which have ensnared countless infatuated hearts. On a clear day, instead of reveling in nature's beauty, she remains confined in her chamber, stamping her feet in frustration. What fuels her ire? It is all for one man, the white-clad swordsman Jinmahu. As he departs with grace, Fan Tsuetsue gazes longingly at her beloved Jinmahu, who leaves without a word, not even a backward glance. This ignites a tempest within her heart, causing her to seethe in anger and resentment. In her heart, she silently curses, "Jinmahu, oh Jinmahu, are we not adversaries from a past life, and rivals in this one? My feelings for you run deep, yet you feign ignorance. Duan Hongyu, oh Duan Hongyu, with your ostentation, what makes you more beautiful than me? You prattle incessantly. A mere chatterbox, like a crowing beggar. What is so remarkable about your curved sword? Why did you not take me with you to Luoyang? If you chose not to bring me, that would suffice, but to restrict my movements, was that your decision or Duan Hongyu's? If it was your intention, perhaps it was for my own good, but if it was her idea, I shall reduce you to filling for dumplings. No, that cannot be. You two are clearly colluding against me, looking down upon me. Humph, do you dare to underestimate me? Those who belittle me shall face dire consequences. Why does the beautiful Fan Tsue harbor such twisted thoughts? What gives her the audacity to predict misfortune for others? Because she is the daughter of a formidable warrior, renowned for his prowess in battle. Who is her father, you ask? He is none other than the infamous leader of the bloodshed gang, Gai Tianli. Nanhai Cheonga, the blood-soaked leader of the gang, Gai Tianli, lived a valiant life, commanding both the northern and southern rivers with an iron fist. Throughout his life, Gai Tianli bore only one son and one daughter. His son, as hinted in the writings, fell victim to the vendetta sparked by the father of the golden-furred tiger, leading to a tragic massacre that divided their family. To this day, Cui remains unaware of the existence of her biological brother. Gai Tianli, in his 40s, cherished Cui like a rare treasure, treating her with utmost care, as if cradling her in his palms, fearing she might be frightened, or holding her in his mouth, afraid she might dissolve. Despite her pampered upbringing, Gai Tianli never showed leniency when it came to martial arts. He imparted all the lethal skills he had acquired throughout his life to his beloved daughter, Cui. Gifted with remarkable intelligence and insight, Cui not only absorbed her father's essence, but also grasped the quintessence of various martial arts schools. Achieving a level of mastery that was truly extraordinary, she could traverse the winds effortlessly, surpassing even the legendary Mo. Witnessing his daughter's surpassing talent, Gai Tianli showered her with adoration, yielding to her every whim. Cui would declare east, and he would turn east. She would declare west, and he would turn west, never contesting her desires. This indulgence cultivated in her a rebellious and unruly disposition. One day, feeling restless within her secluded chambers, Cui suddenly conceived a thought. This Nanhai Cheonga is situated in a remote area, and there is little excitement among the same group of people. Why not venture to the Central Plains for a change of scenery? This would not only broaden her horizons, but also satisfy the fluttering of her heart. With a flick of her long hair, she dashed out of her quarters and made her way to the grand hall meticulously designed by Gai Tianli. In the midst of a leisurely conversation with his wife, Gai Tianli spotted his spirited daughter rushing into the hall and inquired with a smile, Cui, why have you left your room where you should be practicing needlework? Cui grinned and playfully replied, Father, the moment I touch the embroidery needle, it pains me. I have no desire to learn such tedious crafts. Gai Tianli's wife pointed a finger at their beloved daughter, chuckling, Cui, as a young lady, you ought to engage in embroidery and needlework, preparing to support a husband and nurture children in the future. Look at you now. Neither a proper lady nor a proper lad. Your father has spoiled you too much. Silly girl, without mastering needlework, how can you be considered a perfect woman? Who would dare to marry you with your constant swordplay and martial antics? Before she could finish her sentence, Cui leaped into her mother's embrace, laughing, Mother, what are you saying? You repeat these words daily. They have worn my ears raw. So what if no one wants me? It is even better. I can serve you both for a lifetime. Do you no longer wish for a daughter? Gai Tianli laughed heartily. Who says we do not want you? However, as the saying goes, a son must marry, and a daughter must wed. I have been pondering and have indeed found a suitable match for you. Upon hearing her father's words, Cui sprang from her mother's embrace and exclaimed with a smile, Father, do not tell me who he is. I do not wish to know. I only want. Child, what do you desire? Whatever you wish for, I shall certainly. With a playful smile, Cui interrupted, Father, so it seems you have already agreed. Ah, you mischievous girl. I have not finished my words. How can you conclude that I have agreed? Truly, what? Unreasonable? Or is there nowhere at all? I merely meant that I shall certainly take care of it. Take care of what? Father, have you made a mistake? I have yet to express my intentions, yet you have acted upon them. Very well. Pray, can you guess what I am contemplating at this moment? What is there to guess? Surely, I am envisioning a future where I possess a delightful home. Father, that is not my meaning. Rather, I am pondering, oh dear, what has come over you today, Cui? Your usual candor seems to have faltered. Typically, you are as forthright as can be. Today, however, you appear hesitant. Cui sidled up to her father, gently massaging his shoulders while saying, Father, I wish to journey to the Central Plains. What purpose do you have for venturing to the Central Plains? An unconsidered question escaped the lips of Gai Tianli. His wife, taken aback, exclaimed, Child, I cannot believe you speak sincerely. This place is so wonderful, and how many yearn to come here? Who could possibly leave? We dwell in this bounteous land, rich in resources and delicacies. What more could we desire? This island belongs to your father, and you are his sole daughter. In the future, this treasure of an island shall be yours. Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Cui, stamping her foot in a playful manner, declared, No. I must go. I wish to venture into the Central Plains. Gai Tianli, aware that he could not deter her aspirations, chuckled and said, My dear daughter, if you wish to explore the Central Plains and broaden your horizons, I do not oppose you. However, do you understand that the Central Plains are not as idyllic as you imagine? The hearts of its people are divided, and many are treacherous. Why do you think I brought you here? With my skills, I found no foothold in the Central Plains and was compelled to seek refuge here. Now you desire to immerse yourself in that tumultuous realm? It is not worth it, my child. Listening to her father's words, Cui pondered. Surely, his martial prowess is not to be underestimated. Yet why did he struggle so in the Central Plains? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, Father, is it true that we have enemies in the Central Plains? Upon hearing her inquire about enemies, her mother shivered with trepidation. Gai Tianli, seasoned in the ways of the world, hesitated to divulge the truth, fearing it would burden Cui with unnecessary anxiety. He smiled and said, Where would your father find enemies? I have simply grown weary of a life filled with conflict. Cui, hearing this, chuckled, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Father, mother, if we have neither enemies nor grievances in the Central Plains, surely we must have a few relatives and friends there? Gai Tianli, concerned that his wife might inadvertently reveal too much, quickly replied, Child, human relationships are as fragile as paper. Matters shift like clouds, appearing and disappearing. Even if we had a few friends, we have not been in contact for years. Our connections have faded. I wish for you to find happiness in your life and do not want you ensnared in the disputes of the past. Do you understand your father's intentions? Though Cui grasped her father's meaning, her desire to learn about his past remained strong. Yet, she knew that he would not divulge what he chose to keep hidden. With a smile, she said, Father, I understand your heartfelt concern, but will you consent to my journey to the Central Plains? Why is it that you question my trust? Dear father, are you worried that my martial skills may not match those of others, and that I could be taken advantage of? These words exploded within Gai Tianli's heart. The competitive spirit ignited in him upon hearing Cui mention martial prowess. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he exclaimed, to discuss matters further. Father must consider various aspects. When it comes to martial prowess, he feels an overwhelming sense of trust in you. This is not mere self-aggrandizement, my daughter. The esteemed Gai Tianli is not one to be easily intimidated or manipulated. Nevertheless, to validate your skills, I consent to your venture into the Central Plains. If Cui were to remain in the Central Plains, it would be one thing, but her journey there presents not only peril, but also the potential for catastrophic consequences. This brings to mind the adage, a young horse, embarking on a narrow path, while the great rock spreads its wings, resenting the low heavens. The fearless young bull shows no fear of the tiger, and a fallen phoenix is less than a chicken. Chapter 67. The immortal guest of Wushan, the headstrong and impetuous Cui, having received her father's consent, playfully grasped Gai Tianli's shoulder and, bending down, planted a kiss on his aged cheek, exclaiming with delight, Father, you are truly wonderful. No one understands a daughter like her father. Thank you, dear father. The formidable Gai Tianli, overwhelmed by the affectionate gesture from his cherished daughter, burst into an exuberant, hearty laugh. Cui, had I not acquiesced to your wishes, you would have remained unsatisfied. Thus, I must comply, for I am well aware of your temperament. However, upon granting you permission to venture into the Central Plains, there are a few matters upon which you must acquiesce. The lady, puzzled by Gai Tianli's intentions, refrained from speaking further and gazed blankly at the father-daughter duo. Father, please, tell me what you require. First, upon your arrival in the Central Plains, you must not reveal your identity. Do not disclose your surname, nor admit to being Gai Tianli's daughter. Do not inquire as to why. Simply affirm whether you can comply. Confused, Cui found herself grappling with the conditions, which contradicted her proud sense of self. She wondered why her father was so cautious. Setting aside her concerns, she resolved to agree and later discern the situation, responding readily. I can. Second, once in the Central Plains, you must not seek information regarding my actions, nor trust others' words, allowing yourself to be manipulated. Do not ask why. Simply affirm whether you can comply. Lost in a fog of uncertainty, Cui, despite her bewilderment, instinctively replied, I can. Third, avoid provoking disputes. And do not act impulsively in the name of loyalty. Steer clear of the weak and vulnerable. Simply affirm whether you can comply. The conditions posed by Gai Tianli were all matters Cui had contemplated pursuing. They aligned with her aspirations to uphold justice and aid the weak. Despite her many questions regarding her father's cautious arrangements, she responded decisively, I can. After articulating the three conditions with utmost seriousness, Gai Tianli, noticing Cui's skeptical gaze, lovingly looked upon her and said gently, Child, having agreed to your father's three conditions, there is no reason for me to deny you passage to the Central Plains. Although my words may seem trite, I understand that those who venture into the world must heed certain commands. Yet, I have greater faith that you will honor your promises today, and in the Central Plains, you may roam freely without hindrance. Should you fail to uphold your word and cause turmoil, do not blame your father for not clarifying matters beforehand. Having said this, I have no further words. Whenever you wish to depart, I shall not stand in your way. I only hope you grasp your father's intentions and do not disappoint him, nor cause your mother to weep daily for your early return. My child, you may proceed at your discretion. With a heart as steadfast as iron, Tsuetsue wept. The notorious couple, Gai Tianli and his wife, wept alongside her. The three of them embraced, tears streaming like a gushing spring. Though not a farewell of life and death, their parting was fraught with uncertainty and deep affection. Tsuetsue, driven by her innermost desires and the pursuit of her own happiness, resolutely decided to embark on a journey to the Central Plains. The narrative subtly suggests that Tsuetsue, naive and inexperienced in the ways of the world, ventured from the South Sea into the jaws of danger. As the saying goes, a newborn calf fears not the tiger, for it is unaware of the tiger's ferocity. To knowingly tread into the lair of the tiger, however, indicates a lapse in judgment. Tsuetsue epitomizes this folly, unable to restrain her heart, making impulsive decisions. Stubborn and unyielding, she pressed forward, undeterred until she met an insurmountable obstacle. Tsuetsue acquiesced to all the additional conditions set forth by Gai Tianli and repeatedly assured them of her commitment. Departing from the South Sea, she arrived in the bustling, complicated world of humanity, commencing her life as a fugitive. Upon her arrival at the Hongan Inn, everything in the Central Plains felt simultaneously alien and familiar to Tsuetsue. In her memories, the Central Plains were her true home. Gai Tianli had brought her from the South Sea when she was merely 6 or 7 years old, and though she was unfamiliar with the region, it loomed large in her mind, teeming with people. A decade had passed, fulfilling a long-held dream. With this dream realized, how could she not be exhilarated? In her excitement, she explored renowned mountains and ancient temples, feeling lighthearted. Initially, she adhered to her father's teachings, choosing to remain uninvolved, but gradually her perspective shifted. She came to believe that there were many matters in the world that required her attention. Indeed, it is the duty of every conscientious individual to stand against injustice, and she possessed such conscience. However, meddling in others' affairs often leads to unnecessary complications. Indeed, Tsuetsue found herself entangled with the shameless and vile sorcerer Huang Juan due to her interference. Encountering Huang Juan marked a pivotal turn in her fate. As misfortune descended upon her, Huang Juan, the sorcerer from Wushan, resided in a secluded paradise, which served as his lair, a result of the white-haired old monster's lifelong studies. This hidden realm, spanning 50 miles, was riddled with traps and mechanisms, making entry difficult and exit even more so. The white-haired old monster entrusted his life's work to Huang Juan, who, believing himself invulnerable within this impregnable lair, acted with impunity, treating the oppression of men and women alike as mere trifles. Huang Juan, handsome and skilled in martial arts, was a prominent figure among the rising stars of the martial world, a man of great potential. Yet, he strayed down a treacherous path, consumed by lust and truth. He was an unrepentant villain. Indeed, the existence of more individuals like Huang Juan in the world brings suffering to many virtuous women. When there is suffering, there are also brave souls who rise to defend the oppressed, and Tsuetsue became one such warrior. Upon hearing of Huang Juan's despicable acts and witnessing the misfortunes of the victims, her youthful naivety ignited a fierce indignation within her. She vowed to confront the villain Huang Juan, seeking justice for the unfortunate and determined to strike him down with 300 swords. From that moment onward, she traversed the surrounding areas near Wushan, patiently lying in wait in the places frequented by the notorious Huang Juan. Her perseverance bore fruit when she finally encountered him. In Hongan Town, located at the confluence of Hubei and Sichuan, there stood an inn named Hongan Inn, where Tsuetsue chose to spend the night. After dining, she wandered about the town before returning to the inn for rest. However, as she lay in bed, sleep eluded her. Thoughts of her departure from Nanhai over a year ago clouded her mind. Although she had relished her adventures, the matters weighing on her heart remained unresolved. In her pursuit of Huang Juan, had she betrayed her own promises? Was it right or wrong? As she pondered these disjointed thoughts, an uproar erupted in the inn's courtyard, with the sounds of aggressive knocking and coarse curses piercing the night. Fuming, she turned over in bed, muttering angrily about the wretchedness of those men. They deserve to die. I shall kill them, she thought, but then reconsidered, deeming such trivialities unworthy of her attention. These ill-mannered ruffians were akin to dogs consuming filth. A beating might leave them with a fleeting memory, but their base nature would remain unchanged. Who has the time to keep an eye on them? Forget it. She pressed her fingers against her ears, wishing to block out the stench of their ignorance. Yet, her efforts were in vain. The cacophony only grew louder. Jolting her from her bed, upon stepping onto the balcony and looking down, her heart surged with rage. A band of ruffians had stormed into the inn, systematically selecting rooms. Some guests were forcibly expelled, while others endured lashings, curses, and humiliations at the hands of these brutes. Their nefarious actions aimed to clear the inn of all patrons and plunder valuable possessions. Without waiting for them to approach her door, Taihang swiftly retrieved her sword from beneath her pillow and leaped into action, targeting the arrogant young ruffian who was manhandling a defenseless woman. This young man was none other than the dreaded Huang Juan himself, who styled himself as the immortal guest of Wushan. Though despicable in character, he possessed an alluring appearance. In the courtyard, Huang Juan reveled in his vile pursuits, his hands wrapped around a beautiful young girl. "Father, my father," cried a richly dressed middle-aged man, desperately tugging at Huang Juan's garments. In annoyance, Huang Juan kicked the elder away, sending him crashing against a wooden pillar, his life extinguished in an instant. His body collapsing lifeless to the ground. The young girl, witnessing her father's tragic demise in his attempt to save her, trembled in despair. "Father," she cried, her voice hoarse, pleading with Huang Juan, begging for mercy. Yet Huang Juan paid no heed to her pleas, shamelessly leaning in to kiss the girl's delicate neck. At that moment, Zui arrived, landing gracefully before Huang Juan. Infuriated by his despicable actions, her blood boiled with righteous fury. As she drew her sword from its sheath, she shouted, "Remove your foul mouth. You audacious villain, with the bright moon above, how dare you brazenly assault a virtuous woman and endanger innocent lives? Prepare to meet your end." The green-clad woman, Cui, filled with righteous indignation upon witnessing an injustice, swiftly advanced with a fierce determination. With a powerful strike reminiscent of the legendary Huashan, she wielded her sword, cutting through the chilling winds towards the audacious Huang Juan. Ancient wisdom cautions against three vices: the allure of flowers, the intoxication of wine, and the perils of gambling. To gamble is to invite poverty, while to succumb to desire can lead to one's downfall. Chapter 68. The enraged beauty in a fit of rage. Cui's voice echoed as she approached, her sword gleaming with a cold light, poised to strike down upon Huang Juan. The villains present were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the green-clad woman, some thinking to themselves, "By heavens, she is truly fearless. Who dares to stir trouble in the presence of the formidable?" But upon closer inspection, they realized that the fearless woman's sword was already descending towards Huang Juan's head with the speed of lightning and the force of a raging flood. The onlookers broke into a cold sweat, their mouths agape, yet unable to warn their leader. "Beware, the sword is upon you." Huang Juan was not unaware of Cui's arrival or her lethal sword strike. However, he, overconfident in his prowess, thought himself invincible. With a disdainful smirk, he leaned forward and pressed his lips against the delicate neck of the young woman in his grasp, casting her aside just in time to evade the deadly blow. Majestic king, unmatched in martial prowess, his sycophantic followers shouted in encouragement. Huang Juan, believing in his unparalleled skills, had dismissed the newcomer entirely. Little did he expect the rapidity and ferocity of Cui's attack. After narrowly escaping the lethal strike, he was drenched in cold sweat. Turning back in alarm to regard the green-clad woman, he thought to himself, what audacity, what remarkable speed. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, Cui's second strike, aimed low and deadly, was upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly sidestepped, his heart swelling with delight as he thought, what an incredibly enchanting and captivating young lady. At this moment, he called out, "Dear sister, please, hold your hand." Cui, momentarily taken aback by Huang Juan's plea, halted her advance. Her gaze fixed upon him in astonishment, pondering, is he referring to me as his sister? As she stood there, bewildered, Huang Juan, with a bow and a smile, exclaimed, "Ah, I thought it was someone else, but it seems you are the one, dear sister." Huang Juan, lost in his own fanciful notions, laughed heartily. Convinced that he was destined to have a beautiful companion by his side, he believed that no woman could resist his charms, and he was certain that the lady before him would be no exception. But what of Cui? Despite her outward fury, upon catching sight of Huang Juan's handsome visage, her heart fluttered unexpectedly, and she found herself inquiring, "Who are you to call me sister?" Huang Juan, with a playful grin, exclaimed, "Brother, do you not recognize me? I am Huang Juan, the immortal guest from Wushan, the master of the peach blossom paradise." Upon hearing this shameless proclamation from the brazen young man, Chui's fleeting fondness dissipated entirely. Interrupting Huang Juan's self-flattery, she frostily demanded, "Silence. Are you truly Huang Juan?" "Indeed, that is I," he replied, delighting in the serendipity of his encounter. "What a stroke of luck to find you, the notorious Huang Juan, the embodiment of wickedness. I have sought you in vain. Yet today, you have ventured into my grasp. You shall pay with your life." With a fiery temperament, Chui, before finishing her declaration, brandished her sword and lunged at Huang Juan. The arrogant Huang Juan, believing his silver tongue could avert any crisis, felt a rush of satisfaction until he noticed the fury etched upon Chui's face. Although he feigned indifference, he braced himself for battle. In the face of imminent peril, Huang Juan's treacherous tongue remained active as he cautiously inquired, "Oh dear sister, why the anger? Is it because I have neglected you? I know you have been shedding tears in search of me, your heart heavy with longing through the lonely nights." He continued, "Fear not, for I am a man of passion, willing to share with you the beauty of this world." As he spoke, Huang Juan nimbly evaded the swift strikes of Chui's 18 styles of the Han Wang sword. Angered by his lewd remarks, Chui hastened her assault, retorting, "Bah! You are utterly shameless. Even in the face of death, you remain oblivious. Mark my words, this time next year will be your memorial. Perish." Chui's swordsmanship was impeccable, each move more ferocious than the last. Each strike aimed to claim his soul. Yet Huang Juan was no ordinary foe, accustomed to a life on the edge. He recognized that Chui was not to be underestimated. Realizing that prolonging the battle would lead to his humiliation, he decided that retreat was the wisest course. With Wu Shan as his backing, there was no need to risk his life in combat. As he evaded a lethal thrust from Chui's heart-seeking blade, he called out, "Ha! My dear sister, it appears I am no match for you. But fear not, the mountains remain, and we shall meet again." With that, he deftly ascended to the roof of the inn, his laughter echoing as he distanced himself. In the wilderness, Chui, emboldened by her desire for victory, relentlessly pursued him. With a swift leap, she climbed to the rooftop in pursuit of the shadow ahead. The two figures shot across the sky like falling stars, one ahead of the other. The leading star suddenly landed, while the pursuer descended 8 feet away. The first star, Huang Juan, turned with a grin, saying, "Oh, my charming sister. Do you find it hard to part with this handsome brother? Our hearts align under the moonlit sky." Without allowing him to finish, the second star, Chui, seethed with rage, pointing her sword at him, exclaiming, "You are no human. You are nothing but a hairless beast." Huang Juan was not angered, for he had grown so accustomed to the countless insults hurled at him daily that his ears had nearly developed calluses. With a habitual smile, he remarked, "Ah, fair maiden, though you possess beauty, your words lack charm. Pray, open your eyes and behold, is there such a striking creature as I in this world? Fool." In her fury, Chui found herself both amused and incensed by Huang Juan's shamelessness. She laughed at his audacity, but was enraged by his comparison to beasts, retorting, "Huang Juan, you are truly worse than a pig or a dog. Life is not worth living." Still chuckling, Huang Juan replied, "Spicy maiden, have you finished your tirade? If you have more to say, feel free to continue. Once you are done, I suggest you return home to bear children. Do not presume I fear you. I am merely showing you courtesy because I find you appealing. I choose to hold my tongue, not out of fear, but respect. Prepare yourself." Unable to contain her fury any longer, Chui lunged at Huang Juan with her sword. Sensing her fierce determination, Huang Juan knew a deadly confrontation was inevitable. He suppressed his laughter and sternly declared, "Mad woman, since you refuse my goodwill, I shall make you aware of the consequences of antagonizing me." With that, the esteemed guest from Wushan felt his complexion pale, a sinister intent emerging as he stepped forward, gracefully gliding into position. Chui did not respond. Her heart and sword moved as one. As she unleashed the Han Wang sword technique, the ominous aura enveloped Huang Juan even before the blade reached him. Huang Juan, taken aback, swiftly drew a specially crafted folding fan and exclaimed, "The 8 forms of Han Wang. You have yet to hear the rest of my words." But before he could finish, the Han Wang sword descended with a force akin to an avalanche, striking, thrusting, sliding, dragging, and cleaving, an onslaught reminiscent of a tempest aimed directly at Huang Juan. Swallowing his words, he focused on executing his peculiar fan technique, engaging in combat with Chui. Observing from the sidelines, Huang Juan's henchmen hesitated to join the fray, retreating to avoid drawing attention from their master. They feared that revealing their lack of skill in the face of Huang Juan's prowess would jeopardize their livelihoods. Better to be slain by their own lord than by a woman, as the outcome of the duel was uncertain. Resolving to remain hidden, they took refuge in the shadows. Adhering to the adage, one should repay kindness and never mock those who hold power, Unbeknownst to them, the moon continued to shine on the west chamber, oblivious to the turmoil below. Chapter 69. The Awakening of Springtime Affection. Amidst the fierce battle, Huang Juan gazed at the green-clad woman before him, not only struck by her striking beauty, but also impressed by her formidable skills. To claim her as his own would be a stroke of astounding fortune. As this thought crossed his mind, he reflected on his band of lackeys. He bore no ill will toward them for not joining the fight today. He understood that each additional person would only lead to more casualties. In such perilous circumstances, they were mere pawns, fodder for bloodshed. As he fought, Huang Juan mused, "By heavens, I thought she was but a naive novice, yet she possesses remarkable prowess, especially with that sword. Oh dear, this little woman should not be underestimated. Not only is she a beauty, but she is also a femme fatale. Alas, how gravely I misjudged her. My error is indeed unforgivable." Upon contemplating the matter, he dared not allow his mind to wander. While engaging in combat, his heart yearned for escape. Escape? How difficult it is. The beautiful Cui had resolved to eliminate the wretched man who dared to humiliate her to her face, seeking vengeance for herself and for the unfortunate souls who had suffered. However, despite her relentless efforts, she could not subdue Huang Juan after 100 exchanges, and a sense of urgency began to gnaw at her. How could this be? This was her first encounter with a formidable adversary in the Central Plains. Had her martial skills indeed deteriorated? Otherwise, how could she fail to grasp such a slippery eel? No, her father had once proclaimed that her abilities were exceptional. She had faith in her father's words. She would surely kill him. A dark thought surged within Cui, and Huang Juan found himself in dire straits. Normally confident in his invincibility, today he faced the daughter of a deadly assassin, a notion he could scarcely fathom and was reluctant to accept. Encountering her was an unexpected turn of events. A wise man avoids immediate peril. If he cannot win, he must flee. With this in mind, Huang Juan's cunning eyes darted about, devising an escape. Though he contemplated fleeing, he did not loosen his grip on his accomplice. In a moment of distraction, he reached for an object at his waist, a shiny item the size of a chicken egg, and hurled it towards Cui while shouting, "Catch this concealed weapon." In the heat of battle, Cui heard the shout and saw the gleaming object hurtling toward her face. She momentarily disregarded Huang Juan, swiftly maneuvering her sword to intercept it. The clash resonated with a crisp sound, and sparks flew in all directions. The cunning Huang Juan had already leapt into the air, vanishing in an instant. Upon inspection, Cui discovered that the shattered object was not a concealed weapon but a priceless jewel. "That sly rogue," Cui exclaimed in frustration. Searching for Huang Juan, she found him nowhere to be seen. Determined to maintain her composure, she listened intently. She discerned the sound of fabric rustling in the southwestern winds. Looking up, she spotted a figure darting through the air and shouted, "Thief, you shall not escape. Leave your life behind." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Cui pointed her sword skyward, leveraging its power to ascend and pursue the shadow ahead. The band of thieves, hidden in the shadows, watched as their leader fled toward their lair. None dared linger. They unleashed their skills and pursued relentlessly. Cui, resolute in her quest for victory, would not allow Huang Juan to escape. In a desperate bid for safety, Huang Juan exerted every ounce of strength to flee, while Cui pursued him with fervor. Yet, despite her relentless chase, a certain distance remained between them, making escape exceedingly difficult. They were locked in a stalemate, each equally matched, neither gaining the upper hand. As Cui chased, she pondered the thief's remarkable skills. Although she considered herself quite adept, the thief's speed was not inferior to her own. Such a villain must be eliminated. Otherwise, how many innocent women would suffer misfortune? In that moment, she was reminded that she too was a woman. The mindset of a woman is often the same. They wish to entrust everything to a man they deem trustworthy and capable. So who is that man? What does he look like? Where does he reside? What is his name? All the women, with their bright, sparkling eyes, are each in search of their own aspirations. Certainly not for someone like Huang Juan. None of them is willing to sell or even trample upon that precious, invaluable part of themselves. This, indeed, epitomizes the virtue of women. This embodies their chastity. They meticulously safeguard and protect it, even willing to defend it with their fragile lives. This sacred space that belongs to themselves and their beloved. Such is the reverence for virtuous women, the embodiment of purity. Is it not true? Cui believes that apart from being a tad selfish, she bears no difference from men. Indeed, why else would it be concealed in such a hidden place? Beyond that, whatever men can achieve, women can equally attain. There are numerous examples of women excelling in all realms, and she possesses this confidence. As she contemplates this, a surge of anger ignites within her, and a fierce determination takes hold. For the sake of her privacy and the dignity of her sisters, she vows to eliminate the villain before her. Seeking vengeance for those who have been wronged, to rid the world of this scourge, Cui pursues the fleeing Huang Juan, her mind swirling with thoughts about the kind of man deserving of her trust and affection, the one who can claim that most vulnerable part of her. The mere thought of it sends her heart racing, and a warmth rises to her cheeks, causing her pace to falter. She chides herself, silly girl. How foolish to dwell on such thoughts. After a moment of self-reproach, her spirits begin to settle. Glancing ahead, she notices Huang Juan's figure receding further into the distance, urging her to hasten her pursuit. As she runs, the thoughts that she had temporarily set aside resurface. She smiles, a captivating, enchanting smile, for she is indeed beautiful. Yes, beautiful women possess strong personalities, but often face many trials. As the saying goes, beauty brings calamity, leading to the notion of short-lived beauty. To beautiful women, she implores, do not take pride in mere appearances, do not chase after vanity. Instead, seek a true-hearted man who can genuinely understand and cherish you. Cui smiles not for her beauty, but because she believes her actions are righteous. Women should understand one another and strive to support each other. Their thoughts are alike. And she wishes no harm to others, nor does she wish to be harmed in return. Cui reflects on her choices, convinced that she is in the right. Even in the presence of her parents, she believes they would not oppose her actions. This realization bolsters her courage, quickening her pace as she endeavors to capture this beast who degrades women. She muses, love between men and women should be mutual, yet you, Huang Juan, impose your will upon others. The memory of being forced sends a shiver down her spine, igniting her fury. Indeed, unwillingness is a source of shame, a mere tool for others' gratification. As Cui pondered, her anger grew. She was incensed by those women who could not defend themselves. Why did they not seek a beloved to shield them from indignity? Indeed, upon reflecting on this, Cui could not help but chuckle, for she was laughing at herself. Who would come to her aid? There is a saying, a man dies for his confidant. A woman beautifies herself for the one she cherishes. Chapter 70. The beautiful maiden's trap. Wushan, a place of profound beauty and abundant resources, is enveloped by mountains and rivers, a hidden realm of dragons and tigers. As the sun rose, illuminating the earth with its golden light, Cui, having spent the night without a wink of sleep, stepped into the dawn's glow and beheld the frantic figure of Huang Juan, the celestial guest of Wushan, racing ahead. Huang Juan, pursued relentlessly by Cui, found himself in a most disheveled state, shedding his armor as he fled, without regard for the mud or water beneath his feet, nor the condition of the road. He ran for dear life. As he sprinted, he thought to himself, damn that girl. Today I have fallen victim to a woman. Can't she keep up? Humph. I shall make her regret this chase. Resolute, he ascended a mountain peak. This mountain, overgrown with wild grasses and strewn with peculiar stones, echoed with the roars of tigers and lions amidst its towering ancient trees. Shrouded in mist, the mountain concealed itself within the clouds, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland, if only one were to venture into its depths. Cui, fueled by indignation and determination, followed Huang Juan into the heart of the mountains. She observed the undulating hills, each connected to the next, with lush trees casting shade, fragrant flowers wafting in the air, colorful butterflies fluttering, and busy bees buzzing. Wild chickens and rabbits scurried about, and nameless birds sang from the branches. Feeling invigorated, she recognized her surroundings. Indeed, she had been here before. This was Huang Juan's lair in Wushan. Affirming her thoughts, she pressed on with renewed vigor. Wushan was Huang Juan's stronghold. Cui was well aware of this, yet she also understood that there were hidden traps lurking nearby, which is why she did not charge in recklessly. Today, she believed that with Huang Juan leading the way, she would be safe from danger, and she aimed to capture him before encountering any ambushes. This was the very reason for her heightened determination. Cui's intentions were noble and well-founded. She wished to seize Huang Juan in one decisive effort, eliminating any future threats. However, she was mistaken and rather naive, underestimating Huang Juan. He was no ordinary man. One could say he was a formidable figure in the world. As a true hero, he was neither a coward nor a fool to be easily captured. He had anticipated her thoughts, skillfully devising strategies and employing cunning methods befitting a leader. A hero would never be foolish enough to invite danger into his own home, creating chaos within. Huang Juan's actions today were not born of folly. Rather, they were purposeful, akin to the ancient tactic of waiting for the prey to stumble into a trap, digging a pit to ensnare tigers and leopards, casting bait to lure in golden fish. Cui, in her fanciful delusions, believed she had outsmarted him. thinking that Huang Zhuan was afraid and would retreat into the sanctuary of his stronghold like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. As Cui Cui ventured deeper into the mountains, anxious and desperate to catch up, Huang Zhuan suddenly let out 3 piercing howls, which echoed like the roar of a tiger or lion, reverberating through the valley. The sound resonated back like a stampede of 1,000 horses, akin to the wails of ghosts and wolves. Upon hearing this terrifying noise, Cui Cui abruptly halted her frantic pace, coming to a standstill. After his howls, Huang Zhuan continued to run, and upon covering a distance of 50 paces, he sensed that no one was pursuing him. He halted, turned to look back, and saw Cui Cui standing foolishly some 50 or 60 paces away. He exhaled a sigh of relief and, with a mocking tone, called out to her, "Hey, you headstrong girl, why have you stopped chasing? Come on, are you too scared to continue?" Cui Cui remained silent, standing there to catch her breath and contemplate. The brazen Huang Zhuan, emboldened by his perceived advantage, opened his mouth without restraint and, with a smirk, taunted, "You foolish girl, I know you have developed feelings for me, but I do not reciprocate. You've chased me for half the night, huh? Have you looked in the mirror? Your face is riddled with blemishes, hair sprouting from them, and a constant stream of filth beneath, so utterly unattractive. I would never want you, so why not just go back?" His words stoked the flames of anger within Cui Cui, prompting her to shout, "Huang Zhuan, you are no better than a pig or a dog. Do you dare to face me in a fight? You're nothing but a coward." With a sardonic smile, Huang Zhuan sauntered towards her, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he uttered lewd remarks. "Oh, you truly are shameless. You call me a coward, yet you've never experienced my prowess. How can you judge my manhood?" He concluded with a triumphant laugh. Cui Cui, infuriated by Huang Zhuan's audacity, felt her face flush with rage, her lips turning purple as she gritted her teeth in fury, vowing, "You scoundrel, I shall not rest until I have your blood." Before she could finish her declaration, she swiftly drew her sword and lunged at the self-satisfied Huang Zhuan. Taken aback by her fiery temperament, he turned and fled for his life. Fueled by a dizzying mix of anger and determination, Cui Cui disregarded the peril surrounding her, fixated solely on capturing the loathsome Huang Zhuan. As she closed the distance between them, her unease grew, for she now beheld the imposing wall ahead. Huang Zhuan leaped onto the wall, turned around, and laughed derisively at the approaching Cui Cui, his laughter dripping with arrogance and mockery. In contrast, Cui Cui recognized that Huang Zhuan had reached a point of refuge, akin to a tiger in the mountains or a bird returning to its nest, making it exceedingly difficult to apprehend him. In her exasperation, she shouted, "You cowardly thief! You've become a turtle hiding in its shell. Yet you still have the audacity to laugh. Bah! If you were a real man, come face me in a duel of 300 rounds." Huang Zhuan, still laughing, after a hearty chuckle, whistled and declared with a smug grin, "You foolish girl, you think you can challenge me to 300 rounds? Huh! I have no intention of engaging you in a fight. Upon your arrival here, it is akin to entering a den of dragons and tigers. You wish to leave, yet cannot. You desire to enter, yet are barred. I shall ensnare you here until your demise. Ha ha! To perish in my secluded paradise would be a fitting end for you, young lady with golden locks. Unaware of your own limitations, you dare to confront me. Humph. Do as you please." Cui Cui, unable to endure this insult, brandished her sword and strode toward the wall. Huang Zhuan, standing atop the wall, stamped his foot, causing a myriad of short swords to fly forth from the base of the wall, while numerous poison needles shot from the crevices, all aimed at Cui Cui. Startled, she swung her sword to deflect the incoming projectiles and leaped backward. Before she could firmly plant her feet, the ground beneath her rumbled and caved in, creating a vast pit, sending her scrambling towards a nearby tree in fright. Huang Zhuan laughed heartily from his vantage point, taunting, "Golden-haired girl, do you think you are safe hiding in that tree? Look down." Compelled by his provocation, Cui Cui glanced downward, only to witness countless 5-colored snakes emerging from the pit, some mere inches in length, while others stretched over 10 feet. The larger serpents bared their crimson tongues, aiming directly at the tree where Cui Cui sought refuge. The sight sent chills down her spine, and as she beheld the slithering creatures, memories of the traps laid in the Qiong Pavilion of the South Sea flooded her mind. She pondered, could these two scenarios be crafted by the same hand? If so, one misstep could cost me my life. Though fear gripped her heart, Cui Cui remained resolute, certain that the current predicament would not best her. She cast a glance at the approaching serpents, then surveyed her surroundings. A flicker of hope ignited within her as she gracefully descended from the tree to a spot she deemed secure. Lightly testing the ground with her right foot and finding it stable, she steadied herself and launched toward another location. repeating this maneuver 6 or 7 times until she felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a triumphant laugh, she pointed her sword at Huang Juan and scolded. "Young rascal, do you truly believe your trifling skills can outwit your aunt?" Huh. Huang Juan, taken aback by Cui Chui's escape, was filled with astonishment. He mused, "Who is this woman? How does she possess knowledge of the traps here? Is she connected to someone I know? Could she be the bane of my existence? Am I doomed to fall to her?" Yet, as he reflected further, he concluded it was improbable. He had heard no tales of a male or female apprentice in her company, nor had he encountered anyone speaking of her. Perhaps this was mere coincidence. She may have been enlightened by an outsider, recognizing the traps on the periphery. But the myriad of mechanisms within my paradise is the culmination of the white-haired old monster's life work. He had long warned me that as long as I remained vigilant, none could breach his defenses. The immortal guest of Wushan, Huang Juan, remained steadfast in his belief that she would never gain entry, for many self-proclaimed masters of the art had perished here. And countless arrogant martial artists had come to seek justice, only to meet their untimely ends. With this thought, he laughed boisterously. "Ah, it seems I, Huang Juan, have misjudged you. I, Huang Juan, am like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a true immortal descending to the mortal realm. Since you can discern the traps, dare you enter my paradise?" Cui Chui, undeterred, retorted, "Who fears you? You shall not escape." With that declaration, she sprang into action, launching herself directly at Huang Juan, who swiftly evaded into the courtyard. Titsue, upon failing to locate Huang Juan, was about to land in the spot where he had stood, when without warning, countless concealed projectiles erupted from both sides of the wall. Flies, poison needles, and short arrows, as if guided by a predestined eye, were aimed at her. Realizing the imminent danger, Tang deftly maneuvered through the air, evading the onslaught, but wherever she sought to land, more projectiles ensued, forcing her to abandon the confines of the wall and descend to what she believed was a safer ground. Perspiration beaded on her brow as she narrowly escaped peril. "Oh dear, is this truly a matter of life and death?" she exclaimed. "It is said, those who presume too much often fall prey to miscalculation. And peril lurks even when one remains untroubled. Since time immemorial, who among us has not faced death? Yet, the legacy of virtue endures in the hearts of men." Chapter 71. The deceived maiden, having lost sight of her target, Huang Juan, circled the walls, following her own faintly marked trail, resembling a headless grasshopper as she leaped about. Each attempt to scale the wall was thwarted by the relentless projectiles. Eventually, she arrived at the entrance, where the gatehouse stood resplendently restored, adorned with a plaque proclaiming Peach Blossom Land, its characters robust and powerful. As she gazed upon the architectural elegance of the abode, she could not help but exclaim, "What a splendid place!" In the distance, verdant mountains and lush trees painted the landscape, while closer to her, blossoms carpeted the ground, and meandering streams sang sweetly, accompanied by the chirping of wild birds. Her heart warmed at the sight of deer frolicking in the hills and monkeys swinging through the trees, heralding peace. In this enchanting vista, Tsue's thoughts drifted to her own home in the South Sea, her parents, and their earnest admonitions. Yet, despite the beauty surrounding her, she could not shake her disdain for its current inhabitant. How can Huang Juan, with no merit, claim such a paradise for himself? Such a noble sanctuary should not be tainted by a rogue. With this thought, she unleashed a torrent of invectives at the grand gate, cursing from dawn until noon. Yet not a soul appeared to heed her cries. Each charge was met with a barrage of projectiles that forced her back, leaving her in a state of frantic agitation. By midday, wearied and parched from her tirade, she turned towards the stream, guided by the markers along her path. Spotting fish swimming in the clear waters, she knelt and scooped some up, knowing the water was untainted. After washing her hands and face, she took several sips, only to feel her stomach grumble in protest. How embarrassing. Are you hungry? She thought to herself. Indeed, she was. After a night and half a day without sustenance, and having traversed hundreds of miles, hunger was inevitable. Desperate for food, she surveyed her surroundings, but apart from mountains and trees, there was no village in sight. What shall I eat? Suddenly, the sound of a call pierced her thoughts, and she sprang towards it with renewed vigor. There, she captured a plump mountain chicken. With a grin, she addressed her feathery captive. Alas, it seems we must collaborate. Your survival means my hunger. Upon her utterance, she sought a place she deemed secure to slay the fowl. Gathering some dry twigs to kindle a fire, igniting them with a matchstick to roast the mountain chicken. The sizzling bird emitted an enticing aroma. Thus, Cui endured hunger while roasting the chicken, succumbed to fatigue and rested, and vented her frustrations with curses, day after day passing for 5 or 6 days. During this time, Huang Juan remained immobile within the peach garden, indifferent to Cui Chui's insults and taunts. For he was well provided with feasts when hunger struck and could sleep soundly when weariness overcame him. This, however, rendered Cui in a state of despair outside the gates. She charged forth repeatedly, only to be thwarted time and again. The peach garden was fortified like a bastion, with traps and hidden weapons lurking at every turn, a relentless barrage of arrows and stones. Cui, feeling helpless, began to entertain thoughts of surrender. One morning, after washing her hands and face at a stream, she pondered, "What am I doing? Having lingered here for so long, I have achieved nothing. Not only have I failed to slay Huang Juan, but I cannot even breach the gates of the peach garden. If this continues, am I not inviting my own misery?" Resolute, she decided to depart and devise a new strategy to capture him. As she prepared to leave, she chanced upon Huang Juan leisurely exiting the gates of the peach garden. Observing him silently, she sprang forth with the agility of a cat, darting directly at him. Though Huang Juan refrained from engaging her in battle within the confines of the garden, he kept a watchful eye on her every movement. Over the past few days, he had discerned her intention to descend the mountain. Today, he emerged not only to entice her to persist in her pursuit, as her beauty had profoundly captivated him, but also to tantalize her with a sense of dilemma, ultimately serving his own ends. With this in mind, he executed his plan. Standing at the gate, he heard the sound of Chui's swift approach, abruptly turning to draw out a folding fan to meet her. Without uttering a word, they clashed, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows for 50 rounds. Huang Juan feigned a retreat and leapt into the sanctuary of the garden, bowing with a smile. He said, "My apologies, I find myself famished. Please wait outside for a moment. After I have dined, I shall engage you in another 300 rounds. With that, he clapped his hands, summoning a bevy of elegantly dressed women who brought forth dishes and drinks, arranging tables and chairs. As they set the scene, one of the women presented him with a damp towel, which he accepted to wipe his hands before carelessly discarding it, a nearby woman catching it deftly. Cui witnessed this spectacle, her fury mounting. She bent down to seize a stone, hurling it towards the table laden with food and drink. Yet, before the stone could near its target, Huang Juan intercepted it effortlessly, turning to his attendants with a grin, instructing, "Step back." The women retreated 20 paces, and Huang Juan gestured for them to place the table down again. Settling himself amid the spread, he chuckled, "Oh, you outside, old beggar woman. If you possess strength, exert it fully. Let us see if your stone can reach my table." Huang Juan, after finishing his words, raised his filled cup and drank deeply. Outside, Cui found herself powerless, gazing longingly yet helplessly at the elegant figure of Huang Juan, adorned in a snow-white hat and a flowing robe. Though her heart simmered with frustration, it was intertwined with an indescribable sentiment, stirring within her burgeoning emotions a complex blend of love and hate. She mused, "Oh, Huang Juan, why must you be a scoundrel? Why do you betray love? Why do you cause such harm?" Human nature is indeed perplexing. It can give rise to entirely new concepts under different circumstances. Emotions are a defining trait of humanity, and who can deny their richness? Cui is no exception. She pursued Huang Juan to Wushan, where the very environment, every blade of grass and tree, seemed to resonate with her, rich in poetic charm. In her heart, Huang Juan was both deserving of punishment and yet steeped in ambiguity, fostering seeds of affection that overshadowed her disdain, replaced by a burgeoning hope. Huang Juan, a paragon among men, possessed a deftness in dealing with women, fully aware of Cui's intricate feelings. Their daily banter was a blend of playful combat and sumptuous feasts. When fatigue set in, they would sit across from one another, engaging in a subtle exchange of thoughts while remaining non-intrusive. Thus, days turned into weeks, and their interactions led to a profound transformation within them. With ulterior motives, Huang Juan invited her to dine with him. Initially resolute in her refusal of unsolicited offerings, she gradually conceded, finding the taste of his hospitality far superior to starvation. Huang Juan extended an invitation to explore his paradise, and she accepted, immersing herself in the experience. He then suggested she reside within this idyllic retreat, and she chose a secluded courtyard, regardless of her motives, thus making her home there. Huang Juan, a master of persuasion, delighted her daily with culinary delights and engaging tales. He recounted stories of the martial world, revealing details about her father, Gai Tianli, and the exploits of the renowned swordsman, Jin Mao Hu. While she was prepared for the revelations about her father, the tales of Jin Mao Hu struck her deeply, leading her to believe he was the one she sought, worthy of standing beside her as an equal. The name of Jin Mao Hu etched itself into her heart, compelling her to insist that Huang Juan hasten to find the swordsman, as she yearned to confront him in a duel. Huang Juan too sought Jin Maohu, not to engage in a friendly contest of skills, but to exact revenge, for the swordsman had ruthlessly slain his close companions. Their mutual intentions aligned, and thus, Huang Juan and Cui swiftly descended from Wushan to seek Jin Maohu. Yet, as Cui left the mountain, she unwittingly boarded a treacherous vessel led by Huang Juan, whose sinister intentions slowly encroached upon her unsuspecting self. This is reminiscent of the adage, before the cicada stirs, the golden wind is already aware. The unsuspecting fall prey to the unpredictable, while the opportunist reaps the rewards. Chapter 72. The beautiful victim in the Hall of Chong'an. The insidious and malevolent Huang Juan deceived Cui into coming to Chong'an, luring her into the company of the morally ambiguous Wu Yi. Firstly, Huang Juan sought Wu Yi's counsel on how to eliminate the curved sword. Secondly, with the mindset of a victor, he intended to flaunt the beauty Cui before Wu Yi. The cunning Wu Yi, upon witnessing the two uninvited guests, was so elated that he nearly lost composure. Hearing Huang Juan extol the prowess of Cui, he was reminded of her true identity upon seeing her Han Wang sword, confirming her formidable nature, which made her a figure not to be trifled with. He had no desire to provoke her or to offend her. Rather, he wished to utilize her sword to fulfill his own ambitions, regardless of Cui's lineage. The urgent matter at hand for Wu Yi was to eliminate the curved sword hero, Jin Maohu. The fact that someone had volunteered for such a task was precisely what Wu Yi desired. While hosting a banquet for the two, the deranged Wu Yi secretly drugged Cui's drink with a colorless and tasteless substance that would elicit no immediate reaction. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting Cui, she fell prey to this villainous scheme. After consuming the wine, the conspirators conspired on how to locate and kill the curved sword hero, discussions that Cui inadvertently overheard. Distressed by their intentions that contradicted her own, she excused herself under the pretense of needing the restroom and made her way outside the hall. As she walked, she pondered why these two harbored such hatred for the curved sword hero and sought to kill him. It was imperative that she relay this information to the hero so he could take precautions. Feigning nonchalance, she returned to the hall, where Wu Yi greeted her with insincere flattery. "Miss Cui, are you looking to find the curved sword hero for a duel?" Cui, with a puzzled expression, nodded in response. The curved sword hero was indeed a formidable character, clad in white, wielding his curved sword with the courage to face thousands, effortlessly severing heads within 100 paces. "Were you afraid?" Cui shook her head confidently, unperturbed. The curved sword hero is elusive, a dragon seen only in fleeting glimpses. Finding him is akin to scaling the heavens. Wu Yi exclaimed. "Then how can one find him?" Cui inquired eagerly. "I possess a method you might dare to try." He replied. "What is this method? Please enlighten me." She urged impatiently. "This method is both ancient and practical. You shall impersonate the curved sword hero." Cui was bewildered by this suggestion. "Impersonate the curved sword hero?" She echoed, confused. "Indeed, my method is foolproof," Wu Yi declared with a cunning glint in his eyes. Speaking with an air of undeniable authority, Huang Juan, who had been quietly listening, recognized Wu Yi's treachery but remained silent. However, seeing Cui's willingness to proceed, he felt a twinge of concern. Wu Yi, noticing Huang Juan's unease, reassured him, "Do not worry, young brother. Miss Cui will be safe. Do you not trust my intentions? Of course, I hold you in high regard, but what of the curved sword hero?" Huang Juan cautiously probed, attempting to navigate the situation with subtlety. Rest assured, we have skilled artisans aplenty here. Crafting a curved sword is no challenge at all. Who is Wu Yi, you may ask? Huang Juan's tricks are mere child's play in Wu Yi's presence, as Wu Yi effortlessly severed Huang Juan's retreat. Yet, how much time shall this take? Huang Juan, undeterred, added another remark. 3 days, 3 days shall suffice. Wu Yi replied with unwavering certainty. 3 days later, Wu Yi summoned Huang Juan's beloved Cui to the hall, presenting her with the curved sword. As she accepted it and examined the weapon, she remarked with a smile. "This is the curved sword? Is this ragged weapon truly what a curved sword hero wields?" Wu Yi, with a mysterious grin, replied, "My dear Miss Cui, your words are misguided. The prowess of a master does not depend on the sharpness of their weapon. It lies in the manner of its wielding." At that moment, Cui was preoccupied with thoughts of meeting the golden-furred tiger and did not delve into Wu Yi's words. She simply stated, "Very well. I shall take this sword and return it on another day." Wu Yi, with a sly smile, ordered a plain outfit to be presented. "Miss Cui, you must don this attire to truly resemble a curved sword hero." Upon inspection, Cui found the exquisite snow-white satin garments to be finely crafted and laughed, saying, "You have gone to such expense, Master Wu." "Not at all," he replied, It is my honor to assist a beautiful lady, is it not? Master of the Peach Blossom Garden? Huang Juan, with a hint of jealousy, jested from the side, concealing his discontent. Cui adorned herself in the garments and left Wu's residence, journeying north with Huang Juan to fulfill their dark intentions. Following the cunning guidance of the treacherous Wu Yi, Huang Juan manipulated Cui into committing murder and wreaking havoc, using her as an unwitting instrument of vengeance against the martial arts community, a scapegoat for his own malevolence. As Huang Juan descended into a frenzied bloodbath, he received Wu Yi's order to cease the operation, which dismantled Cui's control over her and relieved her from the drug's influence. Why was this action terminated? It was revealed that during Huang Juan's indiscriminate slaughter, the astute golden-furred tiger had retaliated in kind, targeting Wu Yi's men and challenging his influence in the world of martial arts. With Huang Juan's control over Cui dissipated, she found herself no longer bound to his bidding. On a moonless night, Cui abandoned Huang Juan and embarked on her quest to locate the golden-furred tiger. Her diligence bore fruit when she finally found him. She trailed the curved sword hero to the Yisan Inn at the foot of Mount Song, where she became enamored upon seeing him, yet felt discontented by the presence of Duan Hongyu. Within the inn, she witnessed a murder executed with a poisoned dart, caught in the act by the golden-furred tiger, just as she intended to charm him with a smile. She sensed something amiss in his demeanor and seized the opportunity to evade him as he ascended the stairs in search of her. She was well aware of his nightly visits to Shaolin with Hongyu and his endeavors to recruit warriors from Shaanxi. She had orchestrated the revenge at the Locking Dragon Pagoda for her brother and faced peril along the way. Her aim was to gradually draw closer to the golden-furred tiger, hoping to evoke his compassion towards her. Little did she know that the golden-furred tiger regarded her with suspicion, his words leaving her defenseless and unable to reconcile her feelings. She found Duan Hongyu's actions intolerable, yet felt unable to voice her disdain. Nevertheless, she believed herself no less capable than Duan Hongyu, convinced she would have her chance to compete with her. However, a missed opportunity filled her with frustration. Indeed, the golden-furred tiger left only herself behind when she ventured to Luoyang. As she ground her teeth in frustration, an unexpected event unfolded. The immortal visitor from Wushan, Huang Juan, arrived with his men, seeking her at the Duolin Inn. In the inn, the irate Cui encountered Huang Juan, and their words clashed violently, escalating into a physical confrontation. The ruthless Huang Juan commanded his subordinates to slaughter everyone within the inn. With no other recourse, Cui fled the establishment, heading directly towards Luoyang. To assert dominance over the golden-furred tiger, Huang Juan demonstrated his boldness by inscribing a message on the wall of Cui's room. After venting his wrath through writing, he exited the room and burst into laughter upon seeing the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Following his laughter, he ordered his men to loot the place before departing. Desperate, Cui ran for a distance and pondered how she would explain this to the golden-furred tiger. Oh heavens! What should I do? Where should I go? She stood there in despair, reflecting on the adage that good fortune often comes in pairs, yet lamenting that fate can be cruel. Ignorance leads to a heart turned cold, as tears blurred her vision while she longed for her beloved. Chapter 73. The ingenious inquiry having satisfied her hunger and thirst. One should maintain a tranquil heart and avoid unnecessary troubles. Sacrificing life for wealth. The yellow sands stain the rush mats with blood. Families await the return that never comes. As ominous news returns of a collapsed Liang residence, leaving children without fathers and wives mourning their husbands, the elderly burying the young. Outside the escort agency. I shall not dwell on where Cui should go nor her fate. Instead, let us return to the narrative of the golden-furred tiger, the sword-wielding hero. Upon entering Luoyang, the golden-furred tiger did not hasten to the residence of Lord Liang, but led Gao Wanyong and Duan Hongyu to observe the surroundings of the escort agency. As he concentrated, he noticed faint glimmers of light emanating from within the agency, causing a surge of alarm in his heart, as he deduced that something was amiss. After observing for some time, he turned to Duan Hongyu and Gao Wanyong and asked, "What do you perceive?" Gao Wanyong strained his neck and stared intently, shaking his head like a drumstick. Although the perceptive Duan Hongyu saw nothing suspicious, she spun around and expressed, "While I see no apparent anomalies, I sense an oddity within the escort agency, as if a storm is brewing, the winds fill the building, and the sands bury beneath the drenching rain. The king of hell summons his soldiers tonight, and all the spirits are gathered within." Upon hearing Hongyu's description, the golden-furred tiger chuckled, "Sister, you speak truthfully. Today is not a propitious day, but one marked by vengeful spirits and sorrowful farewells. It is a day when children lose their fathers and women weep for their husbands. A day when the aged bury the young. Ah, the will of heaven," he declared, Let us proceed to the Liang residence to devise our plans. Duan Hongyu nodded eagerly. Indeed, let us hasten, lest we prolong our dreams into the night. The sword-wielding hero, the golden-furred tiger, nodded and took the lead, with Gao Wanyong and Duan Hongyu following closely behind. Along the way, they inquired about the Liang residence. Upon reaching the gates, the golden-furred tiger requested a letter from Gao Wanyong and approached the guard with a smile, saying, "Sir, this is a letter from Lord Gao of Xian. Kindly deliver it to Lord Liang and inform him that the second son of the Gao family seeks an audience." "Thank you." The guard accepted the letter and replied, "Please step back and wait. I will convey your message." After saying this, the guard turned and entered the residence, while the golden-furred tiger retreated to where Duan Hongyu and Gao Wanyong stood. In the grand hall of the Liang residence, a soldier stood at the entrance, calling out for those within to enter. The golden-furred tiger gently pushed Gao Wanyong forward, urging him to go ahead. With a smile, Gao Wanyong grasped his sturdy copper staff and ascended the stairs, followed closely by the golden-furred tiger and Duan Hongyu. The soldier led the way, bringing the trio to a halt at the entrance of the hall, where he shouted inside, "My lord, the guests have arrived." A voice from within responded, "Please, let them in." The soldier parted the beaded curtain and gestured to Gao Wanyong, saying, "Please enter." Without hesitation, Gao Wanyong stepped into the hall. But as the golden-furred tiger was about to follow, the soldier barred his way with an outstretched arm, stating, "You cannot enter." Upon hearing this, Gao Wanyong, who had just crossed the threshold, turned sharply, glaring and exclaiming, "You insolent fool! Have you lost your senses to dare block my elder brother?" The soldier, taken aback, quickly withdrew his arm and stepped aside, as another voice from within beckoned, "Everyone, please come in." Unperturbed, the golden-furred tiger entered the hall, which was brightly lit by wax candles. Seated in a grand chair was an elderly man, his countenance dim, gazing vacantly at Gao Wanyong as he spoke, "Esteemed nephew, you must be weary from your journey. Please, take a seat." Gao Wanyong looked at the elder with unease and asked, "Uncle Liang, are you unwell?" Liang Fuqing forced a smile, replying, "It is worse than mere illness. But enough about me. How are your parents?" Gao Wanyong clasped his fists in respect, saying, "Thank you for your concern, uncle. My parents are well." Liang Fuqing glanced at the golden-furred tiger and Duan Hongyu, pointing and inquiring, "Esteemed nephew, who are these two?" With a smile and a sparkle in his eyes, Gao Wanyong replied, "This is my benefactor, the golden-furred tiger, known as the white-robed curved sword hero. And this is my sister, Miss Duan." "Excellent. All who come here are guests. Please, sit and converse," Liang Fuqing encouraged. The golden-furred tiger and Duan Hongyu exchanged bows and took their seats. Liang Fuqing then said, "Esteemed nephew, how did this curved sword become your benefactor? I have heard your speech is impeded. Where has that gone?" Gao Wanyong set his copper staff beside his chair and stood up with a smile. "Uncle Liang, it was this heroic figure who cured my speech impediment. Hence he is indeed my benefactor." "Ah, I see. How delightful. Hero of the curved sword. Forgive this old man for my poor eyesight," Liang Fuqing said, bowing slightly towards the golden-furred tiger. The tiger quickly rose, returning the gesture with a smile. "You honor me. My lord, Wanyong's recovery was merely a stroke of luck, not my doing. I apologize for any disturbances caused by my presence in your esteemed residence." With a sigh, Liang Fuqing replied, "There is no need for such courtesy. Please, sit and speak freely. You are a friend and benefactor to my nephew, and your visit is not taken lightly. Alas, the timing of your arrival is unfortunate, for I am currently troubled by dire matters and cannot extend my hospitality as I would wish." A maidservant brought forth fragrant tea, and Liang Fuqing smiled wryly, saying, "Please, drink some water and eat." After sipping the fragrant tea, the golden-furred tiger spoke, "My lord, I have heard rumors of stolen official silver in Luoyang, and out of curiosity, I hope to pose a few questions to you. If I overstep, I seek your forgiveness, but I wish for your candid response, without evasion. As I seek to quell my curiosity." Liang Fuqing paused momentarily, gazing at the golden-furred tiger with sincerity, urgency, and hope, then offered a wry smile. "What specific matters does the esteemed hero wish to inquire about?" "I shall speak candidly." "Indeed," Liang has a response, "and I express my gratitude for your trust, my lord. Is it true that the official silver was stolen?" "Absolutely, without a doubt. Such a matter is not something Liang would jest about. 500,000 taels of silver and over 20,000 taels of gold." "Precisely. Are there any clues?" "Clues, as of now, remain rather elusive." "What was the situation at that time?" "The guards stationed at the treasury were indeed caught unawares. Not a single one of the 30 soldiers on duty survived, having met their demise in a surprise attack. Investigations suggest that the bandits fled in a southwestern direction." with some of the official silver discovered at the base of the city wall. At what hour was the silver found? Alas, it is a reflection of my dereliction that the theft went unnoticed. The official silver was discovered by soldiers patrolling the city just before dawn 2 days ago. When I received the report, it was around the hour of the tiger. Upon receiving the report, did you immediately think of the treasury? At that moment, I actually did not consider it, as I pondered how the official silver could end up by the city wall. A panicked patrol rushed in to inform me that the treasury was wide open, the silver missing, and all the guards slain. This shocking news left everyone present in utter disbelief. I then recalled the official silver at the base of the wall and promptly ordered the troops to pursue the trail outside the city. However, the results were far from satisfactory. How far did the pursuing soldiers venture, and did they uncover anything? The soldiers pursued for over 200 miles, splitting into different paths. They divided into 3 routes, implying the bandits also fled in 3 directions. Indeed, the bandits initially split and then regrouped. My lord, I comprehend now. The bandits divided into 3 routes, with one group meeting their end by water. This is akin to a single phrase awakening one from a dream. Yet the eyes remain shrouded in darkness. How can one wake from a dream and still retain their life, when the dreamer was originally a celestial being? Chapter 74. In readiness, a single remark from the sword master startled Liang, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He gazed at the sword master in trepidation and extolled, Your foresight is remarkable. It is truly as you predicted. I merely speculated. It is not a matter of divine calculation. Consider this. The soldiers pursued for over 200 miles, returning empty-handed, which surely indicates they lost their target. A carriage without a target would only venture toward the waterways, where no traces would be left behind. You speak wisely. I have dispatched men to pursue along both banks of the river, yet thus far, I have not heard back from them. Jin Mao, who pondered for a moment and inquired, My lord, have you considered how many carts would be necessary to transport 500,000 taels of gold and silver? How many horses would be required to draw them? And how many individuals would be needed for the round trip? How much time would be needed to scale the city wall? Have you calculated these figures? Liang Fucheng was taken aback by Jin Mao, whose words, reflecting to himself, this individual is indeed extraordinary. Why did I not contemplate these questions more deeply? He stared at the swordmaster with newfound respect. Noticing Liang Fucheng's silence, the swordmaster chuckled, My lord, has an investigation been conducted within the city? Yes. It has been ongoing. Have any armored carriages entered or exited in the past few days? The city is under strict lockdown. No vehicles are permitted to pass through the gates. What do you imply? I believe the thieves, having stolen the treasury's silver, would not have had the opportunity to transport it hastily. Indeed, the sum of the official silver is not insignificant. This indicates that the individuals who ventured out of the city represent merely a small fraction, a deceptive illusion. The hero is correct. A substantial amount remains within the city. Please, esteemed hero, impart your wisdom to me. Jinmahu took a sip of fragrant tea and smiled, saying, Sir Liang, you are too modest. I wish to inquire about one more matter. Liang Fucheng, somewhat excited, leaned forward and replied with a smile, Please, dear hero, speak candidly. What is your opinion on the Shunnying Escort Agency? The Shunnying Escort Agency? Indeed, they have consistently adhered to the law, paying taxes dutifully, and have not engaged in any nefarious activities. Even when military personnel investigated the loss of treasury silver, they found nothing amiss. Jinmahu shook his head, exclaiming, You describe them as law-abiding citizens, but I remain unconvinced. Noticing Jinmahu's prejudice against the Shunnying Escort Agency, Liang Fucheng asked, puzzled, What do you mean, esteemed hero? With a sigh, Jinmahu expressed his despondency, saying, If that is the case, I have no further inquiries. Seeing Jinmahu's demeanor, Liang Fucheng quickly stood, bowing respectfully, and implored, Hero, do you hold me at fault? If so, I beg your forgiveness. Your foresight far exceeds my own. I humbly request your chivalrous assistance to save my family. Seeing Liang Fucheng's sincerity, Jinmahu smiled and responded, Sir, please sit. Your flattery is too much for me to bear. I believe tonight is no ordinary night. I wonder if you sense the same portent. Upon hearing this, Liang Fucheng was taken aback and eagerly replied, Hero, I am but a simpleton. Please share your thoughts. I will consider them carefully and will not let you down. The curved sword hero, Jinmahu, smiled and glanced at Duan Hongyu before addressing Liang Fucheng. Though I am of the rivers and lakes, I care deeply for the rise and fall of the nation and the safety of its people. While my capabilities are limited, I can offer a conjecture. If my estimation is correct, tonight the thieves intend to transport this consignment of gold and silver. We can turn the tables and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Should my estimation prove erroneous, even if we fail to capture the thieves or recover the lost official silver, it would still be of no detriment to you, as it would merely serve as a drill for mobilizing troops. What say you, esteemed sir? Upon hearing this, Liang Fucheng clapped his hands and laughed. Excellent. The confidence in your tone speaks volumes. Today, I shall be your vanguard. You shall be the commander. Please, issue your orders. Jin Mahu smiled and gestured dismissively, saying, Sir Liang. You need not. Liang Fucheng, believing Jin Mahu wished to decline, interrupted earnestly. Hero, when one encounters a capable individual, it is not wise to shy away from discourse. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation as the curved sword hero, and evildoers tremble at your name. Today, I am fortunate to meet you, and the citizens of the entire city are blessed. I implore you to lend your hand to save my family and the populace, to restore the official silver to the court. I earnestly hope you will not refuse. I am counting on you. Sir Liang, your words are too weighty. Since you place your trust in me, I shall share my thoughts for your consideration. The fortifications of the city remained steadfast, while troops gathered at crucial strongholds in ambush. The soldiers within the city, armed with bows and swords, hastened to align with the ambush surrounding the escort agency, instructing the hidden soldiers that if any intruders dared to enter, they were to allow passage without raising alarm. Should the sentinels atop the city walls detect an assault, they were to strike with arrows, showing no mercy, nor faltering in their resolve. Those concealed within the escort agency were similarly commanded, if anyone emerged. Their identity was irrelevant. Swift execution was mandated. This encapsulated my thoughts. Upon hearing the arrangement proposed by the swordmaster Jin Mahu, Liang Fucheng, though uncertain of its authenticity, was resolute in his response. For the sake of his family's safety, the retrieval of lost treasury funds, and his own official position, he declared, Very well. I shall adhere to your counsel and arrange everything forthwith. He added, Wherever the enemy is spotted, let fire be the signal, so we may ascertain the number of assailants. Agreed, let it be so. Come forth. Liang Fucheng called to the attendants outside, and 2 soldiers promptly entered, inquiring, What are your orders, my lord? Go instruct the cook to prepare a banquet for my guests. Qian Yi, hasten to procure horses for me, and summon all the commanding officers to assemble in the great hall without delay. Understood. The soldiers replied in unison, swiftly departing the hall. With their exit, Liang Fucheng rose and, clasping his hands in respect, said, Swordmaster, please enjoy your meal here. I must take my leave. The swordmaster Jin Mao, who also stood, returning the gesture with a smile, May tonight unfold as I foresee, aiding you in vanquishing the brigands. Liang Fucheng nodded in delight, bidding farewell to Jin Mao Hu and his companions as he hurriedly left the hall to mount his steed and depart from the residence. Jin Mao Hu, observing Liang Fucheng's retreating figure, returned to his seat, savoring a sip of fragrant tea, and remarked, Sister, do you believe tonight will unfold as I predict? Duan Hongyu replied with a cheerful smile, Brother, your foresight has always been uncanny. Surely, this time will be no different. Jin Mao Hu chuckled wryly. If I am mistaken, it would be a rather grand jest. Gao Wanyong, listening to Jin Mao Hu's astute analysis and watching Liang Fucheng's deference towards the white-clad swordmaster, felt an even greater admiration for Jin Mao Hu. Convinced he had aligned himself with the right person, he looked at Jin Mao Hu, giving him a thumbs up, and exclaimed, Brother, sister is right. There will be no error. No error? No error. Excellent, ha ha ha. As the saying goes, foresight is a gift of wisdom, discerning even the minutiae with a selfless heart. Chapter 75. Unforeseen developments. Liang Fucheng, in a flurry, exited the hall of the Liang residence, leaving behind the swordmaster Jin Mao Hu and his sister and brother. Duan Hongyu and Gao Wanyong lavished praise upon Jin Mao Hu's intellect and decisiveness, their laughter echoing within the hall, while voices from outside called to invite the swordmaster to take his seat. The trio followed the soldiers into the right side of the reception hall, where the waxen glow illuminated a table adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, the aroma enticing and mouth-watering. Jin Mao Hu and his siblings made themselves at home, indulging in the feast and sharing laughter aplenty. After the 3 had indulged in a hearty meal and drink, Jin Mao Hu and his companions returned to the hall and enjoyed a cup of tea. Suddenly, Jin Mao Hu interrupted Duan Hongyu's words, his voice heavy with urgency as he declared, The hour has passed. It is time to gather our nets. Let us venture forth and see how we can assist, and ascertain the situation with the King of Hell during his appointed hour. Duan Hongyu smiled lightly, saying, Really, in the dead of night. Do not utter words that might frighten me. With a chuckle, Jin Mao Hu rose to his feet, clasped his hands together in a gesture of apology, and said, Forgive me, sister. If that is the case, you may remain at the Liang residence. It is quite safe here. Upon hearing that she might be left behind, Duan Hongyu immediately pouted, insisting, No, I wish to help too. Very well, she exclaimed, her spirits lifted, as she promptly gathered her belongings. They each ensured their essentials were in order and informed the soldiers guarding the hall. Gentlemen, we are stepping out to attend to some matters. Please escort us. The soldiers, recognizing the esteemed guests of Lord Liang, dared not inquire about their intentions, responding only with smiles as they escorted them from the residence. Led by the skilled swordsmen Jin Maohu, Duan Hongyu, and Gao Wanyong made their way from the Liang residence, weaving through streets and alleys to evade the soldiers' gaze, until they reached a secluded spot near the Shun Ing escort agency. In hushed tones, Jin Maohu instructed Gao Wanyong, Wanyong, I entrust you with the safety of my sister. Protect her well, and do not let any mishap occur. As for me, I will infiltrate and gather intelligence on their defenses. Remain here and do not act recklessly. We must not allow the soldiers to mistake you for wrongdoers. Do you understand? Yes, Gao Wanyong affirmed. Duan Hongyu, looking at Jin Maohu with concern, cautioned, Brother, be careful. Blades and swords are unpredictable. Understood, replied the agile swordsman with a smile, as he touched the curve of his blade and ascended into the air. His ascent was peculiar, resembling a marionette lifted by an unseen string. Gao Wanyong, having never witnessed such a method of elevation, was left astounded, his tongue nearly hanging in disbelief. Duan Hongyu, watching this with a secret delight, silently commended Jin Maohu. As Jin Maohu ascended, his gaze scanned the surroundings, attentive to every movement. Upon reaching a certain height, he tilted his body and, like a flash of lightning, darted into the escort agency, landing in a relatively inconspicuous spot. He focused intently, straining to listen. Suddenly, he let out a curious exclamation, pondering, what is that sound? What sound? Jin Maohu discerned the peculiar chirping of mice, a sound that struck him as extraordinary, for it evoked memories of a certain individual. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he directed a secretive call towards the source of the sound. This secretive call was a technique taught to him by the Eastern Zhou immortal when he descended from the mountain, meant for communication with his fellow disciples. Unless one was familiar with the intricacies of their sect, outsiders would not hear it, unless deliberately summoned. This evening, Jin Maohu employed this technique for the first time, and to his delight, he received a response, an echo that mirrored his own secretive call. Elation washed over him as he realized the connection. The curved sword hero, Jin Maohu, upon first hearing the secret sound spoken by his master, used it to locate his fellow disciples, akin to reuniting with long-lost brothers born of the same mother. Although they were not blood relatives, they shared the same master in training, and despite never having met, each had already held the other in their hearts. The impending recognition filled them with joy akin to that of a groom lifting the veil from his bride's face. With a heart brimming with excitement, Jin Maohu was about to float over for a meeting when the secret sound resonated again, compelling him to remain still. Are you Jin Maohu? Indeed, and you are my third senior brother? Yes, junior brother, how do you fare? The master has sent me to assist you. Where is the master? I wish to see him. He is on the Immortal Island. Senior brother, the master is on the Immortal Island. Have you returned? Not since your departure from the island. The master conveyed through secret sound that I should assist you with a matter. Thank you, master, and thank you. Senior brother. No need for thanks, junior brother. I understand you are to aid Lord Liang in the case of the missing official silver. I have already uncovered the truth. The lost silver is hidden within this escort agency, concealed in the underground chamber beneath the west stable courtyard. You must return to the magistrate's office immediately and inform Lord Liang to send men to prioritize the security of the west courtyard. My task is complete, junior brother. We shall meet again another day. Senior brother, I still have words to share. Senior brother. No matter how fervently Jin Maohu called out, the echo of the secret sound faded away as if nothing had ever transpired. With a heavy heart, he murmured to himself, Third senior brother, why do you not meet me? I wish to know you, to embrace you, to be close to you. Why did you leave without a word? After several attempts to send out secret sounds, confirming there was no response, he gracefully departed from his hiding place and returned to the location of Duan Hongyu and Gao Wanyong. Upon the sudden arrival of Jin Maohu, Duan Hongyu's heart momentarily stilled. His first words upon landing were, Sister Hongyu, we must leave quickly to inform Lord Liang. There are new developments. Duan Hongyu and Gao Wanyong, sensing the gravity of the situation from his expression and tone, did not question the circumstances, but silently followed Jin Maohu as they stealthily made their way to the Luoyang magistrate's office. The magistrate's office was heavily fortified, with sentinels stationed both visibly and covertly, forming a formidable defense. 2 rows of guards stood at the entrance, bows drawn and swords unsheathed, their eyes sharp and vigilant. The trio was soon spotted by a watchful small leader, who called out loudly, "Who goes there? Do not advance any further. Continue, and we will shoot." Jin Mao, who quickly halted, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the small leader, he said, "Good sir, is Lord Liang present in the main hall? We have urgent matters to report. Who are you to be inquiring about Lord Liang at such an hour? Guards, seize these three. Do not let them escape." Seeing a rush of 20 to 30 soldiers armed with long spears charging forth from within, their weapons pointed threateningly at Jin Mao Hu and his companions. The tightening of bowstrings around them signaled imminent danger. Yet, Jin Mao Hu remained calm and smiled, saying, "Everyone, please remain composed. Someone must inform the Lord that Jin Mao Hu has urgent news to share, and Lord Liang will surely reward you handsomely." The soldiers advancing forward were momentarily taken aback by the words of the Jin Mao Hu, yet one of them swiftly turned and dashed towards the yamen, moving as swiftly as an arrow released from its bow. In no time, he returned, calling out loudly, "Hold your hands. The Jin Mao Hu is a guest of Lord Liang. I invite the swordmaster Jin Mao Hu." The surrounding soldiers, hearing this clearly, sheathed their drawn swords and stepped back to the sides. The guard at the door clasped his hands and said, "We were unaware he was a guest of Lord Liang. We apologize for the offense. My lord invites you. Please follow me." Chapter 76. Closing the door to the dog in the Luoyang Yamen. There is an old saying, "The people follow the law, like grass follows the wind." Once the guards received Lord Liang's permission, they swiftly sheathed their swords, stepping back into their positions, while the gate guards stood solemnly to the sides. The swordmaster Jin Mao Hu observed this display of military discipline, reflecting on the 8 characters that signify commands as resolute as mountains, nodding in quiet admiration. He contemplated his solitary struggle, realizing that his random strikes lacked focus, leading to inevitable oversights. To alter his current predicament, he needed to devise a comprehensive strategy. With this thought, he glanced at Duan Hongyu and Gao Wanyong beside him, a grateful smile gracing his lips as he said, "Sister, let us proceed inside." As the three entered the courtyard, a throng of people rushed out, led by Lord Liang Fuqing himself. Dressed in official attire, his hat askew and robe loose, he ran breathlessly ahead, exclaiming, "Please, great hero, come into the yamen, quickly." Seeing the exhausted Lord Liang approaching, Jin Mao Hu felt warmth in his heart and swiftly leaped forward, startling Liang Fuqing, who exclaimed in surprise. The soldiers stood frozen, wondering whether he was a ghost, a demon, or a celestial being. Amidst their wild thoughts, Liang Fuqing's hand was firmly grasped by Jin Mao Hu's warm hands. Despite his fear, Liang Fuqing smiled broadly, nodding repeatedly, "Good, good," recognizing the gravity of the situation. The swordmaster Jin Mao Hu disregarded Lord Liang's feelings and urgently urged, "My lord, quickly dispatch troops to surround the West Wing stable of the escort agency. All the treasury silver is hidden in the cellar beneath the stable." Hearing this shocking news, Liang Fuqing felt a surge of emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Nearly collapsing to the ground, grasping Jin Mao Hu's hand tightly, he exclaimed joyfully, "Hero, you are my savior. Please allow me to bow before you." As Liang Fuqing began to kneel, Jin Mao Hu swiftly supported him, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, my lord. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Dispatch the troops at once." Wiping away his tears of excitement, Liang Fuqing shed his official demeanor, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes, dispatch the messenger. Quickly convey to Captain Wei to surround the West Wing stable of the escort agency. Not a single person must be allowed to enter or exit. Those who defy orders shall be executed." "Yes," the messenger replied, racing away. "Hero, please take a seat in the grand hall. I still have much to report." Liang Fuqing began before being interrupted by a thunderous shout from outside. He rushed to the door, asking, "What news?" The messenger, kneeling on one leg just past the yamen's entrance, clasped his hands and reported, "My lord, news has arrived from the checkpoint 50 miles east of the city. Over 30 bandits have entered the ambush zone, awaiting your orders." Everything proceeded as planned, with further exploration and reports to follow. "Yes, report, my lord. The bandits have infiltrated the ambush outside the southern city, numbering approximately 70 or 80. Report, my lord. Over 100 bandits have been spotted at the northern gate. Report, my lord. More than 50 bandits have rushed into the ambush outside the western gate." The barrage of alarming news left Liang Fuqing in a state of shock. He was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, joy or sorrow, staring blankly at the renowned swordsman, hoping for encouragement and support from the Ben Sword hero. As these startling reports circulated, the Ben Sword hero remained remarkably composed, fully anticipating such developments. The outcome hinged on how well the officers and soldiers could cooperate. With this thought, He looked at the visibly anxious Liang and, with a calm smile, reassured him, "Do not panic, my lord, nor fear. There is a saying, when soldiers come, let the generals block them. When water comes, let the earth cover it. What is there to fear from a handful of bandits? Hero, please tell me what I should do now," Liang implored. "We ought to modify our plan. What do you think, my lord?" At this moment, Liang Fuqing set aside his official status, bowing earnestly. "I will follow your arrangements, great hero." Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the Ben-Sword hero spoke without hesitation. "We are aware that the official silver is indeed on its way to the Shunnying escort agency. Aside from protecting the horse stables, archers should be deployed to each city gate. The ambush troops outside the city must swiftly move to join the soldiers guarding the gates to encircle the incoming bandits, trapping them outside the city. Meanwhile, we must immediately eliminate the bandits within the escort agency, ensuring that those inside and outside do not meet. They will surely be thrown into disarray, and we can scatter them like birds and beasts." "Excellent. Dispatch officers immediately. The quicker, the better." The Ben-Sword hero watched as the officers hurried off and turned to Liang Fuqing, saying, "My lord, you should return to the Yamen and await good news. I must join Gao Wanyong and my sister to assist the escort troops." Upon hearing that the Ben-Sword hero intended to leave, Liang hurriedly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Hero, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Come, join me in the hall for a drink. I must abstain for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to drink later. I take my leave." Liang Fuqing clung to the Ben-Sword hero, tears in his eyes. "Hero, you have saved me from my dire predicament and preserved the lives of my entire family. I cannot express my gratitude enough." Listening to Liang's heartfelt words, the Ben-Sword hero gently withdrew his hand and bowed. "My lord, please do not speak so. I am humbled. We must take our leave." After speaking, he grasped Duan Hongyu's hand and vanished into the dark night. Seeing the Ben-Sword hero and Duan Hongyu depart, Gao Wanyong bowed to Liang Fuqing. "Uncle, my nephew is off as well. Please take care." With that, he planted his copper rod on the ground and took off in pursuit of the white-clad Ben-Sword hero. Liang Fuqing and the soldiers watched the three figures disappear into the night, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. Liang gazed at the empty space where they had vanished, silently praying for their safety. The Shunnying escort agency was in chaos. The Ben-Sword hero, accompanied by Duan Hongyu and Gao Wanyong, rushed toward it. Even before their arrival, they could hear the thunderous shouts and the cacophony of battle within. The agency was in turmoil, with countless casualties. "Brother, a fight has broken out in the escort agency." "Well done, Wu-ee oh Wu-ee. You, the hairless, tailless cur, could never have imagined that I would thwart your schemes, could you?" Jin Maohu, with a hint of bitter amusement, ascended to the apex of the escort agency, gazing down at the chaotic scene within, where blades clashed and cries of battle echoed. In stark contrast, Gao Wanyong, a seasoned warrior, gripped his bronze staff tightly, eagerly preparing for the fray, exclaiming, "Excellent. Kill, kill, kill." As Jin Maohu observed the tumultuous skirmish, he suddenly spotted a figure attempting to flee, urging, "Wanyong, look, someone is trying to escape. Hasten to intercept them." Following the direction indicated by Jin Maohu, Gao Wanyong shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Before the echo of his voice faded, he leaped forth, blocking the escapee's path with his staff raised high, ready to strike. The fleeing individual, quick-witted, noticed the approaching staff and deftly slid aside, evading the blow. In a seamless motion, Gao Wanyong adjusted his stance, transforming his sweeping attack into a thrust aimed directly at the man's heart. Unfazed, the escapee lunged forward, gripping his sword, and slid along the staff's length, aiming to stab Wanyong in the abdomen. As Gao Wanyong's staff missed its mark, he swiftly redirected his weapon to counter the thrust of the gleaming sword aimed at him. The escapee, realizing the peril of clashing with the heavy staff, resorted to evasion and strategic maneuvers, deftly sidestepping and parrying to avoid suffering significant harm. The two engaged in fierce combat atop the roof, constrained by the limited space. The escapee's misfortune grew, as his sword was short and his strength insufficient, leading him to think, "This night could be my end, if I do not flee now. When will I? As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not fear the absence of firewood." With this resolve, he intensified his attacks, seeking an opening to pierce Wanyong's heart. However, fate had a different design. Just as he vaulted upward, the roof tiles beneath him dislodged, nearly causing him to fall. In that precarious moment, Gao Wanyong seized the opportunity and struck him in the shoulder with a powerful blow. The man fell, plummeting to the ground below. Gao Wanyong descended after him, delivering a decisive strike to the fallen figure, his staff crashing down onto the man's back with a resounding thud, embedding itself deeply into the earth. The man uttered not a sound, succumbing to his fate and joining the ranks of those claimed by the Grim Reaper. Retrieving his staff from the lifeless body, Gao Wanyong, without seeking Jin Maohu's counsel, plunged into the fray. With a fierce determination, he perceived all who wore no uniform as thieves, vowing to leave none alive. His staff whirled in a relentless arc, striking down all who dared to oppose him. Like a tiger ravaging a flock of sheep, unstoppable in his wrath. Wanyong, there is someone on the east wing attempting to flee. Jin Maohu's voice rang out, breaking through the clamor of battle, and Gao Wanyong, emboldened by the fray, lifted his gaze to the roof, spotting an individual climbing up towards the ridge. Brandishing a shining silver spear, Gao Wanyong stealthily approached the eastern wing, and before his feet had even touched the ground, he swung his large club with fervor, shouting, "Where do you think you're crawling off to? Meet your demise." The sound of his voice coincided with the swing of his weapon, delivering a resounding blow to the back of his target. The force shattered the beam above, causing half the room to collapse, burying the lifeless body within. Within the span of a mere cup of tea, the over 100 members of the escort agency ceased to retaliate, leaving weapons scattered on the ground amidst a cacophony of anguished cries. Corpses lay strewn about, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The Qing soldiers regrouped and tended to the wounded. In stark contrast, a bloodstained Gao Wanyong returned to Jinmahu's side, exclaiming, "Brother, today was exhilarating, truly a thrill." Jinmahu, however, remained unmoved and did not share Gao Wanyong's exuberance. He merely nodded at him, then cast a somber glance at the carnage and the smug expressions of the Qing soldiers. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "Alas, the sins of humanity are inescapable. When will this cycle of mutual destruction cease? Sister, Wanyong, it is time for us to depart." Duan Hongyu shared Jinmahu's sentiments, remaining silent and refraining from commentary as she followed closely behind him. Gao Wanyong, however, was oblivious to notions of kinship or cruelty. His thoughts were solely consumed by the thrill of the fight, exclaiming, "What a rush! This is incredibly enjoyable." Despite having accomplished a commendable deed for the nation by recovering lost treasury silver, the sword-wielding Jinmahu could not ignore the multitude of lives lost and wounded. Though the malevolent had brought their fate upon themselves, many innocent families had been shattered, leaving them destitute. Witnessing the bloody scene before him, a chill crept into Jinmahu's heart. As they approached the Dulan Inn, Jinmahu walked ahead, his spirits dampened. Duan Hongyu, sensing his disquiet, quickened her pace to his side and inquired, "Brother, are you unwell?" With a sigh, Jinmahu replied, "I should feel fine, yet I cannot help but wonder why we resort to violence and bloodshed." Duan Hongyu chuckled lightly, responding, "Oh, I was pondering your thoughts, and it turns out your concern lies here. Do you not realize that eliminating wickedness is also an act of virtue? Without the eradication of evil, the nation cannot find peace, and the people cannot thrive. Why burden yourself with guilt?" Though her words held truth, one must remember that not all victims are villains. Brother, one cannot simply view it in such black and white terms. Those who commit evil often harbor malevolent thoughts, while those who do good are driven by benevolence. Many of them, having fallen into the clutches of malevolence, know it is wrong yet cannot forsake it. What guilt is there in slaying them? Alas, sister, you truly are the key to my happiness. With your words, I feel considerably lighter, Jinmahu replied. As the siblings engaged in their discourse, Gao Wanyong interjected, "Brother, do you hear the clamor of battle? We must rush to join the fray." Duan Hongyu turned to Gao Wanyong, admonishing, "Wanyong, did you not hear your brother's words? Taking lives is not his role. Saving lives is his duty. Do you understand?" "Oh," Wanyong responded, somewhat confused, yet his heart had already flown towards the battlefield. The trio evaded the bustling soldiers and reached the base of the western city wall. With a wave of his hand, Jinmahu signaled for them to display their skills and ascend the wall. Standing atop it, the sounds of battle rang clearer, especially from areas ablaze. Jinmahu, unwilling to listen to the discord of mutual slaughter, took a step back and vanished from sight. As Hongyu observed that the striped tiger had taken the lead, she nudged the dazed Gao Wanyong, saying, "What are you waiting for? Your elder brother has already left." Startled, Wanyong finally regained his senses and asked, "Sister, where has my elder brother gone?" "He has crossed the city moat. We must pursue him swiftly." "Oh, then let us hasten." With a nod, Hongyu prepared herself, leveraging her strength to soar into the air like a great rock, gracefully crossing the moat. She spotted the white-clad striped tiger and descended beside him, smiling as she said, "Brother, forgive my clumsy grace." The striped tiger, observing Gao Wanyong descending with his staff, chuckled. "Sister, what do you think of Wanyong?" Wanyong remained silent, acknowledging the innate talent of his companion. Indeed, what more is there to say? "Oh, sister understands now. As long as you comprehend, let us return to the inn. The trio departed without hesitation, swiftly arriving at the Duolin Inn. The grand doors of the Duolin Inn stood against the wall, with one lantern illuminated while the other seemed to have gone astray. Peering inside through the entrance, a pervasive darkness enveloped the silence, and a chilling wind occasionally brushed against them, evoking a shiver. The hair on their arms stood on end, releasing a disquieting rustle. A nauseating scent of blood surged from the entrance, suffocating them with its intensity. The astute swordsman, the striped tiger, sensed the ominous aura. Enjoying a life of ease and indulging in one's desires, one may become reckless. The striped tiger, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "This man is utterly arrogant. How dare he kill and provoke me? I vow to slay him." Duan Hongyu, witnessing the tiger's fury, quickly interjected, "Brother, this man is indeed presumptuous, akin to Wu Yi, though we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of a connection. Could Cui Cui have any ties to him? Judging by the signs of the struggle, any connection does not seem intimate. It is unlikely, or perhaps. Brother, what are your thoughts on this matter? While this issue may be trivial, Wu Yi's affair is significant. This man cannot be overlooked. I have gathered sufficient information about him, and he is indeed on the list of those who must be dealt with. Not to mention, he is perilously close, with natural barriers serving as his shield, making him difficult to attack." As the siblings deliberated, Gao Wanyong rushed to the entrance, breathless. "Elder brother, sister, I've searched the entire inn, and there is not a soul left alive. Even our horses and belongings are gone." Hearing this, the striped tiger seethed, "Despicable, truly despicable. Sister, let us hasten away from this wretched place. To where shall we go, and what should we do next? Do not ponder the next step, just flee." The three of them hurriedly departed from the Duolin Inn, vanishing into the vast night. Where to next? It is said, sitting quietly, unaware of the calamity outside, one ponders when disaster strikes. Chapter 78. The bitterness of beauty. What malice lies in the world? It is the allure of wine and gambling. Infatuated with fleeting beauty, one forgets their ambitions, and drunkenness invites trouble. The stain of gambling is hard to wash away, leading to the loss of properties and land deeds. Observing the events unfold, who weeps for the colt? One grits their teeth and spits in disdain. There is a saying, filial piety comes first. Life is to be cherished. Heaven and earth bestow grace, offering mountains of gold and silver. Do not cast disdainful glances. Riches can give rise to small fortunes. Supporting the elderly and the weak in their struggles, blessings increase while calamities diminish, laughing at the competition among beauties. The previous text describes the white-clad, curved sword-wielding striped tiger, Duan Hongyu, and Gao Wanyong, who departed from Luoyang and returned to the Duolin Inn. Upon arriving, they were met with a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn about and a chilling wind blowing, while Cui Cui remained unaccounted for. In a place rife with danger, calamity could strike at any moment, especially with dawn approaching. They dared not linger for even a moment, fleeing the inn and running for 200 miles beyond Luoyang. As the eastern sky began to brighten, the night gradually receded. The striped tiger, believing they were now safe, slowed his pace and gazed at the crimson horizon, marveling at the splendid earth, and could not help but laugh heartily. "Alas, we have become like lost dogs." Duan Hongyu chuckled, taking up the conversation. "Indeed, others commit murder, yet we are the suspects. Thankfully, we fled swiftly. Had the authorities learned of this, they would undoubtedly have pursued us relentlessly. How ridiculous." "Hey, Wanyong, is it difficult to traverse the Jianghu?" "Not at all. Sister, it is quite entertaining." "Ha!" The striped tiger agreed. "Indeed, it is quite the amusement. There are those in the government who thrive on catching shadows and fabricating accusations. Regardless of one's guilt or innocence, they capture you to fulfill their duties. Whether it is unjust is of no concern to them. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder, and the sages are unkind, regarding the populace as mere pawns. When shall I transcend the mundane and exist beyond the confines of the earthly realm, leisurely observing the struggles of the tigers from my mountain perch, and contemplatively gazing at the flowing waters when boredom strikes? To become an untroubled and carefree immortal. My dear brother, if you speak thus, does that not render my father a villain?" The illustrious Jinmahu Duan Hongyu, upon hearing Gao Wanyong's selfless words, could not help but burst into laughter, with Wanyong joining in the mirth. "Sister, your words suggest a sense of lethargy, or perhaps a weariness of worldly affairs. My master once said that before one can ascend to immortality, one must resolve all matters of the mortal realm. Thus, I intend to methodically conclude my earthly entanglements, striving towards a transcendent state." Duan Hongyu was left in a state of bewilderment, her thoughts taking flight alongside Jinmahu's words. The sun ascended from the horizon, bouncing playfully into the sky, while the grass glistened with dewdrops, swaying gently in the breeze in an irregular dance. The grasshoppers in the thicket chirped incessantly, leaping and grazing upon the dewdrops bestowed by the heavens. As they feasted and sang, they were caught by a lurking sparrow, becoming its morning repast. The sunlight, selfless and omnipresent, relentlessly chases away the darkness, offering light and warmth without regard to whether one is virtuous or vile, strong or weak. As long as one possesses the courage to accept and confront it, the sun bears no malice, for it is the most faithful companion to humanity. The radiant sun illuminated the figures of Jinmahu and his companions, bestowing upon them an air of vitality and exuberance. The ethereal Jinmahu, gazing at the sun rising before him, smiled and inquired, "Sister, what do you believe is the most industrious in this world?" Duan Hongyu, clad in crimson, cast a glance at Jinmahu, understanding his implication, and with a chuckle replied, "Dare I say it is us, for we have witnessed the sun's ascent from the earth, and even before it fully departs the horizon, we have already beheld its radiant glow. Thus, it must be us." Jinmahu, considering her words, turned his gaze to Duan Hongyu and remarked with a smile, "Is it truly us? Not quite, for whether it be us or them, it is but a fleeting occurrence. The sun, however, rises consistently each day, awakening early to remind humanity that the darkness has passed." With a playful smile, Duan Hongyu responded, "Dear brother, your imagination is so vivid, you could rival a master painter." "A master, you say? I am no such thing. Let us first find a place to rest a while and calm our restless spirits, lest onlookers speculate that we have not slept all night." Duan Hongyu's fair face flushed with laughter as she teased, "Oh, you mischievous child. Dreaming such fanciful thoughts at such a tender age, and attempting to place the blame on others, such behavior is unbecoming." The spirited Jimmo, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise to his cheeks, retorted, "What nonsense. I meant no such thing. I simply wish to rest until it is convenient for us to depart when others have left their beds. Truly, I harbor no ill intentions." Duan Hongyu, anxious that Jinmahu might utter something that would quicken her heart, quickly interjected, "As long as there is nothing amiss, look, there are a few stones over there." Duan Hongyu gestured towards several battered stones, and Jinmahu, glancing over, chuckled, "Sister, your keen observation is truly remarkable. You have spotted such a splendid seat at first glance. As the saying goes, heaven grants a throne, who would not take it? Those who sit shall stand tall amidst the mountains and rivers, since ancient times. Niwa has mended the heavens with stubborn stones, sealing the cracks. Now, beneath these stubborn stones, a seat has formed, weeping abundantly. Years ago, I assisted in mending the sky. Thus, it is unjust for another to occupy it. Merely sitting in silence is preferable, but making a fuss brings forth unpleasantness." As Jinmahu spoke, he approached the stones, causing Hongyu to laugh heartily, her laughter rendering her speechless. Gao Wanyong, amused, bent down to touch the stone, placing his copper rod on the ground, brushing off the dust from the stone, and jested, "Brother, sister, please take a seat." Jinmahu nodded at Wanyong, and upon hearing Hongyu's laughter from behind, he turned to her and inquired, "Sister, what brings forth your merriment?" Duan Hongyu, still chuckling, replied, "You expressed that splendidly. From where did you acquire such seemingly unrefined words?" Jinmahu, settling himself on the stone, laughed, "Ah, my dear brother, I merely spoke off the cuff. How can it be deemed unrefined?" Duan Hongyu, laughing, found a stone to sit upon, gazing at Jinmahu with a smile. "Oh, I misjudged you. I forgot you are a great talent, a literary genius. My apologies." Jinmahu quickly clasped his hands in humility. "You flatter me. This is not a grand literary work, merely a conversation in this desolate place to lighten the mood. Ha ha ha. This is what one might call seeking joy in solitude." Upon hearing Jinmahu's sigh, Duan Hongyu playfully asked, "Brother, why the sigh of discontent? Is it because—" Jinmahu, with a wry smile, responded, "Sister, your insight is unparalleled. You understand me as well as you know yourself. The moment I ponder, you grasp the essence. I am in awe. In awe of what? I have yet to reveal my thoughts. Perhaps you harbor a guilty conscience? Guilty? What could I possibly have to hide? A man of integrity acts openly. Indeed, yet one's private thoughts are not easily shared." As Duan Hongyu made a playful face at Jinmahu, he laughed, "Private thoughts? What do you mean? Are you referring to Cui Cui? I did not mention her. Why did you bring her up? Are you confessing inadvertently? What is there to conceal? I was simply contemplating Cui Cui. Ah, you truly are thinking of her. She is indeed quite charming. Sister, where are your thoughts wandering?" "I am pondering Cui Cui as an enigmatic figure, her actions shrouded in mystery, a most formidable person." "I see. Brother, do you harbor feelings for her?" "What do you mean, sister? Are you not aware of her character? When have I ever desired anything from her?" If I, Jinmahu, were to develop feelings for her, how profound must my emotions be? Oh, I discern it now. You only harbor doubts regarding her character. Otherwise, such unfavorable thoughts would not arise, would they? Sister, you are entirely correct. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu was momentarily taken aback, her expression tinged with playful ire as she responded, "What about me?" The golden-haired tiger, gazing at her enchanting visage, chuckled and remarked, "Alas, I am not one to indulge in romantic flair. In the eyes of my younger brother, you, dear sister, are the epitome of beauty." At this, Hong Yu's anger dissipated, her heart fluttering with delight as she quickly interjected, "Stop it. You're making me blush." In Chapter 79, The Thief's Deceit, Hong Yu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment from the golden-haired tiger's words, cast a swift glance at Gao Wanyong and smiled, saying, "Wanyong, do not heed your brother. He is speaking nonsense this time." Before Gao Wanyong could fully comprehend, the golden-haired tiger burst into hearty laughter, observing Hong Yu's bashful countenance, and teased, "What are you trying to imply with Wanyong? Oh, I see. This is what one calls a diversionary tactic to mask your embarrassment. Is that a phrase you learned from Cui Cui? Ah, so my sister is a bit petty, is she? Enough of this chatter. Let us discuss whether Cui Cui's disappearance is a ruse of her own or the doing of Huang Juan. How did Huang Juan arrive at the Duolan Inn? What connection does he have with her? He left behind bloodied writings at our residence. Is he framing us, or has he plotted to lure us into his trap? Pray, dear sister, elucidate." Upon hearing the golden-haired tiger's barrage of challenging inquiries, Hong Yu, her crystalline eyes sparkling, pondered carefully before responding with deliberation. As for Cui Cui's disappearance and Huang Juan's appearance, their coexistence cannot be overlooked. They may very well be mutually exploiting one another, or perhaps they are in collusion. If they are indeed in collusion, it could be a case of a beauty trap, which, having failed, resorts to murderous schemes, releasing hints to entice us into their meticulously laid snare, thereby achieving their ultimate objective. Your analysis is astute, sister. Regardless of their intentions or whether this is a baiting scheme, we shall not concern ourselves with them for the time being, as we lack the luxury of pursuing them or engaging in a game of hide and seek. Our immediate focus must be on the formidable Wu Yi. What is Huang Juan but a mere jester in my eyes, incapable of making any significant impact? Wu Yi, on the other hand, is a different matter entirely. With his birthday on the 15th of August approaching in less than a month, I fear that this cunning Wu Yi will orchestrate many unforeseen events during this time. The theft of the official silver in Luoyang is but one example. When Wu Yi is in need of funds, he will resort to any means necessary, stealing, robbing. Brother, does this not amount to a resounding blow to Wu Yi? Even if it is a blow, Wu Yi, with his thick skin, will not be easily stunned or awakened. Rather, he will devise even more insidious and cruel strategies to realize his ephemeral dreams. What shall we do then? Shall we continue to challenge his escort agency? Challenging his escort agency is merely a tactic, not our ultimate goal. Alas, I had intended to present the matter of the escort agency to Lord Liang, but he proved uncooperative. What is the reason for this? Have you spoken to him about it? Though I did not state it outright, I gathered from Lord Liang's tone that he had a relatively favorable impression of the escort agency. A favorable impression may have been the case in the past, but his current perspective is certainly not so. It should be noted that Lord Liang has now exterminated all individuals affiliated with the escort agency. The rationale behind this complete annihilation is that the ill-gotten silver has fallen into the hands of the escort agency. In contrast, other cities and counties have not reported any loss of official silver. Which official would dare to issue an order to eliminate the escort agency? That is indeed the case. The emperor has decreed it. The emperor possesses the authority to command, and I have contemplated this as well. I wished for Lord Liang to inform the emperor, articulating that the escort agency represents a latent threat, a breeding ground for discord. However, Lord Liang contended that the Shunzi escort agency under his jurisdiction abides by the law and pays taxes accordingly. One must ponder whether other officials share Lord Liang's perspective. Therefore, I have abandoned this line of thought. Have you, dear brother, harbored any treacherous intentions? Not entirely. Yet Wu Yi possesses a cunning mind. Oh, are you praising Wu Yi now? Indeed, every individual has both virtues and vices. The negative should be discarded while the positive should be embraced. Although Wu Yi is sly and treacherous, his methods surpass those of the average person. What methods? Paying taxes according to regulations? Precisely. The old dog Wu Yi has thoroughly studied the intricacies of the bureaucratic realm, the private desires and vanities of individuals. To secure a foothold, one must rely on the government as a protective deity. When the government is well managed, even if there are some flaws or hidden malice, as long as one pays taxes monthly and offers tributes annually, The government will regard you as a law-abiding and virtuous citizen, granting you protection. This truly exemplifies how people see profit but overlook danger, akin to fish that see bait but fail to notice the hook. Such a government is nothing but a voracious parasite, indulging in corruption. Lord Liang's demise is entirely self-inflicted. He should be executed by the emperor. Yet, we cannot place all the blame on Lord Liang. Consider this. How does the government sustain itself? It relies on taxes from others. If taxpayers vanish, the government's finances will falter, losing a vital source of revenue. The emperor, too, survives on these officials. This intricate web of relationships serves as their means of indulgence. If they remove one taxpayer, a hole appears in the net, resulting in the loss of wealth within. Thus, to avoid the arduous task of mending this net, they vigilantly protect it, leading to the familiar phenomenon of mutual complicity among officials, from the highest to the lowest, turning a blind eye until circumstances become dire. What use is our frantic flailing in pursuit of this or that? It serves little purpose, yet last night we did intervene, did we not? Brother, do not succumb to despair. We must engage in endeavors within our capacity. Perhaps this is our purpose in this world. Consider the vastness of the realm, what matters exist, what individuals abound. There are many with chivalrous hearts like yours, and their motivations are self-evident. For instance, in a play, although we know villains are undesirable, someone must portray these unsavory characters, and they must do so with remarkable skill. Our missions differ, our stances diverge. Having assumed our roles in this world, we must perform them well. Life unfolds in successive chapters, passed down through generations, does it not, dear brother? Indeed, sister, your words resonate profoundly. I comprehend the principles you express and understand your intentions. I hope for my brother to embark upon a grand endeavor. Sister, should I not pursue a significant enterprise? Indeed, you should. A man must stand tall and break through the heavens, yet when seated, he should not crush the earth beneath him. If he fails to accomplish great deeds, how can he claim the title of manhood, feeling unworthy of such a noble designation? Oh, sister, you have elevated manhood to celestial heights. What need is there to explain that women are not to be outdone by men? Women, in truth, are not mere appendages to men. This is a profound misconception. For a sister endowed with extraordinary talent, possessing a silver tongue and a keen intellect, I find myself woefully inadequate in comparison. How can one dare label her as an accessory, which is nothing short of embarrassing for men? The simple-hearted Gao Wanyong, upon hearing the officials' discussions, couldn't help but ponder whether his father, a man of authority, fit the mold they described. When they spoke of misfortunes, a heavy concern weighed upon his heart. Yet upon hearing the call for grand ambitions, he could hardly contain his excitement, eagerly rubbing his fists together. Though he could not contribute to the conversation, he listened intently, captivated by their words. Chapter 80. Financial constraints. The sun, having risen above the treetops, diminished in size, seemingly lightening its burden, while its ascent appeared to quicken. What began as a refreshing morning soon transformed, bringing warmth to the air. As the rays kissed Duan Hongyu's delicate, fair visage, she felt a burning sensation and raised her jade wrist to shield herself from the direct sunlight. She smiled at her companion, Jin Meohu, and said, "Brother, shouldn't we find a new place to rest?" The agile swordsman, Jin Meohu, observed Duan Hongyu shielding herself from the sun, and, glancing at the bright orb, replied, "The sun is high in the mountain temple, yet it seems that fame and fortune are of lesser value than leisure. Shall we walk and converse? When we tire, we can find a place to dine. Let us go." With that, he stood and cast a final glance at the stone they had occupied before striding forward, followed closely by Duan Hongyu and Gao Wanyo. As they walked, the enchanting Duan Hongyu remarked, "Brother, there remains a matter I wish to clarify, and I seek your counsel." Turning with a smile, Jin Meohu responded, "Surely, sister, what could possibly elude your understanding?" "Indeed. First, you mentioned the difficulties at Duolin Inn, and I shall not pursue that matter further. Secondly, you must enlighten me about your insight regarding the inevitable troubles at the escort agency yesterday evening. How did you so confidently strategize, knowing the treasury was concealed in the cellar beneath the stable? Oh, this matter is not difficult to comprehend at all. You speak so lightly of it, yet I find it perplexing. I was outside the escort agency, and I asked Wanyong if they had seen anything unusual. I observed within the agency's courtyard a wisp of green light, flickering in and out of visibility. It was subtle and easily overlooked. At that moment, the thought struck me, it was a signal for communication. I immediately associated it with the theft of the treasury, piecing together the details with precision. But how could you be so certain it was a signal? The situation unfolds thus. Consider, 50,000 taels of silver and gold is no trifling sum. How could such a weight be spirited out of the city overnight without notice? Moreover, they could not simply traverse the city gates or scale the walls, could they? Your analysis indeed suggests such a feat is impossible. Their actions must surely indicate an attempt to conceal the truth. Precisely. And what of that green light? Why did it manifest in the very places we suspected? It can only be the thieves' method of communication, without doubt. A cascade of questions flooded my mind, culminating in my firm conclusion that it was undoubtedly a signal from the thieves. Intuitively, I suspect that the stolen treasury silver belongs to Wu Yi. Since I am convinced that Wu Yi is involved, it must certainly relate to the escort agency. Your reasoning is truly profound. You should consider a career as a detective, keenly discerning the minutiae. Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. Merely a trivial matter. How humble. But how do you know that the treasury silver lost by the authorities is hidden beneath the stable in a cellar? This is a secret, one not easily divulged. Since it is a secret, dear sister, do you still wish to know? If it cannot be shared, it implies I too should remain uninformed. The swordsman Jin Mao who, upon hearing Duan Hongyu's words, calmly addressed his cousin. Sister, do you think that the old dog Wu Yi would suspect me, the sword of the curved blade? If he were to discover that I have thwarted his plans, what do you suppose he would desire most at this moment? His primary suspicion would likely fall upon me, for he believes himself unrivaled in the world. Only a fearless swordsman like myself would dare confront him. Thus, I would be his first guess. As for his current thoughts, I shall refrain from speculating. I have a brilliant idea. The swordsman smiled enigmatically. A brilliant idea? Indeed. It must be unfathomable. It's not as mystical as it seems. I believe we should alter our course. Change our course? What kind of brilliant idea is that? As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the leader. Why not give it a try? Those words startled Duan Hongyu. Her face paling as she asked, You mean to confront Wu Yi directly? Precisely. To win someone's trust, one must engage their heart. To uproot a tree, one must dig deep. Rather than skirting around him, why not subdue the old dog Wu Yi, simmer him down, and feast on dog meat, while savoring a millennium-old wine? Would that not be delightful? Wait, my mind is struggling to keep pace with your thoughts. Sister, consider the flavor. It would far surpass that of consuming puppy or drinking low-quality liquor, wouldn't it? The law may be sound, and reason may be just. Yet the three of us are stepping into the tiger's den. Our numbers are few, and if any misstep occurs, it could lead to dire consequences. Alone and helpless, we may regret it too late. Wu Yi is a formidable individual, surrounded by many skilled warriors. I fear we may not prevail. Your concerns are valid, sister. Although we are but three, we are all commanders in our own right. With commanders, one need not worry about the foot soldiers. As the saying goes, it is not the number of soldiers that matters, but their precision, not the quantity of generals, but their strategy. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in countless battles. I understand that in comparison to Wu Yi, we cannot merely express our disparity in numbers, but rather in strategy and cunning. However, our greatest opponent is Wu Yi, and the others are inconsequential. Thus, to defeat Wu Yi is paramount. It is the fundamental principle. To eliminate him, we must achieve two objectives, and if we do so, he shall suffer a crushing defeat. By accomplishing these 2 points, we will secure our victory, leaving the old dog Wu Yi with no alternative path to take. Duan Hongyu gazed at Jin Mao, whose confident demeanor, and eagerly inquired, Brother, I see your confidence is unwavering, and I know you must have a foolproof plan. But what are the 2 points you speak of? Please, share them with me. With a heavy tone, the Jin Mao tiger stated, First, we must ascertain the specific skills practiced by Wu Yi. Second, we need to uncover the resources that enabled his victories. Beyond that, there is nothing to fear. Duan Hongyu nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, to conquer an opponent, one must understand their weaknesses. Once their vulnerabilities are exposed, we can strike without fail and emerge victorious. Well said. Let us proceed with this plan. Oh, we have arrived at the dining establishment. Indeed, in our conversation, we nearly collided with the wall. Sister, we are still quite far from it. Gao Wanyong's remark elicited laughter from the three. Wanyong is correct. We are still quite a distance away. Besides, you are not Su Xiaomei. Who is Su Xiaomei? How do you know her? Ha. What does that have to do with anything? Su Xiaomei is the sister of Su Dongpa. What a convoluted reference. Is Su Dongpa your brother-in-law? Such ignorance is truly alarming. Gao Wanyong, breaking the tension, pointed excitedly towards the town, exclaiming, Elders, there is quite a lively atmosphere here. It sounds as though there is a wedding celebration underway. The curved sword hero, Jin Mao Tiger, glanced ahead and jestingly remarked, What is so appealing about a wedding? They haven't invited us to the feast, and we would still have to pay for our own meal. Ugh. As he uttered this, Jin Mao Tiger let out a sound of dismay and instinctively reached into his clothing. only to realize with growing anxiety that he had left his silver coins on the bedside table, forgotten in his haste. What to do? He thought, panic rising within him. Duan Hongyu, observing Jin Mao Tiger's frantic search, inquired with concern, "Brother, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" "The silver. Oh, I must have left the silver behind at the inn when I departed." "Indeed, what shall we do?" Duan Hongyu chuckled. "What is the big deal? You've dined without paying before." "Sister, a gentleman does not dwell on past misdeeds. Please refrain from such jesting. This is a different time, and I am no longer a child. I cannot indulge in a free meal at the expense of the innkeeper." Chapter 81. Encounter with villains. The desire to prove oneself can lead to misfortune. To stand out often invites trouble. Who can determine life and death? Striving for superiority in fleeting moments. Regret comes too late. Do not treat this lightly, for one must summon the courage of heroes. Who can be compared to one who lives but once? If one can resolve matters, let it be done. Alas, life is fleeting. Duan Hongyu, observing the anxious Jin Mao Tiger, smiled gently and said, "It matters not that you have lost your silver. I still have money for our meal. Why didn't you say so earlier? You've made me worry for nothing. Elder brother, would my silver notes suffice?" As Gao Wanyong spoke, he reached into his inner pocket, struggling to retrieve a bundle of silver notes, which he respectfully handed to Jin Mao Tiger. Upon examining them, Jin Mao Tiger discovered they were indeed valid notes, totaling 10 pieces, amounting to 10,000 taels. He hastily asked, "Wanyong, why do you carry such a substantial sum?" Gao Wanyong, with a simple smile, replied, "I didn't intend to take them, but my father insisted I bring them along, saying they were for you. Thus, I had no choice but to comply." Upon hearing this, Jin Mao Tiger chuckled, returning the notes to Gao Wanyong, saying, "For me? Does the esteemed Gao know I am prone to losing silver? Absolutely not. You should keep these notes for your own use. I cannot accept them." Gao Wanyong, upon witnessing the reluctance of the skilled swordsman Jinmao, insisted, "Elder brother, you must accept this. My father said it is a gift to commemorate our first meeting. Please take it. Had you not lost your silver, I would have forgotten this matter entirely." Unable to refuse, the sword-wielding hero Jinmao accepted the offering, retaining one note for himself while handing the remaining 9 to Duan Hongyu. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "Sister, please keep these silver notes safe, for henceforth, you shall be my Jinmao's accountant." Duan Hongyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Although she felt a surge of joy, her expression bore traces of embarrassment as she shyly responded, "Brother, what are you saying? You're making me blush." Jinmao erupted into laughter, and Gao Wanyong joined in the merriment. As Duan Hongyu tucked the silver notes into her bosom, she couldn't help but smile at the two, their laughter resonating as the trio approached the entrance of the Hongguang Inn. The innkeeper was busy removing the window shutters when he spotted the trio approaching. He promptly set down the shutters and rushed forward to welcome them. "Good morning, esteemed guests. Please dine within. Our establishment boasts exquisite wines, delectable dishes, and exceptional hospitality. Should you find any dissatisfaction, feel free to leave without payment." "Ha ha." Jinmao chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, such a splendid place exists. Very well, we shall dine here. Please arrange a private room for us, and prepare a feast to tantalize our palates." Upon hearing Jinmao's words, the innkeeper's laughter faded, and his demeanor turned serious. Blinking rapidly, he managed a forced smile and replied, "Certainly. Please, follow me." As they followed the innkeeper, Jinmao inquired, "Pray tell, what is the gathering of people over there about this early in the day?" "What gathering? You must be from out of town?" The innkeeper responded, "Indeed. Oh, that explains it. Those individuals are here to arrange for the 7th concubine of the young master of the Li family." Gao Wanyong, astonished, began counting on his fingers. "Humph. I foresee there will be at least 10 concubines in the future. In name, it is marriage, but in reality, it is abduction." "What? Abduction?" Gao Wanyong exclaimed, his brows furrowing in anger as he brandished his staff and turned to charge out, only to be seized by Jinmao. The innkeeper, witnessing Gao Wanyong's fury, was genuinely startled, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Jinmao, noticing the innkeeper's reaction, patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Fear not. My brother has a fiery temper. Our inquiries stem from mere curiosity. Let it be known that this matter does not concern you." "Oh dear, if it doesn't concern me, that is a relief. I am a timid person, easily frightened. Yet I cannot curb my loose tongue. Esteemed guests, please, after you." The innkeeper ushered the trio into a private room. Once seated, Jinmao noticed the innkeeper still appeared flustered. Just as he intended to offer words of comfort, the innkeeper interjected, "Esteemed guests, please rest here while I fetch some water and inform the chef to prepare your meal. Let us pretend I never spoke of this matter, shall we?" The curved sword hero, Jinmao, chuckled softly as he scrutinized the attendant. My friend, he remarked. Your timidity is rather excessive. Do you truly believe we would report you merely for your nonsensical utterance? What puzzles me, however, is your profound fear of the young master of the Li family. Does he possess the capacity to devour the living whole? The attendant, upon hearing the inquiry from the esteemed guest, leaned closer and whispered, You may not be aware, esteemed sir, but that young Master Li is notoriously dubbed the Scorpion. He commits heinous acts without a trace of virtue, terrorizing both men and women alike in the village. Those who dare to speak ill of him find themselves at the mercy of his vile minions, who will beat them mercilessly, and for the more grievous offenses, he will have their tongues severed. As the attendant mentioned the severing of tongues, he instinctively raised a hand to cover his mouth, shaking his head in alarm as he retreated from the private chamber, drenched in cold sweat. Jin Mao, who, clad in white, observed the attendant's hasty departure. He felt an urge to laugh, yet suppressed it, for his heart harbored resentment towards the young master of the Li family. He mused to himself, This man is a tyrant. If he is not eliminated, there will be no peace here. He must be dealt with. The attendant hurriedly exited, his garments dampened by sweat, and he lamented inwardly, realizing the gravity of his transgression in uttering forbidden words. As he walked, he felt as though he had lost his autonomy, akin to a sinner being pursued by malevolent spirits. Duan Hongyu and Gao Wanyong observed the attendant's distress keenly. Though they could not discern his whispered words to Jin Mao Hu, they surmised that his murmurs were far from benign. The stoic Jin Mao Hu noted the puzzled expressions on their faces and understood their thoughts, contemplating how to address them. Gao Wanyong, unable to contain himself, blurted out, Brother, has the attendant offended you? Jin Mao Hu took a moment to steady his emotions before shaking his head. No, it is the wicked young master of the Li family who has angered me. This cannot stand. I shall take his life. As he spoke, Gao Wanyong rose, grasping a copper staff leaning against the wall, ready to charge outside. However, Jin Mao Hu gestured for him to remain seated. Wanyong, hold your horses. There is no need for hasty action at this moment. After we eat, I shall devise a clever plan, one that serves as a warning to others. Now, let us enjoy our meal. In a fit of righteous indignation, Gao Wanyong thrust the copper staff into the ground, creating a small hole, before propping it against the wall. Dust cascaded from the ceiling as he plopped back into his chair, which creaked under the sudden weight. Seeing Gao Wanyong's fervor, Duan Hongyu turned her gaze to Jin Mao Hu, a wry smile gracing her lips. The world is filled with its own affairs. When matters arise, you must engage, whether you desire to or not, for you are undeniably the celebrated white-clad, curved sword hero. Am I wrong, dear brother? Jin Mao Hu understood that even without Duan Hongyu highlighting the matter of the tyrannical behavior, he could not remain idle. With a smile, he replied, Perhaps you are correct. As the trio continued their discussion on strategy, the attendants brought forth several basins of clean water. After Jin Mao Hu and his siblings washed their hands and faces, the attendants began to serve the feast, presenting dish after dish upon the table. The three siblings gathered together, indulging in food and laughter after a simple meal, checking their belongings and settling the expenses before heading straight to the scene of the crime. Indeed, it is said, calamity strikes while one is at home, and by ignoring it, great misfortune may quietly pass. Chapter 82. Western Magic. At the entrance of young Master Li's residence, a vibrant scene unfolded, with carriages and horses lining up in a long procession to offer their congratulations, while gifts and contributions formed a dragon-like queue. The throng was immense, a sea of people bustling and chattering, where one could hardly find Zhang San or Li Si, and the lively atmosphere was a stark contrast to the past. The sounds of gongs and firecrackers filled the air, while aerial fireworks burst overhead. Observing the estate, one noted its tall red walls and green tiles, with intricately carved beams and painted pillars beneath the grand entrance, where a pair of large red lanterns hung, prominently displaying the name of the Li residence. Truly, it was a sight to behold. The main gate adorned with lanterns and the second gate draped in festive decorations, with double happiness symbols plastered across the walls, showcasing a grandeur befitting royalty. Such extravagance was unparalleled, rivaling even the grand weddings of nobility, exuding an imposing presence that no one could rival. Oh, what sort of person is young Master Li to command such opulence? The text subtly reveals that the Li family is connected to the esteemed Li Gonggong, who oversees internal affairs in the current dynasty. Those who manage internal matters wield significant power, and with power comes influence. Thus, the brothers of Li Gonggong naturally ascended to prominence. Young Master Li, as the nephew of Li Gonggong, is shielded by his uncle's authority, which has become their lifeline. Raised in such an environment, young Master Li has always had his desires fulfilled. Now in his 30s, rather than tempering his behavior, he indulges himself even more. He is well versed in the vices of drinking, gambling, and other illicit activities, exploiting the common folk without fear of retribution, having dismantled countless families, caused many deaths, and wrongfully taken numerous innocent lives and properties. The extent of his transgressions remains unfathomable. Living a life of luxury, he remains blissfully unaware of his fortune, boasting of his destined wealth while reveling in his misdeeds. He shows no shame for his crimes, but rather brazenly continues his wicked ways. Yet, the heavens are vast, and no wrongdoing goes unpunished. Today, the king of hell has summoned him and his band of rogues to answer for their actions. Dressed in white with a curved sword, the trio, having satisfied their hunger, paused before the entrance of young Master Li. Jin Mao, who commanded Gao Wanyong to draw a large circle about 10 feet in diameter on the ground with a copper club. Their commotion attracted curious onlookers eager for a glimpse of the spectacle. Jin Mao, who, the sword-wielding hero, organized the crowd, instructing them to stand outside the circle. Gao Wanyong brandished the copper club, demonstrating the Huashan staff technique with vigor. Behold, as he danced and weaved like a dragon diving into the sea or a tiger returning to the wilderness, his strikes resonated with the might of a collapsing mountain. Each blow echoing like thunder, merging the ferocity of a tiger with the grace of a dragon. As he practiced, the drums ceased their rhythm, and the Suona fell silent. The onlookers, the firecrackers, and those celebrating the joyous occasion flocked in a frenzy, clapping and cheering, their voices echoing in a continuous chorus. Gao Wanyong, witnessing the enthusiastic support, felt invigorated, his staff moving like a mountain undulating in waves. His fists struck like hammers, and his feet pierced like drills, his form elusive, akin to a swirling tempest. Wherever the formidable figure of Gao Wanyong tread, the winds followed, and the crowd recoiled, fearful of the peril to their precious lives. The swordsman, known as the tiger with the golden mane, was not idle either. Gesturing animatedly, he addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends and fellow villagers, I am but a newcomer to your esteemed land, a disciple under many masters, yet unfamiliar with the identities of my fellow apprentices. I am unaware of the residences or names of my esteemed teachers. Thus, I have not had the pleasure of visiting each personally. Therefore, I extend my greetings to all present here. Upon concluding his words, the tiger with the golden mane clasped his fists and performed a respectful bow. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while the servants inside the courtyard, upon hearing the change in atmosphere, were drawn toward the entrance, unable to resist the allure of the spectacle. Those who ventured out had no intent of returning, as the courtyard felt increasingly barren. Outside, however, the scene was vastly different, a sea of humanity jostling together. Shoulder to shoulder, completely enveloping the tiger and his siblings, the air thick with excitement. The tiger with the golden mane surveyed the diverse expressions among the spectators and continued. Raising his voice, some friends inquire, "From whence do you three hail? What is your purpose? Are you entertainers or purveyors of strength-enhancing elixirs? Perhaps vendors of medicinal plasters or tricksters? Allow me to clarify, none of these are our aims. My siblings and I are not performers nor merchants of potions. We have come solely to seek companionship and revel in this gathering." A voice from the crowd chimed in. "You speak at great length, yet your purpose remains unclear." The tiger responded, "Indeed, I await those who ought to arrive. Those who come first shall reap their rewards, while those who come later may encounter difficulties. As for those who do not come, we shall not wait for them. All who stand here to lend their support are my friends. My siblings and I traverse the rivers and mountains in search of masters and kindred spirits. We are here for friends, and will depart for friends." As the tiger spoke outside the gate, he caught the attention of a certain individual, the notorious young master of the Li family, known as the Scorpion. Having risen early that morning, he had visited the restroom, and upon observing the festive decorations throughout the courtyard, he was reminded of his own wedding day. Thoughts of his upcoming nuptials and his enchanting sixth concubine filled his mind. He returned to the chamber of his sixth concubine, shedding his opulent robe and diving into the mosquito net beside her. The two embraced passionately, playfully teasing one another, lost in a fervent exchange of affection. They reveled in their intimacy, their ardor culminating in a whirlwind of activity, until exhaustion claimed them, and they succumbed to slumber, enveloped in each other's warmth. Amidst the revelry and indulgence, the young Master Li, notorious for his brazen acts of coercion, was enveloped in a deep slumber when he was abruptly stirred by a sensation akin to a dagger piercing his heart. With a startled cry, he sprang from his bed, causing the sixth concubine, in her fright, to wet the sheets. Clutching his chest, the young master pondered the peculiar feeling within. To his astonishment, it was but a fleeting whisper of sensation. Like a deflated balloon, he collapsed back onto the bed. The sixth concubine crawled closer. trembling as she clutched one of his arms, and inquired with quivering trepidation, "Master, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare?" "Not at all. Do you hear that? What is this eerie silence on a day meant for celebration? Isn't today a joyous occasion? Why is the courtyard so eerily quiet, instilling a sense of dread?" "Curse it! I have yet to," the young master interjected, his ears catching the haunting phrase, "We come for friends and depart for friends." Startled, he leapt from the bed, shaking off the sixth concubine, who fell to the ground in distress. The young master, ignoring her plight, scanned the room with keen vigilance, aware that an unseen presence had intruded upon his sanctuary. After a thorough search of the vast, lifeless chamber, he found no signs of another soul. "Come forth. Is anyone there?" he called, but his voice echoed into the void, met with silence. A chill ran down his spine as he gasped. What in the world is happening? Has everyone perished? With urgency, he leapt from the bed. Hastily fastening his trousers and donning his shoes, he rushed towards the door, shouting, "Is there anyone alive?" His voice, though chilling, was a familiar sound to his loyal servants, who, upon hearing his outcry, abandoned their posts and crept towards the entrance, peering cautiously in anticipation of the unfolding drama. One of the servants, upon hearing the young master's anguished cry, exclaimed, "Brothers, we are in trouble. The master is awake." In a panic, the 4 servants fled, stumbling and falling, only to scramble back to the door, breathless and terrified. "What are your commands, master?" Upon reaching the threshold, the young master was met with an empty courtyard, his frustration mounting as he gestured angrily at the disheveled servants, berating them. "Where is everyone? Have they all vanished? Do you wish to live?" "Master, everyone has fled to the gate," one servant replied. "Humph. Do they not comprehend the significance of this day? They deserve punishment." "Master, there are 3 performers outside," another servant interjected. "Fools. What is more important, entertainment or the master's affairs? Why are they making a ruckus?" "Master, they have gone outside to witness the commotion." "Lead the way. I shall discover who possesses the audacity to trespass here." "Yes, master." The 4 servants, emboldened by the young master's presence, clenched their fists and puffed out their cheeks as they hurried towards the entrance. The scorpion-like figure, bare-chested and shod in sandals, trailed closely behind, accompanied by a pack of toothless dogs making their way toward the entrance. A voice, resonant like a great bell, echoed into the courtyard. "Dear friends, those who arrive late have finally made it. Their tardiness is merely a reflection of their shallow insight. Now, my brother has completed his training with the staff, and I shall perform a Western magic trick for your entertainment. Please, lend me your eyes." The swordsman known as the Striped Tiger, with a graceful bow, retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket, spreading it upon the ground. Standing upright, he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, what I am about to present is called the Great Transformation of Living Dogs. Observe closely. Let us see whose eyes are swifter, yours or my hands." As he spoke, the swordsman held his left hand in a specific gesture while kneading the earth with his right, intoning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. "To bring forth the transformation, I humbly request the earth's assistance." With a sense of seriousness, he placed the kneaded dirt upon the handkerchief and addressed it. "When I count to 3, you shall burrow out. When I count to 6, you shall crawl forth. Little dog, do you hear me?" "Oh, you do? 1, 2, wait. I almost forgot to mention something important to all present. Let me clarify. We prioritize the lesser before the greater, and I must speak plainly. When I reach 3, this handkerchief shall transform right before your eyes into a Western dog, accompanied by a few playful pups frolicking about. Kindly step back, if you would," he declared. "First and foremost, my Western dog is quite valuable. Should it be harmed, I shall compensate you for your medical expenses. If anyone were to trample or inadvertently kill this dog, you would find yourselves utterly ruined. Do you understand?" The gathered crowd, eager for the spectacle, responded in unison. "We understand." "Excellent. Then behold, the Western dog emerges. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 83. Courtesy before conflict. Step aside, step aside." A handful of fierce dogs barked ferociously, lunging menacingly toward the throng of spectators. These onlookers were eager to witness the Western dog, oblivious to the presence of the young Master Li. However, upon recognizing his approach, the crowd instinctively recoiled, scattering in all directions, some fleeing without a backward glance. The swordsman, clad in white, feigned ignorance of the arrival of young Master Li, dramatically exclaiming, "What do you mean by 3? What pretense are you putting on?" Li, with a menacing glare, retorted, "What nonsense is this? What are you trying to accomplish with your theatrics?" The swordsman cast a glance at Li, countering, "And what are you about? You, sir, lack camaraderie and disregard the code of the martial world. Enough of your nonsense. Here, we speak only with our fists. Upon hearing the insults, the swordsman suppressed his rising anger, snatched up the handkerchief from the ground, and shook it in indignation, exclaiming, "You truly are despicable. To disrupt my magic and then hurl insults. Surely you are no good bird. Return my western dog." Now, the spectators, overhearing the swordsman's words, felt a chill of apprehension, sympathizing with the plight of the swordsman. A compassionate observer thought to himself, "The one performing the trick has stirred a hornet's nest. How foolish to provoke a tiger." Young Master Li, listening to the swordsman's remarks and observing the latter's righteous demeanor, pondered quietly. This individual seems strangely familiar. Such a striking resemblance to a person. Could it be him? The prepared golden tiger, disregarding everything, boldly advanced towards young Master Li. The wicked slaves, emboldened by the support of the venomous scorpion behind them, showed no concern for the seemingly frail golden tiger. A few of the malicious slaves exchanged glances and stepped forward to confront him. Just as they opened their mouths to unleash their ferocity, the agile swordsman, Golden Tiger, effortlessly pushed the leader aside and indignantly declared, "You little wretch, step aside. You cannot afford to accompany my western dog. I am not here for you. I seek the rotund, bare-chested fellow behind you, and I demand 1,000 taels of gold from him." As Golden Tiger spoke, he moved forward, causing the pushed leader to stumble back, colliding with the two behind him. The trio, resembling a wall, fell towards young Master Li, catching the venomous scorpion off guard with their sudden and fierce momentum. Not wanting to lose face in front of others, and even less willing to be humiliated publicly, he swiftly assumed a stance, channeling his inner strength, and with a powerful thrust of his arms, pushed against the three men. With a resounding thud, the scorpion's palms connected with the backs of two of them, causing them to stagger back, and he too was forced to retreat 3 steps before barely regaining his balance. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Golden Tiger preemptively interjected, "Esteemed villagers, dear friends, I sincerely apologize. My western dog trick has been disrupted by these fellows eager for their next rebirth. With their meddling, I can no longer perform. Do not be disheartened or leave. If I cannot do it, someone else surely can. Stand firm and cheer, brothers. Let us show them something truly remarkable." After bowing in retreat, the crowd understood that today was a fortuitous day. Those daring enough to provoke the scorpion were not ordinary individuals. Everyone was aware, and no one dared to shout or call out. They merely watched the unfolding spectacle with a sense of anticipation. Today, the scorpion also deviated from his usual demeanor. He had intended to erupt in anger, but found himself restrained. How curious it was that the notorious young Master Li, who daily terrorized the village, stood at the forefront today, appearing remarkably docile, donning a gentleman's hat. One could not tell if he was observing the performance or awaiting judgment for his misdeeds, perhaps sensing the ominous premonition of his own demise. The 3 fallen wicked slaves silently rose, their heads hung low as they stood behind the scorpion. Each bore an indescribable expression, evoking an inexplicable feeling in onlookers. Was it pain, joy, or longing for their families? Others could not articulate it, and neither could they. They were unaware that they had been ensnared by the chains of inevitability, with no hope of escape. One of the wicked slaves differed from the others, uninjured. He felt a sense of trepidation, believing he still had the scorpion's backing. The scorpion, filled with trepidation, gazed at the Golden Tiger retreating and observed Gao Wanyong stepping onto the stage. Initially intending to voice his objections vehemently, he felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness and resignation. He pondered, "What is happening today? I am not like this. I am formidable, am I not?" As the scorpion ruminated on his own state, he overheard Gao Wanyong proclaim, "Esteemed friends, how splendidly has my brother performed his trick with the western dog." Not a single soul responded. Why is there no applause? Silence implies disapproval. Yet no one openly critiques it. Regardless, it is now my turn. What shall I do? I delight in the art of striking a fallen dog. Let us practice this together. If I perform well, I expect your applause. What say you? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Gao Wanyong thrust his copper staff into the ground with a resounding thud, embedding it over 4 feet deep. He continued, "Do you all see? I have driven this staff into the earth. Whoever dares to pull it out shall receive my wager of 10 taels of silver." The audience, including the scorpion, gasped in astonishment at Gao Wanyong's display, some feeling compelled to challenge him, yet fearing the repercussions of losing both the wager and a beating from young Master Li, thus remaining silent. Noticing the absence of challengers, Gao Wanyong declared, If you are not inclined to this game, let us shift to a contest of strength. A single punch yields 10 taels, a kick 50, and if I am knocked down, 100. Should I perish, 500. What do you say? The stakes are set according to fate, and if idleness prevails, who among you dares to engage me? Where are the heroes?" The scorpion, unable to contain himself any longer, cast a glance at the brutish servant beside him. The servant understood the cue and, puffing out his chest, stepped forward, halting before the copper staff. He bent down, preparing to grasp the staff, but was intercepted by Gao Wanyong, who inquired, "Are you mute, my friend?" "You are the mute," the servant retorted. "Oh, if you are not mute, then what is the matter?" "Very well, I shall not stoop to your level of petty disputes. However, should you fail to extract it, you owe me 1 tael of silver. Do you comprehend? Do you have silver in your pocket?" Upon hearing the potential for loss, the servant glanced at the scorpion, who, having overheard Gao Wanyong's demand, interjected, "How can you speak untruths? Did you not just assert that if it cannot be pulled from the ground, there would be a price to pay? How dare you attempt to cheat?" "Cheat? What do you mean? If you extract it, I concede 10 taels. If you cannot, you owe me 1. We must earn our keep, after all. I can afford 10 taels, but can you not part with 1? Truly, you are as miserly as a crow." "What? You bold rascal, do you dare to call me a miser? I will wager 9 coins. Are you in or out?" "Out. It is 1 tael, no negotiations. You may not even win. You insignificant little shrimp. I have spent and seen money before." "Very well, 1 tael it is. You go first. You better exert every ounce of strength to pull out that staff, or I shall take your life. What are you waiting for? Pull." Hearing this, the servant felt compelled to act, rolling up his sleeves and tightening his belt. He circled the copper staff, then, with a deep breath, bent down and shouted, "Pull." As the word left his lips, he felt a bead of sweat trickle down. The servant thought, "Oh no, what if I am unable to extract it? I must try harder." The vile servant exerted tremendous effort, yet after 3 futile attempts, he remained unsuccessful. This infuriated the scorpion, who bellowed, "You foolish greenhorn. What are you still doing? Just give it up and come back." The greenhorn, having endured a torrent of abuse, approached the scorpion, eager to explain. But before he could utter a word, the scorpion's hand struck him with a flurry of blows, leaving him dazed and bleeding profusely. "Stop! What kind of scoundrel are you? If you kill him, you'll have to pay with your own silver. Quickly hand over 3 taels," Hai Wanyong proclaimed, as he moved closer to young Master Li, extending his hand toward the scorpion. The scorpion, having been burned before and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, bared his iron teeth, bloodshot eyes glaring with fury. "Boy, you must have the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. Do you not realize your own insignificance? The scorpion is no fool. If you wish to survive, you'd best run swiftly. Delay even slightly, and your life may be forfeit. If you doubt my words, come. Let us settle this with our fists." With that, the scorpion took a stance, ready to engage, while glaring at Wanyong's outstretched hand, preparing to assert his dominance. Wanyong, seeing this, let out a thunderous laugh, pointing at young Master Li, whose pride would not allow him to ignore such bravado. Infuriated, young Master Li charged forward. And with a resounding sound, the one who was struck remained silent. To understand this predicament, one must await the continuation of the tale. Thus, it is said, evil begets evil, while kindness brings joy. In the swirling currents of life, few truly comprehend the nature of existence. When heads roll, regret comes too late. What of forsaking wife and child?